In the depths of the night beneath a bridge in Lanning City, Xiao Chen, whose consciousness had been ensnared in a haze, suddenly awakened. Where is this place? Xiao Chen, the sole peak powerhouse to have attained the Emperor Immortal Realm in the Ziwēi Immortal Domain, possessed a cultivation that transcended the ages, revered by both gods and mortals alike. On that fateful day, he endeavored to breach the heavens in search of a higher realm, only to be met with unforeseen calamity, an attack from an unknown force that led to his demise. Why am I still alive? What is this place? As Xiao Chen rose to his feet, intending to survey his surroundings, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance. My limbs feel rigid, as if they no longer obey my command. He murmured to himself, casting his gaze towards the distant glow of homes, a wave of familiarity washing over him. In that moment, memories surged forth, causing him to furrow his brow. Earth. Could it be that I have returned? Throughout countless years of cultivation, Xiao Chen had made many enemies and endured unimaginable trials, plummeting into the depths of despair on numerous occasions. 500 years prior, he had faced an ambush by his foes, fighting desperately to break free, using a boundary-breaking talisman he had unearthed from an ancient ruin. Ultimately forcing open a rift in space and inadvertently arriving on Earth. On this planet, where spiritual energy had long since dwindled and practitioners were scarce, it was primarily a realm of mortals governed by technology. Thus, despite his injuries, Xiao Chen found no one on Earth capable of threatening him and chose to remain there to recuperate. After 3 years, he discovered the path among the stars and departed Earth, experiencing decades of trials before finally returning to the Ziwēi Immortal Domain. Since then, he had immersed himself in seclusion for a century, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the immortal path, vanquishing all adversaries, leaving no one capable of contending with him. Yet, unexpectedly, he now found himself back in this place once more. It seems that fate has a peculiar bond with me and Earth. A wry smile graced Xiao Chen's lips. This situation appeared even more dire than the last, and regaining his former prowess would undoubtedly require considerable time. Perhaps this signifies that my path is not yet perfect. Given the chance to start anew, I shall carve out an even more refined path. Xiao Chen's gaze grew resolute, reminiscent of the unwavering resolve he had held at the beginning of his journey. The path I seek does not revere the gods or Buddhas, does not bow to heaven and earth, does not succumb to fate, does not enter the cycle of reincarnation, and does not engage in karma. In the Ziwēi Immortal Domain, the Emperor Immortal Realm was already a pinnacle. However, Xiao Chen's fall to that unknown force proved that he had yet to attain the state he desired. He was still imperfect. What is lost in imperfection evokes no sense of lament. He owed him back once more. With the foundation and insights from before, he would surely ascend to greater heights. All that was needed was time. Xiao Chen calmed his mind, sitting cross-legged upon the ground, casting aside all distractions to focus on his cultivation. The ravages of that mysterious force had severely depleted his soul, reducing it to less than 1,000 of its former glory, yet it remained far more potent than that of an ordinary person. Moreover, having once been an Emperor Immortal, standing at the apex of the immortal path, even though his cultivation had waned, his memories, experiences, and resolve still lingered. He closed his eyes to nurture his spirit, embracing unity with the cosmos. Gradually, countless scriptures of techniques began to materialize in his mind, akin to an automated slideshow, rapidly flashing before him. These techniques, if any single volume were to be presented to the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a frenzied competition. Regarded as treasures, however, he merely cast a fleeting glance before discarding them as worthless. In the end, a vision crystallized in his mind: a technique not particularly advanced. The soul-nourishing technique. In the latter part of the night, a torrential rain descended upon Lone City, yet for Xiao Chen, who found himself beneath the overpass, it bore no significance. The soul-nourishing technique, as its name implies, involves the cultivation of qi through the soul, thereby enhancing one's cultivation level. This method, deemed somewhat heretical and commonly referred to as devious paths, necessitates a high degree of soul strength, yet it is precisely suitable for Xiao Chen at this moment. 3 days swiftly passed. After 2 days of relentless rain, the downpour finally ceased, ushering in a day of warmth and sunshine, with many pedestrians populating the streets. At this juncture, a man in a suit was assisting a white-haired elder as they slowly ascended the overpass. "Father, we have been walking for quite some time. Shall we not return?" the man suggested. "Not yet. It seems something has occurred ahead. Let us take a look." As they drew closer, they discovered 7 or 8 individuals leaning over the railing of the overpass, gesturing towards below, seemingly engaged in discussion. The elder, curious, gazed out. Beneath the overpass lay a broad lake, swollen from the recent rains, the waters rushing turbulently. And the only clear space beneath the bridge, a youth of 17 or 18 sat cross-legged, utterly still, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. The elder discerned that the crowd was conversing about this young man and could not help but inquire, "What is the matter with that lad?" A middle-aged woman glanced at the elder and replied, "That boy has been sitting there for 3 days and nights, without food or drink, utterly motionless." "Is that so?" The elder displayed a look of astonishment. "Typically, the person can endure 7 days without food and merely 3 days without water. This youth, having abstained for 3 days, appeared to be unaffected, unlike any ordinary individual. He is rather pitiable." Someone expressed sympathetically, "His attire does not suggest that of a beggar. Perhaps something has transpired at home. Why don't we all lend him a hand?" Another proposed. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a square face approached, saying, "Do not be deceived by that lad. I saw him practicing martial arts down there last night, brimming with energy, not at all resembling someone who has gone days without sustenance." Upon hearing this, the elder turned to the square-faced man and asked, "You say you saw him practicing martial arts last night?" "It was illuminated by street lights. The lighting was poor, yet I could discern enough," the square-faced man replied. "The way that lad practiced was quite impressive." Some in the crowd grew indignant, feeling their previous sympathy was unwarranted. "So he isn't starving, rather, he is merely indulging. Let us depart. This boy is likely toying with us." Many internet celebrities engage in such antics, deliberately seeking attention. Indeed, I once witnessed an influencer live-streaming themselves eating excrement. It is utterly disgraceful, a sign of declining moral standards. Upon learning the truth, the crowd harbored disdain and gradually dispersed. "Father, shall we also leave?" the man in the suit remarked, bored. The elder pondered for a moment before suddenly stating, "Ching Song, let us go down and take a look." "Ah!" Ho Ching Song exclaimed, "Father, do you mean we should go beneath the overpass? Let us go and take a look at that young man," the elder said with utmost seriousness. "No, the waters below are turbulent. What if something goes awry? With such stature, how could there be so much room for mishap? If you do not wish to accompany me, I shall descend alone." The elder, incensed, left Ho Ching Song behind and made his way down the overpass. Ho Ching Song, at a loss, hurried to follow. Before long, the two arrived at the base of the overpass. At that very moment, Xiao Chen, in a meditative state, slowly opened his eyes. "Oh, that is enough for today." Seeing Xiao Chen awaken, the elder inquired, "Young man, are you well?" Xiao Chen glanced up at the two, perplexed, and replied, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" "Ah." The elder found himself momentarily speechless. Ho Ching Song, pondering the situation, thought that since they had already come down, it was worth asking regardless of Xiao Chen's authenticity. Thus, he said, "Little brother, do you find yourself in some trouble? Speak to your uncle, he shall assist you." Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat bewildered, shook his head and replied, "I am in no need of assistance. You may leave me be and refrain from meddling." Ho Ching Song, upon hearing this, felt a surge of annoyance. The young man was dreadfully impolite. The elder stepped forward and queried, "If you are indeed untroubled, why have you chosen to sit alone here for 3 days? "Naturally, I have my reasons." Xiao Chen was not inclined to engage further, offering only vague responses. He rose to stretch his limbs. The technique he had practiced was beginning to show results, and the flow of energy within him surged, leaving him feeling revitalized, as though reborn. Yet, soon, a wave of hunger washed over him. Meditation, one is often oblivious to hunger, yet now, it is quite discomforting, for I am still but a mortal and cannot subsist without sustenance. Xiao Chen sighed in resignation. Then, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he turned his gaze toward Ho Ching Song and the elder. "You wish to help me? How about treating me to a meal?" After a moment of surprise, the elder broke into a warm smile. "Of course, that is no trouble at all." Lunchtime approaches. Ho Ching Song, however, mumbled discontentedly, "I knew it was merely a ruse to secure a free meal." The Founder Hotel enjoys a remarkable reputation in the vicinity of East Street in Lansing City, renowned for its high standards, attentive service, and exquisite cuisine. During meal times, it is invariably bustling with patrons. I have dined at this establishment on several occasions, and the flavors are exceptional. I had intended to bring you here when you visited Lansing, but unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances arose. As I age, my palate has dulled, and even the most delectable dishes fail to impress me. Thus, please entertain Xiao Chen on my behalf." On the journey here, during casual conversations, Xiao Chen revealed his name. In turn, he learned that the elder's name was Hualin. Understood. Ho Ching Song held a rather unfavorable impression of Xiao Chen, suspecting him to be a charlatan. However, noticing his youth, he chose not to confront him, considering they were merely sharing a meal. Ho Ching Song approached the front desk to inquire, "Excuse me. Are there any private rooms available? Indeed, we have one last room left. Xiao Zhang, please escort these guests to room 13. A beautiful waitress approached and guided the trio to the second floor. When it came time to order, Huo Qingsong handed the menu to Huolin, who then passed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, feel free to order whatever you wish, there's no need to be polite. All right. Xiao Chen, without hesitation, eagerly selected several sumptuous dishes. This action, undoubtedly, irked Huo Qingsong. While the choice of expensive dishes was not a significant concern, he would not mind even if all the priciest offerings of Fangda Hotel were served. What vexed him was Xiao Chen's demeanor. What was this? It is often said that guests should feel at ease, yet Xiao Chen showed no signs of treating himself as an outsider. One might mistakenly believe he had a close relationship with them. Mr. Hua, you seem somewhat displeased. Xiao Chen observed Huo Qingsong with a hint of amusement. Huo Qingsong scoffed. How could I dare? Here, you are the esteemed guest. Huolin promptly reprimanded Qingsong, how can you speak like that? Father, Huo Qingsong hesitated before his gaze sharpened. Fixing on Xiao Chen and asking, Xiao Chen, I am treating you to this meal, now, can you disclose what you are doing beneath the overpass? Do you truly wish to know? Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow. Is there something you cannot share? Not at all. It's just that you might not believe me if I told you. Xiao Chen sipped his tea. Huo Qingsong, with a sardonic tone, remarked. I heard from someone that you practice martial arts there at night and meditate for 3 days. Are you trying to tell me you are cultivating immortality? So, you are aware? Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. Actually, there are some differences, but they are quite similar. What? Are you really cultivating immortality? Huo Qingsong was taken aback. Then burst into derisive laughter, his tone dripping with disdain. Is this amusing to you? Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. This might be the finest joke I have had this year. Huo Qingsong struggled to contain his laughter at Xiao Chen. Do you know who we are? I do not. Xiao Chen shook his head. Huo Qingsong laughed again. Of course. You wouldn't know, we are not from Lanshouse City but hail from the provincial capital. Oh. Xiao Chen regarded Huo Qingsong with an untroubled expression. Are you implying that those from the provincial capital are inherently superior? I wouldn't say superior, but one cannot deny that we possess far more experience than you. Huo Qingsong lowered his voice, adopting a serious tone. I have encountered true immortals, your little tricks are mere child's play. Qingsong, you are rather verbose. He is merely a child, Huolin remarked with a somber tone. Indeed, why should I engage in a contest of wits with him? Huo Qingsong tapped his forehead, feeling somewhat muddled by his own irritation. Xiao Chen, a student of 17 or 18, speaking of cultivating immortality, must surely be jesting. Why should he take it seriously? Xiao Chen refrained from further conversation, yet his mind was deep in contemplation. A true immortal. It soon dawned on him that Huo Qingsong was not referring to immortals, but to martial artists. The ancient path of martial arts, passed down through the ages, is divided into external and internal energies. External energy is the force that can tear apart fierce tigers or split wood and stone, while internal energy embodies finesse, capable of leveraging 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds, with the weight resting behind. Having spent 3 years on Earth, Xiao Chen was not entirely ignorant of its ways. However, to compare ancient martial arts to the path of immortality would be laughable. The hierarchy of ancient martial arts is categorized into external energy, internal energy, innate talent, and alchemical pathways. While practitioners of the same level may possess comparable physical strength, the advantages of cultivators in other aspects are overwhelmingly vast. Cultivators can wield spells to control fire, summon winds, call forth thunder, then solidify ice. Upon reaching the foundation building stage, they refine their consciousness, capable of pursuing enemies across vast distances, far surpassing Earth's most advanced radar systems. As for the golden elixir stage, it involves using the human body as a cauldron, vital energy as the medicinal ingredient, and spirit as the fire, refining and merging to create the golden elixir, thus transcending the cycle of life and death and achieving true fasting. In such a state, one can exist without food, drink, or sleep, extending their lifespan to 500 years, regarded as an immortal in the eyes of common mortals. Yet, for those genuinely pursuing the path of immortality, the golden elixir is merely the entry point. Xiao Chen understood Huo Qingsong's limited perspective and chose not to lower himself to argue, instead lifting his teacup and savoring a few sips. It must be said, the tea was quite delightful. Huo Qingsong secretly observed Xiao Chen's demeanor, smirking internally. This young man, having had his ruse exposed, remained so at ease, displaying a remarkable thickness of skin. The atmosphere in the private room grew somewhat awkward, silence enveloping the space as no one dared to speak. After a few minutes, a commotion erupted outside, interrupting the trio. Wolf brother, there is truly no space left inside, perhaps you should dine elsewhere. What did you say? My elder brother coming here to eat is a favor to you, and you dare suggest we go to another place. Do you wish to ruin your business? No, no. Move aside. With a loud slam, the door to the private room was forcefully opened, revealing a burly man accompanied by 4 lackeys, who scanned Xiao Chen and his companions. Isn't there still space here? The restaurant owner hurried over, saying, Wolf brother, they have already ordered their food. The dishes are not yet served, and the table remains clean. Does it not suit perfectly? Let them eat elsewhere. The restaurant owner wore a troubled expression. Never mind, I shall speak with them. Wolf brother rudely pushed the owner aside and shouted towards Xiao Chen and his companions, this private room now belongs to me, you may leave. On what grounds? Huo Qingsong stood, glaring fiercely. Wolf brother sneered, on the grounds that my elder brother commands this area. Huo Qingsong disdainfully retorted. What is a mere East Street to me? Let me inform you, I am Huo Qingsong of the Huo family. What manner of being is Huo Qingsong? In Dong Street, my elder brother reigns supreme. Quickly vacate the premises and do not provoke my wrath. Wolf brother showed no regard for face, seemingly unfamiliar with Huo Qingsong. Huo Qingsong's countenance turned ashen with fury. What, do you wish to engage in a brawl? Wolf brother stepped forward, his muscles twitching, exuding a menacing aura that compelled Huo Qingsong to retreat. At that moment, Xiao Chen chuckled softly and said, Mr. Huo, you have mentioned your origin from the provincial capital. No one here recognizes you, and engaging them would be unwise. Huo Qingsong was not a fool, he understood the gravity of the situation. As a scholar, he would not stand a chance against Wolf brother, let alone the 4 henchmen lacking behind him. An ancient adage states, when a scholar encounters a soldier, reason cannot prevail. Which aptly describes his predicament. I shall summon assistance. Huo Qingsong declared, reaching for his phone. Xiao Chen interjected, I fear that distant aid cannot quench immediate peril. Before you summon help, we may well be ejected. What then do you propose? Huo Qingsong, mistaking Xiao Chen's words for mockery, retorted in anger. Why don't you take action? Xiao Chen, reclining in his chair, stretched lazily and replied, very well, after all, I must have my meal. I cannot allow anyone to spoil my appetite. Huo Lin, anxious that Xiao Chen might act rashly, quickly cautioned that Xiao Chen, do not act recklessly. Rest assured, I am measured in my approach. In truth, the matter is not as convoluted as it appears, there exists a more straightforward method to make them retreat. As he spoke, Xiao Chen picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table and wrapped one, and casually declared, all that is needed is a single chopstick. Huo Lin, taken aback, thought it absurd that a mere chopstick could compel 5 ruffians to withdraw. Huo Qingsong could no longer endure Xiao Chen's bravado, he slammed the table and exclaimed, if you can drive them away with just 1 chopstick, I, Huo Qingsong, shall concede to you today. Wolf brother, having overheard Xiao Chen's audacious claim, glowered at him in fury, what nonsense are you spouting? When Huo Qingsong attempted to call for help, Wolf brother felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing he might encounter unexpected resistance. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's assertion that a single chopstick could send them packing, his pride was ignited, and he perceived it as an affront. Very well, today I shall witness how you intend to use a chopstick to expel us. Wolf brother stood firm, neither advancing nor retreating, defiantly gazing at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, raising an eyebrow, smirked coldly, then you must open your eyes wide and observe closely. With that, he flicked his wrist lightly, and the chopstick flew from his hand like an arrow. Whoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air, before anyone could react. The chopstick pierced Wolf brother's shoulder and embedded itself deep into the wall behind him. Thud! All eyes fixated in horror on the robust wall. Where the chopstick was lodged, half buried within, the other half stained with blood, dripping ominously, a gruesome sight to behold. After a brief and eerie silence, the atmosphere shattered with Wolf Brother's anguished scream. "Art my arm." A gaping wound had opened on his shoulder, and even the battle-hardened Wolf Brother could not withstand the pain. His face turning pale as he collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. How could this be? Ho Ching Song's mind was in a daze as he continued to stare at the chopstick. It was merely a wooden chopstick, not a firearm. How could such a feat be accomplished? Ho Lin, who witnessed everything, inhaled sharply, struck by the sheer magnitude of inner strength. Sitting motionless in his chair, Xiao Chen flicked his wrist ever so slightly, and the chopstick soared forth, piercing through the shoulder of Wolf Brother, who stood several meters away, embedding itself into the wall. Was this not inner strength? Inner strength is the embodiment of skill, the ability to will 4 ounces to displace 1,000 pounds, with the true force lying behind it. The might of inner strength resides in its finesse, capable of unleashing tremendous power through the most minimal of movements. A common wooden chopstick, easily breakable by a child, transforms into an unyielding weapon in the hands of a practitioner of inner strength. Ho Lin, unable to contain his turmoil, muttered to himself, "I have encountered numerous practitioners of inner strength, yet those who attain such purity are exceedingly rare." Earlier, Ho Ching Song had mocked Xiao Chen, claiming to have met a true immortal, and Xiao Chen had refrained from countering, leading him to believe he was in the wrong. In retrospect, it was evident that Xiao Chen held no interest in engaging in a debate with Ho Ching Song. Such an act would be beneath him. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, Xiao Chen coldly regarded Wolf Brother, inquiring, "Tell me, is this chopstick sufficient to persuade you to depart? Or shall I be compelled to resort to a second?" Wolf Brother trembled, clutching his shoulder in trepidation, exclaiming, "Enough, enough. I was blind to your greatness. I humbly beseech your forgiveness." Wolf Brother was acutely aware that if Xiao Chen so desired, that chopstick could easily find its mark in his skull, sealing his fate. "You claim that murder is a crime? A jest?" For one as formidable as Xiao Chen, countless influential figures would seek to curry favor. Concocting a convenient excuse for the demise of a mere thug or finding a scapegoat would be a trivial matter. His elder brother, Zhao Biao, had similarly allied with a practitioner of inner strength years prior, treating him like a revered ancestor, as he received a substantial share of profits from the business on East Street each month. True power indeed grants one the liberty to act as they please. If that is the case, then begone, take heed next time. Xiao Chen's tone was calm yet imbued with an overwhelming authority, creating an oppressive atmosphere. "Yes. I shall remember this." Wolf Brother nodded vigorously. His 4 followers, who had been utterly bewildered, finally began to comprehend the situation. "Wolf Brother. Forget about the Wolf Brother. We must flee." Lowering his voice, Wolf Brother hurriedly led his companions away. Finally, tranquility returned. Xiao Chen relaxed his expression and called out to the restaurant owner outside, "Sir, it is time to serve the dishes, I am famished." The owner hastily rushed to the kitchen. "Mr. Xiao, please forgive my earlier ignorance." Ho Ching Song stood opposite Xiao Chen, feeling a mix of emotions. Fortunately, he had not wagered on eating excrement or committing suicide, otherwise he would find himself in a most difficult position. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively, that "If I were to hold a grudge against you, I would not be seated here now. I owe you my gratitude for this meal." "Not at all, it is merely a meal, nothing of significance." Ho Ching Song exhaled in relief, thinking to himself that there truly was an air of greatness about him. With the owner's urging, the dishes arrived promptly. At the dining table, Ho Lin and Ho Ching Song appeared somewhat ill at ease, while Xiao Chen devoured his meal with gusto. After half an hour, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Xiao Chen felt content. "Thank you for your hospitality, I have matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." Ho Lin and Ho Ching Song had more to say but found themselves lacking excuses to retain their guest. Their encounter with Xiao Chen was merely a fleeting one. Suddenly, as Xiao Chen was about to leave, he turned back and inquired, "Have you heard of Hongling Ginseng?" Ho Lin pondered for a moment and hesitantly replied, "Hongling Ginseng appears to be a rare medicinal herb known for its ability to strengthen the foundation, nourish the body, and invigorate the vital energy, as well as promoting blood circulation. I now believe that the people in the provincial capital are indeed well informed. Hongling Ginseng does possess properties that enhance vitality and invigorate the blood." Xiao Chen expressed his approval and further asked, has old Ho consumed any Hongling ginseng recently? No. Holin shook his head, I never take medicine to maintain my health unless I am unwell. That's good to hear. Huo Qingsong sensed the underlying meaning in Xiao Chen's words and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Xiao, does my father have health issues? I would appreciate your guidance. There are some matters I prefer not to speak of indiscriminately, but I advise you both, should anyone offer you medicine containing Hongling ginseng in the future, you must absolutely refrain from consuming it. With that, Xiao Chen took his leave. The world is vast, teeming with extraordinary talent. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Holin reflected with great emotion. In their circle, practitioners of inner strength were not particularly rare, they had encountered many, and the Ho family had allied with several. However, first, Xiao Chen was remarkably young, yet his mastery of inner strength was profound, exhibiting a remarkable finesse. Second, Xiao Chen's demeanor radiated absolute confidence, he spoke and laughed with ease. Unpretentious and composed, his formidable presence left both of them feeling overshadowed. While Holin admired Xiao Chen's prowess, Huo Qingsong was evidently more intrigued by Xiao Chen's final remark. What exactly was the significance of Hongling ginseng? Xiao Chen's mind was filled with fragmented memories. He recalled that 5 years ago, his parents had perished in a car accident, leaving him with a sister named Xiao Yufei, who now managed the family business in Lon City. Initially, Xiao Chen had been preparing to complete his senior year in a remote county alone, but under his sister's fervent insistence, he planned to transfer to the city high school. However, he harbored a profound fear of Xiao Yufei and, upon arriving in Lon City, found himself too intimidated to visit her, wandering aimlessly instead. Misfortune struck when he stumbled and fell beneath an overpass, striking his head against the concrete, leading to a tragic turn of events. Regaining clarity, Xiao Chen followed the threads of his memory toward his sister's company. Xiao Yufei, now 21, had taken over the company at the tender age of 16 after their parents' demise. At that time, she knew little and was guided by some senior colleagues, gradually navigating her way to her current position. The hardships she endured were known only to her. What did you say? Xiao Chen arrived in Lon City 3 days ago. In the CEO's office, Xiao Yufei's expression shifted to one of anxiety upon receiving news from a neighbor in their hometown. They had previously agreed that Xiao Chen would come over in the next few days, but she had been overwhelmed with work, often staying late until dawn, leaving her no time to call and check in. It was only just now that she managed to find a moment to call Xiao Chen, only to discover he was unreachable, prompting her to contact a neighbor back home. Though their hometown was in a remote county, the journey to Lon City would take at most half a day. How could he still not have arrived? Could something have happened on the road? After 3 days of disappearance and an unreachable phone, the situation had become quite dire. Xiao Yufei felt it was imperative to report to the authorities. Just then, the front desk's phone rang. Xiao Zong, there is someone outside claiming to be your brother who wishes to see you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yufei promptly replied, I will be right down. To clarify the timeline, the protagonist is not originally from Earth, they visited over a century ago, residing for 3 years before departing. Now, more than 100 years later, the protagonist has crossed over into the body of a person sharing the same name, making the sister in this narrative the sibling of this body. Xiao Chen entered the office building of the Xiao family company, where the receptionist was courteous and promptly relayed his presence to Xiao Yufei. While he awaited her arrival, he surveyed his surroundings. Although the office building did not resemble the towering skyscrapers he had envisioned, the decor and amenities were commendable. Its sole drawback was its remote location, far from the city center. The company primarily dealt in cosmetics, boasting its own brand, although it could not compete with the best-selling products on the market. Under Xiao Yufei's management, it had seen a commendable growth trajectory in recent years. At that moment, 2 female employees clad in suits passed by, stealing glances at Xiao Chen. Is he really Xiao Zong's brother? He looks so youthful and quite handsome. He's only 18, still a high school student, don't even think about it. Hey, I graduated not long ago, the age difference isn't that significant. Oh, so you have a crush on him. If only you possessed a fraction of Xiao Zong's beauty and grace, you might stand a chance. You little brat, are you looking for a fight? Xiao Chen overheard their banter but paid little mind. Quiet, Xiao Zong has arrived, one of the women whispered. As her words fell, the hall fell into a hushed silence. And Xiao Chen looked up. Xiao Yufei was exceptionally beautiful, standing at 1.7 meters tall, exuding an elegant stature in her black suit. Her delicate features framed by elegantly arched brows and expressive eyes, complemented by her flawless, porcelain-like skin, rendered her nothing short of perfection. What truly captivated onlookers was her mature, frosty demeanor, reminiscent of an untouchable ice goddess. As Xiao Yufei descended the escalator, her gaze quickly fell upon Xiao Chen. A flicker of concern flashing across her face before she composed herself. Approaching Xiao Chen with a facade of nonchalance, she scrutinized him for a moment. Once assured of his well-being, she spoke in a cool tone, "Follow me." With that, she turned and walked outside. Clearly accustomed to maintaining such a demeanor in front of others, treating everyone uniformly. Xiao Chen understood her intentions and followed her outside. Xiao Yufei led him to a white Audi and opened the door. "Get in. I will take you to your apartment first. The company has been busy lately, and I may not have much time to attend to you." Xiao Chen stood momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you going to ask me anything?" "I am waiting for you to initiate the conversation," Xiao Yufei replied, already seated in the driver's seat. "Oh, I see." Xiao Chen mused, stroking his chin as he entered the car. At that moment, Xiao Yufei glanced back at him, her expression somewhat peculiar. "What is wrong?" Xiao Chen inquired. "It is nothing. It has merely been a while since we last met, and you seem to have changed significantly." Xiao Yufei was not jesting, playing her recollection. Xiao Chen had always been fearful of her, consistently bowing his head in her presence. However, today there appeared to be some difference. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. As Xiao Yufei started the car, she inquired, "Can you now tell me what transpired on the road?" Xiao Chen opened his mouth and fabricated, "I ran into a classmate and spent a few days at his house." "Is that all?" Xiao Yufei clearly did not believe him. Her flawless face marked by a hint of indignation. Xiao Chen retorted, "What did you expect? And what about your phone? Why couldn't I reach you?" "Phone?" Xiao Chen was taken aback, thinking it must have fallen into the lake, so he replied, "It's missing, perhaps it was stolen from the car." Xiao Yufei cast him a disapproving glance, exasperated by his absurdity. "How can you say such nonsensical things without a hint of embarrassment?" Xiao Chen shrugged. "If you don't believe me, there is nothing I can do." This attitude left Xiao Yufei feeling helpless. She realized she would not extract any truth from him. "Fine. It's enough that you are back, we can discuss this matter later." 20 minutes later, they arrived at Xiao Yufei's apartment. The environment was pleasant, but being a rental made it seem somewhat lacking in prestige for the president and chairwoman of a company. Given Xiao Yufei's current financial capabilities, purchasing a mid-range villa in Lanshouse City would be no trouble at all. However, she had invested all her resources into the company, driven by her own commercial vision, tirelessly striving toward it. Xiao Yufei gave Xiao Chen a brief tour of the room and the furnishings, then handed him a set of keys, saying, "You can settle in for now, I must return to the company." Xiao Chen nodded, "All right, you focus on your work, don't worry about me." Xiao Yufei cast a glance at Xiao Chen before hastily descending the stairs. Beneath her facade of indifference lay a genuine concern. She must be feeling quite lonely. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, then shook his head, dispelling the wandering thoughts. "I must now diligently restore my cultivation, regardless of the world. Formidable strength is the only true capital for survival." Xiao Yufei's busy schedule was, in fact, beneficial for Xiao Chen, as it granted him more solitude to pursue his own interests. The soul-nurturing technique, once trivial to him, had now become an unparalleled method. With a soul that surpassed the ordinary by dozens of times, he could effortlessly break through his cultivation limitations, continuously generating internal energy within him. Qi is the foundation of cultivators and also their essence. Ancient martial artists pursue internal strength, often misled by superficial power. In truth, internal strength is also derived from internal energy, which is the root. Cultivators focusing on refining Qi clearly emphasize essence over appearance. In this regard, ancient martial arts have already fallen short. Of course, this disparity is not due to cultivators being more intelligent than martial artists, but rather a difference in environment. The sages of martial arts understood that Qi is the source, yet the spiritual energy on earth is scarce, and the spiritual sources are nearly depleted. In such an environment, It is exceedingly difficult to harness the energy of heaven and earth, which is why martial arts were developed. As time passed, the earth entered an era of decline, where the concept of the celestial path had faded from the minds of the people, and the ancient martial arts became an enigmatic and profound discipline shrouded in mystery. However, this perception was merely a reflection of the common populace. Xiao Chen had once ascended to the pinnacle of the celestial path, and despite the challenges that lay ahead, he remained resolute in his confidence to reclaim his former glory. Now was the opportune moment to commence his cultivation of the Huangji transformation celestial art, which promised to yield unexpected results. Xiao Chen once again entered a meditative state, his mind conjuring an image of a forbidden technique. During his previous reign at the apex of the celestial path, when he was invincible across the world, he had secluded himself for a century, utilizing the 30,000 advanced techniques he had amassed throughout his life to forge a new art. When this art first emerged, it sent shockwaves throughout the Ziwēi celestial domain, causing the 9 heavens to tremble and the fabric of time and space to distort, revealing the 5 characters of the Huangji transformation celestial art. The act of creating a technique by human hands and having the heavens bestow a name upon it was an unprecedented phenomenon throughout the ages, thus justifying the title of a forbidden technique for the Huangji transformation celestial art. He had once harbored doubts that the mysterious force that had assailed him was somehow linked to the Huangji transformation celestial art. The techniques Xiao Chen had gathered encompassed a vast array of disciplines: martial arts, celestial arts, Buddhist practices, demonic paths, divine teachings, ghostly arts, weaponry, alchemy, formations, medicine, talismans, and spiritual secrets, among others. The amalgamation of cultivation methods from all fields birthed the consummate Huangji transformation celestial art. Mastering this art meant simultaneously embarking on a journey through myriad realms. The essence of the Huangji transformation celestial art lay not in the character for Huang or Xian, but rather in the character for transformation. Transformation signifies evolution, reasoning, and the emergence of existence from nothingness. As the Daoist saying goes, the Dao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things, which resonates with the principles of the Huangji transformation celestial art. In theory, mastering this art would allow one to evolve any technique in existence. Mastery of one method would lead to mastery of all. At his previous zenith, Xiao Chen had found himself without rival, and even the creation of the Huangji transformation celestial art was rendered superfluous, serving merely as an embellishment upon his already formidable prowess. However, now, in his renewed cultivation, he could finally validate the efficacy of the Huangji transformation celestial art. On this day, Xiao Yufei opted to leave work early, returning to their apartment just as Xiao Chen completed his training. After a brief period of practice, he discovered that the Huangji transformation celestial art seemed to bind seamlessly to his very soul, allowing for effortless cultivation. Within a matter of hours, he had already stepped over the threshold. Xiao Yufei surveyed the room and noted that little had changed since her departure. Curiously, she inquired of Xiao Chen, "What have you been up to all afternoon?" Stretching lazily, Xiao Chen replied, "I took a nap." "Did you find it exhausting coming from your classmate's house?" Xiao Yufei asked, while she busied herself tidying the living room and unpacking the takeout containers she had brought along. "We'll have fast food today, but tomorrow I'll hire a cook for you." Xiao Chen approached the table, glancing at the rather sumptuous fast food spread before turning to Xiao Yufei, asking, "You can't cook?" The question seemed to touch a nerve within her, as she shot him a glare, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she huffed, "I can't." Xiao Chen scratched his nose, conceding, "All right, forget I said anything. But hiring a cook is unnecessary, I can manage on my own." In truth, he was reluctant to introduce an outsider into their home, as it would be inconvenient. "Are you certain?" Xiao Yufei was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Chen was not independent in their hometown. She had entrusted a sum of money to the neighbors there, asking them to look after him. "You are now an adult. It is indeed time for you to learn independence." After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yufei produced a bank card and handed it to Xiao Chen. "This card holds 20,000 yuan. Use it to purchase some clothes and perhaps a new phone, the remainder can serve as your living expenses." Although Xiao Chen had always been averse to accepting favors from women, the necessity of money on earth compelled him to accept the card. After dinner, Xiao Chen took a shower and watched television for a while. Noticing his apparent boredom, Xiao Yufei suggested, "I have a computer in my room. You could move it to your room since I rarely use it." No need, Xiao Chen replied, showing no interest in the computer. Instead, his attention was captured by a piano in the corner. The piano. In his previous life, not only was Xiao Chen the emperor of the immortal path, but he was also well versed in poetry, music, and the arts. However, these skills were not prominently displayed in the realm of cultivators. The piano held a special significance for him. After pursuing the path of immortality for countless years, he experienced a profound regret due to a woman. Following her untimely demise, he composed a piece in her memory titled Peerless Elegance. From that moment on, he played solely that composition. Are you interested in the piano? Xiao Yufei inquired as she approached him. This is my first encounter with a piano, but music is a wondrous form of expression at times. It conveys emotions more directly and powerfully than words, Xiao Chen replied, gently pressing a few keys. When did you learn to play the piano? He asked in return. I learned a bit from Xiaoyun, it's merely at an amateur level. At this point, Xiao Yufei suddenly paused, recalling, oh, in a week, it will be Xiaoyun's 18th birthday. You haven't forgotten, have you? Xiao Xiaoyun. The name conjured an image of a pure, youthful face in Xiao Chen's mind. The Xiao and Xia families had long-standing ties, having shared a bond of life and death during the most arduous times, closer than brothers. 10 years prior, both families ventured to Lon City together to establish their careers, mutually supporting one another and achieving considerable success. Tragically, 5 years ago, an accident befell Xiao Chen's parents, leaving the company in the hands of 17-year-old Xiao Yufei. Lacking experience, she initially plunged the company into a crisis which only began to improve in the past 2 years. Meanwhile, the Xia family flourished, forging a remarkable business legacy in Lon City and ascending to the upper echelons of society. Today, the influence of the Xia family permeated nearly every legitimate business in Lon Ning. Without their assistance over the years, Xiao Yufei alone could never have turned the tide and salvaged the company. Given the close rapport between the two families, Xiao Chen and Xiao Xiaoyun naturally grew up as childhood friends. However, over 2 years ago, as they transitioned from middle school to high school, Xiao Xiaoyun transferred to a high school in Lon City, while Xiao Chen refused to follow. The reason was simple, he had been rejected when he confessed his feelings. Xiao Chen had harbored feelings for Xiao Xiaoyun since childhood, yet she viewed him more as a friend or an older brother, lacking any romantic inclination. Thus, when he confessed, she was startled and ultimately turned him down. The process of confession and rejection unfolds without significant turmoil or subsequent developments, lacking any tales of dramatic reversals or the poignant narrative of youthful struggles. The conclusion is rather unremarkable. This world does not revolve around one's desires. Just because you harbor feelings for someone does not necessitate their reciprocal affection. Rejection is her prerogative. In this modern era, to claim one has experienced romance without facing a few rejections or breakups would be rather disingenuous. Of course, although Xiao Chen refrained from pursuing Xiao Xiaoyun thereafter, he could not escape a sense of despondency, leading him to avoid encounters with her, opting instead to remain in his hometown for school. Over the span of 2 years, apart from hasty meetings during festive occasions, Xiao Chen and Xiao Xiaoyun had little to no contact. Xiao Yufei, aware of this narrative, gently advised him, Xiao Chen, the Xia family has shown us immense kindness. Though you and Xiaoyun cannot be together, do not let your relationship deteriorate too severely. Rest assured, I am not so petty as to be unable to see past this small matter. Can you truly let it go? Xiao Yufei inquired, a hint of skepticism in her voice. What were you just thinking about? Xiao Chen casually replied, it's her birthday, I was contemplating what gift to give her. Indeed, turning 18 is significant, you should carefully consider an appropriate gift. How about this, I will transfer you 50,000 yuan, you can purchase whatever you wish. Xiao Yufei, rising early and often dining at the office, spent little time in Xiao Chen's company, even under the same roof. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen found solace in solitude, continuing his cultivation of the imperial transformation technique while nurturing his spirit. However, the earth's spiritual energy was exceedingly sparse. Relying solely on the cultivation of his spirit would yield diminishing returns as his skills advanced. Preparation and foresight were necessary. After completing his training that day, Xiao Chen left his apartment, intending to explore the surroundings. His first stop was several nearby herbal shops, aiming to gather some rare herbs. With his current abilities, concocting higher-grade elixirs posed challenges, yet he could manage basic spiritual herbs. To his disappointment, he discovered that the rare herbs available were either of insufficient age or outright fakes, leaving him with little to pique his interest. It was indeed unsurprising to encounter unscrupulous merchants. With no choice, Xiao Chen temporarily abandoned his quest for herbs and set off for the more renowned antique market in Lone City, Renbao Garden. The antiques here were likely even less authentic than those in the herbal trade, with perhaps only a fraction being genuine. Most visitors would find themselves deceived, while only a handful of connoisseurs might stumble upon true treasures. However, as a cultivator, Xiao Chen's expertise surpassed that of mere connoisseurs. He could assess the age and quality of items with just a glance. The periphery of Renbao Garden was filled with various stores showcasing an array of peculiar and fascinating items that, at first glance, appeared quite authentic. Most tourists would inevitably find a couple of stores that intrigued them, engaging in spirited haggling with the vendors. Xiao Chen, however, was an exception. He swiftly bypassed all the stores, entering the main hall of Renbao Pavilion. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, amid the bustling crowd, two flamboyantly dressed men exchanged a glance, their faces etched with fear. Xiao Tao, that person just now, was indeed the remarkable individual we encountered at the Phoenix Grand Hotel. Wolf Brother S's injuries have yet to heal. He has entered the Renbao Pavilion. What should we do? We must quickly inform Boss Zhao. He is not someone we can provoke. Yes, let us go. In stark contrast to the farther outside, the Renbao Pavilion was considerably less crowded. Those perusing outside were merely hoping for a stroke of luck, seeking treasures at the lowest possible prices. The Renbao Pavilion, however, stood as the only reputable antique shop in Renbao Garden, shrouded in a background that others dared not question. To suffer a loss here meant one could only lament their misfortune. Raising doubts would lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, the advantage of the Renbao Pavilion lay in its abundance of genuine artifacts, far surpassing those found in the outdoor markets, thus attracting tourists who preferred bargain hunting while those of stature favored this establishment. As Xiao Chen entered, the shopkeeper immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Young sir, what can I assist you with?" "Just browsing," Xiao Chen replied, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of displayed antiques. He indeed discerned several authentic items, yet none were to his liking. The esteemed calligraphy, bronze wares, ancient swords, and porcelain, regardless of their high value, appeared to him as mere trinkets. The shopkeeper, ever observant of Xiao Chen's demeanor, noted his indifference and suggested, "If these do not please you, you may wish to explore the second floor." "All right," Xiao Chen responded as he ascended the staircase to the second level. The offerings on the second floor were evidently of a higher caliber, and at that moment, several visitors were engaged in their selection. Xiao Chen gravitated towards the jade artifacts, for the finest quality jade could store spiritual essence which would be beneficial to him. However, his attention was soon captured by a string of prayer beads displayed on the counter, prompting a look of intrigue. "Young sir, your discerning eye is truly remarkable." A slightly plump man approached, removed the beads from their display, and enthusiastically proclaimed, "Though this string may not be deemed an antique, its provenance is quite significant. Crafted by Master Sanida of the Wuxian Hall, known for its ability to ward off evil and misfortune." Wuxian Hall S. Sanida. Could there be a connection to the Jade Shao sect? Xiao Chen furrowed his brow, his thoughts drifting back 5 centuries. Of course, this time frame was calculated according to the Ziwēi celestial realm, where the flow of time differed from that of Earth. Converted to Earth time, it was approximately 150 years. At that time, he had not yet attained the status of Immortal Emperor and had been beset by enemies. Utilizing a boundary-breaking talisman, he unexpectedly arrived on Earth, gravely injured and momentarily unconscious, only to be rescued by an elderly nun. This nun was the leader of the ancient martial sect, the Jade Shao sect. In gratitude for her kindness, Xiao Chen bestowed numerous resources and techniques upon the sect and personally taught them various methods of artifact forging and alchemy. At that juncture, his storage space was filled with countless resources, and despite his injuries, he had not lost all of his cultivation. No one on Earth was a match for him. However, recognizing that Earth was not his ultimate abode, he refrained from extensive interference, opting instead to subtly assist the Jade Shao sect in its rise, leaving only a select few aware of his existence. After 3 years of cultivation at the Jade Flute sect, Xiao Chen finally departed from Earth. By the time he left, The Jade Flute sect had reached the pinnacle of its glory, a true emblem of prestige in Huaxia. Xiao Chen extended his hand and said, "Let me have a look at it." "Viewing is permissible, but do be careful not to damage it," the slightly plump man replied with a hint of hesitation. As he doubted Xiao Chen's apparent lack of affluence, Xiao Chen took the prayer beads, placing them in the palm of his hand, subtly channeling his spiritual energy to feel the gentle warmth emanating from the beads. Indeed, they matched precisely with the techniques I had once imparted to the Jade Flute sect. Xiao Chen was already convinced that Sanida from the Heartless Hall had ties to the Jade Flute sect, perhaps even being a descendant of my lineage. "How much is this?" Xiao Chen inquired. The plump man hesitated briefly before confirming, "Were you truly interested in purchasing it? Name your price." After a moment of calculation, the plump man replied, "If you are honest, I can let it go for 30,000. 30,000? Upon hearing this price, Xiao Chen realized that the man either lacked discernment or that the people from the Renbao pavilion were simply uninformed. The prayer beads, crafted into a magical artifact, possessed spiritual energy that could absorb a considerable amount of external force. For instance, should one be shot while wearing the beads, the impact would only cause a jolt, while the bullet itself would be blocked. Naturally, the effectiveness of such artifacts depends on the skill of the creator. If Xiao Chen were to forge the artifact, the bullet would be entirely repelled, with no force transmitted at all. The activation of the artifact's defensive capabilities comes with certain conditions. It must first be consecrated, and it will only trigger when faced with a significant threat to the bearer. Thus, there is no concern of premature activation. This artifact is akin to an extra life. Regardless of the price, there would be buyers. Then 30,000 is indeed far too modest. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, the plump man assumed he found the price excessive and awkwardly remarked, "Young man, this is already the lowest I can offer." "Very well, I shall buy it. Please process the card." Xiao Chen produced his bank card and handed it to the man. At that moment, a lofty voice interjected, "Wait. I want that string of beads." Both Xiao Chen and the plump man turned to see a tall, slender youth accompanied by a young woman approaching them. "Young master, do you also desire this string of prayer beads?" The plump man hesitated, glancing at the youth. Before he could finish, the young man interrupted. Casting a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen, and coolly declared, "I will offer double the price." "Double?" The plump man's eyes immediately sparkled at the mention. The prayer beads had been acquired by chance and were said to be crafted by Sanida of the Heartless Hall. Yet even their own members could not ascertain their authenticity. The beads had been displayed for several years, attracting numerous inquiries, yet no one was willing to purchase them. Not everyone possesses the abilities of Xiao Chen, others cannot validate the authenticity of the beads. The defensive capability of the beads is limited to a single use. Once activated, they become as worthless as scrap, rendering them unsuitable for experimentation. Without the possibility of testing and verifying authenticity, potential buyers remain hesitant, leading to their continued unsold status. Initially priced at over 100,000, the cost had been lowered repeatedly, and now they merely hope to part with them for a few thousand, aiming to make at least a modest profit. Upon hearing the youth declare his willingness to pay double the price, it is only natural for the stout man to be tempted. "Young master, are you truly offering double the price?" The young man replied with a haughty demeanor. "I am a man of my word." "Very well, then I shall sell it to you." The stout man, filled with excitement, realized he could make a considerable profit. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen interjected, his voice laced with mild reproach, "Am I invisible amidst your fervent discussion?" The tall youth cast a sardonic glance at Xiao Chen and inquired, "Would you also care to offer double?" "Not at all." Xiao Chen shook his head. Although Xiao Yufei had bestowed upon him a card containing 70,000 yuan, he deemed it unnecessary to squander money so frivolously. "This item was in my possession before you arrived, thus it rightfully belongs to me. Moreover, I heard the price was 30,000. So that is the amount I shall offer." The stout man, feeling agitated, retorted, "You haven't made a payment yet, our transaction isn't complete, so it doesn't count." Xiao Chen shot him a glance, coolly stating, "From the moment this item entered my hands, it became mine." The stout man angrily exclaimed, "You are employing the logic of a thief." The young man, wearing a mocking smile, added, "Kid, don't pretend to be something you're not. Look at your impoverished appearance. Libin, be quiet." A woman standing beside the young man admonished. She was in her prime, possessing beauty and grace. Clad in a white knit top and deep blue jeans, exuding an air of nobility without losing simplicity. Since he arrived first, he certainly has priority over us. The woman lectured Li Bin, then nodded slightly toward Xiao Chen as a gesture of courtesy, which elevated Xiao Chen's opinion of her. Perplexed and somewhat aggrieved, Li Bin asked. Xian Yin, didn't you have your eye on that? Why are you backing out? Of course I want it, but we must communicate clearly. Lin Xianing felt that Li Bin's arrogance was unbecoming. To put it bluntly, he exhibited no refinement, and she regretted bringing him along. Ignoring Li Bin, Lin Xianing stepped forward and addressed Xiao Chen, classmate, although you were the first to arrive. I wonder if you could part with this string of prayer beads for me. No, Xiao Chen replied succinctly, offering a firm refusal. Lin Xianing, believing her humble approach would elicit a favorable response, was taken aback by his abrupt dismissal. Young man, do not refuse a toast only to drink a punishment. Li Bin glared at Xiao Chen, visibly displeased. Li Bin, can you not simply keep quiet? Lin Xianing pushed him aside and continued to appeal to Xiao Chen with reason and emotion. Classmate, this item holds significant meaning for me, please consider letting it go. I can offer you money. Significant meaning? Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly as he inquired, do you know its origins? Lin Xianing nodded, of course. But the details are not convenient to disclose. If it's inconvenient to share, then it's settled, and I cannot part with it. As it also holds special significance for me. Lin Xianing was momentarily speechless. It was her first encounter with someone as obstinate as Xiao Chen, who refused to relinquish a mere string of prayer beads. Seeing that Xiao Chen was impervious to both persuasion and force, Li Bin began signaling the stout man, boss. It's your turn to speak. To whom will you sell this item? The stout man understood immediately. Xiao Chen did not resemble someone of high status, in contrast. Li Bin exuded arrogance and confidence, clearly willing to pay double the price. Was there any need for further deliberation? Kid, I will not sell it to you anymore. Hand it back to me. The stout man's tone was exceedingly unfriendly, the stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. And what if I refuse to return it? Xiao Chen replied coldly. To be honest, although the beads held significance for him, he was not in desperate need of them, it depended on his mood. Unfortunately, his mood was rather foul at present. Refuse? Do you even know where you are? How dare you cause a ruckus here? The stout man sneered. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently. I am accustomed to causing a ruckus and never select my location. At these words, the stout man, Li Bin, and Lin Xianing were simultaneously taken aback. Accustomed to causing a ruckus and never selecting a location. Was this sheer insolence or audacity? Applause erupted, seemingly in admiration of Xiao Chen's courage. Soon after, an imposing middle-aged man in a cloth robe approached with a commanding stride. Upon seeing the newcomer, the stout man hurried over, respectfully stating, "Oh Lord Feng, your arrival is timely." This brat, Feng Qian, interrupted him with a wave of his hand, though he is merely a child, since I have encountered him. It is my duty to handle the matter. Step aside. Then I shall trouble you, my lord. The stout man retreated. The onlookers on the second floor of the Renbao Pavilion were now acutely aware of the unfolding situation, their expressions shifting as Feng Qian made his entrance. It seemed that this incident would not conclude favorably for the reckless youth. The boy truly did not understand the gravity of his actions, choosing to start trouble here of all places. It was said that Feng Qian possessed formidable martial prowess and was known for his ruthless demeanor. Those who had previously caused disturbances in his presence often found themselves severely injured. Li Bin cast a few glances at Feng Qian, and with a smirk beside Lin Xianing. He remarked, Xianing, this man walks with a steady gait and possesses formidable strength, he is evidently a master of external martial arts. That boy is in for a rough time. Li Bin's discernment was evident, and Lin Xianing couldn't help but worry for Xiao Chen. Feng Qian approached, fixing his gaze intently on Xiao Chen with keen interest. Youngster, while your audacity is undeniable, you are equally unfortunate for crossing paths with me today. And who might you be? Xiao Chen inquired. Feng Qian, with an air of arrogance, declared, I am Feng Qian, the overseer of this establishment. Normally, I would not need to intervene with someone of your stature, but alas, your misfortune has led you to me today. Perhaps it is you who is unfortunate. Xiao Chen scoffed, retracting the beads in his hand. This action was tantamount to provocation. Impudent. Hand over what you have. Feng Qian bellowed, his large hand reaching out towards Xiao Chen's arm. Be careful. Lin Xining instinctively warned, though she did not step forward to intervene. In a heartbeat. Before Feng Qian's hand could touch him, Xiao Chen deftly intercepted, grasping Feng Qian's finger in return. "Ha, the mere novice," he taunted with a derisive smile, twisting his grip forcefully. A sharp crack resonated, the sound of broken bones piercing the air. Feng Qian let out a wretched scream as his fingers were painfully twisted. A mix of shock and fury flooding his expression as he glared at Xiao Chen. "You are a martial artist too. What an embarrassment." Xiao Chen let out a cold snort, delivering a heavy blow with the back of his hand in front of Feng Qian. With a resounding thud, Feng Qian was sent flying 3 meters, spewing a mouthful of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. Instantly, the second floor of Renbao Pavilion fell into a profound silence. The clash between the two lasted merely a few breaths, and those present had anticipated that Xiao Chen would suffer a severe reprimand, however. The rapid turn of events left them utterly bewildered. How could it be possible that Feng Qian was knocked out so swiftly? As the reality set in, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. In the vicinity of East Street, Feng Qian was a figure of great renown, known to all. Rumors circulated that he had honed his martial arts to an extraordinary level, possessing the strength of 1,000 pounds. Tales of him battling tigers barehanded and effortlessly defeating 10 ruffians at once painted him as invincible. Yet now, against a seemingly frail youth, he was dispatched in a mere exchange, rendering him pitifully weak. Were the rumors merely fabrications? While the uninitiated watched in awe, the discerning observer, Lin Xining, gasped in realization. An internal energy master. The very reason Lin Xining had refrained from intervening earlier was her awareness that Xiao Chen might possess some skill. Yet she had never anticipated that he had cultivated internal energy. This was indeed a matter of great significance. How infuriating. Were the two of them merely putting on a show? Li Bin, unable to accept the reality before him, conjectured that Feng Qian must have been an actor hired by Xiao Chen. So much for being a master of external arts. To bleed profusely after a mere exchange seemed overly theatrical. Lin Xining shot him an exasperated glance, imploring him to recognize that internal energy could not be compared to external martial arts. Consider the consequences of your earlier insolence. Humph. Li Bin scoffed, his expression dark and uncertain, lost in thought. The portly proprietor was equally bewildered, staring blankly at the unconscious Feng Qian, unsure of how to proceed. "What are you doing?" boomed a voice, as a square-faced middle-aged man, flanked by a dozen burly men, charged forth with an imposing presence. "Boss Yao." The portly proprietor rushed towards him, as if seeing a savior. "Boss Zhao, someone is causing a ruckus here, and they've injured Feng Qian. Please intervene." Zhao Biao glanced at the unconscious Feng Qian on the ground, then swiftly slapped the portly man across the face, bellowing, "Chen Guoqiong, have you lost your mind?" Stunned by the blow, Chen Guoqiong felt stars spinning in his eyes, utterly perplexed, and asked, "Boss Zhao, why did you hit me? Get out of the way." Zhao Biao kicked Chen Guoqiong aside and hastened to Xiao Chen, adopting a respectful demeanor. "I was unaware of your esteemed presence." Zhao Biao humbly apologizes for the lack of welcome. Xiao Chen regarded Zhao Biao with curiosity before realizing, "Is that man called Wolf Brother one of your subordinates?" Zhao Biao expressed his regret, "My subordinate acted thoughtlessly and offended you. If you wish to impose punishment, I am willing to bear the consequences on his behalf." Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. "He has shown some sense. Since I let him go at that moment, it signifies that I do not intend to hold a grudge. But let this be the last time. Of course, should there be a next time, if you do not punish him, I shall take matters into my own hands." Zhao Biao felt relieved, realizing that Xiao Chen was far more amenable than the internal energy practitioner he had previously recruited. If he could secure Xiao Chen's alliance, it would undoubtedly yield greater benefits in the future. "Is Renbao Pavilion your establishment?" Xiao Chen inquired. Zhao Biao replied, "One might say I possess a considerable share." He soon realized that Xiao Chen had come here, likely intrigued by certain matters, and thus he endeavored to be exceedingly courteous, saying, If there is anything that piques your interest, please do not hesitate to express it. Consider it my humble apology. Xiao Chen responded with a faint smile. You certainly know how to conduct yourself. One does not strike a smiling face. Having spoken thus, Xiao Biao felt assured that no matter how vexed Xiao Chen might be, his ire would not be directed at him. However, at that moment Li Bin interjected with an ill-timed mockery, 2 frogs in a well. Eager to make an impression in front of Xiao Chen, Xiao Biao pointed at Li Bin and exclaimed, Who do you think you are to speak to a distinguished person in such a manner? Distinguished? Li Bin scoffed. In your eyes, is an internal energy practitioner already considered distinguished? Witnessing Xiao Chen effortlessly incapacitate Feng Qian initially left Li Bin somewhat incredulous, yet he soon reconciled with the reality. While he could not rival Xiao Chen, he still had the backing of the Li family and the Lin family. After all, he was merely an individual fortunate enough to cultivate internal energy, hardly something extraordinary. Xiao Biao, ever astute, recognized Li Bin's significant status and clasped his hands in respect, saying, I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. Li Bin gestured towards Lin Shening, stating, You may not know me. But this young lady beside me is undoubtedly well known, as she is Lin Shening, the granddaughter of the renowned physician Lin Xingcheng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Biao's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, The foremost physician of Huaxia, Lin Xingcheng. Indeed, Li Bin declared with pride, as the foremost physician. Even innate martial artists must pay their respects to Grandfather Lin. What is there to boast about an internal energy practitioner? Innate martial artist. Xiao Biao inhaled sharply. Innate martial artists are revered figures, often referred to as masters, and there are scarcely a dozen of them acknowledged throughout Huaxia. To his knowledge, there were only 2 innate martial artists in Jiangnan province, both residing in the provincial capital, held in high esteem by the 3 prominent families. It was inconceivable for a place as modest as Lanning City to harbor an innate martial artist. The fact that Li Bin asserted that even innate martial artists pay their respects to physician Lin Xingcheng underscored Lin Xingcheng's stature and influence within Huaxia. Li Bin, it is you who has much to brag about. Lin Shening interjected, indignantly rebuking him, My grandfather's esteemed reputation has nothing to do with you. Shening, right, silence. If you dare utter another word, do not expect to appear before me again. Li Bin sensed that Lin Shening was genuinely upset and quickly replied, All right. I shall remain silent, please do not be angry. Lin Shening huffed and turned once more to Xiao Chen, saying, Sir, if I have offended you in any way before, I sincerely apologize. Regardless, the prayer beads you possess are of utmost importance to me. I implore you, in consideration of my grandfather, to grant me a favor. Lin Shening exhibited remarkable emotional intelligence. Having initially addressed Xiao Chen as classmate due to his youth, she now recognized his formidable strength and promptly referred to him as Sir, adopting a submissive demeanor that reflected her earnestness in seeking assistance. Ultimately, she invoked her grandfather's name, effectively employing both soft and hard tactics. If it were anyone else, they might find it difficult to refuse her request. However, Xiao Chen was no ordinary person. He remained unfazed and replied calmly, You may say whatever pleases you. Just because you claim to be the granddaughter of Lin Xingcheng, must I take your word for it? Lin Shening was taken aback and hastily exclaimed, But Lin Xingcheng truly is my grandfather. Xiao Chen replied, Words without proof are hardly convincing. Xiao Biao understood Xiao Chen's intent and concurred, Indeed. You may speak as you wish, but in this day and age there are many deceivers. One cannot be sure you are not an impostor. Li Bin wished to defend Lin Shening, but, recalling her warning, hesitated to speak, suppressing his discomfort. Lin Shening pondered for a moment and produced her identification card, saying, This is my ID, I will not lie. Xiao Chen glanced at the card and remarked, An ID only confirms your name is Lin Shening. It does not prove your grandfather is Lin Xingcheng. Xiao Biao chimed in, Precisely, there are countless individuals with the same name. And no one can ascertain whether Lin Xingcheng's granddaughter is indeed named Lin Shening. Lin Shening felt a surge of frustration, thinking, What more do you want me to prove? Xiao Biao turned to Xiao Chen, who asked, Since you are the granddaughter of Lin Xingcheng, you must have learned his medical skills, correct? Lin Shening instinctively replied, My grandfather did teach me, but my abilities are far inferior to his. Then that will suffice. Just as everyone was puzzled, Xiao Chen stepped forward. Channeling the Emperor's ultimate transformation technique, executing a move from the toxic scripture. This scripture was an esoteric poison technique he had collected in his past life. Capable of infusing one's inner energy with toxins, enveloping the body and killing silently. In an instant, Xiao Chen's pure inner energy transformed into a toxic force. Coalescing at his fingertips, aimed directly at Li Bin. No one anticipated Xiao Chen's sudden attack, nor did they foresee him targeting Li Bin. Li Bin, utterly bewildered, had no time to evade. The toxic fingertip struck his forehead, and immediately, a dark blotch appeared, swiftly spreading and engulfing the surrounding skin. Within moments, the poison had spread throughout his entire body. Li Bin could utter not a word, his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Every inch of his skin marred by a dark hue. Li Bin. Lin Xiaoning cried out in alarm. Her instinct as a healer compelled her to crouch down and quickly assess Li Bin's condition. His breath was absent, body temperature plummeted, and his heart ceased to beat. Lin Xiaoning broke into a cold sweat, her eyes wide with horror as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen. "Did you kill him?" Xiao Chen replied, "Not at all. He is merely poisoned. This toxin paralyzes the entire nervous system, placing one in a state akin to death, much like being electrocuted. A poisoned state of apparent death. Indeed. You now have 10 minutes to treat him." Xiao Chen's demeanor was calm, yet it felt as though the Grim Reaper had declared, each word deliberate. "If you fail to heal him, he will truly perish." 10 minutes. How can that be possible? Even if my grandfather were here, it would be unachievable. Lin Xiaoning's eyes widened, feeling that Xiao Chen was being utterly unreasonable. Xiao Chen remained indifferent to Lin Xiaoning's perspective of him, stating coolly, "If your grandfather cannot even manage this trivial matter, I can only say that he is a physician of hollow reputation." Lin Xiaoning, incensed, retorted, "My grandfather is the foremost physician of Huaxia, unmatched in the realm of medicine. How could he possibly be a charlatan?" She could withstand anything, but not the tarnishing of her grandfather's name. Xiao Chen, composed and unruffled, replied, "That will depend on your performance. I must remind you that a minute has already elapsed. You have 9 minutes remaining to save him." Lin Xiaoning's expression shifted as she examined Li Bin's condition once more. However, the more meticulously she probed, the paler her countenance became. Having accompanied her grandfather in addressing numerous complex ailments and poisoning cases, she found herself utterly at a loss in this instance. Li Bin's state of apparent death resembled that of an electrocution victim, yet its essence was fundamentally different. The toxins lingering within his body posed the greatest challenge. "I cannot do it. I cannot." Lin Xiaoning shook her head, then raised her gaze to Xiao Chen, imploring, "With my medical skills, I cannot save him. If you possess an antidote, please present it. Despite his offensive words, he does not deserve death. To give up so easily. Are you not the granddaughter of a proclaimed divine physician?" Xiao Chen quipped, "I admit to being an imposter. You may take back your beads. Hurry and procure the antidote. A life is at stake." While Lin Xiaoning harbored disdain for Li Bin at times, the Lin and Li families shared deep ties. If Li Bin were to perish here, how would she explain it upon her return? "There is no antidote for this poison." Xiao Chen delivered the most despairing news. "What?" Lin Xiaoning nearly collapsed to the ground. Without an antidote, was Li Bin truly destined to die? It felt as though another minute had slipped by. Only 8 minutes of his life remained. Xiao Chen continued to keep track of time, appearing to be a mere spectator, indifferent to the fragility of life. A sudden chill coursed through Lin Xiaoning, filling her with an overwhelming sense of dread. Upon first encountering Xiao Chen, she had assumed him to be an ordinary student. However, in this moment, she realized he was a cold-hearted fiend. From the beginning, Xiao Chen had maintained his demeanor, whether one provoked or flattered him. In his eyes, one remained a trivial character in his game, the most insignificant of existences. "I must try, no matter what." Lin Xiaoning recognized the slimness of her chances. Yet she could not bear to watch Li Bin die before her eyes. Thus, she retrieved a set of golden needles and a set of silver needles, 24 silver needles and merely 9 golden ones. Xiao Chen observed Lin Xiaoning with intrigue, finally willing to take this seriously. Lin Xiaoning, undistracted by Xiao Chen's words, focused intently and swiftly withdrew the silver needles, piercing them into a dozen vital acupoints across Li Bin's body. In cases of poisoning, one should seal the acupoints to protect the organs and heart vessels. temporarily preventing the toxins from reaching critical areas, thereby prolonging the victim's life. This was the most fundamental judgment of a healer. Xiao Chen acknowledged Lin Xianing's identity as a physician with a tone of commendation. However, he quickly shifted his tone. Alas, this toxin is refined from my internal energy and differs from ordinary poisons. It can infiltrate the entire body in an instant. It is already too late for you to seal the acupoints. Lin Xianing bit her lip in frustration. Soon, she made up her mind. Deftly extracting 2 golden needles and precisely inserting them into Li Bin's temples, her movement skilled and her technique impeccable. Well done, Xiao Chen complimented. Lin Xianing appeared oblivious to the praise, wholly focused as she continued to draw out a 3rd and 4th golden needle, inserting them into the Xiaochong points of his hands. This time, Xiao Chen remained silent, as though a frown creased his brow. Lin Xianing proceeded to extract the 5th and 6th needles, piercing Li Bin's left and right Yongquan points. Then came the 7th golden needle. Unlike the previous 6, which she had executed without much contemplation, she found herself hesitating over the 7th. Her grandfather had told her that the first 6 needles were merely foundational, while the last 3 would determine the success or failure of the treatment, without absolute certainty. One should not proceed carelessly. Sweat poured down her brow as anxiety tightened her heart, her hand trembling uncontrollably. She understood that a misstep with this needle could lead to Li Bin's instant demise. In that case, he would not merely succumb to poison but would be killed by her own hand. Regardless, she had no choice but to take the risk. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Xianing focused on Li Bin's Baihui point and prepared to strike. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly grasped her wrist, preventing her from inserting the needle. What are you doing? In that instant, Lin Xianing felt an intense hatred towards Xiao Chen. Interrupting a treatment was a grave taboo. And this disruption extinguished the courage she had painstakingly mastered. You found the acupoint accurately. But did your grandfather not tell you that the 7th needle of the Xianyong 9 needles is for channeling qi? Without the requisite internal strength, it cannot be executed. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianing's eyes widened in shock. You know about the Xianyong 9 needles. The Xianyong 9 needles were a closely guarded secret of the Lin family, unknown to outsiders. Yet Xiao Chen not only recognized the name but also comprehended that the 7th needle was for channeling qi and understood the conditions for its application. Who was he exactly? Did he have ties to the Lin family, or was he perhaps a disciple of her grandfather? Do not ask unnecessary questions. Given that you are indeed the granddaughter of Lin Xingqiang, I shall not make this difficult for you this time. With that, Xiao Chen swiftly seized a golden needle and plunged it directly into Li Bin's Baihui point. The 7th needle was for channeling qi, also known as the golden needle for passing through acupoints, as it gathered internal energy to merge with the needle, gradually permeating into the Baihui. Lin Xianing watched anxiously. It was her first time witnessing anyone besides her grandfather perform the Xianyong 9 needles, and she sensed that Xiao Chen's technique appeared even more proficient than her grandfather's. Without pausing, he swiftly inserted another golden needle into Li Bin's in-tongue point. Poison could enter from here, but it could also be expelled from the same point. 8th needle. Divine induction. In an instant, the preceding 7 needles responded in unison, and under the guidance of the internal energy previously infused. The poison surged back at an astonishing speed until it reached the in-tongue, ultimately erupting forth. As the poison was expelled, Xiao Chen unleashed his internal energy to envelop it, liquefying it as it dripped to the ground, appearing an inky black with slight corrosiveness. In a brief span of mere seconds, the toxins were entirely expelled, and Li Bin's complexion returned, albeit still bearing a hint of illness. Subsequently, Xiao Chen swiftly withdrew the golden and silver needles embedded in Li Bin. Is he better? Lin Xianing inquired weakly, looking to Xiao Chen for reassurance. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to respond, Li Bin, who lay on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and struggled to stand, revealing a hint of confusion. What just happened to me? Xiao Chen replied. I took you for a stroll through the gates of the underworld to experience life. How was it? Quite a taste, wasn't it? Li Bin stepped back a few paces. Terror etched on his face as he stared at Xiao Chen, a cold sweat streaming down. Though he was unclear about the specifics of what had just transpired, he had an instinctive feeling that Xiao Chen was not lying. He had nearly perished, almost slipping into an eternal slumber, a truly terrifying thought. Lin Xianing, relieved to see Li Bin unharmed, finally relaxed her anxious heart. She then turned her gaze towards Xiao Chen, her perception shifting once again. Realizing he was not as malevolent as she had initially thought. If Xiao Chen truly intended to kill Li Bin, it would have taken but a mere instant. No one could have intervened. Thank you. Lin Xianing expressed her gratitude to Xiao Chen. Thank? Xiao Chen chuckled. Weren't you just filled with hatred towards me a moment ago? I no longer harbor any ill will, for I recognize you are a good person. Xiao Chen interjected. I cannot claim the title of good person, I merely spared him for your sake. Lin Xianing was taken aback. For my sake? Xiao Chen nodded, indeed. Would you care to take a stroll outside with me? At his words, Lin Xianing's breath caught in her throat. A sudden invitation to walk alone together. What could this imply? Before she could respond, Xiao Chen turned to Li Bin, saying, Miss Lin wishes to accompany me outside, you may leave. Li Bin's heart trembled. And in a flustered manner, he said, Xianing, I will return to Yanjing first, we can reconnect later. With that, he hurriedly fled. Having just freed himself from a full-body toxin, his limbs felt partially numb, and he struggled to maintain his balance, stumbling as he made his exit. Lin Xianing understood that Li Bin had been thoroughly frightened by Xiao Chen. Even if Xiao Chen posed a threat to her now, Li Bin would likely not come to her aid. Yet, there was nothing to be disappointed about. She had always seen Li Bin's true nature clearly from the beginning. With no expectations, there could be no disappointment. Were it not for the friendship between the Lin and Li families, she would never have associated with such a person. Miss Lin, please, Xiao Chen said. All right. Lin Xianing stepped outside fast, her heart racing. Xiao Chen patted Zhao Biao's shoulder, saying, Boss Xiao, it seems we are quite fated. I hope we meet again. Zhao Biao bent slightly, replying, safe travels. If there had been any lingering doubts about Xiao Chen before, witnessing his handling of Li Bin had completely convinced Zhao Biao of Xiao Chen's capabilities. Perhaps Xiao Chen's prowess was not much inferior to Du Gaoyu's. If he could ally himself with both Xiao Chen and Du Gaoyu, he might have a chance to contend for the throne of the underground king in Liaoning. However, Du Gaoyu's demands were exorbitant, requiring 30% of the monthly profits from business dealings. If Xiao Chen were to impose similar conditions, how could he possibly bear it? It wasn't until Xiao Chen and Lin Xianing had completely departed from Renbao Pavilion that Xiao Biao regained his authoritative demeanor, backing orders at his subordinates. From now on, pay attention and do not provoke that expert from earlier, otherwise, I assure you, your demise will be dreadful. Do you understand? Understood. The group of subordinates replied in unison. First, let's remove Feng Qian and clear this place. The night breeze gently flowed through a secluded street in Liaoning City, where Xiao Chen and Lin Xianing walked side by side. After a moment of silence, Lin Xianing could no longer restrain herself and asked, The reason you sought me out alone can't be merely for a stroll, can it? Of course, I have questions for you. Xiao Chen had no inclination to indulge in casual outings. Lin Xianing thought to herself that it was a relief, and gazed at Xiao Chen, inquiring. What do you wish to ask? Have you heard of the Yushao sect? Lin Xianing paused in her steps, astonished. The Yushao sect. You have indeed heard of it. Naturally, it was an immensely powerful sect in its heyday. It would be impossible not to have heard of it. Back in the day, Xiao Chen felt a heaviness in his heart and questioned, is the Yushao sect not thriving now? Lin Xianing, upon hearing this, responded peculiarly. The Yushao sect was exterminated 50 years ago. You were unaware of this. Exterminated. The sudden grim news ignited a surge of inexplicable fury within Xiao Chen. The resources he had once bestowed upon the Yushao sect were ample enough for it to flourish on Earth for a millennium. No force on Earth could single-handedly annihilate the Yushao sect. How did the Yushao sect fall? His voice was icy, piercing as a knife into the marrow. Lin Xianing shivered slightly, feeling the weight of his tone, and replied, By the time I became aware of things, the Yushao sect had already been destroyed for quite some time, so I am not well versed in the details, but I have heard a few rumors. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's voice softened somewhat. Just tell me what you know. The Yushao sect had been gone for over 50 years. Any urgency or anger would not resolve the matter, so it would be better to investigate gradually. Moreover, he had long since repaid the Yushao sect's kindness tenfold. He owed them nothing. As the years passed, he only retained a vague memory of the Yushao sect, lacking any substantial emotional attachment. and thus would not display any deep-seated hatred over its demise. However, kindness is kindness. If he were to learn of the perpetrators behind the Xiao sect's destruction, he would seek vengeance on their behalf. Oh. Lin Xianing began to recount slowly. I heard that the Xiao sect rose to prominence 150 years ago and remained the most powerful organization in Huaxia and even the world until its downfall 50 years ago. During the century of its dominance, the world was rife with chaos and was frequently erupted, with Huaxia facing a united front from several major nations, precariously balanced on the brink of disaster. Xiao Chen inquired, so did the Xiao sect intervene? Yes. Lin Xianing nodded. Though the Xiao sect belonged to the ancient martial arts organizations and did not engage with the government, how could they stand idly by while their homeland was invaded? Upon making their decision, the Xiao sect ceased to hide their talents, opened their doors, and actively recruited disciples, widely imparting their martial arts knowledge and cultivation methods to bolster the overall strength of Huaxia. Listening intently, Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. This was likely the catalyst for the Xiao sect's demise. A common man may be innocent, yet those who possess treasures often attract calamity. He had never anticipated that by providing resources and teaching them cultivation methods, he would inadvertently bring about their ruin. Noticing a change in Xiao Chen's expression, Lin Xianing tentatively asked, "What is troubling you?" "Nothing, please continue." Lin Xianing continued, "After the Jade Xiao sect opened its gates, the world was astounded by the profundity of its martial arts, the intricacies of its metaphysics, and the wealth it safeguarded. Following that period, the martial arts of China entered its pinnacle era, earning the illustrious reputation of producing the finest practitioners from the Jade Xiao. Indeed, while this may contain elements of exaggeration, it undeniably highlights the sect's monumental contributions to the martial arts of our nation. However, Xiao Chen sensed that a turning point was approaching. Lin Xianing cast a glance at Xiao Chen and sighed, "Yet, 50 years ago, the Jade Xiao sect faced treachery." Treachery. Xiao Chen's expression darkened once more, and he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Truly, given the might of the Jade Xiao sect, it would be inconceivable for it to fall so easily without internal dissolution. I heard this from my grandfather. The Jade Xiao sect had 3 traitors who had infiltrated the sect for 2 decades, gaining immense trust and becoming core figures. Little did anyone know, these 3 conspired with formidable foreign powers, delivering a devastating blow to the Jade Xiao sect and absconding with a vast majority of its treasures and wealth. This is the extent of my knowledge regarding the Jade Xiao sect. Perhaps my grandfather knows more, but every time I inquire, he deftly sidesteps the topic. Unwilling to elaborate, Lin Xianing shared all that she knew and turned her gaze towards Xiao Chen. "Well, thank you for taking the time to share all of this. As a token of my gratitude, I present you with this." Xiao Chen handed her the string of prayer beads. Lin Xianing exclaimed with delight, "Are you truly giving this to me?" "Yes. This trinket holds little value for me. The primary reason Xiao Chen acquired the beads was their affordability and their connection to the Jade Xiao sect, as well as the intention to give them to Xiao Yufei for her protection. However, upon reflection, he found the beads rather unattractive, unworthy of Xiao Yufei's beauty and grace. He resolved to craft a necklace or a jade pendant for her at a later time. "Well, it is quite late. I must take my leave," Xiao Chen remarked, glancing at Lin Xianing. "Although you have not cultivated inner strength, your prowess in martial arts is formidable. I believe you can manage on your own without my escort." Lin Xianing smiled knowingly at his words. Xiao Chen's concern for a young woman returning home alone at night revealed a delicate heart beneath his seemingly indifferent exterior. "Rendering Libby utterly inferior by comparison, you need not accompany me. But may I ask you a question?" "Of course." Xiao Chen nodded. "What would you like to know?" Lin Xianing pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you capable of performing the 9th needle of the Xianyang?" Xiao Chen initially thought Lin Xianing would inquire about his connection to the Jade Xiao sect, but was taken aback by her question. "Why do you ask?" "Because all members of the Lin family are studying the 9 needles of Xianyang. Yet only my grandfather can wield the 9th needle. My father, uncle, and others have been unable to master it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled knowingly and replied, "The 9th needle of Xianyang is not an arcane technique. With your talent and diligent practice, you will surely be able to perform it. Perhaps even surpassing your grandfather." With that, Xiao Chen departed, leaving Lin Xianing standing in a daze. Her grandfather had spoken of the 9th needle as a sacred medical art, a technique capable of curing ailments as long as one draws breath, yet its intricacies are exceedingly challenging to master. However, He remarked that the ninth needle technique was not particularly difficult. Could it be that his medical skills surpassed those of my grandfather? By the banks of the Qinghu River, a man in a long gown, aged in his 40s or 50s, sat upright with closed eyes, holding a fishing rod as if engaged in angling. Beside him stood Feng Qian, respectfully conversing in a continuous stream. Mr. Du, the events unfolded as follows. The man in the long gown opened his eyes, his expression as tranquil as a still pond, and stated, he is merely a brash young lad, even if he were to fortuitously cultivate internal energy. How formidable could he truly be? Upon hearing this, Feng Qian hastily retorted, Mr. Du, that lad is indeed extraordinary. Not long ago, he pierced Zhao Lang's shoulder from a distance of 4 to 5 meters using a single chopstick, with the chopstick embedding halfway into the wall. The man in the long gown scoffed, Feng Qian, your words merely serve to solicit my assistance for revenge, do they not? I merely perceive that this boy is of dubious origin, excessively arrogant, and shows utter disregard for you, Mr. Du. Feng Qian, eager to flatter, added, moreover, it seems that Xiao Lauda harbors intentions towards that lad, seeking to recruit him. It is likely he will pose a threat to your interests in the future. Upon hearing this, the man placed down his fishing rod and stood up. Xiaobiao possesses little strength, yet his ambition has swelled immensely. Were it not for my support over the years, his territory would have long been consumed by others. Indeed, it is despicable that he would betray you after all the efforts you have invested in him, Mr. Du. The man in the long gown cast a sidelong glance at Feng Qian and coldly remarked, Feng Qian, considering Xiaobiao is your superior, do you truly think he would spare you for such slander? Feng Qian shuddered and quickly amended, what I meant to say is that it is all that lad's fault. He is the one sowing discord, aiming to divide the relationship between you and Xiao Lauda. The man in the long gown appeared contemplative, and after a long pause, said, though you harbor tendencies of incitement, I am indeed intrigued to meet him. As for Ling Yu and spiritual herbs, Xiao Chen had no leads and thus had to temporarily relinquish his pursuits, content to remain a recluse while nurturing his spirit and practicing the Huangji Huaxian Ju. That afternoon, at precisely 5 o'clock, Xiao Yufei unexpectedly returned home, much to Xiao Chen's astonishment. You finished work so early today? Xiao Yufei cast a glance at him and replied, did I not inform you? Today is Xiaoyun's 18th birthday, and we are to visit the Xia family tonight. Surely you haven't forgotten. Xiao Chen indeed had forgotten. It had been a week without him realizing. Xiao Yufei urged, time is of the essence, hurry and prepare yourself. I have little to arrange. I am ready to depart at any moment, Xiao Chen stated, being a cultivator, his spiritual energy circulating around him, ensuring he bore no trace of filth, rather exuding an elusive, mysterious aura. He appeared quite clean, yet I believe you ought to change into formal attire. Given the Xia family's current status, many prominent figures may attend the gathering. Additionally, it has been a while since you've seen Xiaoyun, and you ought to leave a good impression on her. Xiao Chen dismissed her concerns, saying that there is no need, we are merely going to show face and offer some support. We are not the main characters here. Is that truly your perspective? The more Xiao Chen downplayed the significance, the more it appeared to Xiao Yufei as if he were deliberately avoiding meeting Xia Xiaoyun. In a bid to sever ties with Xia Xiaoyun and maintain a distance, he resolutely chose to remain in his hometown for his studies. Ultimately, he must still harbor lingering thoughts of Xia Xiaoyun, does he not? Very well, as you wish. However, I must take a shower and change into a fresh outfit. Please wait for me. Once Xiao Yufei finished her bath and donned a pristine white dress, her elegance was elevated once more, accentuated by her tall stature, exuding an ethereal charm. Xiao Chen gazed at her with unreserved admiration, appreciating her beauty without a hint of distraction. What is wrong? Does it not look good? Xiao Yufei's cheeks flushed slightly, she seldom wore such long dresses, and with Xiao Chen's unwavering gaze upon her, she felt awkward, fearing she did not look appealing. Such foolishness. You look splendid, Xiao Chen declared with a smile. Really? Xiao Yufei twirled joyfully, shading the aloofness of a corporate executive, resembling a nervy young girl instead. After all, she was merely 21, an age at which most young women were still attending university. Let us go to the Xia residence, Xiao Yufei announced as she opened the car door and took her place in the driver's seat, with Xiao Chen settling into the back. The Xia Group had now become a publicly traded company, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. The founder is Xia Mingfeng, was renowned and had been recognized as one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Jiangnan. The Xia family owned an opulent villa where the banquet was to be held. By the time Xiao Chen and Xiao Yufei arrived at the Xia residence, the night had fully descended. Although the banquet had yet to commence, many guests had already gathered. Among them were a handful of young people, likely friends or classmates of Xia Shayun, while the majority were esteemed social figures, impeccably dressed and exuding poise. Everyone in the Xia household was familiar with Xiao Yufei and aware of the relationship between the Xia and Xiao families, thus they required no invitation to enter. Upon her arrival, Xiao Yufei quickly became the center of attention, admired by men and envied by women. In stark contrast, Xiao Chen found himself the subject of scrutiny, with many casting doubtful glances in his direction. In response, Xiao Chen could only touch his nose and mutter, "Perhaps I should heed your advice and change into something more suitable." This gathering was indeed of a high caliber, and his casual attire, while clean, was decidedly informal. Xiao Yufei encouraged him, "Since we are here, there is no need to concern ourselves with others' opinions, Uncle Xia won't mind." Indeed. Meanwhile, Xia Mingfeng was attending to his guests when a servant approached him, whispering, "Sir, Miss Yufei has arrived." Xia Mingfeng glanced towards Xiao Chen and Xiao Yufei. Excusing himself from his conversation, "Pardon me for a moment." He then made his way over to them. "Yufei, you have arrived." Xiao Yufei greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Xia." Xiao Chen hesitated, remaining silent. "Xiao Chen, why do you not greet him?" Xiao Yufei tugged at his sleeve. Xia Mingfeng did not seem overly concerned with Xiao Chen's reticence, rather, he chuckled, "Xiao Chen is still the same, reticent as ever. This will not do. In today's society, communication is more paramount than talent. We are family, and if you are this way in front of me, it will be even more challenging once you step into the world. Uncle Xia is right, Xiao Chen, you truly ought to make some changes." In the past few days, Xiao Yufei had thought that Xiao Chen's demeanor had improved, as he no longer appeared as fearful of her as before and even smiled on occasion. However, to her dismay, he now adopted a demeanor that was once again distant and unapproachable, failing even to utter a simple "Uncle Xia." In Xiao Yufei's recollection, Xiao Chen had been quite lively during his childhood. It was only due to the incident involving Xia Shayun and his subsequent 2 years of solitary study in his hometown that he developed a reclusive disposition, shunning conversations with others. This was the very reason Xiao Yufei insisted on transferring Xiao Chen to a new school. She wished to spend more time with him and help restore his former personality. "Yufei, why don't you and Xiao Chen relax a bit tonight? I have an important guest arriving shortly and may not have time to attend to you," said Xia Mingfeng. Xiao Yufei replied, "Uncle Xia, please focus on your matters, you need to concern yourself with us." "Very well, enjoy yourselves." With that, Xia Mingfeng departed. Xiao Yufei looked at Xiao Chen with some frustration and inquired, "What was bothering you just now?" "Nothing, just contemplating some matters," he responded, shaking his head and choosing to sit at a table. Xiao Yufei felt helpless. The adage that deep-rooted habits are not easily altered rang true. Transforming Xiao Chen's character would require patience and gradual effort. "All right, if you don't wish to speak, so be it. However, today is Shayun's birthday. Have you prepared any gifts?" "Gifts?" Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing the awkwardness of the situation. The last time he had discussed Xia Shayun with Xiao Yufei, he had momentarily lost focus, and when she had asked him what he was thinking, he had casually mentioned birthday gifts. In truth, he had completely forgotten about Xia Shayun's birthday, and the following day it had slipped his mind entirely. Even the string of prayer beads he had purchased a few days prior had been intended solely for Xiao Yufei's protection, never for Xia Shayun. Now, he found himself bereft of any gifts to offer her, as he had already given the beads to Lin Xianning. "You're not telling me you forgot to prepare anything, are you?" Xiao Yufei exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Chen admitted candidly, "I forgot." "My goodness, how could you forget such a thing?" Xiao Yufei sighed, feeling that Xiao Chen was beyond salvation. Meanwhile, Xia Shayun was in her room preparing for the evening, assisted by her close friend Li Shanshan. As Li Shanshan styled Xia Shayun's silky long hair, she remarked, "Shayun, you look absolutely stunning today, you are sure to captivate everyone tonight, and those boys might just drool." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Xia Shayun replied modestly. "Not at all. You are one of the 2 school beauties at Lonning High School. In my opinion, Ling Xiaozhu cannot compare to you. Don't say that. I've seen Ling Xiaozhu a few times, and she is indeed much prettier than I am. You are being too humble. Enough of this fruitless argument. I need to practice the piano. I have to perform soon. With that, Xiao Xiaoyun approached the piano in her room. Li Shanshan seemed to recall something and asked to Xiaoyun, I heard that the piano master Wu Feng will also be attending tonight. Is that true? Xiao Xiaoyun replied, well, of course. He is my piano teacher, and he will definitely be present at the banquet. The piano performance later is essentially my assignment for him. Wow, that certainly cannot be taken lightly. Give it your all. Indeed. At that moment, Xiao Mingfeng knocked on the door and entered the room. Xiaoyun, are you ready? The banquet is about to commence. Xiao Xiaoyun replied, almost there. That's good. Yu Fei has already arrived, and Xiao Chen is also here. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaoyun's expression subtly shifted. Xiao Chen is here too. Xiao Mingfeng chuckled. Today marks your 18th birthday, how could he possibly miss it? Xiao Xiaoyun shook her head, I thought he wouldn't come. He has been avoiding me for the past 2 years. Xiao Mingfeng hesitated for a moment before inquiring, do you truly have no feelings for Xiao Chen? I don't know how to articulate it. Xiao Xiaoyun bit her lip and asked, Dad, do you wish for me to be with Xiao Chen? Ultimately, the decision rests with you. I have faith that you will make the right choice. Xiao Mingfeng understood that his daughter would not choose Xiao Chen, which allowed him to speak with assurance. In truth, he had once contemplated the idea of uniting his daughter with Xiao Chen. But as his own status had risen in recent years, and with an increasing number of influential individuals he encountered, his perspective evolved. He possessed an exceptional daughter and could certainly find her a more outstanding partner, thereby solidifying the Xia family's position and potentially elevating it further. It was not selfish ambition. Rather, it was a realistic understanding cultivated through years of navigating high society. As for Xiao Chen, he was becoming increasingly mediocre, his character growing ever more introverted. And it seemed he might lead a life of insignificance. Eventually, he would be assigned a job and a marriage, which would be more than sufficient. I understand. Xiao Xiaoyun nodded, feeling a sense of relief. She had initially feared that her father would prioritize the relationship with the Xiao family and compel her to be with Xiao Chen. But it appeared that was not the case. Thus, she felt unburdened. She held no animosity towards Xiao Chen and had always regarded him as an older brother. She simply lacked any romantic feelings for him. The love she envisioned, while not necessarily passionate, at the very least required the exhilarating sensation of her heart racing. Once Xia Mingfeng departed, Li Shanshan immediately inquired with a hint of mischief to Xiaoyun, who is Xiao Chen? Your boyfriend. When did you get a boyfriend? I had no idea. Xiao Xiaoyun shot her an exasperated glance. I merely grew up alongside Xiao Chen, there's nothing complicated about it. Wow, so you are childhood sweethearts. That's practically the same as a boyfriend. Li Shanshan exclaimed in wonder. If the boys pursuing you found out, wouldn't they be green with envy? Could you be serious? I still don't know how to face him. Seeing Xiao Xiaoyun's irritation, Li Shanshan ceased her teasing and asked, he likes you, but you don't reciprocate. Xiao Xiaoyun hesitated slightly before nodding, but I have turned him down before. Well, then that's settled. Why are you still conflicted? Xiao Xiaoyun shook her head. We will undoubtedly meet later, and I fear it will be awkward. What is the matter? If you are worried about it being awkward, just say less. And I will help smooth things over. Really? Of course. After all, we are good friends. As the clock neared 7, the banquet was on the verge of commencing, with more and more social elites entering the venue. Before the entrance of Miss Xiao Xiaoyun, many attendees engaged in casual conversations. As social connections are paramount in society, the more friends, the better. Numerous individuals approached Xiao Yufei, attempting to strike up a conversation, but she coldly dismissed them with perfunctory remarks, causing them to retreat in defeat. Miss Xia has arrived. A voice rang out, igniting the atmosphere of the venue to a fever pitch. As all eyes turned to one focal point. There, clad in an elegant princess gown, Xiao Xiaoyun resembled a beautiful swan, radiating brilliance. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin as smooth as jade, captivating the crowd with her poise and gentle smile. As people marveled at her beauty, they could not help but feel a sense of admiration. Hey, Xiao is here. Xiao Yufei nudged Xiao Chen, visibly annoyed to find him dozing off. Can you believe he is actually sleeping? In reality, Xiao Chen was not asleep but merely squinting. Upon opening his eyes and casting a glance at Xiao, he remarked disinterestedly, she is preoccupied with her guests, she wants to come over here, so there is no need to be anxious. You should be the one feeling anxious. Why would I? Xiao Yufei retorted, if she is not coming over, why don't you make an effort to greet her? Is it necessary? That would only create awkwardness. Perhaps you're right, Xiao Yufei conceded, and she presented him with a beautifully crafted box, saying, later, you must give this to Xiao, it's her 18th birthday. And it would be inappropriate not to present her with a gift. 18 marks the threshold of adulthood, a significant transition in one's life. Hence the grandeur of the gathering. What about you? Xiao Chen inquired. Xiao Yufei nonchalantly replied, given my close relationship with Xiao, the gift is not that important to me. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen shook his head, no need, you've put considerable thought into selecting this gift for her, so you should present it yourself. I can offer something else. Xiao Yufei questioned, didn't you say you hadn't prepared a gift? I thought of it last minute, the gifts need not always be tangible. As congratulations poured in from numerous attendees, Xiao reciprocated each with grace until she reached an elderly gentleman with a distinguished white beard. With utmost respect, she inquired, teacher. When did you arrive? Why are you here alone? The elder stroked his beard and smiled warmly, I just arrived, this gathering is filled with young people. And no one recognizes this old man. How could that be? You are a renowned piano master in China, who hasn't heard your name? Upon her words, gasps of astonishment filled the air, he is Master Wu Feng, the piano maestro. Master Wu Feng. The name carried monumental weight. Over 2 decades ago, he gained fame in Vienna's Golden Hall with his original composition Dawn, solidifying his reputation as a piano master. In the years that followed, he attended various musical festivals and held numerous large-scale solo concerts, being hailed by Western media as a musician of a century. However, due to health and age, he had recently withdrawn from the music scene, making public appearances exceedingly rare. It truly is Master Wu Feng. It had been rumored that Xiao studied under him. But many had dismissed it as mere gossip. Now, it seemed the truth was more astonishing than fiction. The crowd, well aware of Wu Feng's identity, gathered around him to greet and ingratiate themselves with fervent enthusiasm. Wu Feng, with a smile, waved his hand and said, gentlemen, let us not lose sight of what is truly important today. It is the poetry of Xiao that takes center stage. I am merely here to partake in the festivities. Xiao then spoke, teacher, you have instructed me in piano for 2 years. Seizing this opportunity, I wish to perform a piece as my submission for your critique. Wu Feng replied, very well, this will certainly add some enjoyment before the banquet commences. The others applauded in agreement, eagerly anticipating Xiao's performance. Wu Feng was not one to be swayed by wealth, had Xiao lacked musical talent. He would never have taken her as a student, regardless of the Xia family's affluence. Then let the performance commence, Xiao said, giving a slight bow before instructing a servant to bring the piano from the room and position it in the center. At this moment, Li Shanshan could no longer accompany Xiao and stepped aside. Shanshan, come here. A group of young men and women beckoned. They were classmates of Xiao and Li Shanshan, invited to the banquet, clustered together. Li Shanshan glanced at them but chose to walk in another direction, toward the area where Xiao Chen and Xiao Yufei were situated. One male classmate inquired, puzzled. What is Shanshan doing? Does she know Xiao Yufei? Who is Xiao Yufei? Another asked. She is the striking beauty who rivals Xiao, the president of Xiao Cosmetics. Rumored to have a close relationship with the Xia family. Well, should we go over and strike up a conversation? One suggested. Let us go. The allure of a beautiful woman always captivates attention. Several boys had already noticed Xiao Yufei but lacked the opportunity to approach her. Now, with Li Shanshan's initiative, they felt emboldened. A bunch of lecherous fools, how embarrassing. The girls scoffed, yet they followed suit, for the sake of camaraderie. Hi, you must be Xiao Chen. A sweet voice reached Xiao Chen's ears. He looked up, perplexed at Li Shanshan. Do you know me? I am Xiao's best friend, Li Shanshan. She said. confidently taking a seat beside him, her eyes squinting in a smile. "Let us get acquainted, shall we?" Li Shanshan's classmates soon arrived. And upon witnessing her engage with Xiao Chen instead of Xiao Yufei, they felt a sense of disappointment. Was this not akin to picking up dung beside a pearl? "Shanshan. Who is he?" one male classmate could not help but ask. Li Shanshan replied mysteriously, "His name is Xiao Chen, Xiaoyan's childhood friend. They have grown up together." Upon hearing this, the boys' expressions transformed dramatically, with some displaying jealousy, others frustration, and a few darkened faces. They were classmates of Xiaoyun, aware of their own inadequacies in comparison to her, and while they held no unrealistic hopes regarding her, they willingly took on the role of her protectors. Any boy pursuing Xiaoyun would raise their suspicions. Throughout more than 2 years of high school, Xiaoyun had never been particularly close to any boy, giving them peace of mind knowing she had no boyfriend. But now, the sudden emergence of a childhood friend was perplexing. "Shanshan, is he truly Xiaoyan's childhood friend?" A tall boy scrutinized Xiao Chen, growing increasingly displeased. The remaining boys harbored a certain disdain for Xiao Chen, questioning why, as childhood friends, he had not dressed more formally for the birthday celebration. Sporting casual attire seemed excessively indifferent, did it not? Li Shanshan remarked, "Xiaoyun told me herself. There is no reason to doubt that. Don't be envious, at least he is more handsome than you all." Several girls chimed in, echoing Li Shanshan's sentiments, asserting that his looks were superior, for beauty is justice. The boys, however, were increasingly dismissing handsomeness as irrelevant in the absence of talent or a noble lineage, relegating him to the status of a mere pretty boy. Besides, they contended he was at best average-looking, tall perhaps, but not strikingly handsome. Xiao Chen found himself speechless, seated beside Xiao Yufei when a raucous group suddenly intruded, chattering incessantly and casting skeptical glances in his direction. It was utterly bewildering. He turned to Xiao Yufei, who shrugged in a gesture of helplessness. Fortunately, the performance by Xiaoyun was about to commence, and the incessant chatter finally subsided. The entire venue fell into a hushed reverence, attentively listening. As the spotlight focused on her, Xiaoyun emerged as the sole star of the evening, radiating brilliance. She sat gracefully, her delicate fingers poised above the piano keys. With a gentle touch, the music began to resonate, a clear and beautiful melody flowed like a spring river, captivating the hearts of the audience, evoking joy and delight. In that moment, everyone was entranced, lost in a euphoric reverie, their worries dissipating like mist. With closed eyes, vivid images danced in their minds. They were singing on stage, expressing their talents, dancing in shadows, savoring their emotions, frolicking in fields, reveling in youth, running beneath a blue sky, liberating their dreams. As the final notes faded and her fingers paused, Xiaoyun rose elegantly, bowing deeply, signaling the conclusion of her performance. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, showering her with accolades. "That was magnificent. A flawless performance. Miss Xia is not only beautiful but possesses remarkable musical talent, given time. She shall undoubtedly become the brightest star in the realm of music." This piece seemed to possess an enchanting magic, drawing everyone in and nearly rendering them spellbound. Indeed, to think that Miss Xia, still in high school, could command such proficiency on the piano is truly admirable. In response to the audience's praise, Xiaoyun offered a polite smile before approaching Wu Feng. "Teacher, please point out any shortcomings in my performance." Wu Feng, smiling, responded, "The success of a performance is measured by the audience's reaction. I believe my assessment is superfluous." Hearing this, Xiaoyun beamed, "Thank you, teacher. A mentor opens the door, but the journey is one's own to traverse. Your achievements today are solely due to your own diligence. Nonetheless, you have indeed made me proud, haha." Wu Feng laughed heartily, clearly satisfied with Xiaoyun's performance. "Congratulations to Master Wu for having such a talented disciple." "Congratulations indeed. And also to Miss Xia on her birthday and the commencement of her journey." After exchanging pleasantries, Xiaoyun scanned the venue, searching for Li Shanshan's presence. At last, she noticed Li Shanshan seated beside Xiao Chen, accompanied by her classmates. After a moment's hesitation, understanding that evasion was futile, she stepped forward. "Xiaoyun, you are magnificent." "I couldn't help but shed a tear," Li Shanshan exclaimed, embracing her. Xiao Chen pushed her away, casting a glance of reproach. Enough of that. It's as if you possess any real understanding of the piano. True connoisseurs of the piano are a rarity. The majority present merely appreciated the beauty of Xiao Chen's melodies, reveling in the experience without the ability to analyze it from a professional standpoint. I may not understand the piano, but if it sounds delightful, that suffices. Li Shanshan retorted confidently. All right, I shall not argue with you. Xiao Chen replied, gracefully circumventing Li Shanshan and her surrounding companions. Making her way to Xiao Chen and Xiao Yufei. Xiao Yufei rose and presented a beautifully wrapped gift to Xiao Chen. Xiao Yun, happy birthday. Thank you, Yufei. Xiao Chen responded earnestly, accepting the gift without pretension. Unlike her relationship with Xiao Chen, which had seen its share of distance, her bond with Xiao Yufei had remained steadfast since childhood. It was Xiao Yufei who had initially introduced her to the piano. By the way, I have a gift prepared as well, a male classmate announced, presenting a neatly packaged square box to Xiao Chen. Happy birthday, Xiao Chen. I have one too. And me. Xiao Yun, happy birthday. Xiao Chen, happy birthday. Before long, her classmates took turns bestowing gifts and well wishes upon Xiao Chen, each gift exquisitely wrapped. The specifics of the gifts remained a mystery among them, and Xiao Chen showed no intention of unwrapping them on the spot, lest it devolve into a competition of comparison. Thank you all for your gifts and blessings. Xiao Chen expressed her joy. The value of the gifts mattered little. What was important was the ambience and the sentiment behind them. Perhaps driven by her inquisitive nature, Li Shanshan had been watching Xiao Chen since the beginning. She initially believed that since Xiao Chen harbored feelings for Xiao Chen, he would have meticulously prepared a gift. However, as time passed, he remained silent, failing to make any gesture. Finally, unable to contain herself, she inquired, Xiao Chen, what gift did you prepare for Xiao Yun? Everyone turned their attention to Xiao Chen. Given their childhood friendship, it was rather uncharacteristic for him to remain completely passive. Shanshan, what are you doing? Xiao Chen was genuinely vexed. She had hoped for Li Shanshan to smooth things over and not to stir the pot. Whether or not Xiao Chen brought a gift was inconsequential to her. Yet this question had rendered the atmosphere awkward. Don't worry, he surely has a gift prepared. Li Shanshan remained skeptical. However, the next moment Xiao Chen spoke, I'm sorry. I completely forgot to prepare a gift. What? Li Shanshan was taken aback, staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief. You can't be serious, how could you forget? Xiao Chen hurried to mitigate the situation, saying, it's alright, your presence at my gathering is the greatest gift of all, the physical gift is unimportant. Yet this sentiment felt off. While gifts need not be extravagant, they should at least represent a token of thoughtfulness, reflecting whether he had truly remembered her birthday. Li Shanshan felt inexplicably frustrated, thinking to herself that Xiao Chen was rather dense, lacking an understanding of social niceties and how to bring joy to others. How can you pursue a girl like this? No wonder you were rejected before. Shanshan, can you please refrain from causing a ruckus? Xiao Chen remained speechless, pondering the inexplicable behavior of that girl, who seemed intent on stirring chaos. At that moment, Xiao Yufei nudged Xiao Chen, remarking, did you not mention you had something special to present to Xiao Yun? Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Xiao Yun and said, since you have a fondness for the piano, allow me to perform a piece for you as a gift. As he walked towards the piano at the center of the gathering, the crowd watched with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. Could he be about to declare his feelings through music? Li Shanshan gasped, her perception of Xiao Chen shifting dramatically, demonstrating an understanding of her interests. He chose to express his affection through a piano performance rather than a conventional gift, showcasing his creativity and setting himself apart from the others. Xiao Yun, I retract my earlier words. Xiao Chen must truly cherish your birthday, or he would not have conceived such a romantic gesture. Upon hearing this, a faint blush graced Xiao Yun's cheeks as she shot an indignant glare at Li Shanshan. She then turned her gaze towards Xiao Chen, who was now seated at the piano, her heart filled with doubt. Yufei, when did Xiao Chen learn to play the piano? Wasn't he always at home? About a week ago, I believe. He had just returned from his hometown and asked me who I learned the piano from. I told him it was you. So perhaps it stuck with him, Xiao Yufei recalled. It appeared that Xiao Chen had indeed mentioned it was his first encounter with the piano. Maybe he had secretly practiced alone in the apartment while she was at work. Or perhaps his claim of forgetting to prepare a birthday gift was merely a ruse. And he had intended from the outset to win Xiao Chen's heart through his musical performance. Old men. They may feign nonchalance, yet deep down, they cannot relinquish their feelings. A chuckle broke the tension. He just started learning the piano a week ago. How amusing. In such a short span. Could he really master a piece well enough to perform in front of so many? Although direct mockery was somewhat impolite, the speaker had articulated the sentiments of the majority. A week of practicing piano from scratch, without a master to guide him, no matter how talented, he could at best memorize a few notes or struggle through a simple piece. But would such an elementary composition be worthy of performance before the esteemed pianist Master Wu Feng and the musical prodigy Xiao Chen, in front of such a large audience? Alas, this is going downhill. Li Shanshan exclaimed, feeling as if cold water had been splashed upon her, dispiritedly adding, Xiao, your childhood friend is truly a peculiar one. Xiao Chen remained silent, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen, her heart sighing in resignation. Who is that young man seated at the piano? Is he part of tonight's entertainment? As Xiao Chen took his place at the piano, he captivated the attention of all present. Master Wu, do you know him? Someone inquired. Wu Feng shook his head, responding. I do not. Then who is he? Under the glow of Miss Xiao's perfect performance, how dare he come to embarrass himself? Indeed, even Master Wu is present. What gives him the audacity? Let us not deride him, he merely wishes to play a piece to celebrate Miss Xiao's birthday. The essence lies in the sentiment. Not in competition. So he is a suitor of Miss Xia. Grant some respect to others, and extend that respect to Miss Xia as well. Do not disrupt her with noise. Once again, silence enveloped the scene, leaving the stage solely for Xiao Chen. After composing his thoughts, Xiao Chen assumed his position. His fingers danced upon the keys, his entire being merging with the music. Throughout this past week, in the intervals of his cultivation, he had devoted himself to mastering the piano. The piano, revered as the king of instruments, is indeed a challenging endeavor, however. With his profound understanding of melodies cultivated over a millennium in his previous life, coupled with the remarkable memory of a cultivator, his extraordinary learning ability transformed the piano into a manageable pursuit. As he struck the keys, sound resonated. With a flourish of exquisite prelude. The piece that once captivated the Ziwēi Immortal domain, leaving countless fairies in melancholic reverie, the unparalleled elegance began to unfold. The winds howled, cherry blossoms scattered, under the tree. Who dances with such grace? Clad in a crimson robe, her ethereal figure catches the eye a single glance, and the world seems devoid of color. Amidst the swirling snow and fluttering petals, who pirouettes beneath the cherry tree, unveiling unparalleled elegance. She, draped in red, accentuates her graceful silhouette, and in a fleeting moment, her gaze steals the vibrancy from the world. The path of swords and blades, questioning the heavens' heights, who can warm the solitude of one's heart? A lifetime of rivalry across the cosmos, yet a single encounter renders the immortal journey laughable. Pursuing the path of light and shadow, seeking the vastness of the skies. Yet in the stillness of the night, who can fathom the emptiness within his soul? A lifetime of strife, overlooking the universe, but in the moment of meeting her, everything seems trivial. With arrows unleashed and armies at the gates, drenched in blood and slaughter, let the world fall into chaos. The landscape, picturesque, pales against the brilliance between her brows. Wishing to join hands, to witness the splendor of the world together. In the grand display of fireworks, they are but a tribute to her. A single tune on the pipa, hand in hand, wandering the horizon. With heartfelt intentions toward the world. Yet losing a fragment of tender words. My mountains and waters rest upon your brow. Will you enter the painting? Xiao Chen's fingers moved with skillful grace, performing with fluidity. The melody delicate, at times slow, at times brisk, at times bold, and at times melancholic. The piano performance transcended mere music, it was a vivid expression, where the performer must intertwine their essence and emotions with the music to achieve the pinnacle of artistic expression. Undoubtedly, Xiao Chen's performance could be deemed a true concert. For he poured his heart into it, vividly conveying both sorrow and grandeur. As the final notes faded, his fingers gradually ceased their dance. Yet, even as the music concluded, the audience remained in a daze, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. In this moment, many sensitive young women felt their eyes moisten, the tears shimmering. Previously, they had unanimously praised Xiao Yun's performance as delightful. However, with Xiao Chen's piece, they transcended mere judgments of beauty, they sensed a resonance deep within. A string plucked in their hearts. Such enchanting music exists in this world. The men, too, were awestruck, although they knew not the story behind the piece. The mere grandeur of the music offered them a transcendent experience akin to a feast for the ears. Xiao Chen. While Xiao Yun felt a profound shock within, her gaze was complex as she looked at Xiao Chen at the piano, feeling that in this moment he was both unfamiliar yet possessed a unique allure. Is he truly the Xiao Chen that I know? Wu Feng, having approached Xiao Yun, inquired, Xiao Yun, who is he? His name is Xiao Chen. He is a friend of mine, Xiao Yun replied, then turned to Wu Feng, asking, what is your assessment of him, teacher? Wu Feng sighed, saying, to be frank, his level of performance in this piece surpasses yours and does not fall short of mine. Such an evaluation resonated within Xiao Yun's heart like pearls falling onto a jade plate, intensifying her pride. How could Xiao Chen possess piano skills comparable to those of her esteemed teacher? Teacher, you have never spoken so highly of anyone before. Xiao Yun remarked with a wry smile. That is because I had not encountered anyone capable of truly moving me through music until now. This piece is nothing short of a masterpiece, I cannot fathom from where he acquired such knowledge. Although Wu Feng admired Xiao Chen's performance, he seemed skeptical about Xiao Chen's ability to compose such a piece. Xiao Yun, can you discern the emotions this composition seeks to convey? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yun shook her head, responding, music is not as straightforward as written words, although the melody is beautiful, evocative, then melancholic. I cannot fully grasp its meaning after just one listen. The piece Peerless Elegance is an original creation of Xiao Chen. Prior to this, no one on earth had ever heard it. Now, having only heard it once, people may feel an inexplicable stirring, but it is impossible to comprehend the story behind it and the feelings it aims to express. Wu Feng smiled knowingly. Indeed, this piece is not easily understood. However, an 18 or 19-year-old youth, who has yet to experience much of life, can only possess a limited range of emotions. Today marks your 18th birthday, he performed this piece for you in public, do you truly not understand? Xiao Yun paused, a hint of surprise crossing her features. Xiao Yun, his exceptional talent on the piano foretells a remarkable future, perhaps you should consider this. Teacher, what are you saying? Xiao Yun replied, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Haha, merely a suggestion, do not inform your father, or he shall blame me for encouraging you towards early romance. Wu Feng laughed heartily, disregarding his age. As the final note of the piece faded, Xiao Chen exhaled deeply, seeking to calm his emotions. Despite having played this piece countless times, each time he immersed himself completely, he still felt a profound sense of melancholy. When Bu Yunyun abandoned her status as a scientist to follow him, he, devoted solely to his path, had delayed accepting her. It was only after her tragic demise that he came to regret his hesitation. Such is the nature of humanity. We often realize the value of precious things only after they are lost. Subsequently, he ascended to become the Immortal Emperor, reaching the pinnacle of the celestial realm. In his longing, he composed Peerless Elegance in memory of Bu Yunyun. The background and intent of the composition envision a scenario where time rewinds to their first encounter, allowing him to walk hand in hand with Bu Yunyun, witnessing the splendor of the world together. Yet, the assumptions remain mere assumptions, time does not grant us a second chance. Applause erupted once more, as if the audience had only just regained their composure. Well played, simply marvelous. Indeed, his piano skills rival those of Xia, if not surpassing them in this piece. To have encountered two musical prodigies today makes this journey worthwhile. The performance of Xiao Yun, though not without its imperfections, was largely overlooked today, as it marked her birthday. In contrast, Xiao Chen's rendition approached perfection, embodying the caliber of a master. Suddenly, Li Shanshan, in a fit of nervous energy, dashed before Xiao Chen, exclaiming, Xiao Chen, do you still lack a girlfriend? Xiao Chen chose to ignore her and walked back. The classmates of Xiao Yun had ceased their mockery of Xiao Chen, utterly captivated by his talent. The boys felt a sense of inadequacy, while the girls occasionally stole glances at him. Xiao Chen's piano performance, as a birthday gift for Xiao Yun, eclipsed all other presents in terms of significance, creativity, and impact. Xiao Yun stood before Xiao Chen, hesitating and anxious. Recalling Wu Feng's words, her heart raced with uncertainty. She could not comprehend the sudden transformation in Xiao Chen, who seemed like an entirely different person from before. Together. At this inopportune moment, Li Shanshan's raucous encouragement prompted the rest of the classmates to join in, whistling in support. Xiao Shayun's face flashed crimson. The peculiar atmosphere combined with the sight of the transformed young man before her evoked an unprecedented sense of nervousness. Her heart was in disarray. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless, as he appeared to be misunderstood. He had genuinely forgotten Xiao Shayun's birthday and reluctantly offered this performance as a gift. However, the crowd, influenced by Xiao Yufei's remarks, mistakenly believed he had been diligently practicing piano all along to impress Xiao Shayun today. To them, this sentiment appeared profoundly heartfelt. Haha, what a lively scene. A resounding laugh shattered the tension. The crowd turned to see a dapper young man in a white shirt stride in exuding commanding presence, with Xiao Mingfeng cautiously trailing him. Xiao Mingfeng had just stepped away for a moment to greet this young man. It was evident that anyone who warranted Xiao Mingfeng's personal welcome held considerable importance. Rumor had it that the Xia family was poised to enter the provincial city's elite circles, establishing ties with the Jiang family, one of the three prominent families there. And this young man was none other than Jiang Shaoqiu. The Jiang family, supported by influential military figures, wielded significant power. While the Xia family had risen swiftly in economic stature, it lacked substantial foundation beyond that. Securing a strong alliance with the Jiang family could herald a promising future, paving the way for their entry into the provincial elite. The crowd finally extricated themselves from the enchantment of Xiao Chen's music, as the name Jiang Shaoqiu carried an undeniable weight, one that even the Xia family sought to appease. Jiang Shaoqiu cast a glance in their direction. Aware that Xiao Chen and Xiao Shayun were the focal point of the gathering, yet he showed no inclination to approach. He was accustomed to being the center of attention, not following the rhythm set by others. Xiao Mingfeng, the wind is rather strong, I shall head inside. Jiang Shaoqiu entered the hall, prompting several attendees to follow suit, eager to seize any opportunity to curry favor with him. Instantly, the center of the soiree shifted to Jiang Shaoqiu. Poetry, come over and greet young Master Jiang, urged Xiao Mingfeng as he made his way inside. Xiao Shayun hesitated for a moment and then turned to Xiao Chen, saying, Xiao Chen, the banquet is about to commence. You and Sister Yufei should take your seats first, I will find you later as I have something to discuss. With that, she entered the house as well. The Jiang family in the provincial capital was indeed a force to reckon with, far beyond the Xia family's reach, especially since her father sought to leverage the Jiang family's influence. Young Master Jiang could not be trifled with. Xiao Chen, if Shayun doesn't want you, how about I be your girlfriend? Li Shanshan approached, seeming restless without mischief. Xiao Chen ignored her once more and moved closer to Xiao Yufei. I didn't expect you to deceive even me. You must have prepared that piece for quite some time, yet you claimed you forgot to bring a gift. Xiao Yufei wore an expression of discontent, though it concealed her true emotions. She had, surprisingly, been moved to tears by Xiao Chen's music. How could Xiao Chen not notice? He chuckled softly, saying, if you want to cry, then cry, there's no need to hide it. Who cried? Your tricks to deceive young girls won't work on me. Xiao Yufei stubbornly denied it. Not wanting to engage in banter, Xiao Chen asked earnestly, are you still planning to attend the banquet? I intend to leave. What? Leave? Xiao Yufei exclaimed in surprise. The banquet hasn't even started yet. Xiao Chen replied, the banquet is merely a meal. We have already delivered our gifts and blessings. The event itself is superfluous. Are you trying to infuriate me? Xiao Yufei said, exasperated. Can't you see that Shayun was touched by your music? You should seize the moment, not retreat at the last minute. Things were not as simple as she thought, and Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Forget it. You can stay for the banquet and return on your own. I'll take my leave now, as I wish to stroll outside. Without waiting for Xiao Yufei's response, he turned and exited the venue, leaving the Xia family behind. With young Master Jiang being of considerable status, the Xia family could not afford to offend him. So Xiao Shayun had to accompany Xiao Mingfeng in extending their greetings. However, while greeting young Master Jiang, Xiao Shayun was clearly preoccupied, her thoughts drifting to Xiao Chen as she occasionally glanced outside. After finally managing to sit young Master Jiang, Xiao Chen found an excuse to slip away, hurrying outside. Where was Xiao Chen? Scanning the area, she felt a pang of anxiety upon realizing she could not see him. Li Shanshan, seated nearby, remarked in confusion. It seems Xiao Chen has left. Left? Xiao Chen froze on the spot, her spirits plummeting. What did this mean? Xiao Yufei attempted to clarify. Xiao, they don't misunderstand. Xiao Chen might have felt unwell and decided to leave early. Yet, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to her words, appearing burdened with her thoughts. After leaving the Xia residence, Xiao Chen sought solitude to clear his mind, opting for secluded paths rather than main roads. Approximately half an hour later, a figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his way. Xiao Chen halted, raising an eyebrow and stating, "A friend, you are in my way." The stranger did not respond, but their piercing gaze scrutinized Xiao Chen, surveying him from head to toe. After a considerable time, he sneered, "You are the young man who has cultivated internal strength. I see nothing particularly remarkable about you." Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, "You know me, yet I do not know you. Shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Du Gao shook his head, "There's no need. I am here merely to present you with a dilemma." "Pray enlighten me," Xiao Chen responded, maintaining his composure. With one hand resting behind his back, Du Gao stated coldly, "Leave Lon City, or perish here." Du Gao bore no personal grudge against Xiao Chen, nor would he act over a trivial matter like Feng Qian. However, the equilibrium in Lon City had been firmly established, and Xiao Chen, as a practitioner of internal strength, could potentially disrupt this balance and infringe upon his interests. Thus, Du Gao offered Xiao Chen a choice. Should he decide to vacate Lon City, he would regard the incident as though it had never transpired. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and inquired, "Is there no third option?" Du Gao chuckled coldly, "Apologies, but there is none." "Then I choose death." Xiao Chen's expression remained remarkably calm. Du Gao was taken aback, his cold gaze sharpening. "Are you certain you are not jesting?" Xiao Chen glanced at him and countered with a question, "How many steps separate us at this moment?" Du Gao instinctively replied, "About 10 steps, why do you ask?" 10 steps is rather imprecise, to be exact, it is merely 8. Xiao Chen calculated meticulously. Du Gao felt a weight in his heart, an unsettling sensation creeping in. He had never encountered an opponent like Xiao Chen, who, despite the impending likelihood of a brutal confrontation, remained utterly unflustered. Calm. No, this was sheer arrogance. Arrogance need not be manifested through facial expressions or overt displays of superiority. There exists a form of arrogance that penetrates the very marrow and soul, a single word. A fleeting glance, a subtle gesture, all exuding an air of superiority. Xiao Chen epitomized this kind of arrogance. What of these 8 steps? What do you wish to convey? Du Gao maintained a stoic demeanor, secretly gathering his internal energy, poised to deliver a lethal blow when the moment was right. He intended to make the arrogant Xiao Chen pay dearly. Xiao Chen raised his gaze, revealing an enigmatic smile. "Let me ask you again. Do you know how many ways there are to kill a person in this world?" Du Gao retorted coldly, "Countless, innumerable." Xiao Chen shook his head in denial. "No. In truth, there are only 2, one is visible, and the other is invisible." Du Gao's eyes flickered, and he scoffed, "Nonsense. Do not rush, allow me to finish." Xiao Chen continued leisurely, "Visible methods of killing include swords and blades, fists and feet, internal strength, and even the martial intent of innate masters. All of which leave traces behind." Upon hearing this, Du Gao dismissed him with disdain. "You, the mere practitioner of internal strength, dare to speak of the techniques of innate masters? How laughable. The chasm between internal strength practitioners and innate masters is akin to an insurmountable mountain range. A slightly weaker innate master can project their internal strength to strike an enemy from 10 meters away. Internal strength can form a shield that bullets cannot penetrate. A formidable innate master, having comprehended the essence of martial arts, can split mountains and shatter the earth with a mere gesture, condensing their true essence to obliterate any practitioner beneath the innate realm in an instant." Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "It matters not whether one is an internal strength practitioner or of the innate realm, I am simply offering an objective assessment." "What, then, do you mean by invisible murder?" "Invisible murder, by its very nature, leaves no trace and manifests in various forms. For instance, there exists the sorcery of the ghostly realm, the spiritual arts that claim souls. and even the lethal frequencies of melodies. These methods can claim lives without a whisper of awareness. Du Gaoyu's expression shifted abruptly as he exclaimed, "You madman. Cease your nonsensical ramblings." Nonsensical? Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "Let me remind you. The principle of the 8 steps of the heavenly demon is akin to the art of sonic murder, both leave no evidence." The 8 steps of the heavenly demon. Du Gaoyu seemed to grasp something profound. He summoned his inner strength, attempting to distance himself from Xiao Chen, yet found himself utterly immobilized. To his horror, no matter how fiercely he struggled, he felt ensnared by an incomprehensible force, rendering him powerless. With anger, he glared at Xiao Chen and demanded, "What have you done to me?" This time, Xiao Chen offered no response, instead advancing towards Du Gaoyu. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, his pace fluctuated, embodying an enigmatic rhythm that resonated with the soul. With every footfall, Du Gaoyu's countenance grew increasingly terrified, contorting in anguish. Thump. 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 Du Gaoyu's heart, ensnared by Xiao Chen's rhythm, beat in synchrony with his strides. At that moment, it felt as if his heart was no longer his own, but rather a puppet dancing to Xiao Chen's tempo. He recalled Xiao Chen's words that melodies could kill based on their frequencies, and that the 8 steps of the heavenly demon operated on the same principle. "No, stop!" Du Gaoyu cried out. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears as Xiao Chen continued his advance. With the 7th step, Du Gaoyu suddenly clutched his heart, his face pale, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. Gasping for breath, words dying in his throat as agony consumed him. "I shall not leave Lonning City, thus your demise is the only option." As these words escaped his lips, Xiao Chen took his 8th step, gliding past Du Gaoyu. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Chen had not laid a finger on him, nor had he even lifted a hand. In a bizarre turn of fate, Du Gaoyu collapsed to his knees, his veins rupturing, his heart shattering in death. Why do some individuals insist on courting their own demise? Xiao Chen shook his head. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Yet Du Gaoyu's lack of respect compelled him to introduce himself, only for Du Gaoyu to dismiss the necessity. Consequently, he felt no obligation to show mercy. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen found that Xiao Yufei had just arrived as well. Considering the time, she likely had not lingered at the Xia residence for long. Xiao Yufei looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Have you found success?" Confounded, Xiao Chen replied, "Success in what?" "Shortly after your departure, Xia Yun sought you out. Upon learning of your early exit, she was inconsolable. Do not exaggerate, it was merely a piece of music, hardly sufficient to send someone of her caliber into despair." Xiao Chen understood well that, at most, Xia Yun's impression of him had shifted due to the music. To claim she had fallen for him instantly would be disingenuous. Yet, one could argue that women are inherently emotional beings, and love at first sight is not an uncommon phenomenon. Moreover, even if it merely elicits a modicum of affection from Xia Yun, it suffices to demonstrate that with a little more effort, one could indeed win her heart. Xiao Yufei could not comprehend Xiao Chen's perspective. An evidently splendid opportunity lay before them, yet he chose not to seize it. Xiao Chen interrupted her, stating, "Once we return home, let us not discuss this matter any further. If you persist, I shall ignore you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yufei, feeling aggrieved, retorted, "What kind of attitude is this? I am, after all, your sister. You are so attentive to Xia Yun. Could you not extend a bit of that kindness towards me as well?" Xiao Chen scratched his nose and replied, "What do you desire? Shall I gift you something for your birthday next time?" Xiao Yufei huffed, "You ought to ponder over that yourself. If I were to tell you, and you subsequently purchased it for me, what significance would that hold? You are truly difficult to please, I can hardly be bothered with you." Xiao Chen rolled his eyes and retreated to his room. This is infuriating. For the first time, Xiao Yufei experienced a feeling of exasperation. However, upon reflection, she realized that Xiao Chen had changed significantly. Although he remained taciturn in the presence of others, he no longer exhibited signs of introversion or misanthropy. This was certainly preferable to being a closed-off individual. Xiao Yufei was quite pleased with Xiao Chen's transformation, as it promised to alleviate many of her worries in the future. After receiving the news, Xiao Biao hurried to the scene and was nearly overcome with emotion upon seeing Du Gaoyu's lifeless body. Who did this? Du Gaoyu indeed had a voracious appetite and, At times, Xiao Biao found him rather bothersome. However, Xiao Biao was acutely aware that Du Gui was his lifeline in Lonning City. Losing this trump card could render him easily replaceable. In light of his own position, the mere 30% profit seemed insignificant. Boss, our men discovered Mr. Du dead here this morning, and the murderer has long since vanished. A burly man spoke with a look of dread on his face. They had all witnessed Du Gui's formidable prowess, capable of effortlessly defeating 100 adversaries. From a professional standpoint, Du Gui was not only a practitioner of internal energy but had also honed it to an impressive degree, standing as a paragon among internal energy practitioners, reigning over Lonning City for many years. Yet, now, this long-established master lay slain in the streets, his demise so tragic that it instilled fear in all. Xiao Biao's countenance darkened as he remarked, Mr. Du had achieved remarkable mastery in internal energy. While it is possible that someone in Lonning City could defeat him, it is unlikely anyone could have killed him. Before long, the various factions will reallocate their interests without a single internal energy master to support us. We will surely be bullied by the other three families and perhaps even ousted. Consequently, Xiao Biao felt a sense of urgency. At that moment, a man gathered his courage and said, Boss, do you think it could be that young man, Xiao Chen? Xiao Biao certainly considered the possibility of that youth first. However, given his tender age, it was reasonable to assume that even if he had cultivated internal energy, he should not be able to rival a seasoned master like Du Gui, let alone stealthily take his life. It was impossible to ascertain whether Xiao Chen was responsible for Mr. Du's death at this juncture. Nevertheless, with Mr. Du gone, he could only place his hopes on Xiao Chen. It was imperative to find an opportunity to converse with him. The man suggested, Shall I fetch Xiao Chen? Xiao Biao hesitated for a moment before waving his hand, saying, Not yet, allow me to think this through. After all, Xiao Chen's origins are shrouded in mystery. And given the lack of familiarity between him and Xiao Lang, who has even offended Xiao Chen, it is imperative to deliberate carefully on how to treat Xiao Chen. Just as he was contemplating this, a subordinate rushed in, breathless, to report, Boss, Feng Qian has absconded with a batch of precious antiques. Xiao Biao's expression shifted dramatically as he barked, elaborate. What transpired? The message from Ranbao Pavilion revealed that Feng Qian had invaded the establishment, seizing numerous antiques. And several of our brothers who attempted to intervene were injured by him. Outrageous. Take me to see this immediately. Following the birthday banquet of Xiao Shayun, Xiao Chen retreated to his quarters to continue his cultivation. However, he soon encountered a significant predicament. The soul-nourishing technique, which draws upon a powerful spirit to awaken physical strength and refine inner energy, tends to diminish in efficacy as one's cultivation progresses. Additionally, it bears a considerable flaw. It exacts a hefty toll on the soul. In recent days, Xiao Chen occasionally felt fatigued and drowsy during his training. Perhaps a period of rest is warranted. Continuous high-intensity cultivation was becoming unsustainable for him. If he persisted, he risked the metaphorical scenario of rowing upstream. Without progress, he would regress. One day, while still in his apartment, pondering a means of relaxation, Xiao Yufei unexpectedly returned in her car and called out to him from below. Xiao Chen descended the stairs, puzzled, and asked, What is the matter? Xiao Yufei opened the car door, saying, Get in, you'll find out soon enough. Unfazed by the prospect of Xiao Yufei's intentions, he complied and entered the vehicle. 20 minutes later, the car halted in front of a school. Stepping out, Xiao Chen exclaimed, Lonning High School? You can't be serious about transferring. I've already arranged everything with Shayun, you just need to attend classes, Xiao Yufei replied with a smile. Xiao Chen, taken aback, retorted, Such a significant decision, then you didn't consult me. Xiao Yufei rolled her eyes and replied, Didn't we discuss it? You came to Lonning City to attend school, after all. I feel that schooling is a waste of my time. Come on. Don't you get bored staying home all day? She countered. The intention behind sending you to school isn't to expect stellar grades, but rather to help you make friends and learn to communicate with others. Grades and degrees aren't my primary concern if you struggle to find work in the future. I can support you for life. Listening to Xiao Yufei's peculiar rationale, Xiao Chen sighed in exasperation. Is it really that difficult for us to communicate now? I don't have much time to spend with you, and besides, you can't rely solely on me for social interaction throughout your life. Xiao Yufei nudged him, insisting. Enough of that, all the paperwork is done, so let us go inside. Having visited Lonning High School numerous times, Xiao Yufei was well acquainted with the architecture. She first located the homeroom teacher and then accompanied them to Xiao Shayun's class. Inside, an English teacher was conducting a lesson. "Excuse me, teacher who?" the homeroom teacher interjected. Stepping into the classroom to announce, "Class, we have a new transfer student joining us today. Please give a warm welcome." Amidst enthusiastic applause, a wave of curiosity swept through the room as all eyes turned toward the classroom door. Upon recognizing the reluctant Xiao Chen entering, a chorus of shrieks erupted within the classroom. "Xiao Chen!" The moment Xiao Chen entered the classroom, Xiao Shayun, seated in the front row, fixed her gaze upon him. Her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. At the recent birthday banquet, Xiao Chen's performance had left her utterly captivated and deeply moved. She had harbored an abundance of words to share with him, a myriad of questions to pose. Yet, he had departed without uttering a single word. Dousing her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. Was this his form of retribution against her? "Xiao Chen. Who is he? Do you all know him?" inquired a bewildered classmate. Only about a third of the class had attended Xiao Shayun's birthday celebration, leaving 2,000 familiar with Xiao Chen. He was Xiao Shayun's childhood companion, who had enchanted the audience with a celestial melody at her home, leaving them in awe. "Wow, he is simply too handsome!" exclaimed one girl. "A celestial melody, really? Is he out of his mind?" retorted another. "Unless you were there to witness it, you wouldn't understand." The girls continued to fawn over him. As the tale of his charm spread, the other girls who did not know Xiao Chen began to gaze at him with curiosity, and upon closer inspection, he indeed possessed a princely allure. However, the thought of him being Xiao Shayun's childhood friend made them feel as though they stood no chance. Xiao Shayun was one of the two most admired girls at Lonning High School. How could they possibly compete with her? As for the boys, both those present and absent that day were consumed by jealousy. "He merely knows how to play the piano, what's so remarkable about that?" The homeroom teacher stood at the podium and remarked, "It seems you all are quite familiar with classmate Xiao Chen, so there is no need for further introduction. Xiao Chen, please choose a seat for yourself." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Shayun's deskmate, Li Shanshan, suddenly stood up and called out, "Xiao Chen, come here. I will give you my seat." Xiao Chen paused momentarily, realizing Li Shanshan's intention was to create an opportunity for him and Xiao Shayun. He glanced at her and noticed she was staring down, nervously doodling with her pen, evidently unsure of what to say. "No need," he replied, shaking his head in refusal, and proceeded to take a seat at the back row against the wall, which was conveniently vacant. This scene left the others bewildered. Why would Xiao Chen forsake the chance to sit with Xiao Shayun and instead retreat to the back? Were they not childhood friends? Was he not pursuing her? Li Shanshan sat back down, exasperated. "Shayun, do you think he is unwell? You're the one who's unwell." Xiao Shayun shot back, her annoyance palpable. "Why did you offer him your seat? I was only trying to help you both." Li Shanshan protested, her face a picture of innocence. "You are only making things worse." Xiao Shayun thought it strange that Li Shanshan, usually so clever, would complicate matters in this instance. She had felt an urge to speak to Xiao Chen that day. But now that the fervor had subsided, she found herself at a loss for words. If she were to become his deskmate, it would undoubtedly be agonizingly awkward, making it difficult to focus on their final year of studies. Despite Xiao Yufei's encouragement, Xiao Chen was acutely aware that his time at school would not be prolonged. He viewed this period as a time for recuperation and relaxation, waiting for the right moment to pursue his true aspirations. Once clarity of thought was achieved, Xiao Chen inadvertently cast a glance toward his deskmate. It was then that he noticed she was a very quiet girl, slender in figure and possessing a delicate beauty. Although evidently lacking in the art of adornment, her attire was rather unremarkable. Su Qian, inherently introverted and unskilled in social interactions, particularly with boys, found herself in a state of nervous unrest upon the sudden arrival of a transfer student who became her deskmate. She had been accustomed to sitting alone in peace since her previous deskmate had withdrawn from school. At that moment, as she became acutely aware of Xiao Chen's gaze upon her, her complexion flushed a deep crimson, as if it might bleed. Yet she still dared not speak to him, feigning attentiveness to the lecture while her mind was a tumultuous mess. Apologies for the unintended disruption. Realizing his faux pas, Xiao Chen offered his apologies before resting his head upon the desk and drifting off to sleep. Su Qian stole a glance at him, confirming that he had ceased to fixate on her, which allowed her to exhale a sigh of relief. During school hours, Xiao Chen devoted himself entirely to the art of idleness. As soon as the bell rang, he would reliably lay his head down to sleep, adhering to a daily routine. The teachers seemed to have tacitly received instructions to permit Xiao Chen's slumber, provided he did not disrupt the class's decorum. Xiaoyun, do you truly think Xiao Chen is here to learn? Li Shanshan, seated in the front row, occasionally turned back to observe him. Why are you so concerned about him? Inquired Xiao Xiaoyun. Just a casual inquiry, Li Shanshan replied with a teasing smile. I have no intention of competing with you. Xiao Xiaoyun, unfazed, casually probed Li Shanshan. Do you think boys are all rather petty and bear grudges? Bear grudges? Li Shanshan paused in surprise. You mean if you have hurt him in the past? He keeps it in his heart, and when you wish to be kind, he deliberately snubs you and refrains from speaking. Upon hearing this, Li Shanshan immediately recognized that Xiao Xiaoyun was troubled by matters concerning Xiao Chen. She chuckled softly and remarked, well, that's to be expected, he's not a saint. If you hurt him, it's only natural for him to feel upset. Xiao Xiaoyun, in a state of urgency, countered. But he can't hold on to it for a lifetime, can he? This was the first time Li Shanshan had witnessed Xiao Xiaoyun in such a state and asked. Are you hoping to reconcile with Xiao Chen? He ignores me. For 3 days, he has not initiated a single word with me. When I greet him, he merely responds mechanically before lapsing into silence. When Xiao Yufei mentioned Xiao Chen's transfer to Xiao Xiaoyun, she took it upon herself to visit the principal's office. The school officials were well aware of her status as the daughter of Xiao Mingfeng, thus her words held weight. Her sole request was to have Xiao Chen placed in the same class as her. She reasoned that sharing a classroom, attending lessons and breaks together, would gradually mend their relationship. However, she was disheartened to discover that Xiao Chen was now entirely different from the boy she had known 2 years prior. Even when she made the effort to speak to him, he responded with a cool indifference. If that is the case, he might indeed be holding a grudge. That complicates matters. Li Shanshan pondered aloud. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xiaoyun's expression darkened. Noticing her distress, Li Shanshan suddenly burst into laughter. Silly girl, I was just teasing you. It's actually quite simple to resolve. How so? There is no need to take any action, simply engage in a silent standoff with him and refrain from approaching him. Why? Li Shanshan explained, based on my understanding of boys, this tactic employed by Xiao Chen is known as feigning indifference to entice. He harbors feelings for you, yet pretends to be aloof. Is that truly the case? Are you well versed in the behavior of boys? Xiao Xiaoyun expressed her skepticism. Many idol dramas portray such scenarios. Li Shanshan chuckled awkwardly but continued, nevertheless, Xiao Chen's strategy seems to be quite effective, does it not? While he neglects you, do you find yourself increasingly anxious? Xiao Xiaoyun pondered and realized there might be some truth to it. Li Shanshan further advised, therefore, if Xiao Chen ignores you, do not take the initiative to approach him. Doing so would only render you vulnerable. Eventually, when he can no longer withstand the silence, his true feelings will inevitably surface. Feeling lost, Xiao Xiaoyun ultimately heeded Li Shanshan's counsel and decided to maintain her distance from Xiao Chen for a while. Unbeknownst to Xiao Chen, he was the unwitting subject of such peculiar advice from Li Shanshan. He had not intentionally disregarded Xiao Xiaoyun, rather, it was a reflection of his character. On this particular day during study hall, Xiao Chen unusually refrained from dozing off. With a newfound enthusiasm, he picked up the prepared paper and pencil and began to draw. Su Qian, who had been diligently working on practice problems, inadvertently glanced at her desk mate, surprised to see him awake. Curiosity piqued, she stole a few glances. Is he drawing? Su Qian was increasingly intrigued and wished to see what Xiao Chen was creating. Abandoning her practice problems, she occasionally peered over. Xiao Chen's artistic skills, augmented by his innate talent, were nothing short of astonishing. In just a matter of minutes, her vibrant scene sprang to life on the paper. Su Qian observed closely. Beneath a cherry blossom tree, a captivating woman in a flowing gown danced with an ethereal grace. Suddenly, Su Qian exclaimed, Ling Xiaozhu. Initially captivated by the exquisite imagery, She gradually recognized the dancer in the artwork. After a moment of contemplation, the image of the girl converged with the figure in the drawing, prompting her to exclaim in astonishment, "Ling Xiaozhu." Though her voice was not loud, the quiet atmosphere of the study hall ensured that many heard her. A boy seated in front turned to inquire, "Xiao Chen, why did you suddenly call out Ling Xiaozhu's name?" Xiao Chen's face flashed crimson as she glanced at Xiao Chen, hesitant to respond. Xiao Chen, however, was unperturbed and asked, "Who is Ling Xiaozhu?" Xiao Chen timidly pointed, her voice barely above a whisper. "Isn't the person you drew Ling Xiaozhu?" Where? Let me see." The boy in front stood up and seized the drawing from Xiao Chen's hands. Indeed, he is drawing Ling Xiaozhu. This flowing down, the falling petals in dance, the beauty of the scene is breathtaking. His exclamation drew the attention of the surrounding students, both male and female, who gathered around to catch a glimpse of the artwork. "Let me see. Don't snatch it, he must have put a lot of effort into this. What if it gets damaged? Let's lay it flat on the desk so everyone can enjoy it." The drawing was placed flat on the desk, and the students gathered around to admire it. "Wow, Xiao Chen, how can your drawings be so stunning? Are you talented in every endeavor?" A girl gushed. "Ling Xiaozhu, indeed, is the epitome of classical beauty. Her aura and the poetic ambience she exudes are simply enchanting." The young men were all captivated by the grace and charm of the woman depicted in the painting. Xiao Chen sensed an unusual turn of events and inquired once more, "Who is this Ling Xiaozhu you speak of?" Instantly, someone chuckled, "Xiao Chen, stop pretending. You must have observed her for quite some time to conjure such a portrait from thin air, we all understand." Indeed, the number of boys in Lonning High School who harbored secret affections for Ling Xiaozhu surely numbered in the hundreds. When counted seriously, we are all rivals in love. One boy remarked with a hint of jealousy, "Xiao Chen, while your talents are commendable, being too fickle is unwise. Are you not satisfied with what you have and still eyeing what is not yours?" Xiao Chen was left speechless. "Aren't you childhood friends with classmate Xiao? You played the piano for her at her birthday party, and now you're painting for Ling Xiaozhu. Do you intend to claim both of Lonning High School's top beauties? Indeed, that is rather unfair." At that moment, Li Shanshan rushed over, snatching the drawing and placing it before Xiao. "Xiao, I cannot assist you this time. If a man's heart wavers, the Cold War cannot mend the rift." Li Shanshan initially believed Xiao Chen was merely playing hard to get to treating Xiao with indifference. But now she realized he had developed affections for another. What purpose did a Cold War serve? Xiao fell silent, her gaze fixated on the enchanting scene within the painting. The ethereal beauty of the woman depicted rendered her awestruck. Such a masterpiece could not have been created casually, Xiao Chen must have poured considerable thought into it. Could it be that during those days when he appeared to be asleep in class, he was actually devising this artwork? At Lonning High School, Class 9 of the third year, Xiaozhu, a momentous event has occurred, someone has confessed their feelings for you. Sujiojo exclaimed gleefully as she dashed towards Ling Xiaozhu. Ling Xiaozhu, seemingly unfazed, continued to study her English vocabulary. "Do not be like this. Although you receive dozens of love letters each month, this time is different, it's innovative and unprecedented." Sujiojo noticed that Ling Xiaozhu remained unresponsive, so she abruptly closed the English textbook on the desk. "Jiao, did you not promise me that you would no longer assist others in delivering love letters?" Ling Xiaozhu retorted in annoyance. Sujiojo chuckled, "This time, no one asked me. But I simply couldn't resist telling you." Ling Xiaozhu, realizing that she could not continue her studies if she did not indulge Sujiojo, sighed, "All right. Who is this person so utterly bored?" "I believe his name is Xiao Chen, a transfer student," Sujiojo replied, "but his identity is not what matters. What is significant is that his love letter is a painting." "A painting?" Ling Xiaozhu's expression momentarily froze. And so what? Can you not focus on matters of greater substance?" Ling Xiaozhu admonished. "No, that painting is truly beautiful. I cannot describe it adequately, but if you were to see it, your perspective would surely change. Then bring the painting to me so that I may see it," Ling Xiaozhu replied nonchalantly, clearly unimpressed. "The painting is with me." A boy rushed into the classroom, brandishing a piece of drawing paper, while a group of others pursued him from behind. Chen Liang returned the painting. Xiao Chen has he even consented yet? Chen Liang chuckled, what is there to fear? If Xiao Chen dares to paint this piece, surely he possesses the courage for it to be seen. I shall lend him a hand and let Ling Xiaozhu take a look. With that, Chen Liang placed the drawing on Ling Xiaozhu's desk. Ling Xiaozhu, please have a look. Ling Xiaozhu felt both amused and exasperated. What was the fuss about? It was merely a painting, after all. The commotion suggested that the entire senior class was abuzz with excitement. Almost instinctively, her gaze flickered to the paper. In an instant, she felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her eyes locking onto the artwork, unable to tear away. Deep within her, it felt as if something had been awakened. The exquisite scene depicted cherry blossoms fluttering down, while a figure in a flowing gown danced gracefully, embodying ethereal beauty. Ling Xiaozhu was utterly captivated. Yet, how could one be awed by oneself? Was the woman in the painting truly her? That evening, as school let out, Ling Xiaozhu walked to the corner with Su Jiaojiao. Xiaozhu, goodbye. Goodbye. As was customary, they parted ways, and Ling Xiaozhu headed home, unaware that a figure had silently followed her for some time. Ling Xiaozhu. Xiao Chen murmured to himself, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had not anticipated encountering someone who bore such a striking resemblance to Bu Yunyan. Although the drawing had been snatched away, Xiao Chen was not concerned. What truly mattered to him was Ling Xiaozhu, for the woman he had painted was Bu Yunyan, the one who had devoted her life to him without regret. Thus, upon learning of Ling Xiaozhu's existence, he could not help but follow her to uncover the truth. Similarity, in the end, is but a semblance and not the essence of a person. The initial excitement dissipated into nothingness, then Xiao Chen sighed deeply. He was certain that Ling Xiaozhu was not Bu Yunyan. Ling Xiaozhu was undeniably beautiful, otherwise she would not share the title of school belle alongside Xiao Shayun, perhaps even eclipsing her in popularity. Yet, compared to Bu Yunyan, she lacked a certain ethereal quality, a grandness that set her apart. Once, Bu Yunyan had been a celestial being, standing among the heavens, while Ling Xiaozhu was merely an ordinary girl. The two were worlds apart. As Ling Xiaozhu entered her home, Xiao Chen halted, preparing to leave. Since she was not Bu Yunyan, there seemed no need for any connection, he would act as though he had never been there. However, at that moment, he was startled to see a woman burst through the door, shouting at Ling Xiaozhu, who had just stepped into the courtyard. Xiaozhu ran. With a loud thud, the woman was struck back, collapsing at the edge of the courtyard. And Ling Xiaozhu cried out in anger. Her gaze fixed on the elder who had suddenly appeared before her, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Wang Hao, have you gone mad? The elder, indeed, appeared frenzied. His murderous intent palpable as he bellowed, Ling Tianhao, you have slaughtered my entire family and destroyed my legacy. I shall demand your precious daughter in compensation. The overwhelming aura of a peak inner strength warrior emanated from the elder, ensnaring Ling Xiaozhu in a suffocating despair, rendering her immobile. How could a fragile woman withstand the might of a master in inner strength? Die. The elder gathered his formidable inner strength into his palm, unleashing a lethal strike toward Ling Xiaozhu's head. At the moment of desperate life and death, Ling Xiaozhu suddenly felt a flash before her eyes. As a large hand wrapped around her waist, enveloping her in warmth, the strong masculine aura causing her heart to tremble inexplicably. Had she been saved? Who was it? The internal energy master struck the air with a palm, his expression shifting to one of shock. That palm had clearly been intended to kill Ling Xiaozhu. Yet within the most unbelievable moment, a figure had emerged from thin air, whisking her away and evading his deadly strike. Such incredible speed. From the side of the courtyard, Ling Xiaozhu looked up in a daze, gazing at the tall and stern Xiao Chen, realizing that it was he who had rescued her. A surge of gratitude welling up within her. Before she could utter her thanks, she saw Xiao Chen release her, speaking in a calm tone, you should step aside. Ling Xiaozhu was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Xiao Chen advance, seemingly preparing to confront the internal energy master. Panic overtook her as she exclaimed, no. He is the Hanuan master Wang Hao, you cannot defeat him. To Ling Xiaozhu's warning, Xiao Chen appeared unfazed, his gaze fixed indifferently upon the old master. You still have time to leave now. Wang Hao, upon hearing this, laughed in fury, arrogant and ignorant boy. She has already informed you of my name. And you dare seek death? Xiao Chen replied indifferently, I see only a wounded stray dog barking wildly. Wang Hao's cold eyes narrowed, revealing a sinister and ferocious expression. Wang Hao possessed peak internal energy mastery. Even when injured, killing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Suddenly, Wang Hao pushed his internal energy to the limit. Both hands moving in unison, executing his renowned skill, the Hanuan palm. Prepare to die. In an instant, his hands multiplied into 4, then 8. Countless shadowy hands infused with overwhelming power surged toward Xiao Chen. Wang Hao, known for his Hanuan palm, had been infamous for over 20 years, committing numerous crimes. And with his peak internal energy prowess, he had few rivals beneath the innate level. Even now, though injured, he was still not a match for an ordinary internal energy practitioner. Yet, throughout it all, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, regarding Wang Hao as one would a jester. Such lowly tricks dare to be displayed? Xiao Chen stood resolute, drawing upon his internal energy, his fingers forming a sword. Sword path, true martial. In an instant, his unparalleled sword finger pierced through the myriad of hand shadows, crashing with overwhelming force into Wang Hao's chest. Boom! Wang Hao was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing against the wall several meters away. So powerful. Wang Hao coughed blood, clutching his chest in shock as he stared at Xiao Chen. You little brat. I will remember you. I will settle this score with you eventually. Knowing that he was no match for Xiao Chen in his injured state, Wang Hao expended his remaining strength and turned to flee, vanishing around the corner of the street in the blink of an eye. Did you defeat him? A voice filled with disbelief came from behind Ling Xiaozhu. How could Xiao Chen, who seemed just a student like her, triumph over the vicious Wang Hao? In response, Xiao Chen stated he was injured, his strength reduced to less than 50%. At his peak, Wang Hao was indeed formidable among internal energy practitioners. But in his current state, he is merely on par with Du Gayu. Why did he want to kill you? Xiao Chen inquired further. Ling Xiaozhu hesitated, a look of uncertainty crossing her face. Although Xiao Chen saved her and appeared to be no ordinary person, they were still not well acquainted. And her background was not something to be revealed to outsiders. The individuals backing her were far from being mere insignificant characters like Wang Hao. The more Xiao Chen inquired, the greater the peril became. If she was unwilling to speak, so be it. Xiao Chen had merely asked out of curiosity, without any intention of coercion. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden. Your aunt has merely fainted and will awaken shortly. You should assist her to a resting place, as I wish to be present when she regains consciousness to address subsequent matters. Xiao Chen understood that Ling Xiaozhu's identity was not simple. Nor was her aunt an ordinary person. He deemed it unnecessary to meddle further. Wait. Observing Xiao Chen turning to leave, Ling Xiaozhu felt a tinge of frustration. Typically, in heroic tales, one would not only save the damsel but also strive to cultivate goodwill. How could he simply depart? She desired Xiao Chen's assistance in lifting her aunt and longed for his company, as she felt quite helpless in this predicament. What if Wang Hao returns while you're gone? Xiao Chen reassured her, do not worry, he will not return. Will not return? Ling Xiaozhu momentarily struggled to comprehend. Surely, there must be a distinction between not returning and being unable to return. I did not kill him on the spot, for I feared his body would be difficult to manage should he perish in your yard. With an inexplicable sight, Xiao Chen approached the unconscious woman. Very well. I shall assist you. Ling Xiaozhu was instantly filled with delight. Thank you. Xiao Chen carried her aunt inside and tended to her briefly. Your aunt has a robust constitution. Her injuries are not severe. She will awaken in approximately 3 minutes. Ling Xiaozhu was taken aback. 3 minutes seemed rather precise. As she noticed Xiao Chen preparing to leave, anxiety gripped her heart. Please stay a little longer. I believe my aunt will express her gratitude once she awakens. Unnecessary, Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head. Ling Xiaozhu, unwilling to relent, pressed on. At the very least, please tell me your name. Xiao Chen. With that, he departed, leaving Ling Xiaozhu watching his retreating figure, softly murmuring to herself. Soon, her hand brushed against the cherished piece of drawing paper she had kept, and realization struck her, her expression turning to one of astonishment. He is the Xiao Chen. Barely 3 minutes had passed when Ling Xiaozhu's aunt started, clutching her head. Aunt, you are truly awake? Ling Xiaozhu exclaimed with overwhelming joy, her admiration for Xiao Chen deepening. Xiaozhu, her aunt, bewildered, suddenly changed countenance and inquired, where is Wang Hao? Wang Hao was driven away by Xiao Chen. Who is Xiao Chen? Ling Xiaozhu found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, severely injured, Wang Hao fled in a frenzied escape. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at a secluded area on the outskirts, ensuring no one was in pursuit before collapsing beneath a tree to rest. Umph. It is indeed impressive for one so young to cultivate internal energy, yet ultimately, it was not quite sufficient. That strike aimed at my heart did not claim my life. Wang Hao had believed himself doomed, only to discover that Xiao Chen's strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated, allowing him to escape by a stroke of luck. The young man undoubtedly intends to closely guard Ling Xiaozhu in the short term, and Ling Tianhao will certainly dispatch individuals to hunt me down. I must leave this place at once. After catching his breath, Wang Hao rose once more, attempting to depart. However, at that moment, a violent pain surged through his chest, contorting his expression. How is this possible? In a moment of terror, the sword chi that lingered within him erupted violently, annihilating his limbs and vital channels in an instant. Crack. Crack. Wang Hao's body erupted in a cacophony akin to firecrackers, soon becoming a grotesque mess of flesh and blood. Whoosh. The final strand of sword chi shot from the crown of his head into the sky, dazzling for a brief moment before vanishing into the ether. As for Wang Hao, his pupils widened as he collapsed to the ground, no longer making a sound. Even in his final moments, he could hardly comprehend the nature of this technique. Days passed. On this day, Xiao Chen was diligently working on practice problems within the classroom when Li Shanshan rushed in, filled with indignation. Xiao, how can you remain so nonchalant in your studies? Xiao Chen looked up, perplexed, and asked, what is wrong? Xiao Chen has become the most talked about figure in school. Everywhere he goes, the people discuss him. That seems unrelated to me. Of course, it's related. Xiao Chen played piano at your birthday banquet and then painted for Ling Xiaozhu. Everyone says you cannot compare to her, otherwise he wouldn't have shifted his affections. Upon hearing this, the faint change flickered across Xiao Chen's expression. But she quickly replied, people have the freedom to speak, I cannot control their words. I know you don't care about these things, but what about Xiao Chen? Are you truly willing to let him go? Xiao Chen shot her a glare and said, what do you mean let go? It is his prerogative whom he chooses to like, I cannot interfere. But you said before, Xiao Chen interrupted. I merely expressed a desire to improve our relationship and return to being friends, it's not as you imagine. Is that truly the case? Li Shanshan expressed her skepticism. At that moment, a male student burst into the classroom, exclaiming excitedly, Shanshan, we should go too. Yes. Naturally, Li Shanshan did not wish to miss out on the spectacle. Can you believe it? A transfer student causing a ruckus in less than a month while simultaneously courting two of the school's most sought-after beauties. I can't stand by idly. Recently, Ling Xiaozhu hasn't been attending school, her desk mate Su Jiujiu mentioned she might drop out. No way. Is Ling Xiaozhu really dropping out? This news was utterly unexpected. It remains uncertain for now, but it is likely influenced by the recent gossip. If Ling Xiaozhu were to leave due to anger, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly become the enemy of every male student in the school. To be honest, I don't think Xiao Chen is genuinely pursuing either Xiao Chen or Ling Xiaozhu, he seems to be seeking attention merely for the sake of it. Seeking attention. That is simple, let Wu Ming and his friends beat him until he is on the ground, he'll certainly draw attention then. Public opinion was overwhelmingly negative. Nearly all the students at Lonning High held a prejudice against Xiao Chen. Firstly, he was a transfer student. Secondly, he was basking in too much glory. Xiao Chen and Li Shanshan reached the school gate, observing the standoff between the two parties. They prepared to intervene but were stopped by a tall male student. Xiao, this is a matter between men, what business do you have here as a girl? Xiao Chen exclaimed with indignation, Pang Wei. Are Wu Ming and his associates not your subordinates? What are you planning? Pang Wei, maintaining his composure, replied, Xiao, they do not unjustly accuse me. I am merely a fellow student of Wu Ming and the others. There is no question of subordination. Humph, you know the truth well enough, she retorted. Very well. I admit I have some dealings with Wu Ming, but as you can see, today's chaos has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen has provoked everyone's ire. He has brought this upon himself. Wu Ming is merely venting the collective frustration. Do not feign innocence. Without your instigation, none of this would have transpired. In our school days, everyone loves to gossip and stir the pot. If it weren't for Pang Wei urging Wu Ming on, we would only be discussing Xiao Chen in hushed tones and never intending to harm him. Pang Wei shrugged nonchalantly. If you insist on linking me to this affair, so be it. However, but I will not allow you to disrupt the situation. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet, Pang Wei effectively blocked Xiao Xiaoyun's path, making it impossible for her to push past him, even with Li Shanshan's assistance. Xiao Chen, in a surprisingly good mood today, was hardly angered by the obstruction. He glanced at Wu Ming and then at the 5 individuals behind him, casually remarking, I suppose someone is itching for a fight. Wu Ming, momentarily taken aback, had one of his lackeys translate to Brother Ming. He says you're itching for a fight, implying you deserve a beating. With a swift motion, Wu Ming slapped the back of the lackey's head, snapping, do you think I cannot understand him without your help? My apologies, Brother Ming, the lackey stammered. As Wu Ming pushed him aside, his gaze now coldly fixed on Xiao Chen. Today we shall see who is truly itching for a fight. I swear, if I do not leave you incapacitated, I shall not be called Wu Ming. Amidst the cheers and gasps of the crowd, Wu Ming swung his fist towards Xiao Chen's face. However, before his punch could make contact, Xiao Chen suddenly lifted his foot, striking Wu Ming's right leg below the knee. Crack! Wu Ming lost his balance, one leg buckling while he knelt involuntarily before Xiao Chen. This scene was both astonishing and somewhat comical. The very person who intended to teach Xiao Chen a lesson now appeared to be bowing before him. What a powerful kick! Such quick reflexes. Xiao Chen is truly impressive. A few girls became infatuated, disregarding the disdainful glances from those around them. Brother Ming. The 5 lackeys rushed to assist him. Wu Ming, suppressing his pain, shouted, do not concern yourselves with me, focus on beating him senseless. Upon hearing this, the 5 charged toward Xiao Chen, believing that 5 fists would easily overpower one. The audience shared this sentiment as well. Xiao Chen, be careful, Xiao Xiaoyun shouted anxiously. However, she soon realized her concern was unfounded. In a swift motion, Xiao Chen raised his hand, sending a robust boy of approximately 5'9" flying backward, crashing into 2 others behind him. The remaining 2 hesitated momentarily, but Xiao Chen retaliated with another swift slap. Crack! Without any doubt, the 2 were knocked to the ground. The entire encounter lasted less than 5 seconds, leaving all 5 of them sprawled on the floor. Despite Xiao Chen refraining from delivering lethal blows, their injuries were not severe, however. The overwhelming situation instilled a profound fear within them, sapping away their courage to even stand. To rise would signify a readiness to endure further punishment. At that moment, all spectators from Lonning High School were left in a state of astonishment. Previously, when Xiao Chen had struck Wu Ming, many believed it was merely a stroke of luck or a quick reaction, lacking any significant impact. Yet now, with just 2 slaps, 5 individuals were rendered incapable of rising, indicating that this was far beyond mere brawling prowess. Perhaps next time, Xiao Chen remarked nonchalantly before turning to depart, his graceful silhouette captivating the onlookers. Wow! Xiao Chen is truly remarkable. Not only is he exceptionally talented, mastering both music and art, but he is also proficient in martial arts. He single-handedly dealt with 6 of Wu Ming's gang in the blink of an eye. Li Shanshan couldn't help but regard Xiao Chen with newfound admiration. Xiaoyun, I must ask, why did you initially reject him? Where else can one find such a handsome and multi-talented young man? To Li Shanshan's inquiry, Xiao Xiaoyun seemed oblivious. Her mind fixated on Xiao Chen's elegant demeanor, an image that she found impossible to forget. Although her time at school had been somewhat mundane, Xiao Chen felt quite content, as it allowed him to unwind and better assimilate into the contemporary societal atmosphere. Nevertheless, he had his own matters to attend to. The period of recuperation had sufficiently alleviated the after-effects of the soul-nourishing qi technique he had employed. With this in mind, he resolved to visit the company and seek out Xiao Yufei. In truth, he believed that assisting Xiao Yufei at the company would be far more productive than lingering at school. As Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance of the company, he fortuitously encountered a middle-aged man and a young man exiting. Xiao Hao, rest assured, the company is Xiao Yufei's labor of love. She will undoubtedly yield to us in the end. Your endeavor is bound to succeed, the middle-aged man assured. Hearing this, the youth's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied. Father, I have heard that Xiao Yufei has deep ties with the Xia family. Could there be unforeseen complications? The middle-aged man chuckled. There is no need for concern. The Xia family's focus is entirely on advancing into the provincial capital, leaving them no time to divert their attention. Besides, with your uncle's connections, the Xia family has little to fear. Thinking of his uncle, who wielded immense influence in Liaoning City, the youth dispelled his last remnants of doubt and smiled with satisfaction. As they departed, they cast a casual glance toward Xiao Chen, who remained unaware of the increasingly darkening expression upon his face. Although he had only overheard fragments of their conversation, an instinctual apprehension told Xiao Chen that Xiao Yufei was encountering difficulties. Inside the office, Xiao Yufei wore a troubled expression, while her secretary, Cheng Wanwan, hesitated before suggesting, President Xiao, we cannot afford to compromise on this matter. Perhaps we should consider alerting the authorities. Xiao Yufei shook her head. It would be futile. Some matters elude police intervention. You are unaware of the young family's background. They are backed by someone even Uncle Xie would not dare to provoke. Should we merely allow them to act with impunity? Or do you intend to acquiesce to their demands, President Xiao? I am uncertain of the appropriate course of action right now. Allow me some time to think. You may leave for the moment. Xiao Yufei appeared fatigued, gesturing for Cheng Wanwan to exit. Just then, the door swung open and Xiao Chen stepped inside. Xiao Yufei, taken aback, exclaimed, Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Come over to see you and check if there's anything I can assist with in the company. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yufei felt a warmth in her heart, and her previously restless mood began to ease. This young man has finally shown concern for others. It is rare to witness such thoughtfulness from you, however. Your focus should be on your studies, while I will handle the affairs of the company. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Yufei and remarked, but it seems there are issues now that you cannot resolve. Xiao Yufei was taken aback and asked, you are aware? I am still unclear about the circumstances, hence, I came to gather information. Xiao Yufei shook her head. It's of no use, you cannot help. Xiao Chen scoffed, how would you know I cannot assist if you do not speak? Xiao Yufei remained hesitant, then beside her, Cheng Wanwan could not restrain herself and spoke up, young master, Chairman Yang is forcing President Xiao to marry his son. What? A glint of coldness flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had presumed there were merely operational issues within the company. He never anticipated that someone would coerce Xiao Yufei into marriage. This has crossed his bottom line. Wanwan, do not speak out of turn, leave. Xiao Yufei reprimanded her with some irritation. Cheng Wanwan bit her lip and said, President Xiao, even if it means losing this job, I cannot bear to see you cornered by young Jianfei and his people. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yufei sighed, but what good does it do to speak of it? It will only add to the burden. Cheng Wanwan cast a glance at Xiao Chen, thinking it was indeed true. Xiao Chen had always lived under Xiao Yufei's protection and was merely an innocent high school student. How could telling him resolve the issue? President Xiao, I shall take my leave. Cheng Wanwan gathered a pile of documents and exited the office. Rest well, perhaps after a good sleep, the difficulties will resolve themselves. Xiao Chen left these words for Xiao Yufei before also departing the office. Foolish boy, matters are never that simple. Xiao Yufei smiled wryly, unaware of the profound expression on Xiao Chen's face as he left. Once outside the office, Xiao Chen pulled Cheng Wanwan aside. Young master. Although Cheng Wanwan was a few years older than Xiao Chen, she now looked at him with apprehension, though unsure of his intentions. Tell me everything. Xiao Chen spoke with an authoritative tone, inquiring about young Jianfei. Cheng Wanwan scrutinized Xiao Chen once more, realizing that although he was inexperienced in worldly matters, his desire to share Xiao Yufei's burdens demonstrated his growth. Setting aside whether he had the capability, the mere possession of responsibility and ambition marked him as a good man. Very well, I shall tell you. President Xiao is of a similar age to me, yet the pressure she bears is far greater. Cheng Wanwan's tone was laden with sympathy. Young Jianfei is one of the company's veterans, having started the business alongside your parents. Following the passing of your parents, he assisted President Xiao in managing the company. Always diligent in his duties. Xiao Chen listened intently and nodded. Xiao Yufei took over the company at the age of 16, knowing little, and was aided by several company veterans, gradually navigating her way to the present. Although the company belongs to the Xiao family, young Jianfei has made significant contributions over the years, receiving a portion of the company's shares from both your parents and President Xiao. Xiao Chen remarked. Since he is a senior member of the company, it is only reasonable to allocate some shares to him. Indeed, if it weren't for this matter, President Xiao would have continued to place great trust in young Jianfei. However, power and status often obscure a person's conscience. Chen Wenwen continued. As President Xiao gradually acclimates to the company and becomes capable of independently managing various affairs, the trust from the entire organization in her has grown. Young Jianfei feels that his position is under threat. Coincidentally, his son, Yang Hao, harbors an unrelenting infatuation for President Xiao, leading him to contemplate that if he could arrange for President Xiao to marry his son, the company would belong to the Yang family, a win-win situation. Xiao Chen scoffed. A straightforward refusal should suffice. Is there any need for further contemplation? Young Jianfei has indeed contributed to the company, but the shares he holds were granted by the company. He is owed nothing. If one were to scrutinize the situation more closely, he is still an employee of the company owes him gratitude instead. What right does he have to wield his seniority as leverage? It isn't as simple as just saying no, Chen on one side. Aside from him, there are numerous shareholders involved. While their combined shares may not surpass those of President Xiao, they are all key figures within the company. Is young Jianfei inciting everyone to cause unrest? Almost. However, President Xiao's concerns extend far beyond that. Xiao Yufei has tirelessly dedicated herself to the company and has finally garnered some support, with her holding 60% of the shares. Opposing young Jianfei's influence shouldn't be overly difficult. The true support for young Jianfei lies with his brother-in-law, Peng Chao, a formidable figure in Lonning City, a ruler of the underground. Peng Chao. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, Peng Chao engages in anything but legitimate business. Nearly all his ventures are tied to grey market dealings, including bars, saunas, and foot massage establishments, Chen Wanwan said with a sigh. If young Jianfei intends to leverage Peng Chao's influence to coerce Xiao Yufei, it could prove to be an insurmountable challenge. She may either choose to compromise and marry Yang Hao or risk the company's downfall. Xiao Chen pondered briefly before asking. How does Zhao Biao from East Street compare with Peng Chao? Zhao Biao pales in comparison to Peng Chao, Chen Wanwan replied dismissively. Zhao Biao can only safeguard his street. Beyond that, he is inconsequential, while Peng Chao wields influence over the entire Lonning City. Xiao Chen scrutinized Chen Wanwan intently, questioning. You seem remarkably knowledgeable about the dynamics of Lonning City. A flicker of panic crossed Chen Wanwan's eyes, which she quickly masked with composure. It's hardly a secret. Anyone with a modicum of awareness can discern it. Very well, I understand. Xiao Chen chose not to dwell on Chen Wanwan's knowledge, turning his thoughts toward resolving Xiao Yufei's predicament. In summary, the challenge does not lie with young Jianfei and Yang Hao, but rather with Peng Chao. Once the potential threat posed by Peng Chao is neutralized, young Jianfei and Yang Hao become mere paper tigers, hardly worth consideration. Chen Wanwan looked at Xiao Chen and said, while there may be little you can do regarding this matter, I hope you can extend your concern for President Xiao in her personal life. Of all the individuals she truly values at this moment, you are the only one. Xiao Chen recalled the joy that lit up Xiao Yufei's face when he mentioned visiting her at the company, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. While it is true, she enjoys her time at the company, my encounters with her are rather infrequent, thus I must ask for your assistance in looking after her. With that, Xiao Chen turned and departed. Chen Wanwan stood there momentarily stunned, and a flicker of annoyance crossing her delicate features. The only man in the household shows no sense of responsibility. How unfortunate is Xiao Yufei. In the heart of Lon City lies the Xinhua Entertainment Club, a lavish establishment that encompasses a bar, a dance hall, gaming area, and various other amusements, making it the largest and most upscale venue in the city. As night fell, a young man stepped into the club, standing at 6 feet tall and dressed in pristine white garments. He exuded an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with the raucous and extravagant environment. Within the dance hall, provocatively dressed women swayed seductively, their movements lewd and uninhibited. In the private booths and scattered seating, men and women engaged in drinking games, singing, and revelry, their behavior bordering on the pathological. At the bar, several flamboyantly dressed women clutched their bags and smoked, their eyes scanning the room as if searching for tonight's prey. The young man remained silent, slowly making his way to a secluded corner where he ordered a bottle of white liquor from the server and began to savor it quietly. As time ticked by, the midnight hour approached, and the crowd within the club swelled rather than diminished, with more men and women arriving in search of pleasure. At this moment, a voluptuous woman clad in a trench coat entered the establishment, greeting the striking women at the bar with familiarity. "Nana, it's only been a few days. And you are already out indulging again?" one of the alluring women teased while smoking. The woman in the trench coat, Nana, brushed off the comment with a flirtatious smile. "I only come out every few days, you all are here daily, aren't you? We're not like you. Who is involved with that wealthy Mr. Zhang? With a man to support you, yet you still sneak out for affairs. Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Nana scoffed. "That fat fool probably doesn't even know where he is wandering off to now. Thankfully, he has some money, otherwise, who would even look at him with that face? Indeed, our Nana has such high standards, a typical man could never satisfy her." The women laughed playfully. "Come now. You few shameless hussies aren't any better," Nana retorted, her demeanor shifting as she inquired, "How long have you all been here? Any suitable targets to introduce?" "Indeed. Look over there. It's rare that we all fancy the same one today." One woman pointed toward the solitary young man in white seated in the corner. Nana glanced in that direction and noticed the young man drinking alone, her expression momentarily taken aback. "You can't be serious. He looks like he is still in high school," one woman countered. "Have you not noticed his distinct aura?" the trench-coated woman remarked after scrutinizing him a bit longer. "He does possess a certain charm. How indulging too much in the usual fare, the change of taste might be refreshing. He has been sitting there for over half an hour, likely nursing a broken heart. Nana, you should give it a try with your allure." This innocent young man would surely be unable to resist. "Why not? I'm not afraid." Nana tossed her hair back, loosening her trench coat to reveal her assets, and swayed her slender waist as she approached the young man. "Hello, handsome, are you here alone?" Xiao Chen remained silent, not even lifting his eyelids, engrossed in his drink. Chennao's expression stiffened. In her extensive experience within the nightlife scene, it was the first time a man had blatantly ignored her. "If I cannot handle you, how will I avoid the ridicule of my peers?" With this thought in mind, Chenna donned a more alluring expression and seated herself beside Xiao Chen. "It is rather dull to drink alone. Would you mind if I join you for a drink?" This time, Xiao Chen finally glanced at her. His demeanor cold as he replied, "You would do well to keep your distance." Upon hearing this, Chenna assumed Xiao Chen looked down upon her, anger bubbling within. Yet she maintained her smile and said, "Young man, we are all here to enjoy ourselves, emotional attachments are not necessary." However, with such a frosty demeanor, how do you expect to attract a girl who says I am here for pleasure? Chenna chuckled. Well, arriving at a place like this alone in the dead of night, if not seeking female companionship, what purpose do you serve?" Xiao Chen gave her a sidelong glance and replied slowly, "I am here to kill." The 4 words struck like thunder, leaving Chenna momentarily dumbfounded. However, she soon could not help but laugh, saying, "Dear classmate, if that is meant to be a joke, I must congratulate you for making me laugh." Xiao Chen tightened his grip on his glass, stating, "Since you refuse to leave, you might as well enjoy the laughter while it lasts. Soon you may find it lacking." "Humph, you are truly dull. I have no time to entertain you." Xiao Chen's apathy completely drained Chennao's patience, her expression turning icy as she stood to leave. Yet, as she rose, a large hand pressed down on her head from behind, forcefully pinning her to the table. "You shameless BTCH, living in my villa, spending my money, yet sneaking around to find men. Do you truly think I am a fool?" A middle-aged man in a suit, presumably her benefactor, held Chennao's head down, his face contorted with rage. By the bar, several glamorous women exchanged worried glances. "Is that Zhang, who supports Nana? Should we intervene? Perhaps we should refrain. We cannot afford to cross Zhang." I mentioned before that Chennao's reckless behavior would lead to trouble. It seems that prophecy has come to fruition. She has brought this upon herself, wanting to take Zhang's money while frolicking about. Now that she has been caught, it would be surprising if Zhang spared her. At this moment, Chen now was filled with terror, pleading, "Husband, I promise I won't do it again, please let me off this time." Slap. Zhang struck Chen now across the face, shouting, "Wretch, do you think you have the right to call me husband now?" Chen now, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "Husband. I was wrong, I truly was, forgive me this once, it is not entirely my fault." Zhang responded with another slap, cursing, "If not you, then who should I blame?" Chen now felt deeply wronged, she had only strayed because Zhang was often out with other women. Yet she dared not voice such thoughts now. Unconsciously, her gaze drifted toward Xiao Chen, which served as a subtle hint. Following her line of sight, Zhang's attention fell upon the calm and composed Xiao Chen. A cold smile spreading across his face. "I see, so this is your type, you shameless creature." In truth, nothing transpired between Chen now and Xiao Chen. They merely exchanged awkward pleasantries. However, Xiao Chen's blatant disregard for Chen Nao's dignity kindled a simmering resentment within her. Faced with Zhong Yuan's fury, Chen Nao devised a plan. Rather than endure Zhong Yuan's wrath alone, she resolved to drag Xiao Chen into the fray to share the burden, thereby achieving a dual purpose. As it turned out, Chen Nao's strategy of redirecting animosity proved remarkably effective. Zhong Yuan indeed momentarily shifted his eye away from her, fixating instead on Xiao Chen. "You little rascal. You have quite the audacity to lay hands on her." Zhong Yuan sneered, his foot resting on a chair as he glared ominously at Xiao Chen. His evident agitation was akin to that of a drunken man despite having consumed no alcohol, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "Do you know who I am? The general manager of Tianwei Group, and in this domain of Lon Ning, no one dares disrespect me." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow and retorted nonchalantly. "If you were truly as formidable as you claim, you wouldn't be unable to manage a single woman." With a resounding clap, Zhong Yuan slammed his palm onto the table. Fuming, "What do you mean by that?" "My meaning is simple, you need to awaken to reality." As the words left his lips, Xiao Chen abruptly splashed the contents of his filled glass towards Zhong Yuan. Splash. The entire glass of wine drenched Zhong Yuan's face, some splattering onto his clothing. Droplets cascading to the ground. "May this drink serve you well, no need for thanks." This spectacle left the onlookers momentarily breathless. Who is this audacious individual, so brazenly defiant? Most astonishing was his pretense of goodwill, truly infuriating. Chen Nao, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of delight. Xiao Chen, astonishingly, refused to offer any explanation to Zhong Yuan and instead dared to provoke him further. Zhong Yuan would surely not let this transgression slide. Naturally, Chen Nao felt a sense of relief, perhaps she could seize an opportunity to slip away, distancing herself from both Xiao Chen and Zhong Yuan in the future. Indeed, after a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhong Yuan's anger flared anew. "I refrained from striking you due to your youth, did you wish for me to take action?" he shouted, reaching out to grasp Xiao Chen's collar. Yet, before Zhong Yuan's hand could make contact, Xiao Chen deftly deflected it with his right hand, employing a subtle yet effective maneuver. Instantly, Zhong Yuan's corpulent frame spun uncontrollably, turning his back to Xiao Chen. In that moment, Xiao Chen delivered a decisive kick. Thud. Zhong Yuan stumbled forward, crashing into a nearby chair. Laughter erupted among the crowd, finding it utterly comical that a hefty man of at least 250 to 60 pounds had been sent flying by a mere high school student. Nevertheless, a few astute observers quietly contemplated the sophistication of Xiao Chen's technique. Seeing this unfold, Chen Nao's expression shifted, and she turned to flee, only to be intercepted by a group of individuals. "Who dares to cause a ruckus here? Are you tired of living?" In a moment of quick thinking, Chen Nao pointed at Xiao Chen and addressed the leading man in a suit, "Manager, who, that brat is causing trouble, he has assaulted Mr. Zhang." Zhong Yuan, rising to his feet, seized the rare opportunity to align himself with Chen Nao, clutching his bruised face as he exclaimed, "Manager, who, you're just in time. You must teach this insolent boy a lesson." Hu Libin cast a calm glance at Xiao Chen, yet he did not rush to command action. He was destined to ascend to the position of manager at Xinyu Entertainment, a status far beyond what Zhong Yuan could ever hope to attain. The annual revenue of Zhong Yuan's Tianwei Group barely amounted to a fraction of theirs. In stark contrast, Xiao Chen, having physically assaulted someone, remained unperturbed, exuding an air of unwavering composure, akin to a mountain standing firm against the winds. It could be concluded that he was either insane or possessed an unshakable confidence. Certainly, His employer, Peng Chao, was not one to fear anyone in Lanning City, yet it was always prudent to ascertain the circumstances before taking action. May I inquire how you are addressed? Hu Libin asked with a semblance of politeness. Xiao Chen, toying with an exquisite wine glass, replied nonchalantly, my surname is Xiao. And my given name is Xiao Chen. Hu Libin continued, are you aware of the nature of this place and the consequences of taking action here? Xiao Chen lifted his gaze and replied coolly, I must admit, I am not well versed in the rules here, perhaps you could enlighten me? Hu Libin's expression darkened. Sensing that Xiao Chen was mocking him, his tone shifted to one of cold severity, are you genuinely seeking trouble? Rest assured, I am not here to cause any disturbance. Xiao Chen shook his head. Upon hearing this, Hu Libin's demeanor softened somewhat, interpreting it as a sign of submission. However, at that moment, Chen interjected, Manager Hu. Do not let him off the hook, he just claimed he would kill someone here. At this proclamation, the atmosphere shifted, and the onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances. To speak of murder so brazenly. Only a madman would dare utter such words. Hu Libin glared at Chen. Choose your words with caution. Despite her fear, Chen summoned her courage. What I said is true, you can ask him yourself. Hu Libin turned his gaze back to Xiao Chen, seeking confirmation. In truth, he thought it was a futile endeavor. Who would be foolish enough to admit to such statements? Yet what Xiao Chen said next astonished him and all present. Xiao Chen rose nonchalantly and declared, she is correct, I did indeed say that. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tense, and the crowd held their breath. Several men behind Hu Libin surged forward, surrounding Xiao Chen. Are you out of your mind, kid? With the conversation having escalated to this point, Hu Libin had firmly categorized Xiao Chen as a troublemaker and would no longer extend any courtesies. I am curious to know whom you intend to kill here. Could it possibly be me? You. Xiao Chen cast a scornful glance at Hu Libin, taunting, you are nothing but a mere manager, less than a dog. You are not worthy of my attention. A mere manager. Less than a dog. Unworthy of my wrath. The crowd was struck with terror, realizing that Xiao Chen was not merely mad but utterly deranged. How could he dare to speak such words in front of Hu Libin? Very well. Not worthy of your wrath, is it? Hu Libin's face turned ashen with rage, his body trembling. He barked at the security personnel, break his legs and shatter his bones. I want him to wish for death. With that command, the onlookers scattered in panic, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. They understood that while Xiao Chen might be throwing a tantrum, Hu Libin was genuinely capable of taking a life, and he had the means to do so. Because the Heart's Delight Entertainment belongs to the formidable Peng Chao of Lanshao, a group of exceptional security personnel resides here, each possessing remarkable skills, all trained fighters. It is precisely due to their presence that few dare to cause trouble here, even the most reckless individuals face dire consequences. Kid, do you think you are tough? You want to kill someone? Go ahead, try killing me. A burly man cracked his knuckles ominously as he approached Xiao Chen. In his eyes, Xiao Chen, a mere high school student, was someone he could easily overpower, fearing only that he might strike too hard and inadvertently kill him. As for Xiao Chen's declaration of intent to kill, it stirred no fear within him, in fact, he found it somewhat amusing. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. And he coldly replied, this is your own request, I can fulfill it. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Xiao Chen's fingers sliced through the air like sharp blades, gliding across the burly man's throat. To everyone's astonishment, despite seemingly not touching the man's throat, blood erupted forth, forming a crimson column. The burly man, in terror and regret, clutched at his throat, yet he could not stem the flow of blood, ultimately collapsing to the ground in a loss of strength. Blood flowed freely across the hole, and the man's body continued to convulse, as if lingering between life and death, a sight that was all the more shocking. Oh no, he has really killed someone. With a terrified scream, the crowd began to flee in panic, for ordinary individuals possess a profound fear of blood and death. Initially assuming Xiao Chen was merely joking or had lost his mind, none anticipated he would truly commit murder, especially in front of Hu Libin. Even Hu Libin, who had weathered many storms, felt a chill run down his spine. He too was taken aback by Xiao Chen's willingness to take a life over a mere disagreement. And the method employed was anything but ordinary. Yet, more than fear, he felt a surge of anger. Indeed, you have shown remarkable boldness. But if you think this will intimidate me, you underestimate Hu Libin. As the onlookers fled in a state of alarm, the venue grew eerily quiet. However, a continuous influx of menacing figures clad in black began to encircle Xiao Chen, numbering around 50 or 60. These were all henchmen trained by Peng Chao. And rather than being daunted by the loss of a comrade, they were invigorated by the prospect of a fierce confrontation. In their line of work, idleness is their greatest fear, a lifetime without opportunity is a dismal fate. Now, with a formidable adversary like Xiao Chen emerging, it presented a chance for them. If they could subdue him and earn Hu Libin's favor, perhaps they would gain recognition before Peng Chao, swiftly rising in status. The burly man had approached Xiao Chen with this very mindset, hoping to showcase his prowess before Hu Libin. Unfortunately for him, he had underestimated Xiao Chen's mercilessness. Planning to use a sea of men against me? Xiao Chen, unperturbed by the encirclement, responded with a hint of scorn. In truth, eliminating you lot holds little significance for me. I am here to seek your boss. If you call him over now, there may still be room for negotiation. What did you say? Hu Libin's expression shifted once more, his fury surpassing that of witnessing Xiao Chen commit murder. Do you not understand? Xiao Chen coldly inquired. Are you not under the command of Peng Chao? I shall reiterate the call for Peng Chao to come here. Preposterous. How dare you utter our boss's name so casually? Hu Libin could scarcely believe that Xiao Chen was not merely causing a disturbance but actually sought out their leader, Peng Chao. The very person Xiao Chen had threatened to kill was indeed their boss, Peng Chao. Take action, reduce him to a pulp. Hu Libin thought it futile to continue speculating. Eliminating Xiao Chen would resolve everything. Kill him. 50 or 60 vicious individuals, some barehanded while others wielded weapons or brandished knives, charged at Xiao Chen. Very well then. Let us play. Xiao Chen, far from retreating, plunged into the throng. With a swift motion, he struck down one adversary, sending him crashing against the wall several meters away. Snap. Another swing severed a man's arm. With a powerful kick, Xiao Chen sent two burly men flying, colliding with 4 or 5 others. Crack. 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 The continuous, jarring sounds signified the relentless breaking of bones and the crippling of foes. One man single-handedly overwhelmed the multitude, with none able to lay a finger on Xiao Chen. Bang. Bang. Once again, 7 or 8 men were hurled against the wall, shattering tables and splintering chairs. In a daze, the entire hall of the club was littered with bodies writhing on the ground, clutching their arms and legs in agony. How is this possible? Hu Libin's eyes widened, as if he were witnessing the most unbelievable scene of his life. In less than a minute, 60 men had been felled by Xiao Chen alone. An astonishing display of power. Was this truly just an 18 or 19-year-old youth? Whoosh! The demonic figure was suddenly before him. Hu Libin was about to speak when Xiao Chen struck him with a resounding slap. Smack! Hu Libin's front teeth shattered, and he lay on the ground, bloodied and in excruciating pain. Yet, in comparison to those who had limbs severed, his condition was relatively fortunate. You madman, what do you truly want? Hu Libin screamed in desperation. Do I need to repeat myself? Xiao Chen looked down imperiously. Bring your boss here. Despite being bloodied, Hu Libin maintained a mocking sneer, retorting. Do you understand the status of our boss Peng in Learning City? Do you truly believe that mere skills can diminish his stature? Let me tell you. If Boss Peng arrives, you will meet a most gruesome end. Enough with your prattle. Crack. Xiao Chen's foot came down, shattering Hu Libin's left shoulder. Stop. I will call our boss to come. Hurry, I am waiting. Hu Libin pleaded as Xiao Chen kicked him aside and returned to the only intact table in the vicinity, leisurely taking a seat to wait. He feared not Hu Libin's escape, nor did he dread Peng Chao's arrival. The Heart's Delight Club was one of Peng Chao's largest enterprises. He would not easily abandon it. Hu Libin cautiously moved to the side, trembling as he picked up his phone and dialed Peng Chao's number. Hello, is this Hu Libin? What is the matter? I'm quite busy right now. Peng Chao's voice conveyed a hint of annoyance. Boss, there is trouble at the Xinwei Club. Our brothers have been injured. Hu Libin exclaimed. Peng Chao hesitated. How many are involved? Just one. What? Peng Chao's anger flared instantly. What are you all doing? How can so many of you fail to handle a single person? He is a martial artist, and a formidable one at that. All our brothers are hurt, including myself. Hu Libin's voice quivered. He also demands that you come immediately, or he will destroy the place. A martial artist. Peng Chao fell silent for a moment. Boss. When will you arrive? I fear he might grow impatient and truly wreak havoc. He is completely deranged with no regard for the consequences. I have guests at the moment and cannot leave just yet. However, no one dares to wreak havoc on my turf in Lonning. Rest assured. I will send Xing Feiqiong over. Mr. Xing. Upon hearing this, Hu Libin's face lit up with delight. Xing Feiqiong, one of the 3 inner strength martial artists under Peng Chao, possessed strength beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Hu Libin had once had the fortune of witnessing Xing Feiqiong in action as he effortlessly punched through a heavy-duty truck. That image remained etched in his memory. Although Xiao Chen had displayed formidable prowess earlier, it was merely against ordinary opponents. Hu Libin believed that against Xing Feiqiong, Xiao Chen would be unable to withstand even 3 moves. No, perhaps a single punch would suffice. Contemplating this, Hu Libin cast a sinister smile towards the still-seated Xiao Chen. You, my young friend, shall wait in anticipation. Soon, you will experience a suffering beyond your imagination. The Xinhui Club housed an array of fine wines, which Xiao Chen leisurely sampled. However, to be honest, he found foreign wines quite unpalatable, while the renowned Chinese liquor, Maotai, piqued his interest somewhat. Of course, even Maotai paled in comparison to the celestial brews he had enjoyed in his past life. Approximately 10 minutes later, a robust figure, exuding a commanding presence, swiftly entered the club. Which young fool dares to cause a ruckus here? Step forward and face me. A thunderous voice, imbued with a terrifying inner strength, reverberated through the air. Yet, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, continuing to sit there. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Hu Libin hurried to greet him, feigning an expression of utter despair. Mr. Xing, please take matters into your capable hands. Xing Feiqiong glanced at Hu Libin, then suddenly struck him on the shoulder blade. Crack. The bone snapped back into place, but the intense pain elicited a fresh scream from Hu Libin. You really are ruthless, Xing Feiqiong said coldly, his gaze shifting toward Xiao Chen, who lingered in the corner. You too must be a fellow practitioner, able to cultivate inner strength at such a young age, truly a remarkable talent. However, such behavior seems rather presumptuous, don't you think? Xiao Chen raised his glass calmly and replied, Do I? I do not think so. With matters having escalated to this point, verbal disputes are utterly pointless. Since we are both practitioners, let us adhere to the rules of our path. In martial arts, strength reigns supreme, the victor holds the truth. If you win, then it is justified. Have you truly made up your mind? Xiao Chen inquired, casting a discerning glance at Xing Feiqiong. There are times when mere victory does not resolve matters. Once a hand is raised, it becomes a matter of life or death. Even as martial artists, we must not underestimate the gravity of life and death issues. A moment of hesitation flickered across Xing Feiqiong's face, but it was swiftly replaced by a furious disdain. If you seek death, I shall not hesitate to oblige. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, you seem rather confident in your own prowess. I, Xing Feiqiong, have dominated Lonning City for over a decade. I have not only met no worthy opponent, but no one has ever dared intimidate me. Since I have acknowledged Peng Chao as my elder brother, I shall not allow you to wreak havoc here today. Your loyalty is commendable, yet misplaced. Misplaced loyalty may well cost you your life. Xing Feiqiong sneered, thank you for your concern, but my life is my own to command, there's no need for your interference. Or such ignorance of goodwill. Xiao Chen sighed, shaking his head. Not long ago, an internal strength practitioner shared your arrogance, and I ended his life. Do you suppose your fate will be any more favorable? Whom did you kill? Xing Feiqiong's expression hardened. Being in a remote area like Lonning City, there were only a handful of internal strength practitioners, then he recognized nearly all of them. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, he refused to disclose his name. But I suspect he was one of Zhao Biao's subordinates. Zhao Laoda's internal strength practitioner is Du Gouyu. Xing Feiqiong muttered, his complexion changing to one of disbelief. You killed Du Guoyu. In a one-on-one confrontation, Xing Feiqiong considered himself to be on par with Du Guoyu, yet he also knew he was unlikely to surpass him. The thought of someone being capable of killing Du Guoyu was unfathomable, and not even Feng He, the foremost expert under Peng Chao, could achieve such a feat impossible. Du Guoyu is an advanced internal strength expert. What skills do you possess to slay him? Rising to his feet, Xiao Chen declared with pride. Would you care to witness my abilities? As soon as the words left his lips, a swift shadow darted past, piercing through Xing Feiqiong's form before he could react. Time seemed to halt, and the scene froze, descending into chaos and oblivion. How could this be? As Xing Feiqiong stood rooted in place, his gaze gradually dulled, filled with confusion and incomprehension. As if comprehending the bewilderment haunting Xing Feiqiong in his final moments, Xiao Chen, now appearing behind him, spoke softly. The 8 steps of the celestial demon not only allows for lethal resonance but also serves as an extraordinary technique of movement. The Du Guoyu you mentioned fell victim to this very move. Now it made sense. Xing Feiqiong realized he had not been wronged. With a serene acceptance, he closed his eyes, his body stiffening as it collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Mr. Xing. Hu Libin was utterly stunned, staring blankly at Xing Feiqiong's lifeless body, feeling as though this surreal event was more akin to a dream than reality. Xing Feiqiong was one of the 3 internal strength masters under Peng Lauda, a formidable figure capable of obliterating a truck with a single punch. How could he possibly perish so easily? Furthermore, this was certainly not a surprise attack. Just moments ago, Xiao Chen had been positioned several meters away in that corner, facing Xing Feiqiong directly. In an instant, Xiao Chen had traversed that distance with an unbelievable speed, seemingly passing directly through Xing Feiqiong's form. An unfathomable display of skill. As Hu Libin was struck with astonishment, Xiao Chen delivered a resounding slap across his face, sending him sprawling 3 meters away. You are supposed to summon Peng Chao, yet this is what you bring. Xiao Chen scoffed. But it matters not. Continue to call forth whoever you wish, for I shall eliminate them all. Cowering in the corner, Hu Libin trembled, unable to fathom the audacity of the youth before him who dared to utter such words. Peng Chao held the Heart-S Delight Club in high regard ordinarily. He would rush there if trouble arose, but today he was preoccupied with esteemed guests, notably Zhao Biao. Zhao Biao sensed a shift in Peng Chao's demeanor and inquired, Boss Peng, is there a problem? With a vexed tone, Peng Chao replied, there are ruffians causing a ruckus in my establishment, and my underlings, the worthless lot, have all been bested. What a disgrace. Someone dares to start trouble at Boss Peng's venue. Zhao Biao's expression turned incredulous, just as Cheng Wenwan had asserted. Zhao Biao could only command his territory on East Street, appearing as a mere younger brother in the presence of Peng Chao. Among Zhao Biao's followers, only Du Guoyu possessed inner strength, and he was beholden to Zhao Biao's whims. In contrast, Peng Chao commanded 3 formidable warriors, with the weakest among them, Xing Feiqiong, still rivaling Du Guoyu in prowess. Crucially, at least 2 of these inner strength warriors were genuinely loyal to Peng Chao, forming a bond far more profound than the monetary ties that bound Zhao Biao and Du Guoyu. Fear not, Xing Feiqiong is nearby, and I have already dispatched him to handle the situation, Peng Chao declared. With Mr. Xing on the case, the success is assured. Zhao Biao, well aware of Peng Chao's inner strength warriors, acknowledged that although Xing Feiqiong was the least powerful, his capabilities were nearly on par with Du Guoyu. Very well. Let us return to the matter at hand, Peng Chao said, patting Zhao Biao's shoulder. In our line of work, the essence lies in brotherhood. Since you place your trust in me, I shall not let you down. Of course, I have no doubt regarding Boss Peng's credibility, Zhao Biao affirmed. Now, let us discuss the situation with Du Guoyu. Peng Chao's expression grew solemn. To eliminate Du Guoyu unawares would require a strength comparable to Feng He's. This individual must be approached with caution. I have a lead on the perpetrator behind Du Guoyu's demise, yet I am uncertain how to proceed. Hence my seeking counsel from Boss Peng. Oh, who is it? Just as Zhao Biao was about to respond, Peng Chao's phone rang once more. Damn it. Is Hu Libin seeking a death wish? Peng Chao muttered under his breath, but despite his irritation, he answered the call. Hu Libin. Did I not instruct Xing Feiqiong to handle this? Why are you calling again? Boss, Mr. Xing. He was killed by that brat. What? Pray repeat that. Even if Peng Chao had been able to maintain his composure, he could not help but erupt with fury and sorrow. The loyalty of Feng He, Xing Feiqiong, and the other stemmed from the genuine respect and trust they shared with Peng Chao. Now, upon hearing of Xing Feiqiong's untimely death at the hands of another, Peng Chao felt a deeper anguish than if he had lost a beloved spouse. Boss, this is not my concern. That young man is exceedingly formidable, Mr. Xing stands no chance against him. Moreover, what? Furthermore, he claims to have killed Du Gaoyu as well. Peng Chao answered the call without avoiding Xiao Biao, who immediately displayed a look of shock. Could it be him? Peng Chao darkly inquired of Hu Libin, how old is he, and what is his name? He introduced himself as Xiao Chen, approximately 18 or 19 years of age. Indeed, Xiao Biao revealed a bitter smile. In truth, he had suspected from the outset that Du Gaoyu had met his demise at the hands of Xiao Chen. However, he could not fathom the motive behind Xiao Chen's actions, especially since his brother, Xiao Lang, had previously offended him, rendering Xiao Biao hesitant to confront him. A powerhouse like Xiao Chen, if befriended, could serve as a formidable ally. If inadvertently offended, it could spell disaster. To ensure his safety, Xiao Biao sought out Peng Chao first, intending to fortify his own position through Peng Chao's influence before attempting to approach Xiao Chen. Yet, what Xiao Biao never anticipated was Xiao Chen's audacity to provoke Peng Chao, even going so far as to eliminate Peng Chao's trusted aide, Xing Feiqiong. Hu Libin, have him wait for me, I shall personally confront him. After hanging up, Peng Chao's demeanor towards Xiao Biao grew somewhat indifferent. Brother Xiao, will you accompany me? Xiao Biao urged. Peng, understand that you are struggling to accept Mr. Xing's death, but do not allow hatred to cloud your judgment. I will exercise my own discretion. Peng Chao dismissed the advice and stormed off. Xiao Biao sighed, shaking his head, and reluctantly followed him. Peng Chao did not venture alone to seek out Xiao Chen. He had informed his other two inner strength practitioners, Zhou Dashuan and Feng He. On the way, they encountered Zhou Dashuan, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Brother, what has happened to Xing? Peng Chao, filled with remorse and shame, responded. The fault lies with me. I underestimated the opponent's strength, leading to Xing Feiqiong's untimely demise. Brother, there is no need for self-reproach. We shall avenge Xing together. Zhou Dashuan comforted him. No, since he was capable of killing Xing Feiqiong, he is not someone we can handle alone. We must wait for Feng He to join us. Zhou Dashuan assured, do not worry, Feng He has gone directly to the Xinhua Club. He is likely to arrive before us. Good. With Feng He at the pinnacle of inner strength, undefeated beneath the innate realm, and with your and my assistance, we shall ensure that this young man meets his end. Naturally. Listening to their resolute intent to confront Xiao Chen, Xiao Biao opened his mouth as if to interject, but ultimately refrained. However, if it were Feng He to take action, perhaps he could indeed subdue Xiao Chen. Xiao Biao had heard numerous legends about Feng He. In the early days, when the landscape of Lonning City was still being shaped and various factions clashed, Du Gaoyu, also an inner strength practitioner, was so intimidated by Feng He's reputation that he dared not show his face. Furthermore, there were rumors that Feng He had once offended an innate practitioner. And during their confrontation, he executed a powerful martial technique to withstand the innate practitioner's lethal strike and emerged unscathed. Ultimately, the innate practitioner praised his prowess and spared his life. The innate realm far surpasses that of inner strength practitioners. Even the most rudimentary innate practitioner could easily eliminate a peak inner strength practitioner as if it were child's play. Thus, Feng He's survival against the lethal strike of a congenital powerhouse can indeed be deemed a legend. In Lon City, Feng He is universally recognized as the foremost strongman. Within the confines of the Xinhua Club, Xiao Chen found himself growing drowsy, squinting as he prepared for a brief respite. Suddenly, a fierce and wrathful aura surged forth. Who is Xiao Chen? A thunderous voice boomed, akin to a clap of thunder. This time, Hu Libin was unable to spring to his feet, still trembling in a corner. Evidently terrified by Xiao Chen. Leaning against the table, Xiao Chen propped his head with one hand, lazily opening his eyes to regard the newcomer, inquiring, Are you Peng Chao? Before the individual could respond, he dismissed the notion. No, I have heard that Peng Chao has a martial artist of peak internal strength under his command, named Feng He. That must be you, am I correct? Clad in a blue robe, Feng He, with starry brows and piercing eyes, glared coldly at Xiao Chen. I am indeed Feng He. Are you prepared to meet your demise? In response, Xiao Chen chuckled. You internal strength practitioners do love to boast. Each one of you comes seeking my life, yet how amusing. If you consider me akin to Xing Feiqiong or Du Gaoyu, then today you are destined to perish here. With a flick of his sleeve, Feng He exhibited an air of nonchalance. Is that so? Xiao Chen rose and stretched, saying, then allow me to see how you differ from them. As you wish. Feng He's pent-up fury longed for release. He channeled his internal energy, initiating his profound technique. Burning flame 9 waves. With a sudden shout, his hands converged, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that surged towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's brow furrowed momentarily. Rather than confronting it head-on, he deftly sidestepped. Boom. The furniture in that vicinity was reduced to splinters, and even the wall bore a gaping hole. Is this the extent of your evasion skills? Feng He mocked. Undeterred by his initial failure, Xiao Chen's reluctance to engage directly indicated his apprehension. Yet, Feng He had only utilized the first 2 forms of the burning flame 9 waves. 7 more powerful waves remained. How could Xiao Chen withstand it? In the face of Feng He's derision, Xiao Chen remained unperturbed, merely asking in a low voice. Who taught you this move? A dead man has no right to ask questions. Feng He retorted, unwilling to elaborate further. He channeled his internal energy again, amplifying the wave to the 4th level, its power exponentially increasing. Do you truly believe I fear you? Xiao Chen's anger surged inexplicably. He brought his fingers together like a sword and swept them outward. Sizzle. The formidable wave Feng He had amassed was cleaved by the invisible sword. What? Feng He sensed the danger and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Bang. The blade's wind swept him back 2 yards, his internal energy in turmoil. Blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet Xiao Chen stood firm, hands clasped behind his back, utterly unmoved. Impossible. My burning flame 9 waves cannot be defeated. Feng He roared, his momentum reaching its zenith as he escalated the technique to the 9th and ultimate level, causing the ambient temperature to rise dramatically, suffocating all around. No one beneath the congenital level can withstand this move. Prepare to die. Hearing this, Xiao Chen shook his head in disappointment. It is truly tragic that the burning flame 9 waves have fallen into the hands of someone like you. Feng He paused momentarily, his actions faltering as he exclaimed, what do you mean by that? I retorted, you have scarcely grazed the surface of the burning flame's 9 waves. Yet you dare to make grandiose claims here. Xiao Chen's words struck at Feng He's heart, causing a fleeting look of confusion to cross his face. He had endured humiliation and devoted 30 years to the arduous cultivation of the burning flame's 9 waves, tirelessly striving day and night to achieve his present accomplishments. Yet now, Xiao Chen audaciously proclaimed that he had not even brushed against the essence of the burning flame. Xiao Chen scoffed and continued. I shall pose a single question to you, what is the burning flame? Feng He found himself even more bewildered. For this was the very question that had tormented him for 3 decades. The technique was named the burning flame's 9 waves. But despite reaching the pinnacle of the 9th wave, he remained utterly ignorant of the true meaning of the burning flame. If taken literally, the burning flame refers to fire. A fierce and consuming blaze. However, he had always relied on internal energy to condense the waves of energy, generating powerful shockwaves with no relation to fire whatsoever. Do you still fail to comprehend? No matter, today I shall enlighten you. As the words left his lips, Xiao Chen mirrored Feng He's initial stance, gathering a wave of energy around him. A mere first wave, in comparison to Feng He's 9 waves, was insignificant. Yet, to Feng He's disbelief, the energy surrounding Xiao Chen ignited into a roaring flame, crackling and burning fiercely. The internal energy ablaze created the burning flame. Was this the true essence of the burning flame's 9 waves? Feng He fixated his gaze on Xiao Chen, or rather on the flames around him that burned without expanding, his mind in turmoil. Was this the genuine profundity of the burning flame's 9 waves? Yet, to a warrior, internal energy was akin to the source of life itself. How could it burn? Would it not harm oneself? This defied all logic. Perhaps mere observation is insufficient to convince you, then prepare yourself and experience it firsthand. With that, Xiao Chen raised his palm high, initiating the first stance. In an instant, a wave of fiery energy coalesced in his palm, its overwhelming might sweeping across the surroundings. He then thrust his palm forward. Sensing the imminent threat, Feng He suppressed his shock and exerted all his strength to unleash his 9 waves. However, upon collision, the disparity was immediately apparent. Bang! Feng He was sent flying as if struck by lightning, blood spewing from his mouth, and much of his clothing was scorched. Yet, he seemed unconcerned about his injuries. Instead, he murmured as if entranced, "So, the true essence of the burning flame's 9 waves is not the waves of energy, but the waves of flame." Despite dedicating over 30 years to cultivating the 9 waves, their power pales in comparison to a single wave of flame. Xiao Chen approached Feng He, looking down upon him. "It appears you have come to understand." Feng He's expression bore no trace of animosity. He recognized that even if he trained for another 30 years, he would never match Xiao Chen's prowess. Moreover, Xiao Chen had shown him mercy. A single wave of flame could overpower him. What would happen if the 9 waves of flame were unleashed? Feng He looked up and asked Xiao Chen, "May I inquire who you are, and how you came to master the burning flame's 9 waves?" "That question is one I should be directing at you." Xiao Chen spoke lightly. "The burning flame 9 layers wave must be a martial art of the Jade Xiao sect. From where did you acquire it?" Feng He's pupils constricted, astonished. "You know that the burning flame 9 layers wave originates from the Jade Xiao sect. Could it be that you are a disciple of the Jade Xiao sect?" "Not at all," Xiao Chen replied. "I merely have some connections with the Jade Xiao sect, however. If you insist on regarding me as one of their disciples, I see no harm in that." In truth, Xiao Chen was certainly not a disciple of the Jade Xiao sect, rather, it was he who had imparted the burning flame 9 layers wave to them. Over a century ago, the Jade Xiao sect's esteemed reputation in Huaxia was founded upon the resources and teachings he had generously bestowed upon them. "Young master, please forgive Feng He for his earlier rudeness." Suddenly, Feng He bowed deeply in reverence to Xiao Chen. "It seems you two have ties with the Jade Xiao sect?" Xiao Chen inquired. Feng He replied respectfully, "My master studied the arts at the Jade Xiao sect during his lifetime." "Your master was a disciple of the Jade Xiao sect?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. "Strictly speaking, my master was merely a servant of the Jade Xiao sect, lacking in talent and not receiving much attention. However, 50 years ago, when the Jade Xiao sect faced a great upheaval, the sect leader dispersed the remaining resources to everyone, and my master, despite being a mere servant, fortuitously acquired the teachings of the burning flame 9 layers wave." "Oh, I see." Xiao Chen understood, having gleaned some insights about the Jade Xiao sect from Lin Xuening. "My master frequently reminded me never to forget the Jade Xiao sect's grace. Without the teachings of the burning flame 9 layers wave, there would be no Feng He as he stands today." Xiao Chen sighed, "Since you share a connection with the Jade Xiao sect, I shall not make things difficult for you. Rise." "Thank you, young master." Feng He felt a profound sense of respect. Realizing that Xiao Chen had received the true teachings of the Jade Xiao sect while his own master had merely been a servant, the disparity in status was evident. Moreover, in the realm of martial arts, the capable are recognized as masters, and Xiao Chen's prowess undoubtedly surpassed his own by a considerable margin. He was more than willing to address him as young master. Just as Feng He rose, Peng Chao, Zhou Deshuan, and Xiao Biao arrived. "It seems our companions have finally arrived. I have unfinished business with Peng Chao. You need not intervene, just step aside." Xiao Chen gestured to Feng He. "Understood." Feng He respectfully retreated to the side. At that moment, the three approached, confronting Xiao Chen. His gaze swept over them, confirming Peng Chao's identity. As certain individuals possessed an aura that was beyond imitation, and Peng Chao was one such figure. However, initially, Xiao Chen was unexpectedly drawn to Zhao Biao. "Zhao Biao, I didn't anticipate you would join this gathering of excitement." Zhao Biao could only force a smile in response. "Mr. Xiao, your audacity is indeed beyond what Xiao can fathom. When one becomes too comfortable or occupies a high position for too long, they tend to forget their lessons. Thus, if my methods are not somewhat ruthless, certain individuals will not receive the profound lessons they require and remain oblivious to their own faults." As Xiao Chen spoke, his gaze sharpened, fixing on Peng Chao. "Peng Lauda, do you believe my words hold any merit?" Peng Chao sensed the implication in Xiao Chen's words but had no desire to ponder it. He retorted, "I have nothing to say to you. All I know is that you killed Xing Feiqiong, and you must pay for his life." As his words fell, the atmosphere around Peng Chao suddenly shifted, revealing a formidable internal energy. It was only natural if Peng Chao possessed no strength. How could he possibly be on familiar terms with Feng He and the others? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhou Deshuan similarly channeled his internal energy, preparing to join forces in subduing Xiao Chen. Such folly! With a cold smirk, Xiao Chen reignited his inner energy, raising his palm as if grasping a ball of flame, manifesting a formidable wave of power. He then swept his hand downward, unleashing two torrents of fire towards Peng Chao and Zhou Deshuan. The stark disparity in strength rendered their combined efforts futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree or a mantis trying to block a chariot. Boom! The two were immediately gravely injured and propelled backward. How could this be? After all, the two had known Feng He for many years and were no strangers to his renowned techniques. Although Xiao Chen's moves surpassed Feng He's in power, infused with an additional layer of fiery might, the fundamental approach appeared quite similar. Feng He, why do you not intervene? Peng Chao questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Feng He. At this moment, Feng He stood quietly to the side as if an onlooker. Moreover, the fact that Xiao Chen could wield Feng He's ultimate techniques was indeed intriguing. Hearing Peng Chao's words, Feng He finally responded to Peng Chao, with your strength, you are unworthy to lay a hand on the young master. Do not dig your own grave. Young master. Both Peng Chao, Zhou Deshuan, and Zhao Bia were taken aback, thinking they had misheard. Feng He referred to Xiao Chen as young master. What kind of play was this? The young master has forbidden me from intervening, and I shall refrain from saying more. Take care of yourself. Feng He concluded, falling silent thereafter. Peng Chao, being a man seasoned by trials, quickly shifted his mindset. Feng He had allied himself with Xiao Chen, whose power far exceeded that of him and Zhou Deshuan. The tide had turned against them. Wait, Mr. Xiao. I believe we should sit down and discuss this properly. Xiao Chen, with an indifferent tone, replied, discuss what? Peng Chao suppressed his fear and inquired, I, Peng. Acknowledge that prior to this, I had no dealings with Mr. Xiao and am unaware of how I have angered you. Please, enlighten me. Remarkably, Peng Chao had yet to comprehend why Xiao Chen had come to disrupt his affairs, having never met him before today. Xiao Chen cast a cold glance at Peng Chao and asked, have you heard of the Xiao Cosmetics Company? The mention of the Xiao Cosmetics Company left Peng Chao momentarily confused. He could not recall it at once. Xiao Chen, with a disdainful laugh, reminded him, I have heard that you have a brother-in-law named Yong Jianfei. At this, Peng Chao was taken aback. Indeed, his brother-in-law Yong Jianfei was a director at the Xiao Cosmetics Company. Not long ago, Yong Jianfei had approached him for assistance regarding a marriage for his nephew, whose fiancée was the company's president, presumably from the Xiao family. He had casually agreed, not giving it much thought, as the Xiao Cosmetics Company was merely a second-rate firm in his eyes. Reflecting on it now, given that Xiao Chen also bore the surname Xiao, could it be? So, have you recalled? Xiao Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, coldly observing Peng Chao. Mr. Xiao, you have gone to such lengths over this trivial matter. Peng Chao felt more wrong than Do-yi. My heavens, what was Yong Jianfei to him? To suffer such substantial losses over a mere familial affair and even lose a master of internal energy, Xing Feiqiong, was beyond comprehension. Though he has taken a wife, it is merely a symbolic gesture. The women surrounding him are countless, and should this wife cease to be, another would readily take her place. However, a martial artist of Xing Feiqiong's caliber is a rare gem, capable of aiding him in establishing and solidifying his empire. No number of women could replace such a valuable ally. If his wife is regarded with such indifference, what of the insignificant Yong Jianfei? Had he known that Xiao Chen was enraged by Yong Jianfei, he would have promptly brought Yong Jianfei forth, allowing Xiao Chen to deal with him as he pleased. Yet, Xiao Chen's sudden intrusion, coupled with the death of Xing Feiqiong, ignited his fury, in nearly driving him to the brink of madness. A trivial matter. Xiao Chen suddenly let out a cold snort, and an inexplicable pressure enveloped Peng Chao, trapping him as if he were mired in quicksand, a cold sweat pouring down his brow. Peng Chao, do you still fail to recognize the gravity of your error? Do you truly believe this to be a mere trifle? Peng Chao shuddered violently, hastily responding, Mr. Xiao, I was indiscreet, please forgive me. To him, Yong Jianfei was inconsequential. Thus he dismissed the issue as minor. However, for Xiao Chen, the significance of Xiao Yufei was profound, rendering this a matter of considerable weight. Cast young Jianfei. I shall make you pay dearly. Peng Chao harbored deep resentment towards the root of his troubles, young Jianfei, wishing to rend him limb from limb. In truth, his visit today was not motivated by a desire for violence, rather, he sought to resolve the issue at its source. Boss Peng, I trust you understand how to handle matters henceforth. Xiao Chen felt that he had made his point sufficiently clear. Individuals like Peng Chao, if merely summoned for negotiations, might temporarily resolve Xiao Yufei's predicament, yet such a resolution would be precarious and prone to recurrence. Thus, Xiao Chen chose to enact a measure of violence, imparting a lesson profound enough for Peng Chao to comprehend whom he ought not to provoke. Of course, slaying him was unnecessary, for every Peng Chao eliminated, another would undoubtedly emerge, who wouldn't covet the throne of Lanning City. Instead of plunging the city into chaos by eliminating Peng Chao, it was more prudent to allow him to live, maintaining a balance of power within Lanning City as long as he did not incite Xiao Chen's ire. I understand. I shall certainly provide Mr. Xiao with a satisfactory resolution. Peng Chao breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that once he dealt with young Jianfei, Xiao Chen would no longer pursue him with such intensity. Xiao Chen nodded, stating, in addition, I require certain items, which you shall consider as compensation. You have no objections, I trust. A twitch of irritation flickered at the corner of Peng Chao's mouth. He felt aggrieved, believing himself to be at a disadvantage, only to owe Xiao Chen further compensation. However, given Xiao Chen's overwhelming strength, which had dispatched Xing Feiqiong, he had no choice but to submit. Moreover, with Xing Feiqiong deceased, he had turned his allegiance to Xiao Chen, leaving him with only Zhou Deshuan at his disposal. The throne of Lanning City was perilously unstable. Therefore, he had no option but to curry favor with Xiao Chen, acquiescing to even the most unreasonable demands. I require medicinal herbs and spiritual jade. I shall draft a list for you by tomorrow. Your influence extends throughout Lanning City, and you should be able to procure some. Yes. I shall exert every effort to assist you, sir. Very well, it grows late, I must take my leave. Xiao Chen stretched lazily, having engaged in a considerable amount of exercise today. Young master. He seemed to have something to convey. Xiao Chen replied, He, for now. Continue to accompany Peng Chao. In the future, I may require your assistance. As you command, young master, I shall serve without hesitation. With that, Xiao Chen departed from the Xinwei Club. It appears that a prodigy has emerged in Lanning City. It is truly perplexing how someone of his age can possess such strength, Zhao Blao lamented. When he had first encountered Xiao Chen, he had been comparing Xiao Chen's prowess with Du Guoyu's, but now he realized that he had severely underestimated Xiao Chen's capabilities. Peng Chao inquired, He. What is the origin of Xiao Chen? Why do you hold him in such high regard? Peng Chao, you need only remember one thing, never provoke him. Furthermore, attend to his commands swiftly, he said, unwilling to elaborate further, and then he departed. That evening, young Jianfei was still asleep in his home. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door of the young residence was flung open by an immense force, leaving it in ruins. Young Jianfei, come out and face me. Peng Chao stormed into the young household, accompanied by a dozen men clad in black, his pent-up fury on the verge of eruption. Brother-in-law, what is the meaning of this? Young Jianfei emerged from his room in his pajamas, his face paling at the sight of such a formidable assembly. Without offering an explanation, Peng Chao bellowed at the men in black, beat him to a pulp. The black-clad men acted with ruthless efficiency, surrounding young Jianfei and unleashing a torrent of blows, reducing him to tears. What are you doing? A young woman rushed in upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Peng Chao assaulting her brother, she immediately shouted, Peng Chao, have you lost your mind? He is my brother. With a swift motion, Peng Chao slapped the woman across the face, saying, I am precisely beating your brother. You heartless fiend, I will divorce you. The young woman threatened. Peng Chao scoffed, divorce. Youngly, let me make it clear, it is I who will cast you aside. And you shall receive not a cent, divorce me. Youngly was taken aback, quickly altering her demeanor to one of supplication. Darling, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. Youngly had presumed that Peng Chao was merely throwing a tantrum, and that her threat of divorce would soften him. allowing the matter to pass. However, she never anticipated the gravity of the situation. Peng Chao was the king of Lonning City, and she, by extension, was the queen. Marrying him felt more surreal than a dream. Within her circle of friends, countless envied her fortune. Such a hard-won status was not something she could relinquish easily. It is all your brother's fault for offending those he should not have, resulting in Mr. Xing's demise and nearly ruining my empire. How could I possibly spare you? Peng Chao sneered with derision. This has nothing to do with me, I was unaware of his misdeeds. You should punish him as he deserves. Yongli hastily distanced herself from young Jianfei, knowing she had to choose between her husband and brother. Then get out of my sight. Peng Chao forcefully pushed Yongli aside and strode up to young Jianfei, seizing his hair with a grip of fury. Young Jianfei, do you comprehend the nature of your transgressions? The following day, as Xiao Yufei arrived at the office, she was taken aback to find a throng of people gathered at the entrance. What are you all doing? Why aren't you entering the company? She inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. President Xiao. Cheng Wanwan quickly approached her. Wanwan, what is happening? Xiao Yufei asked. Cheng Wanwan whispered, Peng Chao is here, inside. Peng Chao? The man himself? Xiao Yufei's expression shifted. Young Jianfei had boasted that should she refuse his demands, he would resort to extreme measures to ensure the company's demise in Lonning City. While young Jianfei lacked the capability to execute such threats, his brother-in-law, Peng Chao, wielded significant influence capable of overshadowing half the city. If Peng Chao intervened against the company, it would be a grave matter indeed. Yes, he has come personally. Accompanied by a lawyer, Cheng Wanwan replied, her demeanor equally anxious. Xiao Yufei's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve before she finally exhaled deeply. Wanwan, be astute in your actions. In this era of legal governance, Peng Chao should refrain from overt aggression. Understood? Cheng Wanwan nodded. At that moment, several men approached. Having heard the news and calling out to Xiao Yufei. Like young Jianfei, they were founding members of the company, holding shares and having recently gathered at the shareholders' meeting to instigate trouble, led by young Jianfei. Xiao Yufei regarded them with a sardonic smile. Today is not a shareholders' meeting. What brings you all here? President Xiao, let's not play coy. Peng Chao is personally in the company, right inside, one man with a square face stated. So what? Xiao Yufei remained unfazed. So what, you ask? Surely you know the caliber of Peng Chao. We, the shareholders, believe that whatever demands he makes, you ought not to refuse. This declaration was met with nods of agreement from the others. Peng Chao is not to be trifled with. For the sake of the company, you must deliberate carefully. President Xiao. As for marriage, I think uniting with Director Yang's son would be quite a favorable choice, one added. Consider your parents and the efforts they have expended for the company. Would you truly wish to jeopardize that? Furious, Xiao Yufei's face turned a shade of iron. In broad daylight, I refuse to believe that Peng Chao can intimidate me. If it comes to it, I will face destruction head-on. Ignoring their warnings, she strode towards the interior of the company, with Cheng Wanwan and the square-faced man closely trailing her. In the main hall of the company, Peng Chao fidgeted in the most prominent seat, disregarding the numerous attendants offering tea and flattery, impatiently urging to see Xiao Yufei. President Xiao has arrived, someone whispered. Upon hearing this, Peng Chao instantly rose, eagerly moving to greet Xiao Yufei. President Xiao, I have awaited your arrival with great anticipation. The fury within Xiao Yufei momentarily stilled her, caught off guard by Peng Chao's unexpected cordiality. If Xiao Yufei was taken aback, the astonishment of the others in the company was magnified, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wasn't Peng Chao supposed to be here to cause trouble? Why was he treating Xiao Yufei with such apparent warmth? The man with a square face initially intended to leap forward to please Peng Chao. But upon sensing an unusual atmosphere, he immediately withdrew his foot, his mind filled with doubts. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yufei inquired, Mr. Peng, what is this about? At that moment, Peng Chao exhibited none of the imposing demeanor of a powerful figure. Instead, he wore a remarkably amiable smile and clarified. I have come today regarding my ineffectual brother-in-law, young Jianfei. Hearing this, Xiao Yufei's heart tightened. It was indeed about young Jianfei. Peng Chao continued. Young Zhenfei has entrusted me to find a lawyer and is preparing to relinquish his shares, transferring them to General Manager Xiao without compensation. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback, unable to believe their ears. A gratuitous relinquishment of shares? Such an astonishingly generous act was hard to fathom. It took Xiao Yufei a considerable time to gather her thoughts before she asked, Mr. Peng, are you serious? Peng Chao adopted a solemn tone, stating, of course. I have long been intolerant of someone as despicable as young Zhenfei. Last night, I could no longer restrain myself and taught him a lesson. Ultimately, he recognized his mistakes, which is why he voluntarily agreed to relinquish his shares. This response was utterly shocking, shattering common perceptions. Could it be that Peng Chao, rumored to be a ruthless figure, was indeed acting as a righteous hero? Furthermore, it was likely that young Zhenfei was not acting of his own volition but rather was coerced by Peng Chao's actions. If that were the case, then let us proceed with the necessary formalities. Although Xiao Yufei was uncertain about the unfolding events, she felt assured that with a lawyer present to draft the contract, there would be no missteps. Very well, this is Lawyer Lu, who will represent young Zhenfei in the formalities. He will take the contract to the hospital for young Zhenfei's signature. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped. It seemed that Peng Chao's lesson had resulted in young Zhenfei being severely beaten and sent to the hospital. What kind of enmity was this? General Manager Xiao, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Peng Chao remarked. Xiao Yufei replied, thank you, Mr. Peng, for making this trip. Please go ahead. Peng Chao laughed heartily, not at all, General Manager Xiao, you are a young talent and a true role model for the younger generation. Should the company face any difficulties in Lon City in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I, Peng Chao, shall provide my utmost support. In simpler terms, this meant that Peng Chao would shield the company, and anyone daring to cause trouble would have to reckon with him. Once Peng Chao departed, the crowd erupted in conversation. General Manager, I didn't realize you were acquainted with Boss Peng. Had I known, we wouldn't have had to live in fear. The square-faced man donned a visage entirely different from before, exuding sycophantic charm. Several shareholders quickly chimed in, General Manager, please disregard our previous remarks. We only had the company's best interests at heart. Yes, indeed. Regardless of the circumstances, we are all united in our commitment to the company, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Xiao Yufei was thoroughly exasperated with this group, yet unable to confront them immediately. She coldly retorted, today, this is none of your concern, please leave at once. Yes. We are leaving. They scurried away from the company, their heads hung low. At that moment, Chen Wanwan asked, General Manager, what exactly is the situation with Peng Chao? Xiao Yufei sighed with a wry smile, how would I know? I am utterly perplexed. Chen Wanwan pondered thoughtfully, could it be that a powerful figure is assisting us? A powerful figure? Xiao Yufei replied, astonished. Chen Wanwan remarked, Xiao, take a moment to consider the identity of Peng Chao. In Lon City, he acts with impunity. How could he suddenly extend a hand of friendship towards us? Xiao Yufei pondered thoughtfully, are you suggesting that someone is intervening on our behalf? And this individual surpasses even Peng Chao in influence? It is the only feasible explanation. And this enigmatic figure must possess a power so formidable that it instills both dread and fear in Peng Chao. Xiao Yufei fell silent, immediately recalling Xia Mingfeng. However, she had not disclosed young Zhenfei's situation to Xia Mingfeng, he was likely unaware. Moreover, Xia Mingfeng's influence in Lon City pales in comparison to that of Peng Chao. What could possibly evoke such fear? Who could it be? Xiao Chen chose not to go to the office, trusting that Peng Chao would manage everything competently. Around 6 in the evening, Xiao Yufei returned home, her demeanor seemingly buoyant, even humming a cheerful tune. What has you in such high spirits? Xiao Chen inquired knowingly. It's undoubtedly good news, I've resolved a long-standing dilemma. Xiao Yufei turned back with a smile, radiating charm. Xiao Chen chuckled, so you're not working late today? Returning home so early? It was a rarity for Xiao Yufei to be home before 11 or 12, her early return was unprecedented. No, tomorrow is National Day. And the company is on holiday, so I don't have to work late today, Xiao Yufei explained, before asking, your school should also be on break, right? Of course. Xiao Chen scratched his nose, pondering that he hadn't been to school in the past couple of days, who knows if they were on break. However, Since National Day is a statutory holiday, they should indeed have time off, and it would be an extended break. Xiao Yufei wandered into the kitchen and returned to ask, "You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Shall we go out to eat together?" "Sounds great." Xiao Chen was eager for a stroll. Just then, Xiao Yufei's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, she glanced at Xiao Chen before answering the call. "Hello, Xiaoyun, what brings you to call me?" On the other end, Xiaoyun hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, "Sister Yufei, is Xiao Chen there?" "He is. What is the matter?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just inquiring about his absence from school these past 2 days." "Oh, he hasn't attended school for 2 days?" Xiao Yufei shot a glare at Xiao Chen. Thinking that he need not be so audacious in skipping classes regardless of his academic prowess, Xiao Chen awkwardly averted his gaze. "Xiaoyun, I will certainly give him a proper talking to. By the way, have you had dinner yet? Xiao Chen and I are about to go out. Would you like to join us?" "Sure." Xiaoyun's voice was tinged with evident delight. "All right, then wait at home, Xiao Chen and I will come to pick you up." After hanging up, Xiao Yufei turned to Xiao Chen with a beaming smile. "It seems your relationship with her is progressing quite well." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, asking, "What progression?" "The progression with Xiaoyun, of course." "Don't be ridiculous, there is no progression between us." "Oh, please. Just now, when I invited Xiaoyun to dinner, her enthusiastic reaction was undoubtedly due to you. You are overthinking it, perhaps she was simply bored and seeking company." Xiao Chen dismissed her assertion. "Why do you always falter at crucial moments? Last time, on Xiaoyun's birthday, she clearly had a change of heart towards you, yet you vanished without a trace. Now someone has approached you, and yet you present such a lifeless demeanor. Do I truly appear lifeless?" Xiao Chen was oblivious to this inquiry. "Indeed," Xiao Yufei asserted with certainty. Xiao Chen replied earnestly, "That is merely your misconception, my mindset is quite healthy." Xiao Yufei was momentarily rendered speechless. "Never mind. I shall not argue with you, let us depart to fetch Xiaoyun." The two drove and, after half an hour, arrived at the Xia residence, where Xiaoyun awaited at the entrance. She had clearly made an effort to adorn herself before stepping out, adorning a light beige dress that accentuated her graceful figure, exuding the shyness and purity of youth. "Xiaoyun, get in," Xiao Yufei called out. Xiaoyun glanced at Xiao Chen, seated in the back, hesitated briefly, and chose to occupy the passenger seat instead. Although she yearned to engage in a meaningful conversation with Xiao Chen, her feminine modesty restrained her from approaching him too boldly. Maintaining a certain distance allowed for conversation, yet closeness might render her speechless. This reluctance to share a table with Xiao Chen stemmed from the same reasoning. Xiao Yufei inquired, "Xiaoyun, do you have any plans for the National Day holiday? Xiao Chen and I are quite bored at home. Why not come over to keep us company?" "Of course. My father has been exceedingly busy lately, often not returning home. I am even more bored alone," Xiaoyun replied. Hearing this, Xiao Yufei smiled. "By the way, you haven't taught me to play the piano in ages." Xiaoyun's cheeks flushed as she responded, "Xiao Chen's piano skills surpass mine, he could teach you." Xiao Yufei pouted. "He claims he can only play that one piece and knows nothing about piano theory, he refuses to teach me." At this moment, Xiao Chen interjected. "I did not deceive you, while I may be able to play a piece well, my teaching ability is certainly inferior to Xiaoyun's." Xiaoyun finally seized the opportunity and could not resist asking, "Xiao Chen, what is the name of that piece, and who did you learn it from?" "The piece is titled Unparalleled Elegance, and I composed it myself," Xiao Chen replied candidly. "You composed it yourself?" Both Xiaoyun and Xiao Yufei were taken aback simultaneously. Playing a piece well and composing one are entirely distinct concepts. Xiao Yufei retorted. "If you can compose music, then how can you claim to lack knowledge of piano theory and refuse to teach me?" "Well," Xiao Chen paused before explaining. "Actually, Unparalleled Elegance is not a piano piece, it is a guzheng piece." "Guzheng?" The two were momentarily astonished. "This fellow can also play the guzheng," Xiao Chen continued. "I have only recently taken up the piano, I merely adapted Unparalleled Elegance for piano, and the performance quality is undoubtedly somewhat lacking." Xiaoyun was utterly astounded. The piece that had captivated everyone was, for Xiao Chen, considered to have a relatively poor performance quality. However, if unparalleled elegance was indeed an adaptation of a Guxiang piece, then Xiao Chen's words must be true. The piano is often referred to as the king of instruments, capable of performing the repertoire of most instruments. Yet it cannot truly replace them. Each discipline has its own expertise. It is akin to a versatile athlete who can run, swim, jump long and high. Yet in any single domain, their prowess may not match that of a specialized athlete in that field. The comparison between the piano and the Guxiang is similarly noteworthy. While the piano can perform pieces originally composed for the Guxiang, it is incapable of capturing the true essence of these compositions in their entirety. Xiao Chen yearned to witness the scene of Xiao Chen playing Feng Hua Jiu Dai on the Guxiang. How peculiar it was, she mused. When did you learn to play the Guxiang? Xiao Yufei found Xiao Chen increasingly incomprehensible. At that moment, Xiao Chen, showcasing his talent for whimsical fabrication, replied. A classmate of mine in high school had a Guxiang, and his mother was a Guxiang instructor. I often visited their home and, through osmosis, I learned to play. Another classmate anecdote, when will you bring this mysterious friend of yours out to meet us? Oh, forget it, he is back in his hometown, far away. I knew you were just making it up. Xiao Yufei realized further questioning would yield no results, so she refrained from probing deeper. Before long, they arrived at a mid-range restaurant, parked the car by the roadside, and proceeded inside for a meal. The dining experience was rather uneventful, for the most part. It was Xiao Yufei who sought to initiate conversation, with Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen occasionally responding. Dining with you two is quite exhausting, Xiao Yufei complained. Being the older sister is no easy task, having to cater to two younger ones. Eating is just eating, there's no need for all this chatter. It's you who talks too much, Xiao Chen retorted dismissively. Good intentions met with ingratitude. Xiao Yufei shot him a glare before settling the bill and exiting the restaurant. As the trio made their way toward the car, a red Ferrari suddenly swerved into view. With a loud crash, the Ferrari collided with Xiao Yufei's white Audi, crumpling its front end. Hey! Xiao Yufei rushed over. Though the Audi wasn't particularly luxurious, valued at around 200,000 yuan, Xiao Yufei cherished it deeply. The owner of the red Ferrari seemed to have no intention of fleeing the scene, as he promptly halted his vehicle. Damn it. This ridiculous car is so difficult to drive, and it cost a fortune. A bald man in his 30s or 40s emerged from the Ferrari, muttering curses. How could you drive like that and still crash? Xiao Yufei confronted him. Well, hello there, pretty girl. Is this car yours? The bald man, far from apologetic, leered at Xiao Yufei with a glint in his eye. He had encountered many beautiful women before, but her beauty was indeed rare, a true gem. Xiao Yufei, repulsed, maintained her distance and coldly demanded, "You've damaged my car, let us discuss compensation." Hey, it's just a beat-up Audi. Why don't you come with me? And I'll get you a new one? The bald man leered as he stepped closer. At that moment, an unexpected fist struck him squarely in the face. Thud. The bald man staggered backward and fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Xiao Chen. Xiao Yufei gasped in shock, taken aback by Xiao Chen's decisiveness in landing a punch on the burly man. However, resorting to violence in public could lead to complications. Xiao Chen positioned himself protectively in front of Xiao Yufei, assuring her, "Do not worry, I will handle this appropriately. You and Xiaoyun should step aside." Xiao Yufei remained anxious, while Xiaoyun grasped her hand and remarked, "Xiao Chen can handle it, let us observe." Xiaoyun felt assured, recalling how effortlessly Xiao Chen had dispatched 6 of Wu Ming's associates at the school gate the previous day. Dealing with Bol Chong should pose no challenge. Although she was perplexed as to why Xiao Chen had suddenly become so formidable. "Xiaoyun, why do you have such confidence in Xiao Chen?" Xiao Yufei questioned, bewildered. Bol Chong had clearly been caught off guard by a punch, and by stature, he was considerably larger than Xiao Chen. It took Bol Chong a moment to regain his composure. Wiping his nose with his hand, he was alarmed to find it stained with blood, which instantly ignited his fury. "You little brat, do you know who I am? How dare you strike me?" Bol Chong rose, ripping his shirt apart with force, and then charged madly at Xiao Chen. In response, Xiao Chen merely sneered. "Tearing your shirt signifies your ferocity. Be cautious." Xiao Yufei thought, her heart racing. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Chen delivered another precise punch that struck Bol Chong squarely. With a resounding impact, Bol Chong was sent flying 2 meters away, blood splattering across his face. With such skill, you dare to emulate others in fighting. Xiao Chen strolled leisurely to Bol Chong, looking down upon him. You damage our vehicle, pay for the repairs. Pay for what, you bastard? Bol Chong, nearly losing his sanity, struggled to lunge at Xiao Chen once more. However, as he stood, Xiao Chen swiftly planted his foot on Bol Chong, coldly stating, if you dare to move again, I will incapacitate you. Xiao Yufei could scarcely believe her eyes. Was this truly her usually reticent and timid brother? When had he acquired such agility? The realization that he was standing up for her filled her heart with warmth and gratitude. Since their parents' incident, this was the first time she had felt the sensation of being protected. However, upon hearing Xiao Chen's threat to incapacitate Bol Chong, she hurriedly stepped forward to grasp his hand, persuading him, Xiao Chen, perhaps we should let this go, merely the front of the car is damaged. And repairs one tea cost much. That cannot stand. Xiao Chen disagreed vehemently. In truth, the damage to the car was secondary. It was Bol Chong's attitude that was particularly irksome. Bol Chong, what are you doing? A commanding voice interjected. Xiao Chen and the others instinctively turned toward the sound. And there appeared a regal woman in black, gliding gracefully, accompanied by a profoundly composed elder. Boss. Bol Chong, upon seeing the woman, gradually regained his composure, elated. However, the term boss left Xiao Chen and his companions with curious expressions. The woman in black, noticing Bol Chong's bloodied visage, frowned and inquired, what happened? Who struck you? It was this kid. Bol Chong pointed at Xiao Chen. The woman in black cast a scornful glance at Xiao Chen, mocking, Bol Chong, it seems you are regressing. You cannot even defeat a high school student. Bol Chong was rendered speechless. In truth, he too was bewildered, given his physique and reflexes. Handling 1 or 2 professional bodyguards should not have been an issue, yet he had been struck twice by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's punches, though not particularly powerful, seemed to possess some mysterious enchantment, as he found himself unable to evade them, no matter how hard he tried. The woman clad in black waved her hand dismissively and said, enough, step aside and compose yourself, you're embarrassing me. After the bald man retreated, she cast a glance at Xiao Shayun and Xiao Yufei before finally settling her gaze on Xiao Chen, a light laugh escaping her lips. Not bad, young man. You possess quite the skill. Xiao Chen replied coolly, are you suggesting you wish to compensate him? Compensate? For what? The woman was momentarily taken aback. The bald man damaged our vehicle, so of course he must compensate. It turned out that this was the root of the conflict. The woman's eyes drifted to the white Audi belonging to Xiao Yufei, and comprehension dawned upon her. She then turned back to Xiao Chen and said, this matter was originally the bald man's fault, but given how you treated him, might that serve as a form of offset? That is certainly out of the question. Xiao Chen replied firmly. My actions against him stemmed solely from his insolence, they are unrelated to the car accident. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression stiffened slightly. Yet she inexplicably chuckled, in all my years traversing the martial world, this is the first time I've encountered such a formidable young man. You're Mao Qingfeng. Xiao Yufei suddenly paled and stepped forward, saying, President Mao, my younger brother is reckless and lacks understanding, please do not stoop to his level. Why apologize? We are in the right. Xiao Chen attempted to pull Xiao Yufei back. Xiao Yufei turned back, signaling to Xiao Chen with her eyes, whispering. This is not the time to be obstinate. However, Xiao Chen feigned ignorance, responding calmly, fear not, even if all 3 of them came at me, they would not prevail. Young man, are you truly so confident? Mao Qingfeng raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing her lips. At that moment, an elderly man stepped forward from behind Mao Qingfeng. His demeanor inscrutable as he remarked, young people often lack awareness of their limitations, do you think that having practiced a few martial arts makes you invincible? As his words fell, the old man retreated a step, revealing a deep footprint imprinted on the concrete ground where he had just stood. Both Xiao Yufei and Xiao Shayun were taken aback. After all, this was cement, and to leave such an impression with merely a light step was no ordinary skill. Xiao Shayun knew that Xiao Chen was capable in combat, yet this elder beside Mao Qingfeng evidently belonged to a different echelon altogether. The old man seemed to relish the women's astonishment, gazing at Xiao Chen with a smirk. It is natural for the young to be spirited. But one must act within their means, knowing when to retreat is also a mark of wisdom. Xiao Chen cast a sidelong glance at the footprint yet returned the old man's gaze with a cold smile. Are you threatening me? And if so, what of it? The old man and Xiao Chen stood in a standoff, the tension palpable as if conflict were imminent. Wait. Xiao Shayun interjected, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Mao Qingfeng and the elder. Esteemed ones, my father is Xiao Mingfeng of the Xia Corporation. I hope you might grant him a measure of respect and let this matter rest. You are Xiao Mingfeng's daughter. Mao Qingfeng scrutinized Xiao Shayun, a smile playing on her lips, taken aback by the revelation of such a charming daughter. Does President Mao know my father? Xiao Shayun's heart leapt with joy. Given the current prominence of the Xia Corporation, I would be hard-pressed not to have heard of Mr. Xia, Mao Qingfeng replied with a chuckle. Boss. What does Xia Mingfeng amount to? We have no reason to fear him. The bald man returned after cleaning himself up, clearly unimpressed and dismissive of Xia Mingfeng. Silence. How dare you speak? Mao Qingfeng turned around and reprimanded sharply. The bald-headed Chong shrank his neck, rendered speechless by fear. Out of respect for Mr. Xia, I, Mao, must concede a little, especially since it was my subordinate who made the mistake today. Enough of this, let us depart. Mao Qingfeng intended to leave. Wait. Did I say you could go? Xiao Chen said coldly. Mao Qingfeng paused in her steps, amused, and remarked, young man, are you still fixated on the matter of compensation? After a collision, is there any reason not to pay? Xiao Chen replied earnestly, indeed, there is no justification for avoiding compensation. I am truly defeated by you. Mao Qingfeng sighed, adjusting her forehead, I don't carry that much cash, and a bank transfer is too cumbersome. Moreover, with Miss Xia as your girlfriend. Do you truly care about this trivial sum? Xiao Shayun's face flashed, but she quickly reassured Mao Qingfeng, Chairwoman Miao, Xiao Chen is merely jesting. Let us consider this a misunderstanding, and there is no need for you to compensate. That is the spirit. Please convey my regards to your father. May we meet again under favorable circumstances. Mao Qingfeng cast a casual glance at Xiao Chen before entering the Ferrari with the elder and the bald-headed Chong, driving away. Phew. With the scare behind them, Xiao Shayun and Xiao Yufei finally sighed in relief. Xiao Chen, you truly lacked perception just now, we cannot afford to offend Mao Qingfeng. Thankfully. Shayun intervened, otherwise, we would have been left in a precarious situation. Xiao Yufei scolded, having been signaling Xiao Chen throughout the encounter, only for him to remain oblivious. Xiao Shayun added, at least it was merely a false alarm, Mao Qingfeng was likely just trying to intimidate us and wouldn't he genuinely hold us accountable? Xiao Chen inquired. Who is Mao Qingfeng? Is she formidable? Xiao Yufei responded, the bald-headed man addressed her as boss, what kind of person do you think she is? She is not someone we can provoke, it's best to avoid her and not act recklessly in the future. Xiao Shayun also advised, yes, Xiao Chen. Did you not notice the footprint on the ground? That elder is certainly not an ordinary individual, we cannot afford to provoke him. Fine, it's up to you. With the individuals far gone, Xiao Chen did not wish to pursue the matter further. Although the front of Xiao Yufei's car was damaged, it was merely superficial and did not affect its functionality. After dropping Xiao Shayun off at home, Xiao Chen and Xiao Yufei returned home as well, bringing an end to their trio's outing. On the first day of the National Day holiday, Xiao Yufei, rare for her, had overslept until noon. Xiao Chen, having risen early, felt restless at home and decided to take a stroll. While meandering through the park, he fortuitously encountered a familiar face. Xiao Lang, the brother of Xiao Biao, known as Wolf Brother, had previously taught him a lesson at the Phoenix Grand Hotel. Master, what a coincidence to run into you here. I was just about to visit your place. Xiao Lang dismounted from his black horse and hurried over to Xiao Chen, his demeanor excessively obsequious. Xiao Chen cast a sidelong glance at him and inquired coolly, is your shoulder injury healed? I must thank you for your mercy. I can now perform daily activities without issue, though I must avoid exertion, he replied. Remember this lesson and be cautious in the future. Yes. I shall certainly keep that in mind. Well then, what brings you here today? Xiao Chen asked. Xiao Lang paused briefly and stated, it is as follows, every year. The 4 representatives of Liaoning City convene a meeting to discuss the distribution of interests. This year, the meeting is scheduled for the evening after tomorrow. My elder brother and boss Peng wish for you, a person of great wisdom, to preside over the proceedings. Liaoning City is dominated by 4 major factions, with Peng Chao at the helm. The other 3 factions are somewhat weaker, yet their alliance can counterbalance Peng Chao. However, the equilibrium has been disrupted by the involvement of Xiao Chen. There are contentious points of interest among the 4 factions, such as the bustling commercial streets in the city center and the numerous factories located on the western hills. In earlier years, the Liaoning City was rife with chaos, as conflicts over territory and resources led to significant losses and even casualties. In recent years, with the establishment of a more stable order, the 4 factions have resolved to hold an annual meeting to delineate their interests. The rules established during this meeting must be adhered to throughout the ensuing year. Any violation will result in a collective punishment from the other 3 factions. The 4 factions meeting. Xiao Chen pondered briefly. Indeed, at such meetings, each faction sends forth their martial artists, and the scene is likely to become quite chaotic. Hence, my brother and the others wish to have you maintain order and preside over the event. As Zhao Lang spoke, he cautiously glanced at Xiao Chen, apprehensive of a potential refusal that would bring him rebuke upon his return. All right, I understand. I shall attend, Xiao Chen nodded, recognizing the importance of participating in such an affair. The invitations from Peng Chao and Zhao Biao, though perhaps not entirely altruistic, served to bolster his own authority. Nevertheless, he was keen to assert himself, as he wished to avoid a recurrence of the previous day's incident where anyone and everyone felt emboldened to approach him without restraint. Seeing Xiao Chen's agreement, Zhao Lang was filled with joy. Then I shall come to escort you the day after tomorrow. Where will the meeting be held? At the Western Hill town. Xiao Chen contemplated for a moment before instructing, you may wait for me here the day after tomorrow. From now on, do not come to my residence without my permission. He was mindful of Xiao Yufei should she witness him in the company of such dubious individuals. It would likely result in a lengthy reprimand. Yes, I understand, Xiao Lang replied eagerly, upon returning home with 2 takeout meals he had picked up. Xiao Chen found Xiao Yufei just awakening. You truly can sleep in. Today we shall have to settle for takeout. He placed the meals on the table. As she washed up, Xiao Yufei inquired, do you usually eat takeout when you're home alone? Didn't you say you cook for yourself? I tried cooking a few times, but it became too cumbersome, Xiao Chen replied, deliberately misleading her. Besides, once I started attending school, I generally eat in the cafeteria. In truth, he did not require meals at every opportunity, indulging only occasionally. After swiftly finishing his takeout, he retreated to his room to commence his training for the day. Recently, in addition to continuing his cultivation of the Imperial Transformation Technique, he had been practicing a unique art known as the Mysterious Transformation Technique. This technique was not an offensive maneuver but rather a means to transmute objects into energy, serving as a substitute for storage space. Although Earth possesses advanced technology, it has yet to devise storage bags or special rings, nor does it have the requisite materials. Thus, when the need arises to carry multiple items, it becomes quite cumbersome. Consequently, Xiao Chen recalled a technique he had inadvertently encountered in his previous life, the art of transmutation, which allows one to gasify objects, enabling them to be summoned back with a mere wave of the hand when needed, proving exceedingly convenient. Within the confines of his room, Xiao Chen closed his eyes in concentration, invoking the Imperial Transformation Technique, gathering his inner energy within the palm of his hand. Suddenly, he raised his hand in the air and gently waved it towards a chair in the room. This was indeed the art of transmutation. After days of diligent practice, he finally witnessed results. The chair gradually began to vaporize, as if merging with the surrounding atmosphere, vanishing without a trace. With a focused mind, Xiao Chen waved his hand once more in another direction. In reverse transmutation, the gas coalesced into the solid form, and the previously vanished chair reappeared. He was nearly complete. Just a few more practices would allow him to wield this skill with ease. Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy. This method was undeniably effective, even eliminating the need for storage space. However, the art of transmutation bore a significant drawback. Once an object was gasified, it required the user's energy to maintain, leading to a continual drain. Although the immediate consumption was minimal, over time it could accumulate and become burdensome. Thus, this technique would generally remain unused by the average person, as it was far less convenient than a storage pouch. Yet Xiao Chen was different. He practiced the extraordinary imperial transformation technique. This technique operated automatically, providing a constant flow of inner energy without the need for conscious effort, alleviating any concerns regarding depletion. Originally, Xiao Yufei intended to spend the National Day holiday resting at home. However, after just one day, she found herself restless and anxious. Thus, she decided to embark on a business trip. The company owned a chemical plant, and she seized this opportunity to conduct an inspection. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen relished the tranquility, content to spend the next 2 days in peace. When the appointed time with Zhao Lang arrived, Xiao Chen tidied himself up, donned a clean outfit, and stepped outside. At the agreed meeting place, Zhao Lang was already waiting. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he was overjoyed and promptly opened the back door of the vehicle. "Master, please get in." As Xiao Chen entered the car, he replied calmly, "Please use a different term, refrain from calling me master all the time." Zhao Lang tentatively suggested, "Should I address you as sir like my older brother?" Xiao Chen did not respond, and Zhao Lang understood this as tacit approval, quickly returning to the driver's seat. "Sir, please fasten your seatbelt." The car started, leaving the city and heading towards the direction of West Mountain. An hour later, they arrived at their destination, the small town of West Mountain. Though it bore the name of a small town, it was quite bustling and developed. This was due in part to the presence of numerous factories and the richness of mineral resources. Besides the influences of Pengchao and Zhaobiao, many affluent merchants frequently visited this area. As Zhao Lang drove through the streets of the town, Xiao Chen gazed out the window, feeling quite bored. Suddenly, he called out to Zhao Lang, "Wait a moment." Xiao Lang pulled over, puzzled. "Sir, we haven't reached the destination yet. What is it?" Xiao Chen pointed to a red Ferrari parked ahead and calmly stated, "Drive into it." "What?" Xiao Lang was momentarily taken aback, looking towards the car in disbelief. The Ferrari parked ahead was evidently a newly purchased luxury vehicle, its price undoubtedly in the millions. "Sir, what if we damage it?" Xiao Lang timidly inquired. "That is precisely the intention, otherwise, why would we crash into it?" Xiao Chen replied, his unconventional reasoning shattering Zhao Lang's previously held beliefs. He had thought himself quite audacious in Lonling Southeast Street, but Xiao Chen's boldness eclipsed his own, as he nonchalantly suggested ramming into someone else's new car. However, considering Xiao Chen's capabilities, Zhao Lang ultimately dared not disobey the order. Gritting his teeth, he slammed the accelerator and sped away. After a brief surge of speed, he collided violently with the rear of the red Ferrari. Bang! Although the Ferrari boasted impressive quality, it could not withstand such a forceful impact. The body crumpled, and the rear was nearly incapacitated. What the hell? Which blind fool doesn't know how to drive and is seeking trouble? The door of the Ferrari swung open, and a bold man, cursing furiously, stormed over and kicked Zhao Lang's BMW, shouting, "Get out of the car. What are you yelling about? What's wrong with crashing into you?" Zhao Lang, known for his hot temper, was quick to respond despite knowing he was in the wrong. "Hey, you bastard. Come down and face me." Though Zhao Lang hesitated to exit the vehicle, Xiao Chen calmly stepped out from the back seat. "It's you." The bold man recognized Xiao Chen and demanded, "Was this intentional?" "And if it were?" Xiao Chen replied coolly. "Fine, I let you off easy the other day. But today I shall teach you a lesson." The bold man's expression turned menacing, yet he remained composed, scrutinizing Xiao Chen's every move. Having trained in some combat techniques at the club, he believed he should easily overpower a mere high school student, attributing their last encounter to sheer luck. Seizing the moment, the bold man unleashed a flurry of rapid punches at Xiao Chen. However, the outcome mirrored their previous encounter. With a simple wave of his hand, Xiao Chen struck back, rendering the bold man unable to evade despite recognizing the pattern. Slap! The sound reverberated as the bold man was sent flying 2 yards away, spewing a mouthful of blood. His neck felt nearly broken when his head burst, leaving him momentarily dazed. When he regained his senses and looked at Xiao Chen again, sheer terror etched across his face. His earlier bravado stemmed from the belief that Xiao Chen's strength was within manageable limits after having endured a couple of his punches. However, this time, Xiao Chen's casual slap had nearly cost him his life. It was a far cry from their last encounter. This was no ordinary strength. Are you a martial artist? The bold man finally comprehended why he could not evade Xiao Chen's strikes. The combat techniques he had learned were sufficient against normal opponents, but against a martial artist, they were akin to a child brandishing a sword before a seasoned warrior. Now I realize, should I call you foolish? Xiao Chen strolled over to the bold man. Stop. At that moment, Mao Qingfeng arrived, followed closely by an elderly man exuding inner strength. What happened? Why are you two fighting again? Mao Qingfeng gazed at Xiao Chen in disbelief. The scene before her was strikingly reminiscent of events that transpired just days prior. Boss, he struck fast, bold Chong stammered. I was asleep in the car when he suddenly rammed into you from behind, damaging your Ferrari. Mao Qingfeng's heart bled as she cast her eyes upon the Ferrari she had purchased less than a month ago. Fury ignited within her as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen. Was this intentional? An eye for an eye? Xiao Chen retorted with unwavering conviction. You are being rather petty, aren't you? Besides, how could your dilapidated Audi possibly compare to my Ferrari? Mao Qingfeng felt lightheaded with indignation. Xiao Chen regarded her with a cold smirk, stating, in my eyes, there is no distinction between an Audi and a Ferrari, there is only the debt you owe me. You hit me once, thus I shall retaliate in kind to settle the score. After a pause, he added, of course. Had you shown a better attitude last time and offered compensation, I would not have pursued this further. Unfortunately, you have elevated yourself too highly. To Xiao Chen, wealth was as worthless as that. What he valued was respect and attitude. Upon hearing this, Mao Qingfeng's expression turned icy as she sneered, perhaps I was indeed mistaken. But my error lies not in failing to compensate you, but rather in refraining from adequately reprimanding you due to a couple of words from the daughter of Xia Mingfeng, which has led to your current audacity. To think you could teach me a lesson is quite the challenge. Xiao Chen stood with arms crossed, exuding extreme arrogance as he looked down upon Mao Qingfeng. And what of me? At that moment, an elderly man with inner strength stepped forward. His gaze icy as he fixed his stare on Xiao Chen. Young man, have you forgotten what I told you last time? The elder's aura, though not yet fully revealed, was enough to instill fear with just a narrowed gaze. Mao Qingfeng subtly retreated a couple of steps, aware that a martial artist's strike could have dire consequences, and proximity could lead to collateral damage. Yet Xiao Chen appeared unfazed, mocking, or do you believe your words are sacred maxims? Why should I commit them to memory? The elder's expression stiffened as he angrily replied, you truly are unafraid of my retaliation. If you possess the capability, feel free to try. Xiao Chen challenged. Very well. It seems you genuinely lack the capacity to learn. My previous warning was insufficient to capture your attention, or was it? The elder was now thoroughly enraged, channeling his inner strength with the intent to deliver a lesson that Xiao Chen would not soon forget. Is this what you refer to? Xiao Chen inquired, his foot lifting slightly before descending with force. A resounding crack echoed as the concrete floor fractured ominously towards the elder. Not good. The elder's complexion changed instantly as he attempted to retreat, but it was a bit too late, and he was struck by the residual force along the crack. The impact sent the elder staggering backward, his internal energy surging violently. While the injury was not life-threatening, it undeniably shattered his pride and arrogance. Previously, he had deemed it beneath him to engage Xiao Chen, leaving a deep imprint in the concrete as a means of intimidation. In truth, this display had instilled considerable fear in ordinary individuals like Xiao Yufei and Xiao Shayun. However, Xiao Chen was an entirely different matter. On the same cement floor, Xiao Chen gently lifted his foot, astonishingly causing the entire surface to cave in, even tearing a long fissure that struck him directly. Such a display of power was truly terrifying, far beyond the capabilities of his mere footprint. How could it be? The young man had managed to accomplish this. Mao Qingfeng stood in a daze, unable to believe her eyes as she gazed at the lengthy crack on the ground, her understanding of reality shattered. What kind of existence had she inadvertently provoked? In the face of the elders and Mao Qingfeng's astonishment, Xiao Chen scoffed, with your meager strength, you do not even compare to Du Goyu and Xing Feiqiang, or whom I have slain before. Should I call you ignorant or merely foolish for daring to flaunt your abilities before me? Each of his words struck like thunder, causing the elder and Mao Qingfeng's hearts to tremble violently. You killed Du Gaoyu and Xing Feiqiong. They were well acquainted with these names. Having crossed paths with them at past conferences, the elder had even faced them in combat. As Xiao Chen stated, the elder's strength was only slightly inferior to that of Xing Feiqiong and Du Gaoyu. Yet both of them had fallen to Xiao Chen. Good heavens! What had transpired in Liaoning City during their absence? Now, President, how could you possibly confront this gentleman? At that moment, Xiaolang finally stepped out of the BMW. Although fear gripped him, he realized that if matters continued, it might lead to dire consequences. You are Zhao Beo's brother. Mao Qingfeng recognized Xiaolang. Yes. Mr. Xiao is a distinguished guest invited by my brother and boss Peng to preside over the meeting. Why did you not say so earlier? Mao Qingfeng glared at Xiaolang in frustration, berating him for taking so long to reveal such crucial information, nearly leading them to disaster. Mr. Xiao, please forgive Qingfeng for her lack of discernment. I hope you can overlook my previous offenses. Though she uttered apologies, Mao Qingfeng still harbored a sense of resentment. The last time she encountered Xiao Chen, she had looked down upon him with an air of superiority. Now, she was forced to bow her head and admit her wrongdoing, adjusting her demeanor to align with Xiao Chen's countenance. Indeed, the tides of fortune had turned. Yet, the strength of circumstance was overwhelming, leaving her no choice. Regardless of his youth, Xiao Chen had proven capable of defeating inner strength masters like Xing Feiqiong and Du Gaoyu, therefore she could not afford to provoke. You people are truly amusing. When faced with an unfavorable situation, you quickly utter flattering words and feign humility, acting as if nothing has transpired, Xiao Chen remarked coldly, clearly unwilling to let them off the hook merely for Mao Qingfeng's words. Mao Qingfeng's tone turned serious as she inquired, what does Mr. Xiao wish to do? As for you, a mere woman, I can overlook your transgressions, but he must at least pay a price. Xiao Chen gestured toward the elder with his hand. Mao Qingfeng hastily replied, Uncle Shui meant no offense. Should Mr. Xiao require compensation, please state your price. For the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce behind her, issues that could be resolved with money were not considered problems at all. However, Xiao Chen shook his head. Money holds no significance for me. What do you wish me to do? The inner strength elder understood that he was no match for Xiao Chen and could only endure the humiliation. Speaking in a subdued manner, Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, in fact, it is not difficult, simply slap yourself 20 times, and I shall count for you. What? Mao Zhishui's expression immediately turned ashen, his fist clenched tightly, silently channeling his inner strength, filled with a desire to fight Xiao Chen to the bitter end. As a formidable practitioner at the late stage of inner strength, he was accustomed to being revered and held in high regard wherever he went. For an ordinary person, 20 slaps might seem a trivial punishment, but for a warrior who held dignity above all else, such a task was utterly unacceptable. What, are you unwilling? Xiao Chen's tone grew cold, imbued with a hint of malice. Mao Zhishui bellowed, a gentleman may be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Excellent, your courage is commendable. I shall oblige you. With that, Xiao Chen raised his hand, channeling a formidable pressure that instantaneously left Mao Zhishui's breath in disarray, revealing a flicker of terror in his eyes. Mr. Xiao, please hold on. Mao Qingfeng hastily intervened, urging Mao Zhishui. Uncle Shui, to endure this moment. The storm will pass. In truth, without Mao Qingfeng's intervention, Mao Zhishui's pride and resolve were swiftly shattered beneath the overwhelming fear of death. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and struck his own face. Slap. 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 In the public eye, Mao Zhishui continued to strike himself left and right. With each resounding slap, he felt the weight of countless gazes mocking him, deepening his humiliation. Slap. After delivering the final blow, Mao Zhishui, now pale as ash, turned to Xiao Chen and said, Is Mr. Xiao satisfied now? Xiao Chen offered no response, only cryptically advised, remember this moment of shame well, and never err again. For next time, fortune may not favor you as it has today. Yes, we shall certainly remember. Mao Qingfeng promised on his behalf. Xiaolang, we are leaving. Xiao Chen called out before stepping into the BMW. Certainly, sir, please hold on. Xiaolang also entered the vehicle, pressing the accelerator and speeding away. Inside the car, Xiaolang expressed his admiration, saying, "Sir, your magnanimity is truly commendable. I was genuinely afraid you would resort to violence against Mao Qingfeng and the others. Killing them would be advantageous, wouldn't it? Your brother would have one less competitor," Xiaolang grinned. "In truth, I did contemplate that possibility. But my brother's adversaries are not Mao Qingfeng. Moreover, I have heard that there are several unwelcome guests at this meeting, and I fear unforeseen complications may arise." Unwelcome guests. Xiao Chen's interest piqued as he inquired, "Who are these unwelcome guests?" Xiaolang, not daring to conceal the truth, replied, "It is said to be the two prominent families of Lonning City, the He family and the Chao family." Xiao Chen pondered briefly before asking, "How do the He and Chao families compare to the Xia family of the Xia group?" The Xia family is a newly emerged clan, while the He and Chao families are established families in Lonning City with a history spanning over a century. Xiaolang slowly elaborated in terms of economic strength. The Xia family has risen rapidly, surpassing the He and Chao families. However, in terms of heritage, it pales in comparison to the two venerable families. This is why the Xia family seeks to curry favor with the Zheng family in the provincial capital, hoping to enhance their foundational strength. Xiao Chen nodded inwardly, beginning to grasp the situation. The Xia family was indeed on the rise, yet fundamentally, they remained an ordinary family, lacking martial guardians and extensive connections in various spheres. The He family and the Chao family differ significantly. Within their lineage, warriors stand guard, while some members navigate the social realm, others engage in politics, and some delve into commerce, resulting in an extensive network. Soon, they arrived at their destination, an abandoned factory in Shishon town. Xiao Biao awaited outside and greeted Xiao Chen with a broad smile. "Mr. Xiao, we have finally been anticipating your arrival." Xiao Chen cast a glance at Xiao Biao and replied coolly, "Xiao, I have killed Du Gaoyu, and with your men rendered useless. This meeting may prove quite disadvantageous for you. Do you truly harbor no resentment towards me?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Biao hastily swore his allegiance, declaring, "Du Gaoyu, in his arrogance, sought trouble with you, and his demise is well deserved. If I, Xiao Biao, utter even a word of grievance, may I meet the same fate as Du Gaoyu." Xiao Chen chuckled softly and inquired, "Then what are your plans for later?" "To be honest, I am merely here to make an appearance today and will not partake in the competition," Xiao Biao acknowledged, understanding that he lacked the capacity to vie for greater gains. Merely maintaining the business on East Street was already a commendable feat. Xiao Chen praised, "Your contentment is commendable. I believe your future endeavors shall not be lacking." "Thank you for your kind words, sir. Please, after you." With Xiao Biao leading the way, Xiao Chen proceeded inside. The abandoned factory was spacious, featuring a makeshift arena surrounded by numerous seats, resembling an underground boxing venue. At this hour, the attendees had yet to assemble, and it was evident that the meeting had not commenced. However, some individuals could no longer contain their excitement and had taken to the stage. Xiao Chen did not recognize the two warriors sparring on stage, but observing their exchange, it was clear they were not exerting their full strength, likely merely warming up. Peng Chao had been conversing with Feng He and Zhou Deshuan when he spotted Xiao Chen, and the three approached him together. "Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao. Young master." Xiao Chen raised his hand to interrupt them, directing his gaze towards a few unfamiliar faces at the edge of the arena. "Last time we met, regardless of past grievances, we have all become acquainted. Let us first introduce me to some friends I do not know." "Certainly." Peng Chao called out to the individuals nearby, "Big Brother Liang. Third Master He, come over. I would like to introduce you to an important figure." In truth, before Peng Chao even called them, they had already taken notice of Xiao Chen. Despite appearing merely 18 or 19 years old, the respect shown by Xiao Biao and Peng Chao, two prominent figures, was indeed remarkable. "Important figure. Peng, are you referring to him?" A sharply dressed man expressed his disdain. Peng Chao's expression darkened as he replied, "Third Master He, Mr. Xiao is here to oversee the proceedings. Please do not be disrespectful." Third Master He regarded Xiao Chen and asked, "Do you intend to oversee things? Surely, you jest." "I shall preside. Do you contest this?" Xiao Chen inquired calmly. "That depends on whether you possess the capabilities to earn my respect." "Impudent." At that moment, Feng He interjected sternly, "He Yuan Ping, should you dare to disrespect the young master again, do not blame me for being impolite." "Young master." Upon hearing this, He Yuanping's expression shifted slightly. In Lanning City, he could dismiss Xiao Biao and Peng Chao, yet he held a degree of apprehension towards Feng He. Although Feng He was nominally under Peng Chao's command, the latter treated him with a level of courtesy befitting a distinguished guest. Not for any other reason, but because Feng He is universally recognized as the foremost master in Lanning City, unmatched in solitary combat. Yet at this moment, Feng He addresses Xiao Chen as young master, which inevitably stirs suspicion within him. Could it be that this gentleman is a scion of a prestigious family? How amusing. Another man, more composed than He Yuan, steps forward to greet him politely. Peng Chao introduces Xiao Chen, saying, "Sir, this is Boss Liang Weikai." Xiao Chen merely nods casually, his gaze drifting to Liang Weikai and He Yuan's companions. Liang Weikai has brought forth a practitioner of internal energy, while He Yuan has two, however. Their prowess is not particularly formidable, likely inferior to that of Xing Fei or Du Gaoyu. At this moment, the arrival of President Miao and Master Chao is noted. Mao Qingfeng strides alongside a robust man, accompanied by an elder and two middle-aged men. The elder is naturally Mao Jishui, while the two others are presumably the internal energy practitioners brought forth by the stalwart Master Chao. To Xiao Chen's mild surprise, the strength of these two concealed practitioners likely rivals that of Feng He. "Mr. Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is President Mao of the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce," Peng Chao begins. Xiao Chen interjects, "There is no need, I am already acquainted with President Mao." Peng Chao looks toward Mao Qingfeng, who giggles softly, "Mr. Xiao and I have indeed met under less than formal circumstances." Xiao Chen's heart stirs. When he last parted from Mao Qingfeng, it was evident she harbored some trepidation towards him, yet now she appears to have regained her confidence. A cold smile touches Xiao Chen's lips. Some individuals remain oblivious to their need for humility until they have been sufficiently humbled. He discreetly glances at the robust man, understanding that Mao Qingfeng's alliance with him has restored her assurance. Peng Chao continues with his introductions. "This is Master Chao, Chao Zhenhua." "Mr. Xiao, is it not?" Chao Zhenhua steps forward, extending his hand for a handshake. Xiao Chen reciprocates out of courtesy. Chao Zhenhua smiles, "I encountered President Mao on the way here, and she spoke highly of your skills, Mr. Xiao. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. I am impressed. Master Chao is not to be underestimated." "I presume you come prepared today?" Xiao Chen remarks pointedly. Previously, Feng He was acknowledged as the unrivaled champion of Lanning City. Even the venerable families of the Chao and He clans could not surpass him. However, the two internal energy practitioners brought by Chao Zhenhua are likely on par with Feng He, suggesting some underlying intrigue. "Haha. I merely grew weary of idleness at home and heard of the gathering of the four esteemed leaders. I thought it fitting to join the festivities." Chao Zhenhua replies with a chuckle. Peng Chao hesitates. "Master Chao, this is not in accordance with protocol. The purpose of the Four Corners Conference is to determine the distribution of interests among myself, Boss Xiao, Boss Liang, and President Miao, and does not concern outsiders." Chao Zhenhua smiles. "I am well aware of that, but it is not prohibited to seek external assistance in your contest among the four families, is it?" "As I recall, Boss Peng, it was your invitation of an external master like Feng He that facilitated your rise to prominence as the king of Lanning, was it not?" Feng He was not originally from Lan City, but after arriving, he became acquainted with Peng Chao. With Feng He's assistance, Peng Chao ascended to the throne of the underground king of Lan City. Such occurrences are not unusual, as many internal energy martial artists in Lan City are outsiders. It merely depends on which faction seizes the opportunity to recruit them. "Elder Chao, do you mean to say?" Chao Zhenhua remarked, "I am merely here to lend my support to President Miao. Any benefits allocated will entirely belong to President Miao, and I shall take nothing for myself." "This surely does not constitute a breach of the rules, does it?" Peng Chao was momentarily at a loss for words, sensing an underlying discord that he could not quite articulate. "I, He Mao, am of the same mind, lending my strength to Big Brother Liang." He Yuanping also expressed his stance, standing firmly alongside Liang Weikai. He then turned to Xiao Chen, inquiring, "Mr. Xiao, you wouldn't have any objections, would you?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "As long as the rules are not violated, I naturally have no objections." "That is good to hear. Now that everyone has arrived, we can commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please." At this moment, all present understood that today would witness a fierce contest, and further pleasantries would serve no purpose. The atmosphere had distinctly divided into three camps, Liang Weikai and He Yuanping on one side, Mao Qingfeng and Chao Zhenhua on another, then Xiao Chen, Peng Chao, and Zhao Biao forming the third. Mr. Xiao, please take your seat. Peng Chao and Zhao Biao respectfully ushered Xiao Chen to a comfortable position. Zhao Biao had little expectation for today's match, while Peng Chao, with Feng He present, felt little concern about the He and Chao family's involvement. Chao Zhenhua, observing Xiao Chen, smiled at Mao Qingfeng. President Miao, it appears you are correct, that young man indeed possesses some talent, as evidenced by the deference shown to him by Peng Chao and Zhao Biao. Before Mao Qingfeng could respond, Mao Zhishui behind her revealed a glimmer of coldness in his eyes, stating, his strength is indeed remarkable, he has likely reached the pinnacle of internal energy, rivaling Feng He. I am not his opponent. Chao Zhenhua chuckled upon hearing this. That is of no consequence, as long as he is not a congenital martial artist. We need not fear him. Elder Chao, you jest. At his age, even the most prodigious talent cannot attain the congenital level. Moreover, congenital martial artists are respected by the three major families even in the provincial city. It stands to reason they would not come to Lon City. Though the pinnacle of internal energy seems but a step away from the congenital level, the reality is a chasm apart. Throughout history, countless martial artists have reached the pinnacle of internal energy, yet those who take that final step to achieve the congenital level are exceedingly rare. Mao Qingfeng also smiled, since he is not congenital, and with the two formidable allies brought by Elder Chao, we fear no one today. As she spoke, her gaze flicked toward the two elderly men behind Chao Zhenhua. Meanwhile, Mao Zhishui pondered silently whether to utilize Chao Zhenhua's influence to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, thereby avenging past humiliations. On the other side, Liang Weikai and He Yuanping were engaged in hushed discussions. Suddenly, Liang Weikai rose, laughing as he inquired, Big Brother Xiao, where is Mr. Du from your faction? Are you planning to compete personally today? Zhao Biao's expression darkened momentarily, but he soon responded with a smile. Mr. Du is unwell and cannot participate in this competition, hence Zhao will withdraw from the contest this year. The deaths of Du Gaoyu and Xing Feiqiong were, of course, kept under wraps by Peng Chao and Zhao Biao, ensuring that the news did not leak out. It was prudent to keep Liang Weikai and Mao Qingfeng unaware for the time being. As expected, Liang Weikai appeared somewhat skeptical but refrained from probing further. He turned to Peng Chao and inquired, Brother Peng, what of your subordinate, Mr. Xing? Surely he is not also ill? Peng Chao replied nonchalantly, I have Feng He and Zhou Deshuan, both of whom are more than capable of securing victory. Mao Qingfeng interjected, Brother Peng, do not boast too early. While you have been victorious year after year, this time may be different. Is that so? At that moment, Feng He leaped onto the stage with a flourish, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and declared, Allow me to take the lead and invite the esteemed Liang and President Mao to impart their wisdom. Liang Weizai's demeanor soured upon witnessing the formidable Feng He take to the stage first. He begrudgingly took a seat, no longer daring to provoke. With Peng Chao's Feng He and Mao Qingfeng's Chao Zhenhua, he knew he could not compete. Fortunately, Zhao Biao's unexpected withdrawal ensured he would secure third place. A far better outcome than finishing last once again. I have long heard of Mr. Feng's reputation. Today, I wish to test my skills. A resolute middle-aged man in grey leaped onto the stage to challenge Feng He. Feng He felt an inexplicable pressure and fixed his gaze on the man in grey. You are not from the Chao family. The middle-aged man replied coolly, What difference does it make whether I am or not? His words rang true. Since they were on the stage, the truth would be revealed through their abilities. Feng He did not dare to underestimate his opponent. Gathering his inner strength and preparing for the confrontation, the grey-clad man stood with an air of arrogance, seemingly dismissive of Feng He's prowess. On the sidelines, Peng Chao began to grow anxious. He had believed Feng He would triumph over any opponent, yet it appeared he had encountered a challenger not easily vanquished. Where did this Chao Zhenhua find such a formidable opponent? Peng Chao remarked, turning to Xiao Chen to inquire, Mr. Xiao, who do you think has the greater chance of winning? Xiao Chen replied calmly, both possess comparable strength, it will depend on who performs better in the moment. However, regardless of the outcome, both will incur significant costs. Peng Chao's expression grew more urgent as he pressed, what of the other expert Chao Zhenhua has brought? Equally matched with Feng He. What? Peng Chao's despair deepened instantly. Chao Zhenhua had brought two experts on par with Feng He. adding in Mao Zhishui. Their side would boast 3 formidable inner strength practitioners in nearly overwhelming him and Liang Weikai. Mr. Xiao, might I request your assistance later? Peng Chao could only turn to Xiao Chen for help. If Xiao Chen were willing to intervene, there might still be a glimmer of hope for victory. Let us observe for now, Xiao Chen replied noncommittally, sipping the tea Peng Chao had prepared for him. Meanwhile, on the stage, Feng He and the grey-clad man had already engaged in fierce combat. As Xiao Chen had predicted, their strengths were indeed evenly matched. And the outcome hinged on their performance in the moment. With a resounding clash, their fists met. And both Feng He and the grey-clad man were forced back a few steps. Impressive. I did not expect such a formidable warrior to emerge from the small city of Lonning. The grey-clad man regarded Feng He with admiration. Feng He was seething with anger. This individual bore an attitude of self-importance, and his prowess was not significantly superior to Feng He's own. Allow me to demonstrate my 9-fold waves. Unwilling to squander time, Feng He unleashed his ultimate technique. Though he could not conjure the true flame waves like Xiao Chen, even the mere air waves he produced held tremendous power against ordinary individuals. Oh, are you truly serious? How impatient you are. Very well. Let me ensure your defeat is unequivocal. The middle-aged man in grey flicked his sleeve, channeling his formidable inner strength into his palm, preparing to unleash his own most powerful move. The onlookers held their breath, their focus unwavering upon the two combatants, acutely aware that the outcome would hinge upon this singular exchange. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Whoosh! A dark figure soared onto the stage, rolling several times before landing between the two adversaries. The crowd gasped, their faces paling in terror. For it was none other than a severed human head. The individual had evidently been deceased for some time, with no traces of blood upon the head, yet it sent chills down the spines of everyone present. No. That is Feng Qian. Zhao Biao exclaimed in shock, realizing that the lifeless head belonged to none other than Feng Qian, one of his subordinates. Feng Qian had previously incited Du Guoyu to confront Xiao Chen, only for Du Guoyu to be slain by him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Feng Qian had pilfered numerous antiques from Ranbao Pavilion and fled. Now, it appeared he had met a gruesome end. Who could have done this? A sense of foreboding washed over the crowd, their vigilance heightened. Suddenly, the proud figure ascended the stage with astonishing speed, landing before Feng He and the middle-aged man in grey. Who is Xiao Chen? Come forth and meet your demise. The unexpected arrival interrupted the duel between Feng He and the grey-clad man. May I inquire your identity? Feng He asked, clasping his fist and scrutinizing the newcomer. The individual appeared to have surpassed 70 years, his hair white at the temples, yet his posture remained upright and his voice resonant, revealing no signs of frailty. The septuagenarian glanced at Feng He and scoffed, "You are not yet worthy to inquire my name." Upon hearing this, Feng He's expression darkened, and he retorted with a cold smile, "Very well, if you are so audacious, allow me to experience your prowess." Whether this individual was meddling or seeking trouble with Xiao Chen, Feng He resolved to treat him as an enemy, showing no mercy. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most formidable technique. Burning flames of the 9-fold waves. Inner strength gathered as 9 waves of air surged forth, each one building upon the last, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. The middle-aged man in grey, who had previously underestimated Feng He, now pondered whether he could withstand such an assault if faced directly. Surely, even if he could endure it, it would come at a considerable cost. The foremost master of Lonning City truly possesses remarkable skill. TSK, impressive momentum. But our foundations differ. What can your strongest techniques achieve against me? Faced with Feng He's 9-fold waves, the septuagenarian wore an inexplicable smirk, choosing not to evade but rather to counter with a single and remarkable palm strike. The seemingly mundane palm met the 9-fold waves, instantly overpowering them. Boom. 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 The waves were continuously shattered, ultimately crashing towards Feng He himself. Bang. Feng He was struck as if by a thunderclap, hurtling backward and landing beneath the stage. A stunning scene unfolded, the arena fell silent, fear etched upon the faces of the spectators. A practitioner of the pre-celestial realm, Feng He had already reached the pinnacle of internal strength, yet he was severely injured by a single strike from his opponent while attempting to unleash his ultimate move. Could this not be classified as the innate realm? Apart from Xiao Chen, who remained seated, all others stood in awe and trepidation. The innate realm, often referred to as the realm of masters, signifies an existence worthy of establishing sections. Among the countless internal strength practitioners in Huaxia, only a select few attain the innate realm, earning respect wherever they go. Previously, Mao Qingfeng and others had debated the improbability of an innate master appearing in Lonning City, yet unexpectedly, one had emerged. No, that is incorrect. He is not an innate master. Injured Feng, he rose once more, fixing his gaze upon the septuagenarian and declaring, I have fought against two innate masters. And your palm strength pales in comparison. Just as the rumors suggested, Feng he had indeed clashed with an innate practitioner. At that time, he had exerted all his effort to withstand a strike from the innate master, only to be knocked unconscious for 3 days and nights. Now, although he had been grievously wounded by the elder, he still managed to stand, underscoring the evident disparity in strength. The onlookers turned their attention to the elder, who angrily proclaimed, had I not been interrupted at the crucial moment of my breakthrough by that fool Feng Qian, I would not be confined to the threshold of the innate realm. The threshold of the innate realm. The crowd realized, breathing a collective sigh of relief. This threshold represents an intermediary level between the pinnacle of internal strength and innate practitioners. Failing to break through to the innate realm might result in one falling to this stage. However, even so, none dared to underestimate the elder. For being at the threshold of the innate realm signifies a touch upon the innate level, far surpassing ordinary internal strength practitioners. Feng Hie's injury at the elder's hands served as a prime example. I am Yen Tong from the Southern Fist Society, and I have the privilege of meeting a senior, the grey-clad middle-aged man on the arena, keen to avoid offending a threshold master, hastily bowed in deference. The elder cast a disinterested glance at him and remarked, I have heard of the Southern Fist Society, I would like to visit when I have the opportunity. Yen Tong replied respectfully that it would be our honor at the Southern Fist Society, I shall ensure a warm welcome. Mao Qingfeng, Mao Zhishui, Xiao Zhenhua, and another internal strength practitioner approached. Mao Qingfeng from the Blue Sea Chamber of Commerce, I greet you, senior. Mao Zhishui from the Blue Sea Chamber of Commerce. I greet you, senior. Xiao Zhenhua from the Qiao family, I greet you, senior. Yan Fei from the Southern Fist Society, I greet you, senior. The elder appeared somewhat impatient. Gesturing dismissively, there's no need for pleasantries, that I am here to seek someone. Upon hearing this, Mao Zhishui seemed to recall something and inquired, are you searching for Xiao Chen? Senior. Indeed. The elder affirmed. I have a disciple named Du Gaoyu. Feng Qian informed me that he perished at the hands of someone named Xiao Chen. I believe he should be here today. The mention of Du Gaoyu's master caused Zhao Biao's expression to shift slightly. He had heard Du Gaoyu mention having a master once, but over the years, Du Gaoyu had not been in contact with him, leading Zhao Biao to believe their relationship was not particularly strong. It seemed that after Feng Qian's escape, he had sought out Du Gaoyu's master to relay the news of Du Gaoyu's demise, only to inadvertently disturb his cultivation, resulting in the elder being stuck at the threshold of the innate realm. In a fit of rage, Du Gaoyu's master had beheaded Feng Qian and stormed off to seek vengeance against Xiao Chen. Mao Zhishui was nearly beside himself with joy, pointing towards Xiao Chen's direction and shouting, Senior, the murderer of your disciple, Xiao Chen, is right there. Is that him? The old man gazed intently at Xiao Chen, who sat calmly savoring his tea, a look of perplexity crossing his features. So young? Mao Zhishui remarked, Senior, do not be deceived by his youth. He possesses an uncanny prowess. Besides you, I fear no one can match him. Is that so? The old man chuckled, seemingly intrigued by Mao Zhishui's words concerning Xiao Chen. Young man, will you come forward to meet your demise, or shall I come over to slay you? Xiao Chen, maintaining his composed demeanor, replied, both options lead to death. What difference does it make? The old man responded, there is indeed a distinction. If you approach willingly to meet your fate, I can grant you a swift end. Should I have to traverse further, you may endure considerable torment. Is there a third option? Apologies, there is none. Ha! Xiao Chen chuckled inexplicably. What are you laughing at? The old man questioned coldly. I find it amusing that you and your disciple share the same disposition. He once confronted me. demanding I choose to leave Lone City or face death. Now you come forth with identical words. The old man sneered, yet the outcome shall differ, regardless of your choice. You will perish here today. Are you truly so confident? Xiao Chen set down his teacup and finally stood up. Mr. Xiao. Peng Chao expressed concern. Aware that although the opponent was not a true innate master, he had brushed the surface of that level, making him far superior to an internal energy practitioner. Xiao Chen was his only hope. Should anything happen to him, he would face ruin. Fear not, he is merely a half-step innate. The words were spoken lightly. Yet they reverberated like thunder, causing all present to change countenance. Impudent. Mao Zhishui could not let this opportunity to assert himself before the old man and redeem his honor slip away. He pointed at Xiao Chen and shouted, before the senior. Do you dare act recklessly? Xiao Chen cast a glance at Mao Zhishui and replied nonchalantly, no need to rush, once I have dealt with this old fool. It will be your turn. Boy, watch your words. The half-step innate old man became furious, barking, who are you implying you wish to kill me? Is that not feasible? Xiao Chen replied with an unperturbed expression. It is not that it is unfeasible, rather, you lack the capability. Ha! Xiao Chen laughed once more, countering with a question. Have you ever heard the quiver of a sword? The quiver of a sword? The old man furrowed his brow, a glimmer of caution emerging in his gaze. His instincts warned him that this youth, barely 18 or 19, was indeed formidable and might pose a genuine threat to him. Nonsense. Allow me to enlighten you on the chasm that lies between the pinnacle of internal energy practitioners and half-step innate masters. The old man explained. Internal energy practitioners possess internal chi, while those in the innate realm transform that internal chi into true chi. As a half-step innate master, a significant portion of his internal chi had already been converted into true chi. He now summoned all his true chi, concentrating it in his fists, producing a thunderous roar. Sir, be cautious. Peng Chao and Zhao Biao felt their hearts leap into their throats. Should Xiao Chen be struck down, they would have no escape route. Senior, kill him. Mao Zhishui shouted frantically, as if he could already envision the scene of Xiao Chen's blood spilling on the ground. Mao Qingfeng, Chao Zhenhua, He Yuanping, and Liang Weikai were equally anxious, realizing that today's meeting had lost its significance. The conflict between Xiao Chen and the elder pertained to the future dynamics of Lone City. Perish! Thundered the elder, as he unleashed the Thousand Calamity Fist. A strike imbued with the might of thunder and lightning aimed directly at Xiao Chen. Yet, Xiao Chen remained composed, even exuding a hint of subtle mockery. Have you ever heard the tremor of a sword? He mused, raising his hand slowly. With a delicate pinch of his fingers, he conjured an invisible blade. A sharp hum resonated, akin to a sword gliding across a water surface, gentle yet hauntingly beautiful, sending shivers down the spine. In an instant, the clash unfolded. The elder's fist and Xiao Chen's sword light collided in a fleeting moment. The outcome was already determined, life and death had been resolved. The elder south fist hovered perilously close to Xiao Chen's chest, a mere inch away from shattering his heart. Yet that inch remained forever unattainable. What manner of swordplay is this? The elder queried, begrudgingly. The first realm of sword Dao Zhenwu, heart sword, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Heart sword? I have never heard of such a technique. Do you presume your knowledge is vast? Some truths elude you, no matter how fervently you seek them throughout your life. With that, Xiao Chen flicked his sleeve and turned away, radiating an air of arrogance and disdain. Suddenly, the elder's pupils constricted. Boom! An unparalleled sword aura erupted from within the elder, instantly rendering his body a mass of wounds resembling a wasp nest before he collapsed heavily to the ground. A single blow, half-step innate, and he was slain. Peng Chao and Zhao Biao were momentarily stunned. Although they had hoped for Xiao Chen's victory, the nature of this triumph was astonishing. To annihilate a half-step innate with a single strike. Had he truly reached the innate realm? Feng He was equally astonished. Having faced Xiao Chen before, he had been soundly defeated but did not perceive Xiao Chen as an innate warrior. He had shared the same concerns when Xiao Chen confronted the elder. Yet now, to witness the elder's instant demise, how could this be? Mao Qingfeng, Chao Zhenhua, and the others were visibly shaken, disbelief etched on their faces, quickly giving way to terror. Innate. Xiao Chen was indeed a genuine innate warrior. Next. It would be your turn. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to Mo Zhishui as he remarked coolly, "Do you recall my words? Are you truly an innate master?" Mo Zhishui stammered, retreating repeatedly, his face ashen, a cold sweat soaking his garments. However, with each step Mo Zhishui took back, Xiao Chen advanced closer, stating, "Whether I am an innate master is inconsequential, what matters is what you just did and said." Seeing this, Mao Qingfeng urgently interjected, "Mr. Xiao, please spare Uncle Shui's life, our Blue Ocean Trading Association is willing to pay any price." Xiao Chen cast a glance at her and replied coolly, "I have already spared his life once, but unfortunately, he does not understand gratitude and instead hastily sought to betray me, eagerly wishing for my demise." Upon hearing this, Mo Zhishui realized Xiao Chen's murderous intent was resolute. In a desperate act, he thrust Mao Qingfeng toward Xiao Chen and swiftly attempted to flee. Mo Zhishui. "You," Mao Qingfeng seethed with anger, unable to fathom that her plea for Mo Zhishui had led him to use her as a shield. Did he think such a ploy would allow him to escape? Xiao Chen scoffed disdainfully and waved his hand, unleashing a surge of sword energy. Whoosh! Mo Zhishui, who had already retreated 10 meters, was instantly pierced by the sword energy, turning in shock before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The release of internal energy confirmed that he was indeed a congenital master. If there had been any lingering doubt before, the onlookers were now certain of Xiao Chen's attainment of the innate realm, as the external manifestation of internal energy was one of its most significant hallmarks. "Mr. Xiao, please forgive Qingfeng for her ignorance." Mao Qingfeng suddenly knelt before Xiao Chen, beseeching his forgiveness. Xiao Chen mocked with a cold smile, "President Miao, are you certain this time you genuinely regret your actions? You won't, in a few days, seek another backing and come before me to flaunt your power again, will you?" "I would never dare." Mao Qingfeng replied with a bitter smile. She truly felt that way now. Previously, she had harbored some resentment, thinking to leverage Xiao Zhenhua's influence to reclaim a measure of power and dampen Xiao Chen's arrogance, but she had not anticipated Xiao Chen's status as a congenital master. "Then, will you withdraw from this struggle for interests and cede 1/4 of your territory to Xiao Biao?" Mao Qingfeng hesitated slightly, realizing she had no grounds for negotiation. And finally acquiesced, "I agree." Xiao Biao, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and tearfully expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. As I have said, those who understand contentment shall not meet with misfortune." Although Xiao Chen had little interaction with Xiao Biao, he appreciated those who understood the ebb and flow of power. Seeing Xiao Biao in good light, he decided to lend him a hand, nothing more. "You may leave now. I am aware that the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce has backing, but do not dare to overestimate your capabilities before me, there will not be another opportunity." "Yes. Qingfeng shall remember this, farewell." Mao Qingfeng sighed in relief and turned to depart. "Mr. Xiao, Master Xiao, please forgive the prior transgressions of this lowly one." He Yuanping approached Xiao Chen in trepidation, recalling his earlier mockery of him, which stirred a wave of unease within. However, Xiao Chen did not even spare him a glance. Merely addressing everyone with indifference, "Will you continue with the competition?" "No need." Liang Wei sighed deeply. "I too shall withdraw like President Miao and cede my territory to Boss Peng and Boss Xiao." Though such a decision would entail a loss of several hundred million in profits, with Xiao Chen's support, Peng Chao and Xiao Biao had no chance of victory in the ongoing contest. Should they provoke Xiao Chen, the congenital master, it could very well cost them their original territories. "It seems you have saved me quite a bit of trouble." To eliminate one who was a half step into the innate and demonstrate his own prowess was sufficient for Xiao Chen to establish authority, compelling the prominent figures of Liaoning City to bow their heads in submission. Of course, Xiao Chen had no aspirations to become an underground emperor. He simply wished to avoid any disturbances from insignificant individuals that might intrude upon his time with Xiao Yufei. "Mr. Xiao, when you have time, would you be able to visit my Chao family as a guest?" Xiao Zhenhua harbored intentions of forming an alliance with Xiao Chen, a young congenital master such as him, if he were to bestow his favor, could spare the Chao family decades of struggle. Xiao Chen remained non-committal, turning to Yan Tong and the others, inquiring, "What is the relationship between these two masters of the Southern Fist Society and your Chao family?" Yan Tong, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "My meager strength is hardly worthy of being called a master in your esteemed presence," Xiao Zhenhua replied. "The young president of the Southern Fist Society is about to become engaged to my niece, soon we shall be family." Which is why I could invite Brother Yan and the others. I see. Xiao Chen nodded, having merely asked out of curiosity. With little interest in the Chao family or the Southern Feast Society. Peng Chao, have you managed to gather the materials I instructed you to collect last time? Peng Chao jolted, realizing he had almost forgotten, and quickly responded, I have gathered a portion of them. With that, he signaled for a box to be brought forth. Mr. Xiao, everything you requested is inside this box. The box was sealed, but Xiao Chen showed no intention of opening it on the spot. Instead, he waved his hand toward the box. It was precisely the technique of transformation. In an instant, to the astonishment of the onlookers, the box vanished into thin air. Mr. Xiao, there's no need for alarm, I have secured the items, Xiao Chen stated calmly. The crowd exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Although Xiao Chen spoke nonchalantly, they could not treat the matter lightly or feign ignorance. Such a large box, requiring 2 people to carry it, had simply disappeared with a wave of Xiao Chen's hand. Even the might of a congenital master could not explain this phenomenon, it could only be the work of an immortal. Indeed, Mr. Xiao's capabilities are beyond our comprehension. The air of mystery surrounding Xiao Chen only intensified in the minds of those present. I must take my leave now, as the hour grows late. Mr. Xiao, allow us to see you off. A group of them carefully followed Xiao Chen outside. At that moment, 2 luxury cars approached, from which emerged 2 well-dressed youths. Dad, have you finished your business? I'm here to pick you up. The 2 youths walked towards Liang Weikai and He Yuanping. Xiao Chen sized them up with mild surprise and turned to Liang Weikai and He Yuanping, inquiring, are these your sons? Who are you? The taller youth glanced back at Xiao Chen, noticing their ages were similar, and his tone grew somewhat impatient. I'm talking to my dad, what business is it of yours? This startled He Yuanping. With a sharp slap, he struck the youth's head and scolded, you little rascal, how dare you speak to Mr. Xiao like that? Apologize immediately. Dad, I haven't done anything wrong, why should I apologize? The youth's face contorted with grievance, unable to comprehend why his usually indulgent father had suddenly erupted in anger. Xiao Chen remarked meaningfully, Mr. He, it seems your son shares your disposition, is this hereditary? Dad, He Yuanping immediately knelt on the ground, his face pale with fear. He had previously mocked Xiao Chen, oblivious to whether he had incited anger, but now his son had insulted Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen were to unleash a sword energy, both he and his son would be doomed. The crucial point was that if they perished, the He family would not dare to seek vengeance. A congenital master needs not lift a finger, with a mere command, countless forces would be willing to extinguish the He family. Mr. Xiao, my son is simply thoughtless. Please show mercy and do not hold this against him. He Yuanping pleaded repeatedly. Even the youth, however foolish he might be, now sensed the gravity of the situation. Casting a glance at Xiao Chen tinged with trepidation. His father held a significant status, yet he knelt before Xiao Chen after just a few words. The identity of Xiao Chen could hardly be described with mere terror. Rise, I have said nothing of consequence, Xiao Chen remarked, somewhat at a loss for words. He would undoubtedly eliminate those who deserved it, but it was not his nature to kill indiscriminately. What I meant to convey was that I have encountered them before. Which is why I was curious to inquire further. Enough, let Xiaolang escort me home, you may all disperse. Xiao Chen stated as he entered Xiaolang's BMW and departed from the factory. Xiao, Mr. Xiao claims to have seen you, do you know him? He Yuanping deemed it necessary to clarify. The tall youth shook his head in confusion, I do not know him, nor have I seen him. Liang Weicai's son similarly shook his head, I do not recognize him either. Liang Weikai and He Yuanping exchanged glances, both issuing a warning, now that you have met him. Remember this well, regardless of the circumstance, never provoke him, do you understand? Dad, who exactly is he? He seems to be our age, why do we fear him so? You need only to know that a single word from Mr. Xiao could annihilate our entire family. If you offend him, there will be no one left to collect the remains. The 2 youths turned pale at these words, their hearts etched with the gravity of the situation. Though they typically indulged in debauchery, they were not devoid of intelligence. Given their father's severe warning, they grasped the seriousness of the matter. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen found Xiao Yufei already there. Where have you been out so late? She casually inquired. Xiao Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated a barrage of questions from her, pondering what excuse to conjure. He recalled that when he first arrived in Liaoning City, even a brief absence would cause her great concern. It seemed that through their time together, Xiao Yufei had come to acknowledge his growth and felt more at ease with him. I just took a stroll, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. It's good to get some fresh air. Didn't Xiaoyun mention she had no plans for the holiday? You could invite her to join you for some fun. Without you, I doubt we would find much to discuss. Xiao Yufei looked up. How could that be? Haven't you two grown closer? Xiao Chen shook his head, opting not to elaborate. Then I cannot assist you. I must return to the factory for inspections tomorrow. You'll have to manage your own affairs. How about I lend you a hand? Xiao Chen suggested. Xiao Yufei paused for a moment before responding, no need, focus on your studies and enjoy your holiday. Very well. Xiao Chen shrugged in acquiescence. The following day, Xiao Yufei departed early, leaving Xiao Chen to examine the items discovered by Peng Chao. The box contained little more than herbs, medicinal materials, and a few antique spiritual jades, indicating a scarcity of genuinely valuable spiritual jade in Liaoning City. However, Xiao Chen was not in haste. The contents of this box would suffice for his needs for some time. He ventured out to purchase some tools, then returned home to meticulously categorize the herbs, grinding and mixing them in specific proportions before applying heat. While he lacked the means to concoct elixirs at present, preparing basic spiritual medicine for body refinement and energy cultivation was well within his capabilities. From dawn until dusk, spanning a full 12 hours, he meticulously concocted 4 vials of medicinal liquid from a collection of herbs. This productivity could be deemed exceedingly dismal, however, the stringent circumstances left him with little choice. Even as the Celestial Emperor, he could only achieve this much. Perhaps it was time to seek a location to test the efficacy of his creation. Contemplating this, Xiao Chen stepped outside. Half an hour later, he arrived at a bathing center on East Street. It was likely an establishment owned by Peng Chao. Yet Xiao Chen had no intention of alerting him, opting instead for a straightforward entry. Approaching the front desk, the receptionist politely inquired, "Sir, what service do you require? Please provide me with a private wooden tub room," he requested. "Certainly. Does your bathing session have a time limit?" Xiao Chen asked. With a courteous smile, the receptionist replied, "Our bathing center operates 24 hours and imposes no time restrictions. You may stay as long as you wish." "Very well, I anticipate being here until tomorrow evening. Please refrain from providing any services and ensure that I am not disturbed," Xiao Chen earnestly instructed, not wishing for any interruptions during his medicinal bath practice. The receptionist appeared momentarily taken aback. Although they indeed had no time limits and theoretically allowed patrons to bathe for as long as they desired, it was her first encounter with a customer making such demands. "Is that not acceptable?" Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. "Of course, sir. We shall accommodate your wishes," the receptionist assured him, adopting a customer-risking attitude as she prepared the room. With the room key in hand, Xiao Chen, guided by a staff member, located his private chamber. After filling the tub with hot water, he poured the herbal potion into the basin. Once the mixture was thoroughly blended, he immersed himself and commenced his medicinal bath cultivation. The techniques of spirit nurturing and the supreme transformation method had granted him a degree of proficiency in the control of energy, yet his physical resilience lagged behind. The medicinal bath would significantly enhance his physique. With a few more sessions, he would surely catch up with his current cultivation level. Initially, the water temperature was merely around 40 to 50 degrees. However, after a period of practice, it began to bubble vigorously, releasing copious amounts of steam, reaching a scorching temperature of at least 80 to 90 degrees. Such heat would be unbearable for an ordinary person, yet Xiao Chen felt nothing amiss. Additionally, every 3 hours, the water would become darkened, necessitating a change. Thus, he repeated this cycle continuously. It was not until the following evening that Xiao Chen emerged from his private room. The effects of the medicinal bath were commendable, however, the environment here was subpar and not a sustainable solution. He contemplated purchasing a bathing tub for his home or even acquiring a private villa, affording him an independent space and convenience for his endeavors. After settling the bill, Xiao Chen exited the bathing center, preparing to return home. However, shortly after stepping outside, he encountered two figures clad in black who obstructed his path. "Come with us," one of the men commanded in an undeniable tone, while the other pressed a glinting steel knife against Xiao Chen's neck. Xiao Chen remained unfazed, uttering not a word as he allowed himself to be taken away, swiftly navigating through secluded alleys. After several twists and turns, they arrived at a dead end. Here, three individuals awaited, the only one without a mask, seemingly the leader, adorned with a katana at his waist, unmistakably of Japanese descent. The Japanese man inquired, "Is he Xiao Chen?" "Indeed," replied the figure in black who held Xiao Chen captive. The Japanese man stepped forward, scrutinizing Xiao Chen, then curiously remarked, "Why do I sense that you harbor no fear?" If he were an ordinary high school student confronted with such a knife-wielding abduction, he would likely be paralyzed with terror, wailing for his parents. Yet Xiao Chen remained unfazed. Fear was a sentiment he had long relinquished, a relic of years gone by. Xiao Chen spoke with a hint of nostalgia, as if reminiscing about the past. Do all you Huaxia people speak so intriguingly?" "Perhaps," Xiao Chen replied with a fleeting glance. "May I pose a question?" The Japanese man paused, chuckling lightly, "Of course. But my response will depend on your inquiry. I merely wish to know why you have captured me. Do we have a vendetta?" The Japanese man feigned contemplation before responding. "It is only natural to seek clarity before death, but that information is classified and cannot be divulged." "Is there truly no way to reveal it?" Xiao Chen pressed once more. "I can only disclose that we are assassins. Assassins abide by their own code, and certain matters must remain unspoken." "Assassins?" Xiao Chen suddenly scoffed. The Japanese man's brow furrowed. "What is amusing you? If you are indeed assassins, then your actions should be swift and decisive, not wasting time idly conversing with me. Do you desire death so eagerly?" "No, I merely assert that you are incompetent." Xiao Chen retorted, "Moreover, you lack the ability to kill me." "What did you say?" The Japanese man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Is this your Huaxia sense of humor? I must admit, it is quite amusing." Xiao Chen raised an eyebrow, cautioned to remember this moment, for the next instant could present an entirely different scenario. "Oh, I eagerly anticipate what comes next." The Japanese man laughed even louder. "Is that so?" Just as the words fell, Xiao Chen, like a phantom, surged forward. Swiftly. Unbelievably fast. In a heartbeat, the brilliance of his sword flashed. Whoosh. The two black-clad assassins behind the Japanese man were the first to fall, their throats marked by a little cut, their lives extinguished in an instant. But the onslaught was not yet complete. Xiao Chen, swirling like a tempest, returned to confront the two assassins who had initially seized him. The black-clad figures seemed momentarily dazed. Yet their instincts compelled them to raise their blades. However, it was all in vain. Clang! The sharp edges of their weapons met an inexplicable force, shattering into fragments. Whoosh! A glimmer of sword light flickered, leaving identical marks upon their necks. In that moment, the Japanese man's smile froze upon his face, his pupils dilating in horror. As if confronted with the most terrifying scene of his life. The uncanny speed and resplendent sword light invoked ancient legends of Japan within his mind. The Holy One of the Sword. Just as he uttered those 4 words, he felt a colossal hand press against his face, forcefully propelling his body away. Boom! The towering figure collided with the wall, causing a dent to form, as if his body were embedded within the structure, impossible to extricate. "You have one last chance." Xiao Chen pressed down on the head of the Japanese man, coldly demanding, "Who sent you?" No comment. The Japanese man struggled to squeeze out those 4 words through gritted teeth, resolute in his silence despite the fear and shock raging within him. His unwavering resolve, akin to that of a true assassin, was indeed his sole redeeming quality. However, this also signified his diminishing value. With a flick of his wrist, Xiao Chen twisted. Crack! The Japanese man's neck snapped, then he fell lifelessly to the ground. Who could have sent him? As Xiao Chen pondered, he began to suspect Mao Qingfeng, only to quickly dismiss the thought. The Japanese man's strength was formidable but not overly impressive, at best comparable to Feng He, while the other 4 were merely at the nascent level of internal energy. Having witnessed him dispatch a half-step innate master with a single strike, Mao Qingfeng would hardly be foolish enough to send such lowly pawns to eliminate him. Enough with this aimless speculation, it serves no purpose. Xiao Chen shook his head, choosing to set this matter aside for the time being. If someone truly wished to harm him, they would inevitably come for him again. He would address it when the time came. The following day, while Xiao Chen was out for some fresh air, he encountered a familiar face by the roadside. Or rather, the individual had been waiting for him. Master Xiao, what brings you here? The person was none other than Xiao Zhenhua. With a respectful demeanor, Xiao Zhenhua replied, Mr. Xiao, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Did Xiao Lan inform you? Xiao Chen inquired, recalling the last conversation wherein he had told Xiao Lan not to visit his apartment without permission. Xiao Zhenhua clearly understood this rule, as he was well aware of Xiao Chen's residence yet chose to wait patiently. Speak, what is the urgency? Xiao Zhenhua hastily responded. I heard from Brother Peng that you require rare herbs of a high vintage, as well as spirit jade and antiques. Xiao Chen regarded Xiao Zhenhua with a knowing smile. Do you possess these items? I do not frequently collect such things, but there is a large trade fair happening in Guhai City in the coming days, where opportunities to acquire spirit jade, antiques, rare herbs, and unparalleled treasures abound. If you are interested, I can take you to see them, Xiao Zhenhua proposed eagerly. Guhai City. Xiao Chen mused. Indeed, it lies at the border between Jiangnan and Jiangbei, though it is officially part of Jiangnan province. How long will the trade fair last? Xiao Chen pondered. It commenced last night and was originally set to last 3 days. If we go today, there will still be 2 days remaining. Wait a moment. I need to make a call. Xiao Chen stepped aside and dialed Xiao Yufei's number. Xiao Yufei, who was on a business trip, seemed to still be asleep in her hotel room. Her voice languid as she asked Xiao Chen, what is the matter? When will you be back? I should return by tonight, as my work here has concluded. I see, I will be gone for 2 or 3 days. Where are you going? Xiao Yufei asked, surprised. To Guhai City. What business do you have there? She inquired, perplexed. It's a matter of importance, Xiao Chen replied succinctly. Xiao Yufei rolled her eyes and said helplessly, take care of yourself, keep your phone close, I may call you at any time. All right, I'll hang up now. Xiao Chen hung up the phone and returned to Xiao Zhenhua's side. Sir, let us be on our way. Very well, please get in the car. Xiao Zhenhua warmly invited Xiao Chen into the vehicle, his heart brimming with excitement. Just a couple of days prior, he had witnessed Peng Chao presenting Xiao Chen with a cardboard box, prompting him to discreetly inquire about it later. He learned that Xiao Chen was collecting spiritual jade and herbs. Coincidentally, a grand trading fair was taking place in Guhai City, bustling with activity. And he thought to extend an invitation to Xiao Chen. To his astonishment, Xiao Chen graciously accepted. Xiao Chen was a congenital master. Winning his favor could catapult Xiao Zhenhua to unparalleled heights, ensuring that even the Southern Fist Society would be compelled to heed his influence. After a half-day's journey, the two arrived in Guhai City. Sir, during the day, the trading fair is quite deserted, it only comes alive at night. Would you like me to take you to the Xia family for a visit? Xiao Zhenhua suggested. The Xia family? Xiao Chen inquired, puzzled. The Xia family is the foremost clan in Guhai City. The president of the Southern Fist Society, the young president, is a member of the Xia family. Thus it is reasonable to associate the Southern Fist Society with them. Oh. I recall you mentioning before that your Xiao family intends to form a marital alliance with the young president of the Southern Fist Society. Which means an alliance with the Xia family, correct? Xiao Chen remarked. Indeed, that is what I previously mentioned, my niece is to wed the young president. Xiao Chen suddenly chuckled, Xiao Yi, you have lured me to Guhai City under the pretense of the trading fair, but your true intention lies elsewhere, does it not? Xiao Zhenhua, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat flustered. Sir, you see through my intentions, that I did not mean to deceive you. All right, it was merely a jest. Regardless of your ulterior motives, I am indeed quite interested in this trading fair, Xiao Chen mused, then further inquired, are you hoping for me to attend your niece's wedding? Xiao Zhenhua, feeling awkward, replied, I would like to invite you to serve as the officiant. The Xiao family originally sought to enhance their influence through the alliance with the Xia family, and having a congenital master officiate would undoubtedly add to their prestige, even earning them renown in Lonning and Guhai. There is no need for that, I lack the enthusiasm for such a role. However, since I am here, it would not be amiss to partake in the festivities, Xiao Chen conceded. Xiao Zhenhua was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you for your grace, sir. When is the wedding? It is set for 2 days hence, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the trading fair. Xiao Chen smiled, acknowledging the serendipity of the timing. He had to admit that Xiao Zhenhua was quite astute. Had he directly invited Xiao Chen to the wedding, Xiao Chen's character would have prompted a refusal. Yet now, since he was already in Guhai City, attending the celebration seemed reasonable. Let us visit the Xia family after the trading fair, for now. I shall find a hotel to stay in, Xiao Chen decided, understanding that rushing to the Xia family at this moment would likely result in an overwhelming display of flattery, merely creating unnecessary complications for himself. Absolutely, I will follow your instructions, sir. With Xiao Chen's affirmative response, Xiao Zhenhua felt immensely satisfied. He envisioned the wedding in 2 days, picturing himself seated in the VIP section alongside the young congenital master, basking in the envious and admiring gazes of the other noble families, and his heart soared. He intended to invite Peng Chao, Xiao Biao, and Mao Qingfeng, as they were aware of Xiao Chen's esteemed status and could help generate a favorable atmosphere. Xiao Zhenhua dedicated himself to attending to Xiao Chen's every need, ensuring that all arrangements for his food, lodging, and transport were impeccably made. However, as evening approached, Xiao Zhenhua received a phone call that left him looking rather anxious. Sir, there has been a situation with my niece, and I must return home, Xiao Zhenhua said. Xiao Chen replied, you may go back, I can attend the trade fair alone. Once it concludes, I shall proceed to the wedding venue myself. Thank you for your understanding. Xiao Zhenhua expressed his gratitude, handing Xiao Chen a few items before hastily departing. Xiao Chen rested for a while at the hotel, and when night fell, he set off towards the trade fair location. Although the fair was not particularly large, at best, it could be classified as medium-sized, it was quite lively, with throngs of people filling the space from the south square to the north square. Navigating through the crowd, Xiao Chen occasionally stopped at roadside stalls, but found little of interest. Hey there, come and behold my unparalleled sword, unyielding and capable of cutting through iron like mud, a man called out, attempting to sell to Xiao Chen. Skeptically, Xiao Chen inquired, is it truly so? Of course. If you do not believe me, you may test it yourself. Very well, then draw it and strike me with it, Xiao Chen said earnestly, gesturing towards his chest, lame here. The man was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned cold. Get lost. You're insane and disrupting my business. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen discreetly released a surge of energy. Buzz. The sword in the man's grasp suddenly trembled, yet shielded by its sheath, no other peculiarities were apparent. What just happened? The man wondered, gripping tightly to his sword, utterly unaware of Xiao Chen's influence. This sword is worth at most 100, take it. Xiao Chen tossed 100 yuan onto the stall and turned to leave. The man stood there in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Xiao Chen's erratic behavior. He had some inkling of the sword's quality, while it surely exceeded 100 yuan, it did not possess substantial value. However, Xiao Chen had left 100 yuan behind without taking the sword, what could that possibly signify? Hey, it seems I've encountered a fool, tossing money about so carelessly. The man chuckled joyfully, thinking he had gained something tonight. At that moment, 2 young men approached to inquire. Boss, is this sword for sale? Indeed, it is. The man replied eagerly. The youth asked, is it a good sword? Can we see it drawn? Absolutely. The man agreed, drawing the ancient sword. Yet, in the next instant, he stared in shock at the broken sword, which was now only half intact. What the hell? Trying to deceive us with a broken sword? You are asking for trouble. The 2 young men fumed, turning away in anger. What just happened? How did the sword break? The man exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Xiao Chen had merely taken a momentary whim to break the sword, but that man had it coming for trying to deceive him. As Xiao Chen continued to wonder, someone suddenly tapped him on the shoulder from behind, speaking with a tone of uncertainty. Turning around, he encountered a charming young girl whose face sparked no recognition in his mind. Do we know each other? He asked. Yet, the spirited girl appeared to genuinely recognize him, exclaiming with delight, it is really you. What a coincidence to run into you here. Seeing Xiao Chen's confusion, she chuckled lightly. My name is Su Jiao. I am also a student at Learning High School and I sit next to Xiaozhu in class. Xiaozhu. Xiao Chen recalled that on the day he followed Ling Xiaozhu, he indeed noticed a girl who shared a close bond with her. However, his focus was entirely on Ling Xiaozhu, leaving him with little impression of Su Jiao. By the way, I was the first to inform Xiaozhu about your situation. You should be grateful to me. Encountering Xiao Chen in Guhai City took Su Jiao by surprise, filling her with an inexplicable thrill. After all, Xiao Chen was now a prominent figure at Learning High School, entangled with her best friend Ling Xiaozhu, which made her feel that their destinies were intertwined. Oh. So you are the source of all the gossip? Xiao Chen replied, somewhat speechless. Su Jiao pouted, slightly displeased. What is that supposed to mean? Aren't you pursuing Xiaozhu? She is helping you, and you still complain. It's not what you think, there is nothing between us. You're lying. The fact that you could create that painting indicates you've been secretly in love with Xiaozhu for quite some time. Xiao Chen felt helpless, realizing that no explanation would suffice. Yet, he was indifferent to others' opinions, so he chose not to elaborate further and inquired, I heard Ling Xiaozhu plans to drop out, is that true? Though he had just claimed no connection with Xiaozhu, his curiosity about her situation betrayed his words. Su Jiao cast him a disdainful glance but still answered the question. Xiaozhu indeed intends to withdraw, but it has nothing to do with you, it's due to her family circumstances. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen understood. Ling Xiaozhu came from an extraordinary family, and after the failed assassination attempt by Wang Hao, her family must have been notified and would undoubtedly take measures. Hence her decision to withdraw. Jiao, why are you running off so quickly? At that moment, 2 boys and a girl approached. The girl, who appeared to be of similar age to Su Jiao and exuded a certain delicacy, complained, glancing at Xiao Chen with a knowing smile, oh, I see what's going on. You're chasing after a handsome guy. Su Jiao's face flashed, and she pinched the girl at her waist, saying, what are you talking about? At that moment, the tall young man in a white shirt behind the 2 girls darkened his expression, casting a somewhat hostile look at Xiao Chen. The other young man in a hoodie whispered, Junpeng, hold on, let us observe for now. Jiao, hurry and introduce us to this handsome guy. He can't possibly be your boyfriend, right? Wan continued to tease. Su Jiao replied irritably, stop guessing, he is just a classmate from my year. This is actually our first formal meeting. The tall young man and the hoodie-wearing youth visibly relaxed upon hearing this. However, Pei Wanwan exaggeratedly remarked, seriously. You're chasing after him on your first meeting. Could it be that you have a crush on him? Stop it. Xiao Chen likes Xiaozhu. As I've mentioned before, she is one of the 2 school beauties at Learning High School and also my deskmate. Is that so? Pei Wanwan said, tapping her delicate chin while glancing at Xiao Chen. Su Jiao then introduced, Xiao Chen, this is my friend Pei Wanwan, who is also my cousin's girlfriend. Cousin? You mean this one? Su Jiao pointed at the young man in the hoodie. Hello, I'm Chen Qing. The young man in the hoodie politely extended his hand to Xiao Chen in a gesture of friendliness. However, Xiao Chen cast a glance at him, showing no intention of extending a hand, then turned to leave. Chen Qing stood frozen in place. Being disregarded in such a manner was undoubtedly the most embarrassing situation, especially in front of the woman he admired. Jiao, is your classmate quite arrogant? Pei Wanwan's delicate face flashed with slight displeasure. After all, Chen Qing was her nominal boyfriend, and seeing him humiliated like this left her feeling quite ashamed. Actually, I am not well acquainted with Xiao Chen and am unsure of his temperament, Su Jiao said apologetically. Cousin, I'm sorry. Chen Qing replied with a smile. It's fine, he is not in our league. Indeed. The tall young man finally seized an opportunity to interject, turning to Su Jiao. Jiao. Since you are not familiar with him either, let him be, just ignore him. Oh. Su Jiao responded, yet her heart yearned to chase after Xiao Chen. During their previous one-on-one conversation, she had found him quite easy to talk to. Perhaps he was merely uncomfortable in a larger crowd. Pei Wanwan, Su Jiao, Chen Qing. And the tall young man continued to browse the trade fair. However, rather than shopping, it felt more like they were enjoying the atmosphere and strengthening their bonds. Pei Wenwen and Chen Qing were merely a couple in name, as their feelings for each other were not deep, with Su Jiaojiao acting as a mediator. The tall young man, named Zhang Junpeng, was a good friend of Chen Qing's and was pursuing Su Jiaojiao with Chen Qing's assistance. Although the Zhang family was not as prominent as the Sha or Pei families in Guhai City, they were still somewhat reputable, then naturally. Chen Qing hoped for his cousin to be with Zhang Junpeng. The two men and two women spent the better part of the day laughing and chatting. The trade fair was indeed lively, but given the limited space, they soon crossed paths with Xiao Chen again. After wandering for a while, Xiao Chen finally found a stall selling herbs, such as wild ginseng and ganedama, which contained many rare medicinal materials of considerable age, genuinely surprising him. Selecting 7 or 8 types of rare herbs, he placed them before the vendor. "Boss, please pack this for me." "Certainly, just a moment." The vendor was undoubtedly delighted. After standing at the stall for so long, Xiao Chen was the most generous customer he had encountered. "Young man, I'll give you a discount on the change. The total comes to 46,000. The vendor calculated the price while packing. "Wait, I want these items." A boisterous voice interrupted. Xiao Chen turned around to see Pei Wenwen striding toward the stall, provocatively eyeing him. "Wenwen, what are you doing?" Su Jiaojiao rushed over, her face filled with concern. "Nothing much, just want to buy a few things. Is that a problem?" "But these items are meant for Xiao Chen." Su Jiaojiao quickly realized that Pei Wenwen was angry with Xiao Chen. She believed Xiao Chen had looked down on Chen Qing earlier and that Pei Wenwen was now deliberately making things difficult for him in defense of Chen Qing. Pei Wenwen huffed, "Who says I can't buy what he is buying?" Xiao Chen glanced at Pei Wenwen, thinking to himself how she resembled Li Bin from back then. Chen Qing, on the other hand, felt quite pleased. It was the first time Pei Wenwen had stood up for him. Perhaps he should thank Xiao Chen for it. The stall owner was an honest man, caught in a dilemma. He advised Pei Wenwen, "Miss, this young man arrived fast. I suggest you choose another item." "No. I want this one. I'll pay by card." Pei Wenwen insisted stubbornly, producing a golden card embossed with a black dragon and handing it to the owner. Upon seeing it, the owner was visibly alarmed. "The black dragon gold card," Pei Wenwen said with pride. "So, will you sell it to him or to me?" "To you, of course." The owner replied without hesitation. "Wait." Xiao Chen interrupted, looking at the owner. "Did you not say that it's first come, first served?" "Young man, you must be from out of town," the owner inquired. "This is my first visit to Guhai City," Xiao Chen replied honestly. Then pointed at the black dragon gold card and asked, "Is this card rare?" "Country bumpkin." Zhang Junpeng mocked, "The black dragon gold card is widely accepted in Guhai City, symbolizing the highest status and rank. Only a few factions, such as the Sha family, the Pei family, and the Blue Sea Chamber of Commerce, are eligible to issue them. And they are limited in number." Pei Wenwen looked at Xiao Chen and laughed triumphantly. "Sorry, handsome, but no one dares to refuse me, Pei Wenwen, in Guhai City." "Miss Pei is correct. I shall assist you with the transaction." The owner, who dealt in genuine precious herbs, had a card machine for large transactions. "Wait." Xiao Chen interrupted the owner once more, casually tossing out a black dragon gold card identical to Pei Wenwen's, calmly stating, "I also possess this card." "You have a black dragon gold card?" Pei Wenwen was immediately astonished upon seeing Xiao Chen's card. As Zhang Junpeng had mentioned, the black dragon gold card represented status in Guhai City, accepted at every establishment from street stalls to 5-star hotels, accommodating any consumer demand from its holders. Only a select few factions were qualified to possess the black dragon gold card, and within each faction, the cards were limited, with non-core members excluded from holding one. "Don't be fooled, his card must be fake," Zhang Junpeng sneered. Unable to fathom how an outsider like Xiao Chen could possess such a card when even his own Zhang family lacked the eligibility. "No, such cards cannot be forged. It is indeed genuine." Pei Wenwen sighed, for as the only daughter of the Pei family head, her knowledge far surpassed Zhang Junpeng's. "Impossible." Zhang Junpeng could not accept this reality. Chen Qing and Su Jiaojiao twitched their lips, particularly Su Jiaojiao, who began to view Xiao Chen in a new light. Previously, Pei Wenwen, the stall owner, and Zhang Junpeng had been boasting about the black dragon gold card in front of Xiao Chen, how it represented status and rank, how limited it was, and how rare it was, with grandiose exaggerations. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Chen casually produced another black dragon gold card. And his calm tone left the three speechless, merely staring in disbelief. Indeed, the rumored invisible display of wealth was truly lethal. Honor. Now that I also possess a black dragon gold card, to whom should you sell your goods? Xiao Chen asked nonchalantly. To you, young master. I was blind and did not recognize your greatness, please forgive me. The owner trembled as he held the black dragon gold card in both hands, never expecting that two black dragon gold cards would suddenly appear. At an age akin to that of Xiao Chen, possessing a black dragon gold card typically signifies that one hails from a prominent family, often characterized by a notoriously tempestuous temperament and a life of indulgence. Should Xiao Chen, in a fit of rage, demolish a vendor's stall, the unfortunate merchant would find no recourse for grievance. As for Pei Wanwan, it was evident that her intentions were not genuinely to purchase anything, but rather to engage in a verbal sparring match with Xiao Chen. Truly, it is a case of celestial beings clashing while mere mortals suffer the consequences. Young master, here are your items and card. The proprietor, after processing the transaction, returned the bundle of herbs and the card to Xiao Chen, simultaneously handing back another black dragon gold card to Pei Wanwan. Miss Pei, here is your card. I sincerely apologize. Pei Wanwan accepted her card back, feeling a surge of discontent within. Xiao Chen's successful transaction only served to further validate the authenticity of the black dragon gold card, dispelling any notions of deceit. As Xiao Chen prepared to depart, she could no longer contain her doubts and inquired aloud, you are not from Guhai City, how is it that you possess a black dragon gold card? You lack the standing to pose such inquiries. Xiao Chen retorted dismissively, departing without a backward glance. The black dragon gold card was indeed bestowed upon him by Chao Zhenhua, as he had arrived at the trade fair with scant funds, never contemplating borrowing money from Xiao Yufei. Chao Zhenhua had proven himself astute, orchestrating the arrangements with precision. Initially, Xiao Chen had been unaware of the card's immense utility, possessing it rendered him virtually unimpeded within Guhai City. How infuriating! Pei Wanwan seethed internally. For as the eldest daughter of the Pei family, she had never before been subjected to such disdain. Lacking the standing to ask that question. Who does he think he is? Wanwan, do not let this unruly bumpkin provoke you. Chen Qing consoled. Zhang Junpeng added, Chen is right. That fellow's black dragon gold card may very well be of dubious origin, perhaps even stolen. In Guhai City, who does not know the Pei family? Who does not recognize the eldest daughter of the Pei family? His disrespect towards you merely underscores his ignorance. In Guhai City, the Xia and Pei families represented the foremost tier of power, with Pei Wanwan's status akin to that of a vice leader within the Southern Fist Society. Even if Xiao Chen genuinely possessed the black dragon gold card, he could never rival Pei Wanwan. Wanwan, let it go. We should return. Su Jiaojia also urged, wishing to avoid any conflict between Pei Wanwan and Xiao Chen. Pei Wanwan's expression softened slightly as she remarked, let us return, I have lost my enthusiasm. Chao Zhenhua had hurried back from Guhai City, knocking on Chao Yanshue's door. There, before the vanity, stood a young woman in the bloom of youth. Her long hair cascading like a waterfall, draped in a simple yet elegant white garment, exuding an air of grace. However, upon sensing Chao Zhenhua's entrance, her demeanor abruptly turned frosty as she uttered two words, leave. Chao Zhenhua paused, his tone grave as he replied, Yanshue, what is the meaning of this? In but a few days, you are to be betrothed to one who, I will not permit any further folly. Chao Zhenhua, do you presume to play the role of my parents? When did my marriage become your prerogative? Silence. I am your uncle. With your parents absent, you must heed my guidance. I beg your pardon, but I am of age now that I can make my own decisions. Chao Yanshue retorted icily. Chao Zhenhua's expression darkened further as he thundered, this union has been arranged and cannot be undone. Do you believe the Xia family and the Southern Fist Society are to be trifled with? Chao Yanshue chose silence this time instead of countering. For she recognized the truth in Chao Zhenhua's words. The Xia family and the Southern Fist Society ostensibly rank among the foremost powers in Guhai City, however. They wield a far deeper influence. The Chao family and the Xia family are not on the same level of weightiness. Xiao Zhenhua took a moment to compose himself and honestly advised Yan Shui, regardless of the circumstances, for the future of the Qiao family, you should acquiesce. Moreover, the young president, Wan Wu, is exceptionally talented, a true paragon among the youth, a dragon among men. This does not tarnish your reputation. Pausing, he added additionally, I have invited a significant figure to your engagement banquet. You will undoubtedly have an impressive presence. A notable figure. Xiao Yanshui replied with a cold smile. Noticing her skepticism, Xiao Zhenhua reassured her, I assure you, this is no deception. You have dabbled in martial arts and should have heard of the innate grandmasters, correct? Innate grandmaster. Xiao Yanshui scrutinized Xiao Zhenhua, her doubt evident as she queried, do you truly know an innate grandmaster? Can you really summon him? Xiao Zhenhua, somewhat smug, he declared, of course. His skills are unfathomable, I have witnessed them with my own eyes, he is a genuine innate grandmaster. Moreover what? Xiao Zhenhua spoke mysteriously, I assure you. He is younger than you, barely 18 or 19, or do you believe that? That is impossible. Xiao Yanshui exclaimed, abruptly rising from her seat. 2 days swiftly passed. And as the trade fair approached its conclusion, the Qiao and Sha families began preparations for the engagement. As the young master of the Sha family and the vice president of the Southern Feast Society, Xiao Wan was so exhilarated that he could not sleep, personally overseeing the arrangements. Coincidentally, Pei Wanwan arrived with Su Jiaojiao. Wanwan? Xiao Wan greeted her with a smile. The Sha and Pei families have always maintained a good relationship. He and Pei Wanwan could nearly be considered childhood friends, treating her as a beloved younger sister. Wu Gu, as the illustrious young master of the Sha family. Why are you involved in such menial tasks? Pei Wanwan teased. Xiao Wan chuckled, I merely seek to pass the time. Yet, you are out so late. Are you not afraid of Pei uncle's scolding? I couldn't care less. Tomorrow, as Wu Gu marries Yanshui Jie, I must be the first to extend my blessings. It is not in vain that I cherish you so. Xiao Wan affectionately ruffled Pei Wanwan's hair, then turned his attention to Su Jiaojiao, asking, Wanwan, who is this? Jiaojiao is my dear friend and also the cousin of Chen Qing. She came to Guhai City to play during the National Day holiday. So I brought her to your wedding, Pei Wanwan introduced. Greetings, young Master Sha. Su Jiaojiao shyly greeted Xiao Wan. Though typically vibrant and lively, she felt restrained in the presence of someone of his stature. Hello. Xiao Wan responded with a warm smile, displaying no airs of superiority. Wu Gu. You will surely be very busy tomorrow, correct? Pei Wanwan inquired. Indeed, I fear I may have little time to attend to you. Pei Wanwan reassured him. It is quite alright, we are familiar enough that your presence is unnecessary. Jiaojia and I will enjoy ourselves with Chen Qing, Zhong Junpeng, and the others. Wanwan is truly understanding. Xiao Wan chuckled, stating that tomorrow in Guhai City, anyone of note would be present to offer their congratulations. And a significant figure would also be in attendance. A significant figure? Pei Wanwan inquired with curiosity. Given the stature of the Sha family, what sort of person could be deemed significant? Well, it's someone invited by Uncle Chao. He informed my father, who then relayed the message to me. Brother Wu, stop playing coy and tell me, who is this significant figure? Pei Wanwan pouted playfully. With a mysterious smile, Xiao Wan replied, a congenital master. A congenital master? Pei Wanwan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Isn't it said that one such individual can rival 1,000 soldiers, manipulate objects from afar, and condense vital energy? Although she had never practiced martial arts herself, she had always held a deep admiration for the martial way. In her mind, Xiao Wan was a martial arts expert, having once single-handedly subdued dozens of ruffians. It was this very prowess that had drawn her to him as a child, only to have her aspirations dashed by his affection for Qiao Yanshui. As for Chen Qing, he was merely a poor substitute. Xiao Wan nodded and remarked, Wanwan, I never expected you, despite not being a martial artist, to possess such knowledge about congenital masters. I heard it from an elder in my clan. Congenital masters wield abilities akin to those of immortals, truly formidable. Xiao Wan clarified, of course, congenital masters are not true immortals, but such comparisons certainly highlight their might. Upon hearing this, Pei Wanwan's mind began to whirl. Soon, she tentatively asked, "Brother Wu, could you do me a favor?" Xiao Wen chuckled softly, "Wen, given our relationship, is there any need for such caution? Feel free to express any concerns or requests. Could you mention to Uncle Xiao tomorrow to help introduce me to that congenital master?" Although Pei Wenwen was close with Xiao Wenwu, she was not very familiar with Xiao Zhenhua. Upon hearing her request, Xiao Wenwu instantly grasped her intentions. It was no surprise. Who wouldn't want to carry favor with a congenital master? Not just Pei Wenwen, even he yearned to be taken under the wing of such a remarkable figure. 1-1. Individuals of the congenital master level tend to have rather eccentric temperaments. I will also be visiting him tomorrow. You can accompany me, though I cannot guarantee anything else. Thank you, Brother Wu. Pei Wenwen exclaimed joyfully. She was well aware of the peculiarities of such esteemed figures, but as long as there was a chance to meet him, perhaps fortune would smile upon her. The fantasies of a 17 or 18-year-old girl often ran wild, and at that moment, she imagined how splendid it would be if the congenital master were to take a liking to her and accept her as a disciple. For the next 2 days, Xiao Chen spent his time resting or cultivating in the hotel during the day and exploring the trade fair at night. By the second evening, he had spent hundreds of thousands acquiring a batch of reasonably good quality spirit jade, aside from which he had no other significant gains. During this time, Xiao Yufei called. Likely unable to quell her worries about Xiao Chen wandering alone. Only after confirming that he was safe did she finally end the call. 2 days later, the trade fair concluded, and the engagement banquet between the Xia and Chao families was set to commence. Thus, Xiao Chen decided it was time to set off. The Xia family holds the esteemed title of the most prominent clan in ancient High City. And the recent engagement of the young master of the Xia family has stirred the entire city into a fervor far surpassing the excitement of any trade fair. Xiao Chen easily located the Xia residence, but given the exclusivity of the high-end banquet, entry was not granted without scrutiny. Invitations were being checked at the entrance. "Sir, may I see your invitation?" Xiao Chen was not exempt from this protocol. He found himself in a quandary, as Xiao Zhenhua had not provided him with an invitation upon his departure. After a moment of contemplation, he produced a black dragon gold card and inquired, "Might this suffice in lieu of an invitation?" The staff member was taken aback but quickly adopted a highly respectful demeanor, stating, "Of course, young master, please proceed inside." Quite effective indeed. Xiao Chen chuckled softly as he entered the Xia residence, or rather, the Xia estate. The architecture exuded an ancient palatial style, with countless courtyards that could easily disorient a solitary wanderer. However, the place was bustling with guests, both familiar and unfamiliar, exchanging pleasantries. As the engagement banquet had not yet commenced and Xiao Zhenhua had yet to arrive, Xiao Chen sought refuge in a secluded corner. "Mr. Xiao," a voice tinged with uncertainty reached his ears. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a graceful woman clad in an elegant gown approaching him. It was none other than Mao Qingfeng. "Mr. Xiao, is that truly you?" Mao Qingfeng exclaimed, her delight mixed with a hint of trepidation. After all, Xiao Chen was a congenital master, and their relationship had not been particularly amicable, especially since he had slain her longtime ally, Uncle Shui. "Do not be alarmed. I have merely come to partake in the festivities," Xiao Chen replied, settling himself at the table. Mao Qingfeng lingered hesitantly beside him, caught in a conundrum of whether to sit or stand. Casting her a sidelong glance, Xiao Chen remarked coolly, "If you do not hold my actions against me regarding Mao Zhishui, then do join me." "Thank you, sir." Mao Qingfeng cautiously took a seat, feeling a sense of relief. Though Mao Zhishui had served her for many years, his demise at Xiao Chen's hands was a consequence of his own misdeeds, especially since he had betrayed her at the last moment. To continue antagonizing Xiao Chen over such a person would be sheer folly. "Sir, was it Master Xiao who invited you here?" Mao Qingfeng inquired. Xiao Chen nodded slightly in affirmation. Mao Qingfeng marveled at Xiao Zhenhua's cunning. Securing the presence of a young master such as Xiao Chen was no small feat surely. The marriage alliance between the Xia and Chao families would garner even greater attention with Xiao Chen in attendance. Simultaneously, she understood Xiao Zhenhua's intentions in inviting her, Peng Chao, Zhao Biao and Liang Weikai were undoubtedly also extended invitations. All of them were aware of Xiao Chen's identity. and their collective presence would serve to elevate both his stature and that of the Xiao family. Behold, this is the young master we have invited from the Xiao family. How impressive it would be, indeed. Amidst their sporadic conversation, a lively figure approached, seating herself opposite Xiao Chen. With a playful wink, she exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, why do you seem to haunt every corner? It's quite the coincidence to encounter you here." Xiao Chen gazed at Su Jiao, aware of her penchant for humor, and felt no irritation. Although Pei Wanwan could be somewhat bothersome, Xiao Chen held a favorable impression of the quirky Su Jiao. "Did you come to Guhai City specifically for the wedding?" he inquired. "Not at all." Su Jiao shook her head. "It's the National Day holiday, and my cousin invited me to have some fun. I later learned from Wanwan about the marriage alliance between the Xiao and Sha families, so I decided to join in the festivities." After saying this, she turned the question back on Xiao Chen. He smiled and replied, "Like you, I also came to bask in the celebratory atmosphere. Today, the Xia residence was indeed bustling, with Xia Wanwu occupied to the point of distraction. Chen Qing and Pei Wanwan assisted in managing some guests, but when they found Zhang Junpeng, they discovered him standing alone in the crowd, lost in thought. "Zhang Junpeng, why are you here by yourself? Where's Jiao?" Pei Wanwan approached him with a query. Chen Qing added, "Yes, weren't you supposed to stick with her? Over there." Zhang Junpeng pointed towards a corner. At a nearby table sat three individuals, Xiao Chen and Su Jiao laughing and chatting together. "That boy again." Pei Wanwan and Chen Qing both wore gloomy expressions. Initially, they thought that since they were not well acquainted with Xiao Chen, they might never cross paths again, thus allowing any minor grievances to dissipate. However, encountering Xiao Chen repeatedly made them feel increasingly uneasy, as if an unsightly thorn remained lodged in their hearts. "Jiao seems quite fond of clinging to that boy. What do you think I should do?" Zhang Junpeng felt even more distressed than Pei Wanwan and Chen Qing. For while they merely disliked Xiao Chen, he had to endure the sight of the person he admired consistently attached to him. A double blow indeed. Wanwan, that woman next to Xiao Chen looks somewhat familiar. Do you know her? Chen Qing suddenly shifted his focus. Pei Wanwan then noticed and, after a moment of hesitation, revealed a hint of disdain. "I see now, I understand." Both Chen Qing and Zhang Junpeng turned to her, questioning, "Wanwan, what have you understood?" The woman beside Xiao Chen is Mao Qingfeng, and her sister is Mao Qingshuang, the president of the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce. The Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce? Yes. I was wondering how that boy came into possession of a Black Dragon gold card. It seems it must be from the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce. I wonder what his connection to the Blue Ocean Chamber is. Zhang Junpeng's eyes flickered. Pei Wanwan chuckled lightly, as if it were the headquarters of the Blue Ocean Chamber. My Pei family might hold some reservations, but neither the branch in Lon City nor the one in Guhai City poses any threat to us. The Xia and Pei families are the foremost powers in Guhai City, with the Blue Ocean Chamber ranking as a secondary force comparable to the Zhong and Chen families. However, due to the overarching influence of the headquarters, most people afford the Blue Ocean Chamber a modicum of respect, granting them the privilege of possessing a Black Dragon gold card. Wanwan, are you contemplating some action? Chen Qing inquired with a smile. Pei Wanwan playfully twirled a strand of her hair, responding with pride, "If I don't show him a thing or two, he'll think that Pei Wanwan is easily trifled with." "And what do you intend to do?" Chen Qing and Zhang Junpeng expressed eager anticipation. "Just watch, I shall return shortly." Pei Wanwan spoke and exited the Xia residence. Approximately 10 minutes later, she returned, accompanied by two robust young men, students of the Southern Fist Society. Chen Qing and Zhang Junpeng exchanged glances, recognizing the identities of the two youths. The Southern Fist Society could be considered affiliated with the Xia family, boasting 3,000 students, each possessing some degree of martial prowess. The two individuals Pei Wanwan had brought were evidently elite students, exceptionally skilled in their martial arts. A splendid spectacle was about to unfold. Zhang Junpeng and his companion chuckled in anticipation. Xiao Chen engaged in pleasant banter with Su Jiao, enjoying the moment. However, at that instant, the two students from the Southern Fist Society approached Xiao Chen from behind and tapped him on the shoulder. "You seem unfamiliar, lad. Not from Guhai City, are you? How did you manage to get in? Have you an invitation?" They posed several questions with a tone of amusement, practically emblazonning their intentions to provoke on their faces. Xiao Chen remained unmoved, but Mao Qingfeng, incensed, rose abruptly and shouted, "You are being disrespectful. Who are you? We are questioning him. What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs." The two students were aware of Mao Qingfeng's status, but, emboldened by Pei Wenwen's backing, felt quite secure. "You?" Mao Qingfeng trembled with rage. "Is this the kind of disgraceful behavior the Southern Fist Society cultivates?" Mao Qingfeng retorted angrily. "President Miao, what an imposing presence you have." Pei Wenwen, along with Chen Qing and Zhang Junpeng, approached, casting a disdainful glance at Mao Qingfeng. "President Miao, do you believe this is Liaoning City?" "Apologies. But this is Guhai City, and the Southern Fist Society is not within your purview to critique." Mao Qingfeng furrowed her brow and inquired, "Miss Pei, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing of great significance. My brother Wu and I have been close since childhood. Today is his engagement, a momentous occasion, thus I cannot permit some unidentified individuals to disrupt it." Pei Wenwen directed her words at Mao Qingfeng while her gaze subtly shifted toward Xiao Chen. "Are you referring to me as an unidentified individual?" After a prolonged silence, Xiao Chen finally spoke, his tone somewhat frigid. "Engagements are joyous events, pivotal to the lifelong happiness of the couple, and Xiao Chen wished to avoid causing any turmoil. Yet, some individuals, the more one indulges them, the more they take liberties." Pei Wenwen, in Xiao Chen's eyes, epitomized such a person. "You possess a modicum of self-awareness, realizing I am speaking of you." Pei Wenwen, discarding any pretense, directly directed the conflict toward Xiao Chen. "Miss Pei, one may indulge in a poor meal, but one must be cautious with their words. Mind your language." Mao Qingfeng retorted angrily. She could scarcely believe that Pei Wenwen dared to mock a celestial master. "Wenwen, what are you doing?" Su Jiaojiao rushed to Pei Wenwen's side, pleading. "Xiao Chen is my friend. Do not make things difficult for him." Zhang Junpeng, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Jiaojiao, you must distance yourself from such a person. How can you speak on his behalf? Since when is it your concern?" Su Jiaojiao shot back, her expression darkening with a hint of annoyance toward Zhang Junpeng. Hearing this, Zhang Junpeng's temper flared. Naturally, he did not blame Su Jiaojiao. He directed all his ire toward Xiao Chen. "Jiaojiao, this is where you are mistaken." Pei Wenwen naturally stood by Zhang Junpeng's side. She pulled Su Jiaojiao aside and said, "We four are together. How can we allow this boy to sow discord among us?" Just as Su Jiaojiao was about to respond, she was halted by Chen Qing. "Rest assured, Jiaojiao. Wenwen has always been quite discerning." However, Chen Qing continued, "There is no need for hesitation. The young president is like an elder brother to Wenwen. On the day of his engagement, she, as his sister, has every right to maintain order and prevent certain petty individuals from causing a ruckus." Chen Qing held Su Jiaojiao back, ensuring she did not disrupt their plans. At that moment, Pei Wenwen glanced at Mao Qingfeng and inquired, "President Miao, I now suspect that this young man beside you has not received an invitation and has infiltrated the banquet with ulterior motives, thus requiring a search. You wouldn't object to that, would you?" Mao Qingfeng, being astute, quickly grasped the situation. It appeared that Pei Wenwen mistakenly believed that Xiao Chen was aligned with her and thought that his backing was from the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce. In Guhai City, the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce pales in comparison to the Pei family, which is why Pei Wenwen dismissed Xiao Chen so readily. "Mr. Xiao, you need not involve yourself." Xiao Chen waved his hand, interrupting Mao Qingfeng, his gaze turning icy. Mao Qingfeng understood, rising to step aside, as though wishing to remain uninvolved. Pei Wenwen was taken aback and curiously asked, "President Mao, are you not going to speak on his behalf?" Mao Qingfeng merely scoffed, "Miss Pei, if you wish to play with fire, no one can stop you." It was absurd to think that Xiao Chen could suffer any loss. That was simply impossible. After all, this was not her territory, and even if she stepped in to defend Xiao Chen, Pei Wenwen would not grant her any favor, resulting in nothing more than continued bickering. As for Xiao Chen, he preferred to resolve issues through direct means. There was no need for her to meddle. Play with fire. Pei Wenwen was momentarily taken aback. An inexplicable sense of foreboding swelling within her. Yet, having reached this point, it was already too late to withdraw. Besides, She did not believe that without the protection of the Blue Ocean Chamber of Commerce, Xiao Chen possessed any capabilities. Even if she were to act excessively, what of it? She was the princess of the Pei family, and Xiao Wen treated her like a sister. With the backing of both the Pei and Xia families, she had always acted with impunity in Guhai City. Even if she were in the wrong this time, she was determined to teach Xiao Chen a lesson. With this thought, Pei Wanwan cast aside her reservations and shouted at the two students from the Southern Fist Society, "What are you waiting for? Search him." The search, of course, was merely a nominal pretext. When Pei Wanwan had approached them earlier, she had covertly instructed them to thoroughly humiliate Xiao Chen. "Kid, be obedient and cooperate, otherwise don't blame us if you get hurt." As the two students from the Southern Fist Society spoke, their hands reached out toward Xiao Chen. Yet, in the next moment, they realized they had grasped nothing but air, for Xiao Chen slipped away like an eel, evading them effortlessly. Then, with a swift motion, he struck their backs. Smack! Both of them were sent sprawling forward, crashing onto the table, which shattered under their weight. How could this be? Everyone present, Pei Wanwan, Zhang Junpeng, Chen Qing, and Su Jiao, was taken aback. The two elite students from the Southern Fist Society were unable to subdue Xiao Chen and had instead become the subjects of his mockery. Moreover, the seemingly gentle palm strike delivered by Xiao Chen, which appeared casual and of little force, was astonishingly capable of sending both individuals sprawling. In a moment of daze, Xiao Chen had approached Pei Wanwan step by step. "What do you intend to do?" A flicker of fear gripped Pei Wanwan's heart. Yet her pride compelled her to raise her chin defiantly, confronting Xiao Chen. As the princess of the Pei family, she believed herself untouchable in Guhai City. Convinced that Xiao Chen could not pose any threat to her, "I generally refrain from laying hands on women, but I must commend you this time, for you have successfully prompted me to make an exception," Xiao Chen declared, and amidst the incredulous gazes of those present, he raised his hand and struck Pei Wanwan's delicate face. The sound of the slap echoed loudly, piercing the stunned silence that enveloped the venue. The surrounding guests had already taken notice of the situation when Xiao Chen had incapacitated the two South Fist Society students. Now, witnessing his assault on Pei Wanwan, expressions of terror spread among them. "This is dire, the young lady of the Pei family has been struck. This will surely lead to significant trouble. What audacity! Does that fool have the gall to lay hands on Pei Feifei here?" The Pei family enjoyed a cordial relationship with the Xia family, and Xiao Wen regarded Pei Feifei as a sister. It was unlikely that either family would let this affront go unpunished. Could this escalate to a fatal outcome? It is a betrothal banquet, surely no one would resort to violence here, but after today, who can say? Alas, let us observe a moment of silence for him. Nonsense. In my view, someone so oblivious to their own limits deserves a thorough lesson. Pei Wanwan felt the stinging pain on her cheek, her gaze blank for an extended moment. This was the first time in her life she had been struck, and in front of so many witnesses at that. The humiliation brought forth tears of rage, driving her into a frenzied charge towards Xiao Chen. "You scoundrel, I shall kill you." Unyielding, Xiao Chen scoffed, retaliating with another slap. Previously, he had shown restraint, delivering only a simple strike without much force. However, this time, the impact was different. The slap resounded, leaving a vivid mark on her face and sending her frail form hurtling backward, crashing into Chen Qing, Su Jiao, and Zhang Junpeng. This incident sparked chaos in the venue, the crowd dispersed, and some began to call for members of the Pei and Xia families, as well as the South Fist Society members tasked with maintaining order. Su Jiao rushed to Xiao Chen's side, her voice laced with urgency. "Xiao Chen, you have landed yourself in grave trouble, you must flee." Xiao Chen smiled at her, inquiring, "Oh, why should I run? You do not understand. Wanwan's family is not one to provoke. If you do not leave now, they will surely kill you." Su Jiao was beside herself with worry. At such a critical moment, how could Xiao Chen still find humor? "Rest assured, I shall be fine. But do you not worry for your friend? Shouldn't you be concerned about her anger?" Su Jiao certainly did not prioritize Xiao Chen over Pei Wanwan. She recognized the gravity of the situation. Pei Wanwan could sulk and later apologize, but if Xiao Chen remained, it would only lead to his demise. Who would dare to cause a disturbance at a Xia family wedding? The first to respond to the commotion were two middle-aged men and a distinguished woman. Father! Father! Zhang Junpeng and Chen Qing approached simultaneously, their anger palpable as they pointed at Xiao Chen, exclaiming, "This villain has harmed Wenwen." What? Zhang Shuan and Chen Lindong's expressions shifted dramatically. The Zhang and Chen families are considered second-tier clans in Guhai City, having always sought to cultivate good relations with the Pei and Sha families, which is why their sons, Chen Qing and Zhang Junpeng, often associated with Pei Wenwen. Now that Pei Wenwen had been attacked and her family had yet to arrive, they felt compelled to defend her. This also presented an excellent opportunity to curry favor with the Pei family. Similarly, another noblewoman harbored the same intentions. Advocating for Pei Feifei would undoubtedly strengthen ties with the Pei family. However, just as she was about to reprimand Xiao Chen, she was stopped by Miao Qingfeng. "Sister, do not act impulsively." Miao Qingfeng whispered something inaudible to others into Miao Qingshuang's ear. Soon, Miao Qingshuang's expression transformed in disbelief as she questioned, "Is what you said true?" "Sister, how could I dare deceive you about such matters?" Upon hearing this, Miao Qingfeng hesitated momentarily before swiftly approaching Xiao Chen and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, bowed respectfully. Miao Qingshuang of the Blue Sea Chamber of Commerce pays her respects to Mr. Xiao. Xiao Chen glanced at Miao Qingfeng and then turned to Miao Qingshuang, inquiring, "You are Miao Qingfeng's sister?" "Indeed." Miao Qingshuang replied with utmost reverence, "I was unaware of your esteemed presence, and I beg your pardon for my inadequate reception." Upon learning of Xiao Chen's identity from her sister, Miao Qingshuang swiftly altered her perspective. While the Pei family was indeed powerful in Guhai City, how could they possibly compare to a congenital master? Now that Xiao Chen had clashed with the Pei family, and with no one recognizing him, it was the perfect opportunity for her to ingratiate herself with him. Perhaps she could not resolve his predicament, but by being the first to align herself with him and express her stance, she would surely win his favor. That alone would suffice. "Miao Qingshuang, what are you doing?" Zhang Shuan and Chen Lindong bellowed in anger. Xiao Chen had harmed Pei Wenwen, and Miao Qingshuang was approaching him to engage in conversation. Had she lost her senses? Su Jiujie was equally astonished. The president of the Blue Sea Chamber of Commerce was showing such deference to Xiao Chen. Could he possess some hidden identity? "Head of the Zhang family, head of the Chen family, I believe this matter is a misunderstanding. Why not sit down and discuss it?" Miao Qingshuang proposed. "What is there to discuss? This brat has injured a student of the Nanquan Society and harmed Miss Pei. He must bear the consequences." Miao Qingshuang countered. "We cannot judge solely by appearances. Perhaps Miss Pei made a mistake first. Even if one was at fault, you have no right to strike her." An irate young man in formal attire strode forward, his voice raised in indignation. Following him was a gaunt middle-aged man and a dozen students from the Nanquan Society clad in matching attire. "Dad." Upon seeing the newcomer, Pei Wenwen's pent-up grievances erupted as she rushed into the embrace of the gaunt middle-aged man, weeping profusely. "Dad, your daughter has been bullied." Pei Hong's only had one daughter, always cherished as if she might shatter at any moment, and seeing her in distress filled him with anguish. Soon, he noticed the red handprint on her cheek, and his fury ignited as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. "Did you strike my daughter?" Xiao Chen spoke softly. "Your daughter's upbringing leaves much to be desired. Allow me to provide her with some guidance." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were utterly astonished. To boldly utter such words at this juncture was truly a provocation of the limits of the Pei and Sha families. How audacious! Do you truly seek your own demise? Pei Jiahong's eyes were filled with fury, having reached his limit of tolerance for Xiao Chen. "Uncle Pei, allow me to handle this. I shall seek justice for Wenwen." Xiao Wenwu, while trying to calm Pei Jiahong, they stepped forward. This was the Sha residence, and as the heir of the Sha family, he had every right to intervene after Xiao Chen had struck Pei Wenwen. "Today is my engagement day. I am loath to resort to violence. Yet your arrogance is simply intolerable." Xiao Wenwu did not solicit assistance from anyone, seemingly intending to confront Xiao Chen himself. After all, he was not only the heir of the Sha family but also the vice president of the Southern Fist Society, proficient in martial arts and confident in his abilities. "Wait. Young Master Sha," Miao Qingshuang interjected. "As I have stated previously, Miss Pei was the one who acted disrespectfully first." In response, Xiao Wenwu sneered. "I have also made it clear that this does not justify him striking Wenwen. Xiao Chen stared directly at Xiao Wenwu, his tone icy. Are you implying that if she seeks trouble, I must simply endure her bullying without retaliation? Precisely, that is exactly my point. Xiao Wenwu's tone brooked no argument. She may bully you, yet you cannot fight back. What a tyrannical rule. However, those present understood that this had become the norm in Guhai City. Generally, no one dared to provoke Pei Wenwen, and if she chose to approach someone, they could only count themselves unfortunate. If one dared to retaliate, it would invariably be deemed their fault. Haha, since you have articulated it so clearly, then what are we waiting for? At this moment, Xiao Chen relaxed somewhat. Originally, he had accepted Xiao Zhenhua's invitation to the wedding banquet as a gesture of goodwill to Xiao Wenwu and his bride. However, it seemed that such courtesy was no longer necessary. He coldly regarded Xiao Wenwu. If you are confident in your ability to seek justice for her, then by all means, proceed. I shall let you witness the most authentic southern feast. As Xiao Wenwu spoke, he positioned his fists, preparing to mete out a swift lesson to Xiao Chen. Stop right there. Just then, a group of people arrived in a state of alarm. The second master of the Qiao family has arrived. The crowd recognized Xiao Zhenhua. Following him, Peng Chao, Zhao Biao, Liang Weikai, He Yuanping, and others surged in. Although these four were not from Guhai City, some in attendance recognized them. Particularly Peng Chao. Uncle Chao, have you all arrived? Where is Yan Xue? Upon seeing Xiao Zhenhua, Xiao Wenwu's cold demeanor softened considerably. For he was more concerned about his fiancée Qiao Yanxue than Pei Wenwen. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiao Zhenhua completely disregarded Xiao Wenwu. Ignoring him as he hastily approached Xiao Chen, the sweat beading on his forehead. Mr. Xiao, this. Xiao Chen let out a cold snort, his tone indifferent. You may handle it as you see fit. Xiao Zhenhua trembled slightly, realizing Xiao Chen was genuinely angered, and his heart raced with anxiety. He had previously informed Xiao Wenwu's father about Xiao Chen's situation but had not gone into excessive detail, such as Xiao Chen's age. Generally speaking, it is unnecessary. He had intended to introduce Xiao Chen to everyone that day, hoping to create an air of mystery and excitement. After all, when most people hear the term innate master, they conjure images of ethereal beings, not a mere youth. However, little did he anticipate that due to the incident with Qiao Yanxue, his tardiness would lead to such an upheaval. The memory of Xiao Chen's ability to swiftly defeat a half-innate with a single strike remains vivid. Even if the Qiao and Sha families joined forces, they would likely be no match for him. This could spell disaster. With this thought, he turned in anger, rebuking. Xiao Wenwu, have you lost your mind? Uncle Qiao, what is the matter with you? Xiao Wenwu appeared utterly perplexed. Not only was he confused, but the others present were equally bewildered. The alliance between the Qiao and Sha families was clearly a gesture of appeasement from the Qiao family. And they had presumed that upon Xiao Zhenhua's arrival, he would assist Xiao Wenwu in dealing with Xiao Chen. Yet, to their astonishment, the opposite was true. Xiao Zhenhua actually scolded Xiao Wenwu for Xiao Chen's sake. Xiao Wenwu, you are utterly insolent. How dare you display such audacity and lack of decorum? Apologize to Mr. Xiao at once. Peng Chao, Zhao Biao, Liang Weikai, and He Yuanping, as if in collusion, all reprimanded him, their tone even more severe than that of Xiao Zhenhua. Apologize to him? Xiao Wenwu pointed at Xiao Chen, scoffing repeatedly. There is no way I would apologize to him. Xiao Wenwu held his own pride. Even if he were in the wrong, how could he lower himself to apologize to someone younger than he? He was acquainted with Peng Chao and Zhao Biao, who were prominent figures in Lonning City. Yet, this was Guhai City, where the Sha family held dominion. He had no need to regard these individuals. Besides, he did not believe he had erred in the slightest. You wretched creature, what nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, another formidable man rushed in, immediately confronting Xiao Wenwu with a fierce reprimand. Father, how could you? Xiao Wenwu was momentarily taken aback. He could dismiss others, but how could he dare defy his own father? Pei Jiahong, Zhang Shon, Chen Lindong, and others were even more astonished, a terrifying thought forming in their minds. You insufferable wretch, you are truly infuriating. Apologize to Master Xiao at once. When Xia Yunfeng uttered these words, the entire room erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Astonished gazes converging upon Xiao Chen. Master, He is a master. What constitutes a master? One who has reached the innate realm capable of projecting internal energy outward, striking down foes from 10 meters away. Such individuals possess a profound understanding of martial arts, having truly attained the qualifications to establish a school of their own. Throughout history, countless peak internal strength practitioners have existed, yet only a handful have advanced to the innate level. Even the former president of the Southern Fist Society failed to break through to the innate realm a decade ago, remaining stuck at the half-innate level for 10 years without progress. Father, what are you saying? He is an innate master. Xiao Wen found it impossible to accept. Xiao Chen was the very innate master he had been contemplating joining as a disciple these past few days. What a ludicrous notion. Consider him a mere vice president of the Southern Fist Society, having trained in martial arts since childhood and possessing exceptional talent. Yet only at the age of 25 or 26 has he achieved modest success in internal strength. How is it possible that Xiao Chen, who is so much younger, has reached the innate realm? It cannot be true, he must be an imposter, I refuse to believe it. Compared to Xiao Wen, Pei Wenwen found it even harder to accept, her voice rising in a frantic denial. How could Xiao Chen possibly be an innate master? Yet, the situation before her left no room for disbelief. Xiao Wen had previously stated that the innate master was invited by Zhao Zhenhua, and now Zhao Zhenhua's demeanor spoke volumes. Didn't he it? Wenwen seized this folly. Pei Jiahong family pulled Pei Wenwen behind him. As the head of the family, he remained composed, understanding the gravity of the situation. If Xiao Chen truly was an innate master, the issue would not be whether the Pei family could provoke him, but rather whether he would spare the Pei family at all. If things went awry, the Pei family might face ruin due to Pei Wenwen's momentary recklessness. Despite his indulgence towards her, he had to restrain her actions at this moment. The others present were undoubtedly stunned into silence by this unexpected turn of events. Initially, they believed Xiao Chen's altercation with Pei Wenwen would lead to his downfall, certain that he would not leave the Xia residence today. However, they were taken aback to discover he was, in fact, the youthful innate master. Now, it seemed both the Xia and Pei families would have to contemplate how to navigate this newfound conflict. Master Xiao, today's events were a misunderstanding. If my son has offended you in any way, I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. Xia Yunfeng bowed and apologized to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. There is no need for such formality, Master Xia. Perhaps I should thank your family for broadening my horizons. It seems there are such peculiar customs in this world to where I must endure bullying and retaliating is deemed unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunfeng suddenly turned and slapped Xiao Wen across the face, admonishing, You wretch, what are you still doing? Quickly apologize to Master Xiao. Xiao Wen's eyes flared with anger, revealing his deep-seated dissatisfaction. Yet he was outmatched, with even his father bowing to Xiao Chen. What could he do? I was foolish in my words before, and I hope Master Xiao can forgive my indiscretion. Xiao Chen regarded Xiao Wen with a calm gaze. It seems you are quite reluctant to accept this. Do you harbor resentment? Xiao Wen bowed his head in silence, yet his thoughts were as clear as day. Oh, you, the esteemed young master of the Xia family. Why subject yourself to such indignity? If you have something to say, speak freely. If you wish to act, do so. With his left hand resting behind his back, Xiao Chen extended his right hand in an inviting gesture towards Xiao Wen. If you truly feel aggrieved, I grant you the opportunity for a single strike. Xiao Wen's expression shifted at these words. Despite the support Xiao Chen received from Zhao Zhenhua, Zhao Biao, and even his father, he still found it difficult to accept. Why should Xiao Chen have such authority? Thus, he was eager to test his strength against Xiao Chen. One strike would reveal the truth. If he won, it would prove Xiao Chen to be a fraud, dispelling his frustrations. If he lost, it would confirm Xiao Chen's status as an innate master, and he would accept it without complaint. Very well, I dare to request your guidance, Master Xiao. Xiao Wen declared with a resolute voice, his internal energy surging forth, creating an unusual pressure even before he launched an attack. Stop! Xia Yunfeng shouted angrily at Xiao Wen and then addressed Xiao Chen, saying, Master Xiao, you possess great magnanimity. Do not stoop to the level of this beast. Zhao Zhenhua, unwilling to see his esteemed son-in-law come to harm, pleaded, Mr. Xiao, please show mercy. Get lost. Xiao Chen replied coldly, and though he made no visible move, an invisible force erupted instantaneously. Bang! Both Xiao Zhenhua and Xia Yunfeng were instantly propelled backwards, sliding several meters along the ground before coming to a halt. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Such a display was utterly unfathomable. Xiao Wenwu felt a surge of dread within him, yet the arrow was on the string, and he had no choice but to release it. With a shout, Xiao Wenwu gathered all his strength, channeling his lifelong training, and charged towards Xiao Chen. Boom! His internal energy surged, the force exceeding 3,000 pounds. As his fist sliced through the air, emitting a thunderous roar, a display of overwhelming might. Such a domineering strike could easily fell a fierce tiger. However, just as his fist was about to collide with Xiao Chen, the latter nonchalantly raised a single finger to intercept the blow. In that moment, regardless of the ferocity of the strike, the immense force, or the grand internal energy, all vanished without a trace. Despite gritting his teeth and his face turning crimson with effort, Xiao Wenwu found himself unable to advance an inch, for a mere finger stood in his way. How could this be? Xiao Wenwu's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly the mastery of a grandmaster? Are you prepared to accept the consequences of your failed challenge? Before Xiao Wenwu could respond, a sudden surge of sword energy pierced through his fist. Bang! He was sent sprawling 2 yards away, crashing into the crowd, which instinctively parted to avoid him, leaving him to land unceremoniously on the ground. Wenwu! Xia Yunfeng exclaimed in alarm, rushing to check on Xiao Wenwu's injuries. Xiao Zhenhua, filled with anxiety, remarked, Mr. Xiao, you. Xiao Zhenhua, are you implying that I should not have harmed him? Xiao Chen interjected with a cold snort. I would not dare, I would never dream of such a thing. Xiao Zhenhua stammered, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He had spoken in haste. But how could he truly blame Xiao Chen? Even if today resulted in a rift with the Xia family, he could not sever his ties with Xiao Chen. He had initially believed that inviting Xiao Chen would strengthen the bond between the Zhao and Xia families and bolster the Zhao family's standing. But the outcome had been quite the opposite, leading to this tumultuous situation. At that moment, the crowd regained their composure, gazing at Xiao Chen with a newfound reverence, no longer daring to harbor any doubts. Xiao Wenwu, as the vice president of the Southern Fist Society, had inherited the true teachings of the Southern School and had made significant achievements in internal energy comparable to the practitioners of the older generation. Yet, just moments ago, his full force attack was effortlessly thwarted by Xiao Chen's solitary finger. Such a feat could only be accomplished by a congenital grandmaster, and moreover, by one so young. Merely 18 or 19 years of age. How terrifying. At this juncture, Zhang Shan and Chen Lindong approached with their respective sons, Zhang Junpeng and Chen Qing, leading them before Xiao Chen. Master Xiao, I was blind to your greatness, I humbly seek your forgiveness. Unruly child, kneel and apologize to Master Xiao at once. Zhang Junpeng and Chen Qing, stripped of all arrogance, trembled as they knelt before Xiao Chen, their hearts gripped by terror, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Shan and Chen Lindong before fixing his gaze upon Zhang Junpeng and Chen Qing. To be honest, I am at a loss as to what animosity you harbor against me. Could you enlighten me on the reasons behind your actions? His tone was remarkably calm, devoid of any semblance of pressure. Yet, Zhang Junpeng and Chen Qing felt an overwhelming weight upon their shoulders, a cold sweat soaking through their garments. For they found themselves at a loss for words. Had Xiao Chen ever provoked them? Reflecting on it now, it seemed he had not. Zhang Junpeng was merely envious due to Su Jiaojiao's persistent attention towards Xiao Chen, yet, in truth, Xiao Chen had no connection with Su Jiaojiao. As for Chen Qing, a realization struck Xiao Chen as he fixed his gaze upon him. Or I recall, that day you sought to shake my hand. And when I disregarded you, you felt slighted and harbored resentment. Chen Qing's face turned pale with fear. It appeared that the entire conflict stemmed from this trivial misunderstanding. You foolishly overestimate your own standing. How could a master like Xiao casually extend his hand to you? What gives you the right to bear a grudge? Chen Lindong, in a fit of anger, kicked Chen Qing to the ground with considerable force. He followed it with 2 more kicks, showing no mercy. Despite Chen Qing being his son, he felt compelled to act thus to appease Xiao Chen's wrath. Yet, what were mere kicks? Should Xiao Chen become enraged, a single stroke of his sword could spell doom. The onlookers suddenly realized that the rift between Chen Qing and Xiao Chen arose from nothing more than Chen Qing's desire for handshake, which Xiao Chen had ignored, leading to their resentment. Such a minor gesture had escalated into a conflict between a master and several prominent families. As Chen Lindong had stated, Xiao Chen was a master of his generation, and even Sha Yunfeng, the head of the Sha family, dared to show utmost respect in Xiao Chen's presence. What status did Chen Qing possess to warrant a handshake with a master? Father, I bear no ill will, it was merely that one. In his panic, Chen Qing inadvertently shifted the blame onto Pei Wanwan. Though he spoke only half of his thought, it unmistakably directed suspicion towards her. Instantly, the crowd's attention turned towards the Pei family, particularly Pei Jiahong and his daughter Pei Wanwan. They recognized that Chen Qing's words were not lies. The true source of Xiao Chen's ire lay with Pei Wanwan. Knowing he could not evade responsibility, Pei Jiahong approached Xiao Chen, leading the dazed Pei Wanwan. Master Xiao, my daughter is merely a bit unruly and headstrong, her intentions are not malevolent, I implore you to show leniency. Xiao Chen replied coolly, Pei family head. I initially pointed out the need for your daughter's upbringing to be improved, yet your response was a threat against my life. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy stillness. Sha Yunfeng interjected, Pei, how could you be so foolish? Master Xiao, spare me. I acted out of paternal concern. Pei Jiahong knelt before Xiao Chen, trembling. Xiao Chen then shifted his gaze to Pei Wanwan. At this moment, Pei Wanwan's eyes were vacant and devoid of spirit, as if she had lost her consciousness and awareness. She murmured to herself, and the mark of a handprint on her face remained glaringly evident. The onlookers could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. Pei Wanwan was indeed arrogant in the ancient coastal city, acting with impunity, yet she had not committed any grave transgressions, for none dared to oppose her. Ultimately, she was merely an 18-year-old girl who had been struck twice by Xiao Chen and was now burdened with immense pressure, her heart likely overwhelmed with despair. The weak often evoke compassion from others. However, Xiao Chen merely scoffed and inquired, Pei Wanwan, do you understand why your father is kneeling before me? Pei Wanwan did not respond, or perhaps she was oblivious, remaining in a dazed state. No response. Do you believe it is justified for your father to beg on your behalf, something that merits no concern? Pei Wanwan's eyes flickered momentarily, as if stirred. Yet she remained silent. Very well, since your father cherishes you so dearly, he will surely be willing to take the blame for you, and since you are indifferent, I shall kill him, and this matter shall be resolved. As his words fell, Xiao Chen raised his hand, the sharp blade of light condensing at his fingertips. A palpable aura of murderous intent spreading, causing the hairs on one's body to stand on end. No, please. Pei Wanwan instantly shuddered. Positioning herself in front of Pei Jiahong, gazing at Xiao Chen in terror. If you must kill, then take me instead, this matter has nothing to do with my father. Wanwan, you, Pei Jiahong's heart surged with emotion. Xiao Chen. Su Jiujiu rushed forward, her face a mask of pleading. Could you spare Wanwan? I implore you. That is out of the question. Xiao Chen shook his head, then swiftly directed the blade of light towards Pei Wanwan. Whoosh. Don't. Su Jiujiu gasped in shock. Everyone present paled at the scene. Pei Wanwan's pupils constricted, embraced by the shadow of death, her heart steeped in despair. Yet, the next moment, they witnessed the blade of light merely sever a lock of Pei Wanwan's hair, sparing her life. Had he missed? That was clearly impossible. Remember the sensation of this moment. And then vanish from my sight. After uttering these words, Xiao Chen turned away, seemingly disinterested in casting another glance. Pei Jiahong was the first to regain his composure. Hastily expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Chen, thank you, Master Xiao, we shall take our leave at once. Pei Wanwan gazed at Xiao Chen's lofty silhouette with a complex expression, departing the Sha residence alongside Pei Jiahong. Phew. Su Jiujiu exhaled in relief. Understanding that her plea had been of no consequence, but rather that Xiao Chen had never intended to harm Pei Feifei, merely attempting to intimidate her. Master Xiao indeed embodies great benevolence, earning our admiration. Sha Yunfeng flattered, believing that if Xiao Chen could spare Pei Wanwan, then the Sha family should be safe as well. Master Xiao. Master Xiao. Master Xiao. Countless individuals swarmed around, eager to curry favor with him, hoping to leave behind at least a neutral impression. Enough. That will suffice. Xiao Chen gestured dismissively, turning his gaze towards Xia Yunfeng and Xia Wanwu, stating coolly, will your family still proceed with the engagement ceremony today? The auspicious time has yet to pass, so it should not be affected. As Xia Yunfeng spoke, he looked towards Xia Wanwu. Although the incident had escalated significantly, it had not been overly violent, only Xia Wanwu had suffered minor injuries and a bit of bloodshed. I shall take a moment to bandage myself. Today, with so many guests present and the esteemed Master Xiao gracing us with his presence, it is indeed an honor for both myself and Yanxue. Despite the lingering resentment towards Xiao Chen in his heart, Xia Wanwu would not be foolish enough to display it openly. Yanxue, come over and meet Master Xiao. Xiao Zhenhua called out to the crowd. As the throng parted, a lady in a flowing purple gown approached Xiao Chen with graceful steps. Xiao Chen instinctively cast a few glances at Xiao Yanxue, while the rest of the attendees were equally captivated. Prior to this moment, many had not had the pleasure of meeting Xiao Yanxue and were puzzled as to why Xia Wanwu chose to ally with the Xiao family instead of the Pei family. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yanxue, they finally understood. In terms of both poise and beauty, Xiao Yanxue far surpassed Pei Wanwan, explaining Xia Wanwu's infatuation. Yet, in the next moment, an astonishing act unfolded. Xiao Yanxue knelt before Xiao Chen. Yanxue, what are you doing? Xiao Zhenhua questioned, bewildered. The gathered crowd shared his confusion. The conflict had seemingly concluded, and Xiao Chen had not pursued further inquiries. Why then did Xiao Yanxue kneel? Ignoring the onlookers, Xiao Yanxue earnestly implored Xiao Chen. I beseech Master Xiao to annul the betrothal between myself and Xia Wanwu. Her words unleashed a tempest within the hearts of the audience. Yanxue, have you lost your mind? Xiao Zhenhua exclaimed. What do you mean, Xiao Yanxue? Xia Yunfeng echoed, equally incensed. By publicly declaring her desire to dissolve the engagement with Xia Wanwu and seeking the intervention of the innate Master Xiao Chen. How could she disregard the dignity of the Xia family? Xia Wanwu's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and anger. He understood that Xiao Yanxue did not harbor affection for him but had not anticipated such a bold move at this juncture. What if Xiao Chen truly acquiesced to her request? What would become of him and the Xia family? Undeterred by the multitude of questioning gazes, Xiao Yanxue remained resolute. Her icy demeanor betraying none of her inner turmoil. When Xiao Zhenhua had informed her of the innate Master's attendance 2 days prior, the seed of this thought had been planted. Witnessing Xiao Chen's prowess amongst the crowd had dispelled any remaining hesitations. He was her sole opportunity. Should she fail to seize it, she would either perish or languish in a hellish existence for the rest of her days. Xiao Chen, equally taken aback by the situation, regarded Xiao Yanxue and replied coolly, Miss Xiao, while I had a minor disagreement with your fiancé earlier, you cannot naively presume that I am obligated to assist you. He held no interest in the entanglements between Xiao Yanxue and Xia Wanwu or the Xia family. Although he was unafraid of the Xia family, he would not become adversarial merely because of Xiao Yanxue's plea. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xia Wanwu, Xia Yunfeng, and Xiao Zhenhua collectively exhaled in relief. As long as Xiao Chen refrained from intervening, regardless of Xiao Yanshue's objections, the marriage was an unassailable certainty. Master Xiao Yanxue believes that every matter has negotiable terms. Xiao Yanxue declared unwilling to concede. Xiao Chen remained non-committal. What terms do you believe would persuade me? Xiao Yanxue pressed her lips together and replied, should Master Xiao agree, Yanxue is willing to serve you for 20 years, without complaint or regret. Upon the revelation of this condition, the astonishment swept through the crowd. And Xiao Wanwu nearly succumbed to darkness, overcome by rage. After 2 decades of serving Xiao Chen, it was expected that Xiao Yanxue would unconditionally comply with any request he made, the notion that inevitably stirred the imagination. Given Xiao Yanshue's grace, such a promise would undeniably be an immense temptation for any man of sound mind. Yet, as the crowd pondered, they recognized Xiao Yanshue's intelligence. If she truly harbored no affection for Xia Wanwu, aligning herself with Xiao Chen would be wise, for he was a congenital master. The prestige of a congenital master was unparalleled, eclipsing even the entire Xia family. Furthermore, being in Xiao Chen's company might allow him to impart upon her a few techniques during his leisure, and after 20 years of accumulated knowledge, she could ascend to the status of a martial arts expert. This was undoubtedly a lucrative arrangement. Wretched woman. Xia Wanwu's eyes burned with fury. Wishing to rush forth and strike Xiao Yanxue, yet he was restrained by Xia Yunfeng. Xiao Zhenhua remained silent. quietly weighing the advantages for the Xiao family of a union with the Xia family against the benefits of Xiao Yanxue serving Xiao Chen. Miss Xiao, if this is the condition you believe would stir my heart, then I must regretfully decline. To the astonishment of all present, Xiao Chen rejected the proposal without a moment's hesitation, as if Xiao Yanshue's offer held no allure for him. Master Xiao, beyond this, Yanxue possesses one more item. Xiao Yanxue declared, presenting a gleaming sword with both hands. The blade shimmered with a cold light, extraordinarily sharp, indicative of its rare quality. Yet it was notably shorter and appeared fragile, as though it might shatter upon the slightest contact, rendering it unsuitable for battle. Unlike the others, upon seeing the sword, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. He then gestured with a light motion, causing the sword in Xiao Yanshue's grasp to fly into his hand. A display of telekinesis. The crowd was astounded, recognizing this as yet another manifestation of a master's prowess. The flying sword. Xiao Chen gently caressed the blade, feeling the faint currents of spiritual energy coursing through it, and his conviction solidified. This was no ordinary sword, it was a flying sword commonly used by cultivators. More significantly, this flying sword was forged by his own hand. In the years he had taught the various alchemical and forging techniques of the Yuseo sect, he had indeed practiced personally, resulting in many creations. This flying sword was one of them. However, after so many years, it had become battered and its spiritual energy nearly depleted. Master Xiao, please do not jest. This wretched sword has languished in our Xiao family for many years, unwanted even by scrap collectors, yet this girl treats it as a treasure. Xiao Zhenhua felt a twinge of embarrassment, disapproving of Xiao Yanshue's attempt to curry favor with Xiao Chen using such a subpar item, fearing it would only invite ridicule. The flying sword had remained in the Xiao family for an extended period. He had once sought the opinion of a high-level cultivator, who had informed him that aside from its sharpness, it bore no special qualities. At that time, he considered selling it off casually, only to have it snatched away by Xiao Yanxue, who scolded him for even contemplating its sale. A worthless sword. Xiao Chen turned back, smirking, Master Xiao, your discernment is indeed admirable. Xiao Zhenhua's heart sank, then he weakly inquired, Master Xiao, does this short sword truly possess significant value? It is a priceless treasure. Xiao Chen offered a succinct for-character appraisal. It was not an act of self-promotion, for the flying sword truly defies worldly valuation. Xiao Zhenhua, having lowered his banner, felt a twinge of confusion in his heart. Xiao Chen gazed at the flying sword, then turned to Xiao Yanshuo, then suddenly declared, Xiao Yanshuo, I hereby accept you as my named disciple. Are you willing? Xiao Yanshuo was momentarily taken aback, but her face soon lit up with joy. I am willing, she exclaimed. Master Xiao, what does this mean? Xiao Wenwu could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to question. What does it mean? Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. Is it not already quite evident? Xiao Wenwu glared in anger. Indeed, Xiao Chen's intentions had become unmistakably clear. He had acquiesced to Xiao Yanshuo's request, intending to dissolve this engagement. However, lacking any familial ties to Xiao Yanshuo, he had no standing to intervene, thus accepting her as a named disciple at this impromptu moment. By establishing a master-disciple relationship, he could claim authority over Xiao Yanshuo's marriage. Xiao Wenwu, now that she is my disciple, you are unworthy of her from this moment forth. Do you comprehend my meaning? Xiao Chen's tone was indifferent, yet it brimmed with an overwhelming pressure, as if it could pierce the very soul. Xiao Wenwu was instantly drenched in cold sweat, yet he clenched his jaw, refusing to yield. Master Xiao, I acknowledge your formidable strength, but that does not grant you the liberty to act without restraint. Xiao Wenwu gritted his teeth, maintaining his composure under pressure. My Xia family and the Southern Fist Society are not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's expression turned frigid. Do you know what I despise most in this life, Xiao Wenwu? It is being threatened. As the words left his lips, Xiao Chen extended his palm, and in an instant, the flying sword shot forth like lightning. Whoosh! Thud! The sword pierced through Xiao Wenwu's right shoulder, propelling him away. You are truly overstepping, Xia Yunfeng. Witnessing the sword penetrate his son's body and draw forth a crimson stream, lost all reason. He believed he had been quite accommodating towards Xiao Chen. Yet Xiao Chen was relentless. A master is indeed deserving of respect, but if that master seeks to harm your son and trample upon your family's dignity, must one continue to endure? Attack. Kill him. As soon as Xia Yunfeng's command was uttered, the 3 internal energy warriors surged forth in unison, moving with remarkable speed, attempting to subdue Xiao Chen by surprise. Is this all the Xia family is capable of? In the face of the 3 attackers, Xiao Chen gently shook his head. Then, with a whoosh, the sound of air splitting echoed as a flawless shadow darted forth, spilling forth 3 sprays of blood. The 3 warriors barely had time to react before being pierced by the flying sword. How terrifying! What manner of sword is this? The onlookers recoiled in fear, their hearts shaken as they beheld the small flying sword spiraling in the air. The speed of the flying sword was astonishing. Even the internal energy warriors could not react in time, let alone ordinary individuals. If the flying sword sought to kill, it left no trace behind, proving far more fearsome than hidden weapons. Xiao Zhenhua's eyes nearly popped out. With the sword he had dismissed as a mere trinket possessed such immense power. He had truly been deceived by that Taoist priest. Xiao Yansno was equally astounded. Although she sensed the sword's extraordinary nature, she had long been unaware of its application. Upon their first meeting, she was indeed astounded, her heart filled with exhilaration. What thrilled her even more was the fact that Xiao Chen had accepted her as his named disciple. Any guidance he might offer her would be sufficient for a lifetime of benefit. With this, the matter was settled. Henceforth, Xiao Yanxue would have no ties to the Xia family. Xiao Chen sheathed his flying sword and cast a cold glare at Xia Yunfeng, warning him not to be ungrateful, as his kindness was not a constant trait. This statement was undoubtedly chilling. Xiao Chen had wreaked havoc in the Xia residence, striking Pei Feifei, gravely injuring Xia Wenwu, and slaying inner-strength martial artists, yet he dared to claim he possessed benevolence. One could only wonder how he would act without such kindness. You've wasted your trip. You may disperse now. Xiao Chen's gaze swept across Peng Chao, Zhao Biao, and Mao Qingfeng. Indeed, Peng Chao and Zhao Biao understood that Xiao Chen hailed from Lon City and would likely encounter him again, thus they obediently took their leave. Mao Qingshuang, however, lingered a moment longer, addressing Xiao Chen. Master Xiao, should the opportunity arise, I would recommend a visit to the headquarters of the Blue Sea Chamber of Commerce in Jiangbei, where I can introduce you to a master with whom I believe you would find great interest. We shall see, Xiao Chen replied noncommittally. I shall await your response, Mao Qingshuang said, before departing with Mao Qingfeng. Once it seemed the moment was right, Xiao Chen turned to Xiao Yanxue and instructed, follow me. Yes, master. Upon Xiao Chen's departure, Xia Yunfeng hurried to assist Xia Wenwu. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had shown some mercy. Though Xia Wenwu had bled profusely, his injuries were not life-threatening. Father, we cannot allow him to take Yanxue away. I will kill him. Xia Wenwu's eyes burned with fury. Rest assured, this matter will not be left unresolved. Xia Yunfeng sneered. Inside a hotel in Guhai City, after bathing, Xiao Yanxue donned a regal purple dress exuding grace and poise. She approached Xiao Chen's door and knocked, finding him seated on the sofa, toying with the flying sword. Master. Xiao Yanxue bowed deeply, her demeanor respectful. This flying sword has been in your family for many years? Xiao Chen inquired softly. Indeed. Xiao Yanxue replied, not daring to conceal the truth. This sword was passed down by my grandfather, who, like you, regarded it as a priceless treasure, hence, I have cherished it until now. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before asking, have you ever heard of the Jade Xiao sect? The Jade Xiao sect? Xiao Yanxue furrowed her brow slightly before shaking her head. Xiao Chen contemplated. He was uncertain how the Qiao family had come into possession of the sword. It was possible that, like Feng He, had inherited it from the Jade Xiao sect. However, it was equally plausible that they had seized it during the calamity that befell the sect. If the latter were true, then the Qiao family would be considered his adversaries. Xiao Yanxue, I have never taken a disciple in my life. Today, my acceptance of you is merely a whim. Xiao Yanxue's expression betrayed her reluctance, and she bit her lip, asking, does master wish to retract his decision? Not at all. Come here. Xiao Chen beckoned. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yanxue approached him. Having made a commitment, she was determined to honor it, no matter what Xiao Chen intended to do. However, the situation was far from what she had envisioned. As she approached, Xiao Chen suddenly raised his hand, directing a surge of ethereal energy to her forehead. Instantly, a wave of terror washed over her mind, inflicting immense pressure and unbearable pain. Master. Xiao Yanshue's expression was filled with dread, uncertain of Xiao Chen's intentions. Relax, Xiao Chen said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanshue felt a moment of reassurance enduring the mental onslaught. Soon, her expression transformed into one of profound astonishment. In her mind, a mysterious text accompanied by intricate patterns materialized, flashing by like a series of slides. This was merely a simple foundational technique, the Qi control method. After imparting the technique into Xiao Yanshue's consciousness, Xiao Chen withdrew his energy. If you wish to truly wield the flying sword, you must first cultivate this Qi control method to perfection. In truth, Xiao Yanshue was not astonished by the technique itself, but rather by the means through which Xiao Chen had implanted it into her mind. It was as if it had been directly printed in her brain by a copier, eliminating the need for rote memorization and rendering it unforgettable. Soon, she grasped the implication of Xiao Chen's words and inquired, Master, are you not keeping the flying sword for yourself? You intend to give it to me? Initially, her bargaining chip in her arrangement with Xiao Chen was to serve him for 20 years, along with this flying sword. Yet now, it seemed Xiao Chen was not a lecherous man and was returning the sword to her while also teaching her a Qi control method. It felt as if she had reaped all the benefits. The flying sword is merely a transitional artifact for me, I have long since abandoned its use, Xiao Chen stated. He had once created the 6 paths of true martial arts, encompassing sword, saber, zither, spear, bow, and divine paths, each reaching the pinnacle of mastery. To him, the flying sword held no significance. Truly, the realm of my master is one I can scarcely hope to reach. Xiao Yanshue sighed. Xiao Chen advised, you have just undergone a memory input which will lead to a certain degree of mental fatigue. You should rest here for now. And what about you, master? Of course, I have important matters to attend to. Important matters? Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, did you not notice the peculiarities of this hotel? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanshue suddenly paused, as if recalling something, and said, Master, I seem to have noticed that the hotel is eerily empty, devoid of any presence. It is not that there are no people. Rather, they all evacuated in a very short span of time. What? Why would that be? Xiao Yanshue asked in astonishment. Do you truly believe the Xia family would let us off so easily? Xiao Chen shook his head, thinking that Xiao Yanshue was too naive. During the day, the Xia family had merely put on a facade, for he knew well that they would not allow him to leave Guhai City so effortlessly. Master, you are an innate grandmaster, why would the Xia family dare to trouble you? Xiao Yanshue seemed unable to comprehend, stating that as far as I know, the previous head of the Xia family, the former president of the Southern Fist Society, failed to break through to innate mastery 10 years ago and has remained at the half-step innate level, with only one half-step innate from the Xia family. What could they possibly use to confront an innate grandmaster? In response, Xiao Chen spoke softly, the half-step innate will not remain at that level forever. How long has it been since you last had any news regarding that old president? Xiao Yanshue was momentarily taken aback and remarked, it seems that after his abdication, he has indeed faded into obscurity for quite some time. However, for one at the threshold of innate mastery to break through to the realm of innate power must be exceedingly challenging, wouldn't you agree? In the realm of martial arts, there is technically no such thing as half-step innate. It is only when a peak inner strength practitioner attempts to transcend into innate mastery and fails that they find themselves in this half-step state. In other words, half-step innate is a grotesque condition marred by hidden ailments within the body, while half-step innate is significantly stronger than peak inner strength practitioners. The path to breaking through to innate mastery is even more arduous. Yet, nothing is absolute. Difficulties do not imply the absence of solutions. Perhaps there exists a shortcut. Xiao Yanshue detected the underlying meaning in Xiao Chen's words and inquired, does Master have a deep understanding of the Xia family? Upon my arrival in Guhai City, I was initially unaware of their intricacies. However, after my encounter with Xia Wanwu earlier, I sensed a unique power within him, which confirmed that the Xia family is indeed formidable. Unique power. Indeed, if he were to unleash that power, his strength could potentially double. Yet, In the presence of the public, he refrained from doing so, preferring to endure severe injury rather than reveal his true capabilities. The reason Xiao Chen intervened in Zhao Yanshue's affairs was twofold. Firstly, there was a connection between him and the flying sword. Secondly, it was due to the concealed powers of Xiao Wenwu. As their conversation unfolded, a piercing howl suddenly echoed from outside, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit, shattering the tranquility of the night sky. Simultaneously, a resonant shout intermingled with an overwhelming wave of inner strength reverberated through the air. Master Xiao, it is I, Xiao Chen of the Southern Fist Society, paying my respects. As soon as the words left his lips, a thunderous boom erupted, akin to a clap of thunder that reverberated across the surroundings. Crash! In an instant, every window and glass door in the hotel was subjected to an immense impact, shattering into fragments. What a terrifying force of inner strength! Zhao Yanxue suppressed the tumultuous blood surging within her eyes reflecting a mixture of horror and dread. From such a distance, the mere sound waves shattered glass, yet also instilled within her a profound sense of pressure. An innate master. This is undoubtedly a terrifying power possessed solely by an innate master. Has Xiao Chen, the former president of the Southern Fist Society, truly broken through to innate mastery? In that moment, Zhao Yanxue felt a surge of anxiety as she glanced at Xiao Chen. Master, what shall we do? Although Xiao Chen is also an innate master, his youth inevitably evokes a sense of vulnerability. Moreover, the Southern Fist Society will not send only Xiao Chen to confront him, they are bound to mobilize their entire force. The odds of victory against such numbers are dismal. Master, perhaps I. Zhao Yanxue felt a twinge of regret. This matter was initially unrelated to Xiao Chen. Yet she had inadvertently drawn him into the current predicament. Do not dwell on it. Since I have chosen to intervene, I anticipated this scenario. You should remain here and rest, I will handle the situation outside. With that, Xiao Chen leaped gracefully, exiting through the window. The street outside the hotel, once one of the more bustling thoroughfares of Guhai City, now lay eerily silent, devoid of any presence, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Dressed in white, Xiao Chen stepped forth slowly, hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor cold and indifferent. There is no need for theatrics, reveal yourselves. As his words echoed, 3 figures surged forward, landing before Xiao Chen in quick succession. At the forefront stood an elderly man with a white beard. His stooped figure and squinting eyes occasionally glinting with an unsettling brilliance. It is quite unexpected that the former president of the Southern Fist Society, rumored to be a formidable figure, appears in such a disheveled state. Has he succumbed to the madness of his practice? Xiao Chen scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. The Southern martial arts are among the most ancient forms in Huaxia, characterized by their righteous internal energy, capable of prolonging life. One who diligently cultivates the authentic principles of Southern martial arts, even if they fail to achieve innate mastery, would still retain their virtuous essence, exuding an ethereal grace. However, Xiao Chen now exhibits a stooped posture, with an aura tinged with malevolence, clearly having forsaken the true teachings of Southern Fist and strayed into the path of darkness. Yet, the adversarial forces he embraced have indeed allowed him to transcend limitations and reach the innate realm. Head as practitioners of the martial way, why should we be confined by worldly appearances? Power is the sole righteous path. Xiao Chen remains unfazed by Xiao Chen's mockery, having never regretted his chosen path. For now, he has truly grasped the essence of martial arts. After over a decade of exploration, he has finally stepped into the domain of innate mastery. The struggles and honors he has faced are incomprehensible to outsiders. I shall reserve my comments on your words. Xiao Chen has never discriminated against practitioners of the dark path, as he himself has dabbled in such arts and even created dark techniques. The essence of a cultivator lies not in their techniques, but in their heart. Xiao Chen's heart has been obscured, and further discourse with him is futile. Are you two truly determined to confront me? Xiao Chen's gaze shifted to the 2 middle-aged men behind Xiao Chen. If memory serves, they are named Yan Tong and Yan Fei, who previously accompanied Zhao Zhenhua to assist in Learning City, both peak internal energy masters, their strength comparable to Fang He. Master Xiao, in truth, no one wishes to offend a master lightly, but your actions have become intolerable. The Xia family and the Southern Fist Society have stood firm in Guhai City for a century, never before subjected to such humiliation. If you persist, the century-old honor of the Xia family will be obliterated in an instant. Yan Tong and Yan Fei regarded Xiao Chen with calm expressions, as if addressing a corpse. Your words seem to carry weight. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, yet you cannot naively believe that the three of you alone can kill me. Naturally. Though it may seem astonishing given your age, all indications suggest that you are indeed a genuine innate master. We three may be capable of defeating you. Yet to kill you would be exceedingly difficult. Xiao Chen stepped forward and suddenly clapped his hands. In an instant, figures hidden in ambush emerged from all directions, surrounding Xiao Chen and even encircling the entire hotel. Xiao Chen cast a cursory glance and noted that among the 50-odd individuals, approximately 10 were internal energy practitioners, ranging from early to late stages of internal energy mastery. The foundation of the Southern Fist Society and the Sha family is indeed no exaggeration, but such a force is formidable. Perhaps no other place in Lanning City could muster so many internal energy warriors. Xiao Chen expressed his admiration. Xiao Chen sneered, so, what do you think? Is this sufficient to kill you? Not nearly. Xiao Chen shook his head once more. You are quite confident, aren't you? Xiao Chen remained noncommittal. Suddenly calling out to the night sky, Kong, please make your presence known. As the words fell, an overwhelming aura of terror descended upon Xiao Chen. Above the hotel, Xiao Yanxue, who was observing the situation through the window, suddenly changed color, filled with dread. Another innate martial artist. A sinister laugh echoed as a man clad in a black robe appeared beside Xiao Chen, simultaneously sizing up Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. You went to such lengths to summon me, is it to deal with him? Xiao Chen replied, Elder Kong, do not be deceived by his youth. His strength undoubtedly reaches the innate realm. Alone, I can only match him at best. To eliminate him, we must join forces. Is that so? Elder Kong's gaze turned cold, fixating on Xiao Chen. Young lad, I am curious how you managed to cultivate to the innate realm at such a tender age. Have you discovered some shortcut? Xiao Chen responded calmly, I do have a shortcut, but a fool like you would never comprehend it. I must admit you possess quite the silver tongue. Elder Kong huffed, his tone tinged with displeasure. Elder Kong, lest the situation change, I suggest we settle this swiftly. If you truly wish to inquire, it would suffice to incapacitate him first and then interrogate him. Xiao Chen, unable to contain his impatience, revealed his inner uncertainty. Why the haste, Master Sha? With so many of us present, could he possibly sprout wings and fly away? Elder Kong dismissed the concern. It has been ages since I last engaged in combat today. I relish the opportunity to experience it fully. Xiao Chen, intrigued, asked, do you wish to challenge me one-on-one? Just a warm-up, after all. It has been over a decade since I last faced a master of the innate level, it is only natural to feel exhilarated. Then you must tread carefully, for I may lack your enthusiasm for a warm-up. Elder Kong paused, then sneered, are you suggesting that you might accidentally kill me? Such matters are difficult to predict. Young man, your words are quite bold. When I first entered the innate realm, you were likely still in your infancy. With a swift flick of his sleeve, Elder Kong summoned a whirlwind of rage that surged toward Xiao Chen. Yet, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, his white attire fluttering gently. Elder Kong sought to discern a hint of fear on Xiao Chen's face, for it is in the fear of one's opponent that true strength is revealed. That sweet taste of victory is savored. However, he was met with disappointment. In the face of this lethal situation, Xiao Chen's comments was unnerving. Since you are so audacious, I shall not hold back. With both hands emerging from his black robe, two short blades glimmered with a chilling radiance in the darkness. Cold Knight's absolute kill. With a low shout, the Elder Kong leaped, his figure enveloped in black, twisting and turning before vanishing into thin air. As if merging with the night itself, this was Elder Kong's signature move. Seeing this, Xiao Chen felt an inexplicable thrill. He had initially feared that Elder Kong might approach the duel with a playful demeanor, yet he had unleashed his renowned skill from the outset. Excellent. No one has yet deciphered Elder Kong's technique, it will surely leave that brat blooded. Yan Tong, Yan Fei, be prepared, we shall provide support. Understood. Elder Kong had disappeared into the night, while Xiao Chen and the two masters, Yan Tong and Yan Fei, spread out, forming a triangular formation, poised to strike the moment an opportunity arose to eliminate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained steadfastly in place, casting a fleeting glance and suddenly perceiving a glimmer of cold light. In terms of stealthy assassination techniques, it was indeed commendable. Yet, with malevolence coursing through him, even though the eyes could not discern, your presence before me is utterly unmasked. As his words fell, Xiao Chen bellowed with conviction, raising his hand to grasp at the void. Come down. In an invisible realm. It seemed as if an unseen force was struck with brute strength and forcibly yanked downwards. Boom. A shadow crashed heavily to the ground. Its body nearly shattered by the overwhelming force. How could this be? Beside him, Xiaocheng and Yan Tong, along with Yan Fei, were astonished, their hearts filled with trepidation. Kong, the steward, was a renowned innate expert for over a decade, yet, under the auspices of his ultimate assassination move, he was grievously wounded by Xiao Chen's sheer might. Was he a monster? Impossible. How could you see through my concealment technique? Kong, pinned to the ground, screamed in terror, unable to accept this reality. Initially, he had approached his duel with Xiao Chen in a playful spirit, but Xiao Chen's words and demeanor incited his fury, prompting him to unleash his ultimate move. The cold night absolute kill, he believed, was a technique that even though stronger than he could hardly counter, indeed. It was this very move that had established his reputation over the years. Yet, he never anticipated that while still concealed, he would be effortlessly discerned and struck down by Xiao Chen. The nonchalance in Xiao Chen's demeanor was profoundly unsettling. Doubt began to creep into Kong's mind. Could it be that his ultimate technique was so utterly ineffectual? You never truly listened to my words from the beginning. This is the reason you shall meet your demise here today. Xiao Chen's cold gaze intensified, a bone-chilling killing intent emanating from him. Sensing the specter of death looming, Kong suddenly shouted to Xiaocheng and the others, "What are you waiting for? Attack together." Xiaocheng and the others snapped back to reality. Kong must not perish. If he fell, the death of an innate expert would severely tilt the balance against them. Kill. With a resounding command, all the experts from the Southern Fist Society embraced their fate, their battle cries reverberating, their spirits soaring. Seizing this fleeting moment, Kong suddenly soared upward, swirling in midair before retreating to stand beside Xiaocheng. It must have been a momentary lapse, but I refuse to believe that the combined might of two innate experts, along with so many inner strength masters, cannot subdue this brash young man. Encouraged, Xiaocheng vowed, "What Steward Kong says is entirely correct. Today, we shall surely eliminate this child." It seemed a bloodbath was imminent. A faint, inexplicable chuckle escaped Xiao Chen's lips as he placed his left hand behind his back and gently raised his right, summoning the currents of air around him. In an instant, the air swirled, coalescing in the palm of his hand into a visible vortex, akin to a miniature tornado. What does he intend to do? The crowd was filled with uncertainty, halting their advance. Do not panic, I merely believe that to slay so many, a weapon would be more suitable. As soon as Xiao Chen's words fell, the vortex in his hand gradually morphed, forming a long sword. The sword of vapor. The blade flowed like clouds, hidden yet present, as if nothing was amiss against the backdrop of the Green Mountains. The foremost tenet of the true martial sword path, train both heart and sword, with heart and sword in unison. As the realm of swords unfolded, Xiao Chen swung his long sword in a sweeping arc, unleashing a breathtaking streak of crimson light that cleaved through the air, swiftly dispatching 5 or 6 skilled practitioners from the Southern Fist Society before charging directly towards Steward Kong. Realizing the impending danger, Steward Kong instinctively sought to retreat. Aware of Xiao Chen's unparalleled aura, yet no matter how far he withdrew, he could not escape the relentless pursuit of that radiant blade. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as blood sprayed forth, the harbinger of his fate's conclusion. Despite possessing innate prowess, he felt utterly powerless as the sword's light glided across his throat, with one hand clutching his neck and the other pointing helplessly at Xiao Chen. It seemed he wished to speak, yet no words emerged. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground, extinguished. Next, it was your turn. With Kong's demise, Xiao Chen swept his sword, its glint now aimed at Xiaocheng and the others. In an instant, the roles of this deadly tableau had shifted. Xiao Chen had become the hunter, while the members of the Southern Fist Society transformed into prey beneath his blade. This is impossible. Fear gripped Xiaocheng, Yan Tong, and Yan Fei. Could a renowned innate master be slain so effortlessly by Xiao Chen? They had not chosen to save Steward Kong, rather, they were rendered impotent, unable to find a moment to intervene. This youth was an insurmountable force. Flee. This singular thought consumed their minds. Yet, was there still time to escape? In the dark of night, Su Jiao strolled alongside the despondent Pei Wanwan in the courtyard. Wanwan, I am truly sorry. Su Jiao murmured apologetically. Why are you apologizing to me? Pei Wanwan's voice was hollow, devoid of joy or sorrow, bearing no trace of emotion. When Xiao Chen struck you, I failed to attend to your well-being immediately and instead urged him to depart. I believed no need for explanations, the past is behind us. Pei Wanwan interjected, casting her gaze skyward, lost in her thoughts. Wanwan. At that moment, Pei Jiahong approached briskly, grasping Pei Wanwan's hand. Come with me. Father, where to? Do you not seek vengeance? Vengeance? Pei Wanwan paused, while Su Jiao's expression shifted. Uncle, are you referring to Xiao Chen? Pei Jiahong shot a glance at Su Jiao. A cold smile gracing his lips. This time, he is as good as dead. Father, is he not an innate master? You previously stated that our family and the Xia clan combined could not withstand him, advising me to abandon thoughts of revenge. Pei Wanwan's demeanor was not one of excitement. Rather, it conveyed a complex array of emotions. That was then, now the circumstances have changed, Pei Jiahong asserted. Wanwan, do you remember your grandfather Xia? Of course. But I have not seen him in 7 or 8 years. Haha, I just received word that your grandfather Xia has broken through to the realm of innate mastery. What? Grandfather Xia has also ascended to innate mastery. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Pei Wanwan's eyes. Indeed. In fact, he achieved this breakthrough 2 years ago. But he has been in seclusion, and no one was aware. What of grandfather now? Humph. That young man has brazenly trampled upon the dignity of the Xia family. How could your grandfather possibly let him off the hook upon discovering this? Xiao Chen. Su Jiao suddenly shouted and dashed outside. Pei Jiahong chuckled, saying, Wanwan. Let us bring our family's internal energy experts to aid your grandfather Xia in eliminating that young man. Dad, Pei Wanwan hesitated for a moment before sighing. Perhaps it's best to let it be. What? Let it be. Pei Jiahong, puzzled, asked, do you not harbor any hatred towards him? Yes, I hated him then. And I still do now. However, if he ultimately spared us, did he not? Pei Wanwan replied. Since Grandpa Xia has already taken action, why should we complicate matters? Let nature take its course, whether he lives or dies is no longer our concern. Pei Jiahong pondered for a moment and said, very well, he is doomed regardless. We need not intervene, but we can go to the scene and perhaps witness his final moments. At the same time, in the Xia residence, the father and son of the Xia family were restless. Dad, do you think Grandpa can handle that young man himself? Is that even a question? Your grandfather broke through to the innate realm 2 years ago, he is far beyond that inexperienced youth. Moreover, your grandfather has the support of that esteemed individual. Thinking of 2 innate masters joining forces, along with the numerous internal energy practitioners from the Southern Fist Society, Xiao Wanwu felt a sense of reassurance. In truth, although Xiao Chen had injured his arm, his animosity towards him was not as intense as it could be. What he could not tolerate was Xiao Chen taking away Qiao Yanxue, the woman he had set his sights on, destined not to belong to another. Dad, I have another question. Xiao Wanwu suddenly said. Xia Yunfeng chuckled lightly, if you wish to inquire about that Lord Kong. Yes, what is his background? Although this was not Xia Wanwu's first encounter with Lord Kong, his knowledge of the man's mysterious origins was limited. That question shall be answered upon his return. He holds you in high regard and intends to recommend you to that organization. Upon hearing this, Xia Wanwu's eyes lit up. Although he was unaware of the organization behind Lord Kong, he was certain it was immensely powerful, otherwise. How could it aid his grandfather in effortlessly breaking through to the innate realm? Considering the time, it should be nearing the moment. Especially with 2 innate masters on our side, along with Yen Tong and Yen Fei. Xiao Wanwu sneered, feeling somewhat regretful for not being present to witness Xiao Chen's downfall. You guessed correctly, the timing is just right. Suddenly, a cold voice resonated. In an instant, 2 beams of sword light illuminated the heavens, rushing forth with deadly intent. Swish. Swish. Before Xiao Wanwu and Xia Yunfeng could react, the sword light pierced through their bodies. As their consciousness began to fade, they struggled to lift their heads. catching a glimpse of the lone, proud figure standing atop the high wall. The youth, clad in pristine white, appeared exceptionally divine under the moonlight, his right hand raised, still maintaining the posture of unleashing sword energy. Why? Confusion, anger, and unwillingness enveloped them. They could not comprehend why he, who should have been besieged by two innate masters, was standing here. Are you wondering why I am here? The youth turned his back to them. It is quite simple. My presence here signifies that those who sought to ambush me have all been vanquished, nothing more. As the words faded, the silhouette of the youth under the moonlight vanished into thin air, seemingly having departed. In the courtyard, the eyes of Xiao Wen and Xia Yunfeng widened in a moment of intense shock before their bodies fell straight, devoid of any sign of life. Outside the hotel, Pei Jiahong, Pei Wenwen, and Su Jiujiu arrived one after another, instantly taken aback by the gruesome scene before them. A ground strewn with corpses. The quiet street was filled with the tragic remnants of the Southern Fist Society members, their blood flowing like a small stream. Pei Wenwen felt a wave of nausea. She had never witnessed such a bloody spectacle in her life. Wenwen, do not fear. That young man is, after all, a master. To kill him would surely require a considerable price, Pei Jiahong reassured her. The battle had concluded, indicating that the young man was either dead or captured. There was no third possibility. This statement seemed more like self-comfort than a reassurance to Wenwen. Su Jiujiu also felt queasy. Yet she pressed on, running forward. Not far away, a figure clad in purple stood serenely, dignified and graceful, strikingly out of place amidst the carnage. Are you Xiao Yanxue? Su Jiujiu recognized her and hurriedly inquired, have you seen Xiao Chen? Xiao Yanxue turned, gazing at the anxious Su Jiujiu, and offered a gentle smile. Do not worry. My master is safe. Master. Su Jiujiu was momentarily taken aback, recalling that Xiao Chen had accepted Xiao Yanxue as a nominal disciple, making Xiao Chen the master she referred to. Is Xiao Chen truly unharmed? Doubt lingered in her mind. Given the horrific scene, it seemed implausible that he could emerge unscathed. The capabilities of my master are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Xiao Yanxue sighed softly, her mind replaying the earlier scene. While that moment was undeniably brutal, her focus was not on the bloodshed but rather on the extraordinary figure that had captivated her. Perhaps previously, her feelings for Xiao Chen had been rooted in gratitude and respect. Now, however, they had evolved into admiration and yearning. Xiao Yanxue, why do you linger here? Hasn't the Xia family attempted to capture you? Pei Jiahong and Pei Wenwen approached, astonished to see Xiao Yanxue. If the Xia family had triumphed over Xiao Chen, how could they possibly allow her to remain free? Could it be that the Xia family has been entirely obliterated? Xia Yongchang and the innate master he summoned have both been slain by my master. Pei family head, who would dare to pursue Yanxue now? Xiao Yanxue regarded Pei Jiahong and Pei Wenwen with an abashed derision. The Xia family has been vanquished. Pei Jiahong appeared stunned, unable to grasp the reality. How could two innate masters, along with numerous skilled fighters, be defeated by a single individual? After eliminating the Xia father and son, Xiao Chen had imparted some final words to Xiao Yanxue before departing from Guhai City that very night. By the time he returned home, it was already the following morning, and Xiao Yufei was absent, presumably at her workplace. With the National Day holiday concluded, both the company and schools resumed operations. Xiao Chen sent a text to Xiao Yufei, who promptly replied, urging him to hurry to school. He chose to disregard her message, indulging in a brief nap before beginning to sort through medicinal herbs and a few exquisite pieces of jade. Why not assist her in crafting a jade pendant? Ever since witnessing that string of prayer beads at Rongbao Pavilion, Xiao Chen had contemplated forging a protective talisman for Xiao Yufei. Now, having chanced upon some exquisite jade at the trading fair, the moment seemed opportune. As the evening drew near and Xiao Yufei returned from work, Xiao Chen presented her with the completed jade pendant. Here, this is for you. Xiao Yufei accepted the pendant, momentarily taken aback before inquiring, why the sudden gift. I discovered it at a trading fair in Guhai City and found it quite beautiful, so I bought it for you. How considerate of you, remembering me. Xiao Yufei exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the gift. Xiao Chen cautioned, make sure to carry it with you at all times and don't misplace it. It would be a waste of my efforts otherwise. Alright, I understand. You are being so verbose. Xiao Yufei chuckled, bemused. It was typically she who admonished Xiao Chen. Now the tables had turned. Well then, get some rest. Xiao Chen shrugged and retreated to his room. Hey, did you skip school again today? Xiao Yufei admonished. Her expression stern. You must attend class tomorrow. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Xiao Chen replied, closing the door behind him. The following day, with little on his agenda, Xiao Chen thought it might be pleasant to stroll through the school. Yes, a leisurely walk. Perhaps it was fate. As soon as he stepped onto the campus, he encountered someone. The young girl, adorned in a delicate light blue dress with flowing hair like a cascading waterfall and eyes resembling autumn waters, possessed a classic beauty that was both graceful and serene. She stood by the lush greenery, seemingly awaiting someone, occasionally lowering her head in contemplation. A hint of melancholy gracing her features. Unintentionally, she lifted her gaze in Xiao Chen's direction. Her initial surprise quickly transformed into a look of delight as she recognized him. Xiao Chen. He hesitated, contemplating whether to greet her, but seeing her recognition, he approached. Classmate Ling, what brings you here alone? Are you waiting for someone? Ling Xiaozhu nodded. Yes, I'm waiting for my father. Your father? Xiao Chen surmised, tentatively inquiring. Are you truly considering dropping out? Rumors had circulated about Ling Xiaozhu's intention to leave school, a claim corroborated by Su Jiujie. With her father arriving at the school, it was likely he was there to finalize her withdrawal. Ling Xiaozhu did not respond immediately. Instead, she bit her lip and gazed at Xiao Chen with hopeful eyes, softly asking, would you accompany me for a walk around the campus? All right. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Thank you. Her jaw was palpable. As they strolled together, the young man and woman walking side by side, they created a picturesque scene amidst the playground, basketball court, and cobblestone paths. Look. I sent you that the beauty of class 9 from the third year, Ling Xiaozhu. Why is she walking with a boy? Damn, who is that guy? How dare he walk so closely with my goddess? Are you from Mars? You don't recognize Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen. That is him. Yes. The one who has recently overshadowed the 4 young masters of learning, quite the audacious fellow. What is so impressive about him? He is not even that handsome. Not just handsome, he plays the piano for Xiao Shayun and paints for Ling Xiaozhu. He can take on 6 at the school gate, truly a man of both talent and skill. In my opinion, if the 4 esteemed young men of learning did not hail from affluent backgrounds, they would hardly be worthy of comparison. Is it truly so remarkable? These assertions are undeniably true. However, talent alone cannot compensate for a lack of character. It is utterly appalling that he dares to tread the waters of 2 romantic interests simultaneously, attempting to woo both prominent school beauties. Just the thought of it incenses me. Why does Ling Xiaozhu remain so close to him? Could it truly be that she has developed feelings for him over a mere painting? No, I cannot endure this. Ha! Do you truly wish to confront him one-on-one? I am no match for him in a duel, but have you forgotten about Qin Xiujie? The foremost among the 4 esteemed young men? His admiration for Ling Xiaozhu is well known to you all. Qin Xiujie. Has he not gone to the military? He can certainly return from the military, you know. It is rumored that Ling Xiaozhu is about to withdraw from school, and Qin Xiujie is specifically returning to see her. Is that true? Qin Xiujie is coming back. Oh, the 4 esteemed young men of learning are reuniting. It is bound to create quite a stir. Shayun, look quickly. Xiao Chen and Ling Xiaozhu are indeed together. Li Shanshan tugged at Xiao Shayun, pointing to the couple walking side by side along the cobblestone path. Xiao Shayun shot her a disapproving glance, retorting, could you not use such imprecise language? What do you mean by together? Li Shanshan stuck out her tongue and asked. Aren't you upset? Upset about what? Ling Xiaozhu is merely acting as a third party. I simply cannot tolerate this pair of miscreants. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shayun hurriedly covered Li Shanshan's mouth, exclaiming, shut your mouth. Why must you speak so harshly? I am doing this for your own good. It concerns your lifelong happiness. Xiao Shayun pressed her hand over Li Shanshan's mouth, but it seemed futile. Ling Xiaozhu is merely bidding farewell to Xiao Chen before leaving school. What is the big deal? Forget it. I want to engage with you further. I need to return to my studies. With that, Xiao Shayun walked alone towards the classroom. though she feigned indifference. Her heart was undeniably troubled. Love is not something that can be relinquished so easily. Li Shanshan felt pity for Xiao Chen, yet there was little she could do. If Xiao Chen was not anxious, what could an outsider like her achieve? As for the whispers and glances from those around them, Xiao Chen and Ling Xiaozhu paid them no mind. They strolled leisurely, exchanging few words, lost in their own thoughts and the ambience of their companionship. After nearly circling the campus, Ling Xiaozhu finally spoke. Xiao Chen, thank you for last time. Xiao Chen shook his head, replying it was a mere trifle. You need not give it much thought. The time spent together was always fleeting, and farewells must eventually be voiced. A faint sense of melancholy washed over Ling Xiaozhu's face once more. I am leaving, and then perhaps I shall never return. Her sorrow stemmed not only from her feelings for Xiao Chen but also from the myriad memories of her time at Lanning High School. Over the past 2 years, she had been just an ordinary girl, living joyfully and carefree. Yet, she understood that once she departed from this place, she would lose all of it. Returning to a past she wished to forget. Xiao Chen was not particularly adept at offering comfort, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, a black Lincoln came to a halt nearby, and a tall, middle-aged man wearing sunglasses stepped out. Dad? Ling Xiaozhu whispered. Xiao Chen's gaze remained fixed on the man. Ling Xiaozhu's father, Ling Tianhao, exuded an undeniable aura synonymous with those in positions of power, much like Peng Chao, the underground king of Lon City. The intensity of Ling Tianhao's presence suggested he and Peng Chao were of the same ilk, albeit Ling Tianhao possessed a more formidable essence. In fact, they may not even belong to the same tier. Xiaozhu, your withdrawal from school has been processed, Ling Tianhao said, casting a discerning glance at Xiao Chen, the young man who had grown close to his daughter. Dad, this is Xiao Chen. Ling Xiaozhu responded. Oh. Ling Tianhao's eyes widened with curiosity as he scrutinized Xiao Chen from head to toe. Xiao Chen surmised that Ling Tianhao had likely heard from either Ling Xiaozhu or her aunt about his victory over the formidable Wang Hao, hence his intrigued demeanor. Xiaozhu. I wish to have a word with him, Ling Tianhao stated. Ling Xiaozhu glanced at Xiao Chen and nodded, all right, but you mustn't intimidate him. Haha, Xiaozhu. Why would you say that? He is your savior, how could I possibly scare him? Ling Tianhao chuckled, gesturing for Xiao Chen to follow him. Xiao Chen thought it prudent to hear what Ling Tianhao had to say, so he accompanied him to a quieter corner. Xiao Chen. Since you were able to repel Wang Hao, you must be well versed in martial arts and have cultivated internal energy, correct? Ling Tianhao inquired. Xiao Chen refrained from providing a direct answer. Ling Tianhao, undeterred, continued, indeed, you are exceptionally talented for one so young. Xiao Chen replied, given your status. Why not speak plainly? It seems unnecessary to beat around the bush. Ling Tianhao paused, surprised by Xiao Chen's casual demeanor in their conversation, reflecting a calm confidence that intrigued him. Then I shall be direct, Ling Tianhao said, fixing his gaze on Xiao Chen. I want you to leave school and work under me. Would you be amenable to that? Work under you? Xiao Chen echoed, a skepticism evident in his tone. Indeed. Ling Tianhao affirmed. First, your ability to cultivate internal energy at such a young age speaks volumes of your talent. Second, you saved Xiaozhu, thus rendering a favor to the Ling family. Let us not entertain that notion, Xiao Chen responded, shaking his head. The audacity of Ling Tianhao astounded him, after all. He was a celestial sovereign in his own right, not one to be subservient. You refuse? Ling Tianhao was taken aback, having anticipated an eager acceptance from Xiao Chen. I have my own path to pursue and do not wish to be constrained, Xiao Chen articulated politely, refraining from directly rebuffing Ling Tianhao. However, Ling Tianhao's expression grew stern. Do you hold me in such low regard? Do you perceive following me as a limitation? Xiao Chen remained silent. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with the Ling family, which accounts for your remarks. It is understandable, given that Lon City is rather small, thus obscuring your vision of the vast world beyond, Ling Tianhao remarked, recognizing Xiao Chen's mindset. In Lon City, an internal energy practitioner commanded significant respect and was treated as a guest of honor among the powerful. Living in such an environment, Xiao Chen, despite his youth and accomplishments, might have developed an inflated sense of pride. Is my perspective truly so narrow? Xiao Chen mused, unsure of how to respond. Ling Tianhao patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Consider it further. The saying the near water tower platform implies that if you follow me, you may have a better chance of connecting with Xiaozhu than others. What do you think? Would you allow your daughter to be with one of your subordinates? Xiao Chen expressed his disbelief. It depends on the caliber of the subordinate. If you truly possess talent and can become my right-hand man, it is not impossible. However, I have my own path to follow. And my relationship with your daughter is not of that nature. Xiao Chen shook his head once more. Why are you so stubborn? Ling Tianhao, somewhat irritated, thought to himself that as a prominent figure in Longcheng, it was frustrating to be repeatedly rejected while sincerely trying to recruit a younger talent. As for Xiao Chen's claim of having no connection with Xiaozhu, Ling Tianhao disregarded it entirely. He had witnessed the interaction between Xiao Chen and Xiaozhu and could not believe they lacked any emotional bond. Forget it with your current obstinate demeanor. You will indeed face difficulties in Longcheng. I might as well give you a bit more time to consider. Ling Tianhao looked at Xiao Chen and said, if you come to your senses, you are welcome to seek me out in Longcheng. However, I must warn you that Xiaozhu has numerous suitors. If you arrive too late, I cannot guarantee that someone won't get ahead of you. Noticing Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, Ling Tianhao continued with a serious face, there is someone named Qin Xiuji at Lonning High School. You must be aware of him, right? Qin Xiuji. Xiao Chen had indeed heard of this name, being the foremost among the 4 young masters of Lonning, often mentioned in conversation. Correct? Ever since Xiaozhu started attending high school there, he has been persistently pursuing her. Later, upon learning that Xiaozhu was my daughter and realizing he was not worthy of her, he abandoned his studies to join the military for further training, vowing to make a name for himself within 5 years and then come to Longcheng to propose to me. Ling Tianhao praised him. Look at him, regardless of other aspects, at least he dares to fight for Xiaozhu, and I have high hopes for him. What you say has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen replied coolly. How can it be unrelated? Ling Tianhao chuckled inexplicably. After all, you and he are rivals in love. Boring. Xiao Chen found Ling Tianhao's words to be nonsense and deemed it unnecessary to continue the conversation. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Wait. Ling Tianhao called out to stop Xiao Chen. Let me remind you one last time that Wang Hao, the master of mixed elements, has a deep-seated enmity with me. If I take Xiaozhu away now, he may not be able to seek revenge on me but could very well turn his wrath upon you, so be cautious. There is no need for concern. I have already killed Wang Hao. Am I to fear his ghost seeking vengeance? Xiao Chen stated before departing. Ling Tianhao stood there, astonished. Wang Hao is dead? The information he received from Ling Xiaozhu indicated that Wang Hao had been driven away by Xiao Chen, but not that he was dead. Recently, he had been dispatching more personnel to investigate Wang Hao's whereabouts, yet there had been no news. Now Xiao Chen claimed to have killed him. But Wang Hao, even if severely injured, could not be dealt with by an ordinary inner strength practitioner. He must be at least at the later stages of inner strength. Could it be that Xiao Chen possesses such prowess? Ling Tianhao had initially thought that someone of Xiao Chen's age could only have just begun cultivating inner strength. But it now appeared otherwise. However, it cannot be ruled out that he is merely boasting, or perhaps Wang Hao's injuries are so severe that he has succumbed to them. Ling Tianhao shook his head, dispelling the unrealistic thoughts from his mind. Achieving the late stage of internal energy at the tender age of 18 would undoubtedly place one among the elite of the many prodigies in Longcheng. Such a remarkable talent could not possibly emerge from the small city of Lonling. Ling Xiaozhu remained rooted in place, her gaze occasionally drifting towards her father and Xiao Chen. Ever since her father learned of Xiao Chen's victory over Wang Hao, he had been persistently muttering about wanting to meet Xiao Chen before their departure, subtly revealing his eagerness for talent. Thus, she felt a sense of certainty, able to surmise what her father wished to discuss with Xiao Chen. Yet, this very realization left her conflicted. On one hand, she harbored a faint hope that Xiao Chen would accompany her father, as it would perhaps allow her more opportunities to interact with him. On the other hand, she feared that Xiao Chen might become embroiled in the complexities of Longcheng, leading to his entrapment and jeopardizing his future. Xiao Chen. As she saw him approaching, Ling Xiaozhu stepped forward. Ling, take care. Until we meet again, if fate allows. Xiao Chen simply uttered a brief farewell before departing. Ling Xiaozhu stood frozen in place. Fate is an intangible thing, elusive and incomprehensible, too ethereal to grasp. Longcheng is no ordinary place. This parting today may well render future encounters impossible. Xiaozhu, stop staring, he's already far away. Ling Tianhao approached. Father. What did you say to Xiao Chen? He seemed a bit upset, Ling Xiaozhu reproached. Ling Tianhao, feigning innocence, replied that I did not scowl at him. It's just that his pride and stubbornness clash with yours. Father, what are you saying? There's nothing between Xiao Chen and me. Ling Xiaozhu's cheeks flushed with indignation. Haha. While it hasn't reached that stage, don't you favor him more than the others? Ling Tianhao laughed heartily. Say another word and I'll ignore you. Alright, no more talking. We should set off. As Xiao Chen entered the classroom, countless pairs of eyes fixated upon him, with many students whispering amongst themselves, some envious, others admiring. Upon returning to his seat, he greeted his desk mate, Su Qian, causing her to blush for quite some time. This left Xiao Chen somewhat speechless. As he mused that Su Qian was perhaps overly reserved and introverted, she always seemed to remain in her seat, never straying even for a moment. In terms of academic performance, she could not compare to the top students like Xiao Chen, suggesting that she often daydreamed. Though he could not fathom what thoughts occupied her mind. Xiao Chen. A rugged-looking boy approached his desk and said, we are organizing a class gathering this weekend. You should join us. Xiao Chen glanced up at the boy, recalling his name as Lu Xian, the class monitor. I'll consider it. Perhaps I won't have the time, he replied, feeling little interest in the class gathering, as he was not particularly familiar with anyone and anticipated little conversation. How could you possibly be too busy on the weekend? Personal matters should yield to collective activities. Furthermore, your recent truancy and brawling have had a detrimental impact, severely tarnishing our class's reputation. As the class monitor, Lu Xian often reprimanded others, and now he was incessantly lecturing Xiao Chen. Mind your own business, just leave. Xiao Chen replied with evident impatience. Lu Xian's expression fluctuated, realizing that Xiao Chen could easily defeat 6 of Wu Ming. He understood he was no match and could only grunt before walking away. At the end of the school day, Xiao Chen was preparing to head home when he was approached by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, wait. She called out, looking at him and inquiring. Would you mind walking a short distance together? Xiao Chen smiled and replied, of course, we shouldn't be so unfamiliar with each other. As they walked side by side, Xiao Chen initially kept her head down, but after a while, she asked, is it true that Ling Xiaozhu is dropping out? Xiao Chen nodded, saying, yes. Her withdrawal procedures have been completed, she might have already left Lon City. Are you not going to try to change her mind? Xiao Chen pressed. Change her mind? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Didn't you like her? She continued. Who told you I liked her? We really barely met twice. Xiao Chen expressed his disbelief. Really? Xiao Chen felt a flutter of anxiety, asking, aren't you the one who painted that picture of her? The person I painted I sent her, she merely resembles her. Xiao Chen clarified. Just a resemblance. Xiao Chen looked at him, sensing no deceit in his demeanor, and found it perplexing. Unless they are twins. How could anyone look so similar? Who, then, is the person you painted? Xiao Chen shook his head, I prefer not to discuss her. Oh. Xiao Chen felt that Xiao Chen harbored many secrets, yet being perceptive, she understood when to inquire and when to refrain. Let us talk about the class gathering this weekend. Did you just have a quarrel with the monitor? Xiao Chen glanced at her and asked, are you here to mediate for him? No. I also find Lu Xian rather disagreeable, but he doesn't represent the entire class, there is no need to argue with him. If you have time, you should join us, she suggested. Xiao Chen actually wanted an opportunity to learn more about Xiao Chen, especially after discovering he had no ties to Ling Xiaozhu. She felt compelled to take some action. Alright, I'll consider it, Xiao Chen agreed with a nod. Then it's settled. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye. They parted ways at the intersection and headed home. In the dead of night, a shadow suddenly flashed within the apartment where Qing Wanwan resided. Who is there? Though Qing Wanwan had not practiced ancient martial arts, she had undergone professional training and was highly alert, immediately noticing the intruder. Wanwan. It seems you haven't been slacking off lately. The figure emerged from the darkness, revealing a well-featured man in camouflage attire. Team leader LV. Cheng Wanwan greeted respectfully. LV waved his hand. There's no need for formalities between us. Yes. Cheng Wanwan replied and then inquired, did you come to see me regarding Xiao Yufei? Yes, the secrets surrounding Xiao Yufei have been leaked. Recently, the group of bloodlist assassins infiltrated Lone City, targeting her. But what happened? Cheng Wanwan asked, her expression shifting slightly. When I found that group of assassins, they had all already become corpses. I am uncertain as well. All I know is that the assailant is exceedingly formidable, having dispatched every assassin with a single strike. His prowess likely surpasses even mine. How can this be? Captain. Are you not at the threshold of the innate realm? Invincible beneath the innate level, who in Lone City could possibly rival you? Cheng Wanwan displayed a look of astonishment. I, too, find it perplexing. Logically, a place as small as Lone City should not harbor practitioners of the innate caliber. However, one must not be too absolute in such matters, hence my inquiry into the situation. Cheng Wanwan shook her head, stating, I have no information on this front either. Think again, that group of killers was seeking Xiao Yufei, the one who struck must be related to her. Has there been any unusual activity surrounding Xiao Yufei recently? If we are to speak of anomalies, there indeed is one. Oh. What is it? Ellie inquired eagerly. Cheng Wanwan recounted the incident involving Peng Chao. Peng Chao is the underground sovereign of Lone City. Only a person of extraordinary caliber could compel his submission. Perhaps he is the very individual who eliminated the assassins. L.E. regarded Cheng Wanwan and remarked, Wanwan, although you have not practiced ancient martial arts, your investigative prowess is unparalleled. Have you noticed any suspicious individuals in Xiao Yufei's vicinity recently? Suspicious individuals? Yes, this person is currently safeguarding Xiao Yufei. L.E. affirmed. Cheng Wanwan pondered for a moment. A visage unexpectedly surfacing in her mind. Could it be him? Yet, that seems implausible. How could he subdue Peng Chao? How could he eliminate the killers on the blood list? Cheng Wanwan shook her head repeatedly. Wanwan, who do you refer to? The man asked anxiously. Xiao Yufei's brother. Xiao Chen. On that weekend evening, Xiao Yun called Xiao Chen regarding a class gathering. After some contemplation, Xiao Chen ultimately decided to attend. Upon reaching the intersection, he spotted Xiao Yun in a pink dress waiting at a distance. A gentle breeze stirred her hair and skirt, enhancing her already captivating beauty, drawing admiring glances from passers-by. In Xiao Chen's recollection, Xiao Yun seemed to embody a certain haughtiness, a pampered young lady, yet she appeared to have undergone a change in demeanor lately. The reasons for which remained unclear. Xiao Chen. Xiao Yun's gaze fell upon him, her smile enchanting. Let us be off. Xiao Chen replied. Where is the gathering taking place? At the New Era Hotel. The New Era Hotel is one of only 2 5-star establishments in Lone City. Typically, students would not choose a 5-star venue for gatherings, as it would be excessively luxurious and financially burdensome. However, it is said that this event is being organized by class leader Lu Xian, who is covering all expenses, thus everyone readily consented. A 5-star hotel is a place many ordinary students have never set foot in, presenting an opportunity to experience a glimpse of the world. Yet, when Xiao Chen and Xiao Yun arrived at the entrance of the New Era Hotel, they found Lu Xian surrounded by more than 20 classmates, engaged in a dispute with hotel security. What is going on? Xiao Yun stepped forward to inquire. Xiao Yun, you've finally arrived. Li Shanshun rushed to Xiao Yun. Her face flushed with anger. Lu Xian had already reserved a table at the New Era Hotel, but now they are refusing us entry. Xiao Yun inquired. Why are we not allowed entry? The security guard at the hotel entrance replied, because it has already been reserved. He stepped aside to allow a tall young man to exit. Pang Wei, are you the one behind this? Xiao Yun questioned, her expression serious. Pang Wei responded with a faint smile, Xiao Yun, you cannot wrongfully accuse me this time. It was my elder brother's decision to reserve the New Era Hotel. Your elder brother? Xiao Yun paused slightly, while the others displayed expressions of astonishment. Pang Wei was the only son of the Pang family and had no siblings. However, He was one of the 4 young masters of learning, ranking second. The elder brother he referred to was undoubtedly the leader of the 4 young masters, Qin Shoji. Within the opulent presidential suite of the New Era Hotel, a young man in a white shirt was delicately plucking the strings of a musical instrument. The melody was exquisite yet tinged with a hint of disarray. Meanwhile, on a comfortable sofa, the 20-year-old woman supported her head with her hand, intently gazing at the young man. After a considerable time, as the music gradually faded, she finally spoke. Shoji, your music is rather chaotic, it seems your heart is troubled. Qin Shoji ceased his playing, letting out a sigh. I suddenly feel a sense of fear. Fear? The woman laughed lightly. You are the foremost of the 4 young masters. What could possibly frighten you here? I fear that I cannot truly compete with him. Are you referring to that Xiao Chen? Qin Shoji did not deny it, saying, I met her briefly before Xiao left. Although she did not express it directly, I could sense from her words that she harbors special feelings for that Xiao Chen. Perhaps she simply admires his talent. After all, it is rumored that the painting he created for her is so lifelike that it surpasses her own beauty. In that case, I am at a disadvantage in terms of talent, which only adds to my embarrassment. The woman chuckled. It does not necessarily have to be about painting. You still play the piano, do you not? Qin Shoji shook his head. Cousin, you have just arrived in Lonning and have only heard rumors about Xiao Chen painting for Xiaozhu. Yet you are unaware that Xiao Chen has once played a piece for Xiao. Oh. The woman expressed surprise. Qin Shoji lamented. That piece astonished everyone present at the time, even the piano master Wu Feng praised it highly. The woman laughed. So, in terms of piano, you have lost to him as well? Thus, when it comes to talent, I cannot measure up to him. Qin Shoji expressed his despondency. But you cannot simply give up. Can you? Of course not, otherwise, I would not have reserved the New Era Hotel today. The woman realized. So your purpose today is not merely to catch up with classmates, but to confront him. Since he is my rival, it is only natural to engage in a contest. Only by defeating all competitors can I earn the right to propose in Longcheng. So, your instruction to Pang Wei to guard the entrance was meant to create difficulties for him. Let us see how he responds. I am also quite curious about how he will navigate this challenge. The woman laughed lightly, her expression revealing a hint of intrigue. At the entrance of the New Era Hotel, the 2 sides faced off. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Pang Wei smiled calmly. You need not speculate. I am referring to none other than Qin Shoji, the foremost among the 4 young masters of learning. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the onlookers shifted. Qin Shoji has truly returned. It is said that the purpose of returning is to meet Ling Xiaozhu, and of course, one must also take the opportunity to reconnect with old classmates. However, let us choose a different venue, as they have booked the New Era Hotel. And we cannot gain entry. The 4 distinguished gentlemen of learning are certainly gathering here today. Aside from Xiao Shayun, who is somewhat familiar with Pang Wei, the rest of us do not share a connection with them, nor do we operate on the same social level. Competing for territory with them is evidently unwise. Yet, it appears Lu Xian has already paid a deposit. Surely, it is unreasonable to expect a complete forfeiture of funds. Indeed, and considering our large number, it would be quite time-consuming to arrange for a last-minute hotel booking. Perhaps it would be best to let this go and reconvene another day. What about the class monitor? Let us inquire about his thoughts. The group turned their gazes towards Lu Xian. Initially, Lu Xian seemed reticent within the group, but upon being mentioned, he stepped forward. He addressed Pang Wei, saying, Wei Shao, might I trouble you for a favor? Pang Wei cast him a glance, responding coolly, what favor are you referring to? Lu Xian forced a smile, explaining, given the vastness of the New Era Hotel, our class would only require 3 or 4 tables, it would hardly interfere with your gathering. Indeed, Pang Wei, it is rather excessive for the 4 of you to reserve the entire New Era Hotel, isn't it? Xiao Shayun found it hard to comprehend, asserting that wealth should not be squandered in such a manner. Shayun, you are mistaken, our elder brother has returned after much difficulty. And it is only natural that he wishes to reconnect with all his old classmates. Pang Wei continued, in fact, today, any student from Lonning High School is permitted entry into the New Era Hotel, except for your class. Why is that? Almost all the students inquired in unison. The gathering at the New Era Hotel today is not merely a meeting of the 4 distinguished gentlemen of Luoning, but rather a reunion for all students of Luoning High School. Yet, their class is the sole exception, inevitably leading to feelings of isolation. Had they inadvertently offended the 4 distinguished gentlemen of Luoning? Xiao Chen sensed something amiss and questioned Pang Wei. What do you mean by that? Isn't it quite clear? Pang Wei's gaze flicked towards Xiao Chen, who had remained silent at the back. Today is a day of joy. And I simply wish to avoid the presence of anyone who dampens my spirits, that is all. The truth was evident to all. If any member of their class had incurred the displeasure of the 4 distinguished gentlemen, it could only be Xiao Chen. And now, Pang Wei's pointed remark directed at Xiao Chen was tantamount to naming him specifically. You claim I spoil your enjoyment. Is it wrong for me to deny you entry? Lu Xen protested, feeling aggrieved. Isn't he a part of your class? Can you truly abandon him? Pang Wei remarked with a faint smile. He is merely a transfer student. Having been with us for only a few days, I have never taken a liking to him. Do you genuinely feel that way? Pang Wei inquired. Absolutely. Very well. If you ask him to leave, I will permit the rest of your class to enter. No problem. Without hesitation, Lu Xen betrayed Xiao Chen, turning to him and saying, Did you hear what Wei Xiao said? Hurry up and leave. Xiao Chen's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, Who do you think you are? Lu Xen. Feeling intimidated by Xiao Chen, dared not confront him directly and instead addressed the class, What do you all think? The students exchanged glances, hesitant to voice their opinions. Although Xiao Chen had offended the 4 young masters of Luoning, they were still classmates and it seemed excessively heartless to expel him outright. Lu Xen. How can someone like you still have the audacity to be class leader? Xiao Chen reprimanded him. Xiao Chen was persuaded by her to attend the class gathering. And now that he was being mistreated, she felt deeply remorseful. Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. Shall we just leave? Since we are here, how can we simply depart? Xiao Chen resolutely refused to leave. No matter the circumstance, he would only leave on his own accord and not because he was forced out. Xiao Chen. You won't be able to enter here today. Are you really going to attempt to barge in? Pang Wei seemed to deliberately provoke Xiao Chen. A smirk playing on his lips. As his words fell, the security personnel nearby immediately took a defensive stance, their cold gazes fixed on Xiao Chen. However, just as tensions were about to escalate, the casual voice rang out, Hey, what are you all doing? Why are you gathered at the entrance? Following the sound, the crowd turned to see 2 youths approaching, having just alighted from a vehicle. He Zhiguang, Liang Tao. The expressions of Xiao Chen, Li Shanshan, and others shifted dramatically. These 2 were none other than the 3rd and 4th of the 4 young masters of Luoning. If they struggled to handle Pang Wei, how would they fare against 2 more? Guangshao, Tao Shao. Upon seeing them, Lu Xen quickly donned a sycophantic smile to greet them. Who are you? The 2 asked, looking at Lu Xen with disdain. I am Lu Xen, the class leader of Senior Year 1, son of Lu Yaoneng from Feilu Group. Feilu Group is a family business of the He family. This meant Lu Xen's father worked in He Zhiguang's family enterprise, holding the position of department manager. Thus, although Pang Wei ranked 2nd among the 4 young masters, Lu Xen was far more eager to ingratiate himself with He Zhiguang. Oh, so you are one of us. He Zhiguang, though unfamiliar with Lu Yaoneng, recognized the affiliation with the family business. Yes, one of us. Lu Xen was visibly excited. At this moment, Pang Wei inquired with a smile, Xiao Guang, why are you too late? What held you up? He Zhiguang replied, don't mention it. Xiao Tao's broken car had issues halfway, so he ended up riding with me. Tomorrow I'll have my dad get me a new car. Liang Tao added, feeling sheepish. That Benz of yours definitely needs an upgrade. But on another note, has the big brother arrived? Liang Tao asked. Big brother arrived ages ago. Pang Wei responded. Then why aren't you going in? I ran into someone who asked me and was exchanging babs. What? Who dares to challenge you, the 2nd brother? Exactly. Who would dare disregard the 4 young masters of Luoning? Step forward and show yourself. Liang Tao and He Zhiguang had been facing Pang Wei. but now turned around to scan the crowd, their expressions questioning. Yet soon, their eyes fell upon a familiar figure, their bodies freezing in shock. Their arrogance swiftly turning to fear. The situation is not as Pang Wei described. Xiao Chen, concerned for Xiao Chen's safety, stepped forward, attempting to explain to Liang Tao and He Shiguang. However, before she could finish her sentence, Xiao Chen pulled her behind him, fixing his gaze upon Liang Tao and He Shiguang. What did you two just say? If you have the audacity, repeat it. His words, seemingly casual, struck terror into the hearts of He Shiguang and his companion. Shut up, you ungrateful brat, hurry up and get lost. Lu Xian, oblivious to the tension, stepped forward in a bid to assert himself, confronting Xiao Chen with anger. Slap. He Shiguang delivered a sharp slap to Lu Xian's head, cursing, to hell with you. I never said that. At that moment, He Shiguang's heart trembled with fear as he recalled his father's warning, if you dare to offend him, there won't even be anyone to collect your bodies. The He and Liang families, while not the foremost in Liaoning City, certainly ranked among the top. Even the forces behind the illustrious Qin Xiujie, the leader of the 4 young masters of Liaoning, would not dare to bully them. Yet, without a doubt, Xiao Chen could. If Xiao Chen were to take their lives, no one would come to their aid for vengeance. Big brother, we meant no harm. Liang Tao, with a weaker constitution than He Shiguang, was on the verge of tears. He never imagined encountering Xiao Chen here, let alone discovering that he, too, was a student at Liaoning High School. Stop. Xiao Chen raised his hand in a gesture to halt, speaking calmly, I never said I would do anything to you. So why the tears? Upon hearing this, He Shiguang and Liang Tao's eyes brightened, their fear dissipating somewhat. It seemed that Xiao Chen's temperament was not as terrible as they thought. Boss. Boss. They simultaneously hailed him with flattery, rushing to Xiao Chen's side, rubbing his shoulders and kneading his legs, adopting the demeanor of devoted subordinates. This scene left everyone present utterly astounded into silence. The esteemed 4 young masters of Liaoning were, in front of Xiao Chen, akin to eager lapdogs. Surely, even Qin Xiujie had never received such treatment. Xiao Shen's gaze fell upon Xiao Chen, her thoughts growing increasingly complex. She found herself increasingly perplexed by him. Wei Xiao, look at this. At that moment, Lu Xian's heart was also in turmoil, unable to comprehend why He Shiguang and Liang Tao were behaving in such a manner towards Xiao Chen. And he could only look towards Pang Wei for assistance. Yet Pang Wei wore a gloomy expression, remaining silent. This situation caught him off guard as well, leaving him at a loss for words. You two know when to stop. Xiao Chen said, exasperated, I did not come here to hear your flattery. Upon hearing this, He Shiguang and Liang Tao immediately ceased their actions, asking, Boss, what brings you here today? Xiao Chen replied coolly, I came to gather with my classmates, but someone is blocking our entry. What do you think about that? What? Both of them leaped up in outrage. How dare this happen? Who dares to obstruct our boss's path? Step forward. It must be said that in that moment, He Shiguang and Liang Tao were truly comical, jumping about in their eagerness to curry favor with Xiao Chen. How could they possibly be unaware that it was Pang Wei obstructing Xiao Chen's path? They feigned ignorance, deliberately asking questions with an ulterior motive. Pang Wei's expression grew increasingly grim, and he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, the silence. Have you both lost your minds? Pang Wei, why are you shouting? Or could it be that you intend to impede our leader's progress? How dare you? Pang Wei, while we have maintained a cordial relationship, should you provoke our leader, we shall sever ties. Indeed, do not come to us for financial assistance any longer, we shall not lend you a dime. He Shiguang and Liang Tao united in their relentless verbal assault on Pang Wei, leaving the students of Class 3 in utter bewilderment. How could the 4 young masters of Liaoning be at odds over Xiao Chen? He Shiguang and Liang Tao, who had previously addressed Pang Wei as second brother, now displayed an intense animosity. Pang Wei, are you truly willing to jeopardize our years of brotherhood for this insignificant fellow? Pang Wei's demeanor darkened ominously. Nonsense. In our hearts, our leader will always take precedence. Exactly. Anyone who stands against our leader stands against us. The two families aligned themselves with Xiao Chen. In truth, The four young masters of learning were not true brothers, they had merely been grouped together by serendipity and had grown closer after several private encounters. They exchanged pleasantries, referring to each other as brothers, but when faced with genuine conflict, it was prudent to part ways. Moreover, since Pang Wei had provoked Xiao Chen, there was no room for hesitation. After their confrontation with Pang Wei, they turned to Xiao Chen and assured him, "Rest assured, boss, with us around, no one will dare to impede you. Yes, boss, please feel free to enter." "Then I shall not hold back," Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile, his expression enigmatic. He then turned to his classmates and declared, "Let us all enter together, I shall cover the expenses for this gathering." When Lu Xen had intentionally made things difficult for him, although his classmates had not spoken up in his defense, they also refrained from adding to his troubles. For him, that was sufficient. "Boss, what are you saying? How could we allow you to bear the costs? We have already reserved the New Era Hotel, and everyone is free to eat and drink as they please. The payment has already been settled. Security team, do you not possess any discernment? Step aside if you wish to keep your jobs." He Shiguang and Liang Tao's reprimands left the hotel security staff exchanging glances, uncertain, as they looked to Pang Wei. In truth, the reservation of the New Era Hotel had been a joint contribution from He Shiguang, Liang Tao, and Pang Wei, as they wanted to make a gesture for Qin Xiujie, who had only just returned. Initially, the security had followed Pang Wei's orders to block Xiao Chen's entrance. But with He Shiguang and Liang Tao now siding with Xiao Chen, the dynamics had shifted. In a 2-to-1 scenario, the combined influence of He Shiguang and Liang Tao outweighed that of Pang Wei alone. "Young Master Guang, Young Master Tao, my apologies." The head of security expressed regret and promptly dismissed a dozen security personnel to return to their posts. "Let us go, everyone follow me." Li Shonshon began to lead the class. She typically played the role of the lively atmosphere creator, easily mingling with everyone. The students of Class 1 in their final year no longer lingered on the enmity between Xiao Chen and the four young masters of the Lon family, and eagerly surged into the New Era Hotel. "Boss, please," He Shiguang and Liang Tao remarked. "Wait," Xiao Chen suddenly interjected. "Does the boss have further instructions?" He Shiguang inquired cautiously. "Today is a joyous occasion, and I would prefer not to have anyone who might dampen my spirits before me," Xiao Chen stated, his gaze directed at Lu Xen. However, this sentiment bore an uncanny resemblance to what Pang Wei had previously uttered. "Xiao Chen, you," Lu Xen glared furiously. Slap. He Shiguang struck Lu Xen's face with force, admonishing, "The boss told you to leave, do you not understand? Do you dare defy him? Believe it or not, I could have your father dismissed by tomorrow." No, I'll go. Lu Xen, frightened, retreated. If his father learned he had offended He Shiguang, he would surely face dire consequences. After Lu Xen's hasty departure, He Shiguang and Liang Tao turned their attention to Pang Wei. "Umph. Do you also wish for me to leave?" Pang Wei scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. He then cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Chen before turning to enter the New Era Hotel. "Your second brother seems to be upset. Are you not going to persuade him?" Xiao Chen observed the two. "Ignore him, he is merely a fool. Indeed, I found him displeasing for quite some time. Were it not for his father's connections in the municipal government, who would even bother with him?" A ripple of laughter escaped the crowd at their remarks. "How come we never noticed these two were such gems? Indeed, he relies on his father, yet your words seem to suggest you are not much different." Pang Wei overheard their conversation, his mouth twitching in indignation, his expression twisted with rage. Nevertheless, he did not linger and swiftly entered the hotel. Inside the suite, Qin Xiujie was still engaged in conversation with a woman. At that moment, Pang Wei burst in, his demeanor a mix of urgency and ire. "Elder brother." Qin Xiujie and the woman exchanged glances, both questioning, "You failed." It was He Shiguang and Liang Tao, those rascals. Pang Wei exclaimed, "But I could not hold them back alone." Qin Xiujie's expression hardened. "Are you saying that He Shiguang and Liang Tao allowed Xiao Chen to enter?" "Yes," Pang Wei replied, infused with anger, "These two fools. They utterly disregard you while incessantly referring to Xiao Chen as their boss. Though I suspected he might get past you, I never anticipated it would unfold in this manner." Qin Xiujie's countenance fluctuated between concern and contemplation. While He Shiguang and Liang Tao themselves were not formidable, the power of their family background was not to be underestimated. They would not simply acknowledge Xiao Chen as their leader without reason. Could there be some hidden agenda? Xiaojie, it seems your rival possesses a certain degree of capability. The woman remarked with a smile. I initially wondered what could possibly stir such passion in you over someone from the humble lone city, but given the current circumstances, it seems you might genuinely lose to him. I cannot afford to lose. Qin Xiaojie suddenly rose, a glint of ruthlessness crossing his features. The woman's smile faded. In her memory, her cousin had always been refined and composed, exuding an air of poise. She had not anticipated he would become so envious and tumultuous over a woman. Xiaojie, do you truly harbor such feelings for Ling Xiaozhu? Indeed, throughout my life, I shall hold a singular affection for Xiaozhu. Yet, if I cannot surpass even a mere Xiao Chen, how can I possibly seek to propose in Longcheng? Qin Xiaojie declared with a sinister determination, thus. Even if it means transgressing my principles, that I must triumph over Xiao Chen. The woman sighed and inquired, what do you intend to do? I require the assistance of Elder Feng. Elder Feng. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Qin Xiaojie, do you truly need my intervention for such a trivial matter? An unexpected voice resonated within the room. As an elderly figure gradually emerged from the balcony, Qin Xiaojie promptly asserted, even if I owe Elder Feng a favor, I shall repay it handsomely in the future. Ha! I am indifferent to your promised gratitude. Elder Feng appeared rather dismissive of Qin Xiaojie. At this moment, the woman rose to intercede. Elder Feng, since Xiaojie is so resolute, might you assist him just this once? My dear, why do you also indulge in such capriciousness? At my age, am I to engage in a contest with a high school student? Elder Feng expressed his exasperation and reluctance. Furthermore, my position is somewhat precarious. Should I act impulsively, it may invite trouble. The woman queried, perplexed, in this city of learning, is there truly trouble that Elder Feng fears? Well, I have received word that the Eagle Group's influence lurks within learning, and their leader, Lu Yi, is currently in the city. The Eagle Group's Lu Yi. The woman clearly recognized the name, her expression turning grave. How could members of the Eagle Group appear in such a small locale as learning? Elder Feng shook his head. The specifics remain unclear. All I know is that they are either protecting someone or surveilling an individual. It seems there is something awry. The woman pondered thoughtfully. The affairs of the Eagle Group are not our concern, however, having attained the threshold of innate prowess. Should I act against ordinary individuals and create a negative impact, Lu Yi might summon me for a discussion. Rest assured, Elder Feng. I am certain that Xiao Chen is no ordinary person. He is undoubtedly a martial artist of internal strength. Qin Xiaojie asserted. Oh. Elder Feng expressed interest. Has he cultivated internal energy like you? Indeed, if he were not a martial artist of internal strength, I would have easily defeated him myself, without needing to trouble Elder Feng. Qin Xiaojie was aware that Xiao Chen had effortlessly overpowered 6 ruffians and had also gleaned some information about him from Ling Tianhao. If that is the case, Elder Feng appeared hesitant. The woman urged, Elder Feng, please assist Xiaojie. Should any issues arise, I shall intervene to rectify them. And Lu Yi should grant me some consideration. Very well, what must I do? Elder Feng turned his gaze toward Qin Xiaojie. Just as Pang Wei mentioned, this gathering does not impose limits on attendance. Any student from Lanning High School may participate. Xiao Chen has now become a prominent figure at Lanning High School. Yet the influence of the 4 young masters of learning remains deeply entrenched, making it difficult for him to supplant them in the near future. Especially Qin Xiaojie, who is surrounded by numerous admirers. Upon hearing that Qin Xiaojie has returned to learning and is reuniting with the 4 young masters, a multitude of people flocked to join the festivities. There were likely 400 to 500 attendees, creating a lively atmosphere. Boss, you all sit here. He Shiguang and Liang Tao attended to their needs, clearing the front row seats for Xiao Chen and his companions. Xiao Chen's class consisted of 40 students, divided across 4 tables, all situated in the front row. This situation has left the classes that arrived before Xiao Chen and his companions quite displeased. Why does Class 1 enjoy such preferential treatment? Classes 7, 8, and 11 were not placed at the front. What merit does Class 1 possess? He Shiguang and Liang Tao are in Class 7. Pang Wei in Class 8 and Qin Xiaojie originally belonged to Class 11. These three classes are all connected to the four young masters of learning zoologically. They should have been arranged in the front rows. Yet, it is class 1 which has no ties to the four young masters that is seated ahead. It is no wonder that many are perplexed. What do you know? Class 1 has Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen. The one who paints for Ling Xiaozhu? Yes. That very one. I just heard that He Guang and Liang Tao have abandoned Qin Xiujie and now recognize Xiao Chen as their leader. Really? Absolutely. My goodness. Could it be that the leadership of the four young masters of learning is about to change hands? Who knows? Xiao Chen has only transferred here for a little over a month and has already captivated two of the four young masters, far surpassing the previous dominance of Qin Xiujie. Xiao Chen is merely skilled at painting and fighting. How can he possibly compare to senior Qin Xiujie? Someone couldn't help but speak up in defense of their idol. Perhaps it was due to preconceived notions. Or perhaps the fact that Xiao Chen is a transfer student made them resistant. Regardless, they believed Xiao Chen could not measure up to Qin Xiujie. I share that sentiment. Qin Xiujie is well-rounded, possesses an admirable demeanor, and is refined and elegant. His sunny smile is utterly charming, making him the perfect prince in my eyes. In my opinion, Qin Xiujie's loyalty is something Xiao Chen cannot hope to attain. Xiao Chen, merely days after transferring, is already straddling two boats. His character is quite lacking. Exactly. Senior Qin Xiujie has been unrequitedly in love with Senior Ling Xiaozhu, sacrificing his studies to join the military for further training, vowing to seek her hand once he achieves success. In comparison, Xiao Chen is unworthy to even carry Qin Xiujie's shoes. Unconditionally supporting Senior Qin Xiujie. Count me in. Me too. Naturally. Xiao Shayun sat with Xiao Chen and Li Shonshon joined them at the same table. At that moment, Li Shonshon suddenly smiled at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, you are about to be spat upon by the fan club of Qin Xiujie. Xiao Chen glanced at her and asked, as a fellow girl, what are your thoughts on Qin Xiujie? Well, I originally admired him a lot, but now I think you are quite impressive as well. And since we are more familiar, I'm on your side. Li Shonshon exhibited a sense of solidarity, refusing to consider herself an outsider. Xiao Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Li Shonshon bore certain resemblances to Su Jiaojiao. However, aside from that, Su Jiaojiao was more innocent. While Li Shonshon, appearing carefree, was actually quite astute, her thoughts were far more complex than they seemed. At this moment, Xie Shayun, noticing that He Guang and Liang Tao had walked away, finally asked Xiao Chen, how do you know them? They even acknowledge you as their leader. I once conducted a business transaction with their father, which is how I came to know them. Xiao Chen certainly could not divulge everything, so his response was somewhat vague. Wow, their fathers are prominent figures in learning. What business did you discuss with them? Li Shonshon inquired, astonished. Take a guess. If you guess correctly, I will tell you. Guess? What a ridiculous proposition. Li Shonshon huffed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. If I were to guess, would you still need to inform me? At this moment, the curtain on the stage was drawn back. In the center of the stage, a youth in formal attire, of similar age to Xiao Chen, was gracefully playing the guzheng. The youth exhibited an extraordinary demeanor, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a blend of scholarly elegance and a hint of concealed arrogance. Senior Qin Xiujie. The atmosphere instantly ignited with excitement as countless young girls erupted in cheers. So handsome. A male deity. Senior Xiujie, and I want to have your children. Shoo. Everyone, let us keep quiet, the senior is about to perform on the guzheng. Someone stepped forward to direct the crowd, finally managing to bring a semblance of calm as the boys and girls began recording with their phones. On stage, Qin Xiujie displayed no sign of nervousness. His hands danced over the strings, and a melodious tune resonated forth. His fingers moved with remarkable skill, the notes precise, clearly indicative of his profound mastery of the instrument. Coupled with his handsome visage and refined aura, he captivated the hearts of numerous young girls. Xiao Shayun listened attentively, as she too possessed a keen understanding of music, being a disciple of the piano master Wu Feng. However, her thoughts were not on Qin Xiujie. Instead, she occasionally cast sidelong glances at Xiao Chen. For an amateur, Qin Xiujie's proficiency on the guzheng was commendable, yet it was undoubtedly not on par with Xiao Chen's talents. Soon, the piece concluded. Qin Shoujie stood and saluted, offering a few words of gratitude. Thank you, fellow students, for gracing this gathering with your presence. I shall not return to school again. So let us hastily enjoy this moment together. If you would honor me, indulge in feasting and merriment. His heartfelt remarks elevated Qin Shoujie's image to unprecedented heights. Senior Shoujie, I adore you. The crowd erupted once more with fervor. Qin Shoujie mingled among the crowd, engaging in interactions, drinking, and taking photos. When the moment was right, he finally raised his glass and approached Xiao Chen's table. You must be Xiao Chen, correct? It is a pleasure to meet you. May I invite you to share a drink? Previously, many had drawn comparisons between Xiao Chen and Qin Shoujie. Now that the two had finally encountered each other, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Senior Qin Shoujie is toasting to Xiao Chen, shouldn't they be rivals? Qin Shoujie had long harbored affections for Ling Xiaozhu, while Xiao Chen had once created a star with his paintings of her. Everyone had anticipated an extreme divide, a fierce rivalry. Yet, unexpectedly, Qin Shoujie took the initiative to extend goodwill towards Xiao Chen. What do you understand? This is what poise truly looks like. I concur. Although Senior Shoujie and Xiao Chen are rivals, it does not preclude fair competition. Who says they must be enemies? Let us applaud such a gracious Senior Shoujie. The applause standard expressing a desire to witness a camaraderie between Qin Shoujie and Xiao Chen. However, throughout the entire exchange, Xiao Chen showed no intention of raising his glass, merely regarding Qin Shoujie with a detached gaze. Qin Shoujie, let us speak plainly before clear-eyed individuals, state your intentions directly. Qin Shoujie, puzzled, responded Xiao Chen. What do you mean? I am not quite understanding. What I mean is, rather than drinking, would you prefer to engage in a duel with me? Xiao Chen stared directly at Qin Shoujie. During a conversation with Ling Tianhao, he casually mentioned Qin Shoujie, hinting that Qin might cause some trouble, prompting Xiao Chen to remain vigilant. This gathering was initially intended as a class reunion for their senior year, with Lu Xan having secured a reservation at the New Era Hotel well in advance. However, by sheer coincidence, the four young masters, led by Lon Ning, also planned a gathering at the same time and forcefully reserved the New Era Hotel, creating a direct conflict with their class event. Moreover, just moments ago, they encountered an inexplicable difficulty imposed by Pang Wei at the hotel entrance. If Xiao Chen failed to perceive that Qin Shoujie was behind all of this, it would be a testament to his foolishness. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could discern at a glance that Qin Shoujie had achieved a minor level of inner strength, not inferior to the typically formidable Xiaowenwu. It seemed Qin Shoujie harbored a sense of pride, bolstered by his accomplishments that overshadowed his peers. Given that he had already orchestrated this series of conflicts, it was implausible that he would seek reconciliation at this juncture. Thus, from the outset, this gathering held no significance for Xiao Chen, he merely sought to uncover Qin Shoujie's intentions. Xiao Chen. Xiao Shayun expressed concern, wanting to intervene. Mind your own business. Xiao Chen gestured for her to step aside. After a brief moment of surprise, Qin Shoujie smiled and remarked, Xiao Chen's words are indeed intriguing. However, engaging in martial arts to foster friendship has long been a tradition. This can also serve as a method. Does Senior Shoujie intend to spar with Xiao Chen? Someone gasped. It's not a fight, it's a friendly exchange, a discussion through martial arts. Xiao Chen had previously single-handedly taken down 6 opponents at the school gate, while Senior Shoujie had undergone military training, making both of them skilled fighters. Yes, perhaps they are both martial artists, unlike us. For martial artists, sparring is undoubtedly the finest form of communication. At this moment, Qin Shoujie spoke up, everyone, in accordance with Xiao Chen's suggestion, let us engage in a fair sparring match. The outcome is inconsequential, it is merely an opportunity for mutual exchange. I kindly ask you all to witness this. Excellent, Senior Shoujie, we support you. Make sure to win. Teach Xiao Chen a lesson. Though framed as a friendly match, many hoped that Qin Shoujie would effectively temper Xiao Chen's arrogance, ensuring he wouldn't act so recklessly in the future. Classmates, please step back a little, fists and feet have no eyes, so as to avoid any accidental injuries. The crowd, understanding the gravity of the situation, respectfully created ample space for Xiao Chen and Qin Shoujie. Xiao Chen, please. Qin Xiujie assumed a combat stance, ready to engage. In stark contrast, Xiao Chen's expression remained icy as he inquired, "Are you truly prepared to fight me?" To be frank, with Qin Xiujie's level of strength, a mere slap from Xiao Chen could potentially end the encounter. At this point, it seemed unnecessary to reiterate the stakes. Qin Xiujie maintained a facade of casualness, as if he simply wished to compete in a martial arts exhibition. "Xiao Chen, are you afraid?" someone shouted. "Yes, if you are scared, just admit it. Let Senior Xiujie save you some face." Others chimed in, urging him to surrender. "You're no match for Senior Xiujie. Coward. Enough. Can you all remain quiet? You promised fairness, yet your interruptions jeopardize that." A sudden, thunderous shout rendered the scene utterly silent, with all eyes turning to Xiao Shayun, revealing expressions of disbelief. Given Xiao Shayun's character and her haughty demeanor, it was astonishing that she would openly defend Xiao Chen. Could it be that something had indeed transpired between them? As her close friend, Li Shanshan felt the utmost surprise, this was utterly inconsistent with Xiao Shayun's usual behavior. However, she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy for Xiao Shayun, as it seemed she had finally gained some insight. Xiao Chen, too, glanced at Xiao Shayun with a measure of astonishment, causing her to appear somewhat flustered, yet she still mustered the courage to softly utter, "Go for it." A flicker of veiled anger crossed Qin Xiujie's face. Why was Xiao Chen still entangled with Ling Xiaozhu when his relationship with Xiao Shayun remained ambiguous? Was it truly as the rumors suggested, that he was straddling two boats? How could Qin Xiujie possibly be outdone by such a person? His fury grew. He believed Xiao Chen was unworthy of competing with him. Nevertheless, he concealed his emotions, maintaining a cheerful facade as he addressed the crowd. "Your classmate is right. I kindly ask everyone to grant me the courtesy of watching this match in silence." "All right, we understand. Xiujie, go for it. We support you." The words of Qin Xiujie and Xiao Shayun proved somewhat effective. The crowd ceased their disparaging remarks towards Xiao Chen and began to focus quietly on the contest. "Since you are so eager, let it be as you wish." Xiao Chen regarded Qin Xiujie with indifference. A martial artist of such caliber hardly captured his attention. Yet he was willing to entertain him. With that, Qin Xiujie prepared himself, his left hand forming a palm and his right a fist, combining his internal strength to launch a flurry of strikes. In an instant, the air was charged with the force of his blows. With a shout, he unleashed a punch and a palm strike, aiming directly at Xiao Chen's rib. To this, Xiao Chen displayed a hint of disdain, even if he stood still. Qin Xiujie could not inflict harm upon him. However, the next scene took him by surprise. Whoosh! A glint of cold light flashed, then with a cry of anguish, Qin Xiujie was sent sprawling 3 or 4 meters away, crashing to the ground. Xiujie. As shock rippled through the crowd, they rushed forward to assess Qin Xiujie's condition, only to discover a small throwing knife embedded in his body, blood gushing forth in a gruesome sight. Despicable. A cowardly sneak attack, how vile. Xiao Chen. Are you even human? We agreed on a fair competition, to engage in martial camaraderie. If you cannot best Xiujie, no one would have criticized you. But to resort to hidden weapons, what shamelessness. In an instant, the ire of the onlookers turned towards Xiao Chen, unleashing a torrent of curses. Even among Class 3, many felt that Xiao Chen had crossed the line, that his actions were excessive. Yet, observing Xiao Chen, he remained silent, his expression growing increasingly somber, while a cold smile lingered within. Did he truly need to resort to hidden weapons to deal with Qin Xiujie? This was perhaps the most ludicrous joke he had ever heard. That throwing knife was merely a result of Qin Xiujie's own recklessness. Was this what was known as a drama queen? Xiujie. At that moment, a beautiful young woman with long hair rushed over, quickly assessing Qin Xiujie's condition. She then turned to glare at Xiao Chen, questioning, why resort to such underhanded tactics for a mere sparring match? Is it not an insidious strike? Do you not harbor an inkling of awareness within yourselves? Xiao Chen chuckled coldly, recognizing that this woman was evidently allied with Qin Xiujie. Did she truly believe he was oblivious? To injure someone and then attempt to argue? The woman seethed with fury. Xiao Shayun sensed the gravity of the situation and urgently grasped Xiao Chen's arm, urging him to flee. Whether Xiao Chen had ambushed Qin Xiujie or was wrongfully accused mattered not to her, she simply understood that remaining here would undoubtedly lead to disaster. Thus, her singular desire was to hasten their departure. But to escape was far from simple. No sooner had she spoken than a figure materialized before Xiao Chen and Xiao Shayun. It was an elder, his presence subdued yet potent, and his swift entrance revealed that he was no ordinary individual. Of course, this was merely in relation to the average person. In Xiao Chen's discerning gaze, the elder's concealed might was all too evident. A half-step into the innate realm. Upon discerning the elder's strength, a sardonic smile crept upon Xiao Chen's lips as he remarked, "Is this your scheme?" The elder, clad in a simple robe and standing with hands clasped behind his back, regarded Xiao Chen with an icy demeanor. "What scheme are you speaking of? You have harmed Xiujie without an explanation. You shall not leave this place today." Yes, he must provide an account. Such a detestable individual deserved severe punishment. Please, Senior, take action against this villain and avenge Senior Xiujie. The onlookers discerned the elder's extraordinary skill and implored him to discipline Xiao Chen. This collective sentiment spread rapidly. And soon, apart from Xiao Shayun and Li Shanshan, the majority began to denounce Xiao Chen. Such a force of public opinion was undeniably formidable. Xiao Shayun's complexion shifted dramatically as she grappled with uncertainty. The situation had spiraled beyond control. "Brother Guang, what shall we do? Let us observe for now." Liang Tao and He Shigong remained in the shadows, watching the unfolding events, feeling utterly powerless. In this predicament, even their intervention would prove futile. Let us see how you navigate this challenge." Pang Wei sneered, relishing the misfortune. "Youngster, you have incurred the wrath of the masses, you must provide an explanation. Do not blame me." As the elder spoke, he advanced step by step towards Xiao Chen, seemingly intent on appeasing public sentiment and punishing him. "Senior, do not hold back. Teach him a lesson. Strike him." The crowd clamored, their indignation palpable. In stark contrast, Xiao Chen remained composed, slowly closing his eyes. In truth, the ruse orchestrated by Qin Xiujie was not difficult to unravel, yet the onlookers often displayed a lamentable ignorance, favoring simplistic interpretations of events. Moments prior, as Qin Xiujie had thrown a punch, he had subtly twisted his wrist, causing the concealed flying dagger to be propelled back towards himself by his internal energy. With his arm obstructing the view, a visual blind spot was created, compounded by the dagger's swift velocity due to Qin Xiujie's internal force. Thus, what the crowd witnessed was merely Qin Xiujie suddenly struck and wounded by the flying dagger, devoid of any context. They naively assumed that the dagger had been launched by Xiao Chen. After all, who would shoot themselves with a dagger? This stratagem of Qin Xiujie was nothing short of a feigned injury. He was acutely aware that he might not be a match for Xiao Chen. Even if he were to triumph over him, to preserve his image in the eyes of others, he could not act against Xiao Chen without achieving the desired effect. Thus, he resorted to desperate measures, inflicting harm upon himself to elicit sympathy. This strategy proved remarkably effective. Qin Xiujie already held a prominent position in the minds of his peers at Lonning High School, known for his approachable demeanor and gentle, refined nature. Now, in his attempt to befriend Xiao Chen, he found himself branded as a schemer when Xiao Chen retaliated with a surprise attack, instantly casting him in a negative light. Xiao Chen became the target of public scorn, facing universal condemnation. At this moment, the half-step innate master, Elder Feng, made his appearance. Even if he were to inadvertently injure Xiao Chen, the crowd would only applaud. Thus, he not only preserved his own image but also labeled Xiao Chen as a despicable villain, while granting Elder Feng the liberty to punish him at will. It was a masterstroke, achieving 3 objectives with a single action, a cunning and malevolent maneuver. Have you nothing to say? Then let me instruct you on how to conduct yourself. Elder Feng observed Xiao Chen closing his eyes and raised his hand, preparing to strike. To deceive the strong was not his intention. But as Qin Xiujie was the cousin of the young lady, he felt compelled to assist. However, just as he believed he had succeeded, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. "Begone." The single word erupted from his lips, unleashing an indescribable and mysterious force that struck the elder's mind, causing his countenance to pale instantly as he staggered back several steps. Shock and terror engulfed him. "Elder Feng." The elegant young woman looked on in confusion, utterly bewildered. The others were equally perplexed. Although Xiao Chen's command was imbued with considerable force, it should not have frightened a seasoned master to such an extent. Moreover, it was not merely a simple retreat. The elder's expression grew increasingly pallid and horrified. He fixated on Xiao Chen, his pupils constricting and his body trembling. As if ensnared in a trance, his will being systematically shattered. It appeared he was on the verge of collapse. "If you do not leave, I shall kill you." The cold threat once again escaped Xiao Chen's lips. To outsiders, this might have seemed a ludicrous intimidation. Yet, Elder Feng reacted as though he were a frightened bird. His heart racing with terror. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. "Miss, we must go." Before the young lady could comprehend the situation, she was seized by the suddenly retreating Elder Feng, and together they leapt from the window. Their hasty escape was nothing short of chaotic. Yet, no one understood why Elder Feng had acted in such a manner. Was it merely due to a threatening remark from Xiao Chen? In the presence of such an esteemed elder, Xiao Chen should have appeared as nothing more than a schoolboy. If a schoolboy were to say to you, "Get lost," or "I will kill you," would you feel fear? Surely, no one would take it seriously, considering it a mere jest. Yet, that very elder had been so frightened that he fled through the window. What could possibly explain this? No one comprehended the truth. In reality, Xiao Chen's utterance had not been a simple threat. He had employed a mental secret technique to attack. This technique could directly penetrate the opponent's soul, inflicting relentless torment and destruction. Is death terrifying? Perhaps it is, or perhaps it is not. But what if the despair felt at the moment of death were to be magnified tenfold, 100-fold? What would be the outcome? The limits of human will and endurance are finite. When mental pressure surpasses these boundaries, one inevitably crumbles. The preceding situation exemplifies this. While Xiao Chen's words may have had little impact on those around, they inflicted severe psychological strain upon the elderly man's mind. Tenfold, 100-fold. Thus, he could not withstand it and fled in panic. Qin Xiujie. Having driven the elder away, Xiao Chen fixed his piercing gaze upon Qin Xiujie. His expression a blend of fury and cold disdain. "I had thought you to be a person of substance, yet it appears you are merely a scoundrel." With measured strides, Xiao Chen approached. "What cunning purpose did you have in orchestrating this farce?" Pointing to the frightened youth surrounding him, Xiao Chen scoffed. "Do you truly believe you can crush me with their public opinion? Do you think I would expend effort to explain myself? Do you believe I would be left speechless? Do you assume victory is assured? Laughable." As Qin Xiujie absorbed Xiao Chen's taunts, an unprecedented wave of fear enveloped him. Just as Xiao Chen had articulated, the purpose of his machination was to provoke misunderstandings among the onlookers. After all, the majority present were his fans, easily manipulated. He had presumed Xiao Chen would attempt to clarify, only to be drowned in a maelstrom of accusations, subjected to scorn. Yet the outcome diverged from his expectations. Xiao Chen offered no explanations, for he was utterly indifferent. Even more astonishing to Qin Xiujie was the fact that Feng Lao, a formidable half-step into the innate realm, had been frightened away by a mere utterance from Xiao Chen. What manner of individual was he engaging in this psychological duel with? "Xiao Chen, do not act recklessly." A young girl, summoning her courage, stepped forward to shield Qin Xiujie, glaring defiantly. "You have already harmed Senior Xiujie, what more do you intend to do?" The girl was but 16, a first-year high school student. She had always idolized Qin Xiujie, and witnessing her idol in peril compelled her to stand up in defense. "Mind your own business, be gone." With a casual wave of his hand, Xiao Chen unleashed a powerful gust of air upon the girl. Bang! Her fragile form was hurled 5 or 6 meters, crashing against the wall behind her. This scene was undeniably shocking and terrifying. Though the girl was petite, the mere image of a living being tumbling through the air for such distance is an overwhelming visual impact for any ordinary person. Even more astonishing was that Xiao Chen had merely raised his hand from a distance, never laying a finger on her. What kind of power is this? Such feats are not even staged in martial arts films. Therefore, as Xiao Chen advanced once more, none dared to obstruct his path, people instinctively retreated. Many admired Qin Xiujie. Yet this admiration was tinged with a sense of distance, lacking deep emotional investment. When confronted with someone like Xiao Chen, who might take their lives in an instant, Their first instinct was to protect themselves rather than shield Qin Shoujie from harm. Qin Shoujie, do you see this? Xiao Chen approached Qin Shoujie without any hindrance, towering over him as he declared, in the face of true power, all your schemes are but mere jest. The public opinion you have crafted holds no sway over me. And not a single one of those you rely upon will come to your aid. At these words, Qin Shoujie trembled violently, suddenly realizing the vast chasm that lay between him and Xiao Chen. All his intricate plotting could be dismantled with a mere jest from Xiao Chen. What could he possibly use to compete against such might? I concede, I shall no longer pursue Xiao Zhu. Qin Shoujie lowered his head. Was a simple admission of defeat sufficient? Xiao Chen scoffed disdainfully, and in an instant, he brought his foot down upon the very knife that lay beneath him. Although Qin Shoujie had staged a performance of agony, he had ensured that the knife merely grazed his flesh, causing a superficial wound that bled just enough to create an illusion of injury. Yet, with Xiao Chen's forceful stomp, the blade pierced through his body entirely. Though it was not a fatal blow, it was undeniably grievous. You revel in theatrics, thus. I shall grant you your wish and deliver this strike. How does it feel? Xiao Chen's expression remained impassive. He saw no need for explanations. Since everyone believed he had ambushed Qin Shoujie, he might as well make it a reality. After all, who would dare challenge him now? Fear enveloped the onlookers, and trembling seized them all, including Qin Shoujie. Spare me. Qin Shoujie, possessing a level of internal strength far exceeding that of an average person, managed to withstand the pain of the knife piercing his flesh. However, he could not endure the oppressive force that Xiao Chen exerted upon him. He had lost. He was terrified. Why oppose such a person when living peacefully was an option? Spare you? Give me a reason. Xiao Chen's gaze hardened, an overwhelming aura descending upon Qin Shoujie. Boom. In that moment, Qin Shoujie felt as though a mountain had crashed down upon him, rendering him breathless. He sensed the murderous intent, with the shadow of death looming over him. Would he die? No, he could not accept that. In a fit of desperation, Qin Shoujie shouted, "Classmates! Xiao Chen did not ambush me, everything was a ruse of my own designed to frame him. I realize I cannot defeat him. And I sought to exploit your sympathy to ensnare him." He continued, "Wolfong is also a martial artist I summoned to confront him, intending to bring about his downfall." Qin Shoujie's confession struck the crowd like a thunderclap, igniting a wave of anger at having been manipulated. Qin Shoujie, who would have thought you were such a person? We defended you, trusted you, and yet you have no shame. Scoundrel, using our sympathy to frame Xiao Chen. Worthless, do you even have the right to pursue Senior Xiao Zhu? Disgusting, you should just perish. The majority of the onlookers, driven by self-preservation, preferred to shift the blame entirely onto Qin Shoujie to mask their earlier folly. Thus, the very scene where they had condemned Xiao Chen now unfolded upon Qin Shoujie. However, Qin Shoujie had already resigned himself to his fate, understanding that only in this manner could Xiao Chen spare him. You are indeed a waste. Xiao Chen scoffed, flicking his fingers to unleash a stream of energy that struck Qin Shoujie's dantian. You've ruined my dantian. With a spurt of blood, Qin Shoujie collapsed into unconsciousness. Having dealt with Qin Shoujie, Xiao Chen had no intention of halting his actions. If he had chosen to act, he would ensure that all involved were dealt with. Pang Wei, come here. He pointed towards Pang Wei, who was hiding amidst the crowd. Pang Wei, unwilling to comply, turned to flee. In an instant, Xiao Chen blocked his path. Xiao Chen, my father is the district chief, you cannot harm me. Pang Wei attempted to leverage his father's position to intimidate Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen merely coldly inquired, are Wu Ming and his gang your subordinates? And no. It has nothing to do with me. It was all Qin Shoujie's instigation. Today's events were entirely orchestrated by him. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a single slap from Xiao Chen. The scene fell into a profound silence for a moment. Xiao Chen, we were in the wrong. We misjudged you. Some began to offer apologies to Xiao Chen. Yet he paid them no heed. Having disregarded their accusations, he likewise dismissed their contrition. He approached Xiao Shayun and said, let us return. Xiao Shayun appeared momentarily stunned before responding with delight, all right. The events of the evening had been overwhelmingly shocking. and she required time to process them. The two departed together, leaving behind a crowd filled with unease. Prior to this, who could have anticipated that the confrontation between Qin Xiujie and Xiao Chen would conclude in such a manner? Oh, Xiang. Someone seemed to recollect something and hurried to the corner to check on the girl whom Xiao Chen had sent flying. The girl, shaken, sat there in a daze, her body trembling slightly. Xiang, how are you feeling? The girl lifted her head, appearing bewildered. I think I'm fine. Fine? That cannot be true. The crowd exchanged glances. Just moments ago, Xiao Chen's flick of the hand had propelled the girl several meters into the air, causing her to crash against the wall. It was a miracle she hadn't perished. How could she possibly be unscathed? Qin Xiujie and Pang Wei had been left half dead from Xiao Chen's assault. Look over there. Someone pointed at the wall. That was precisely where the girl had collided. A noticeable dent now marked the surface. The wall was indented. Yet the girl emerged unscathed. Such an extraordinary phenomenon was truly astonishing. Xiao Chen surely had no intention of harming Xiang. He had merely sought to startle her. Indeed, otherwise, Xiao Chen's strike could have been fatal. We were too excessive. We wronged Xiao Chen. Alas, who would have known that Qin Xiujie was of such character? Exactly. With Xiao Chen's formidable strength, a single blow should have sufficed to defeat Qin Xiujie, where he resort to hidden weapons. The crowd finally comprehended. Did Xiao Chen truly require such underhanded tactics against Qin Xiujie? A mere slap might have sufficed without the fear of causing fatal harm. From now on, let us proclaim Xiao Chen as the foremost among the 4 young masters of learning. What say you? I concur. I agree. Do not incite a commotion. The situation with Qin Xiujie and Pang Wei is quite dire. Quickly, call for an ambulance. I wonder what subsequent actions the Qin and Pang families will take. If Xiao Chen were to be imprisoned, what significance would remain for the esteemed 4th young master of the learning? Fear not. For Xiao Chen has the support of the Xia family, perhaps no grave issues will arise. Elder Feng, please halt. Jia Qingqing could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, compelling the elderly man in plain attire to cease his movements. Yet, even with his steps halted, the elder remained visibly shaken, his face a mask of terror and anxiety. Elder Feng, what troubles you so? Jia Qingqing found it incomprehensible. Surely, even in the face of a formidable innate master pursuing him, he should not be so frightened. Miss. That person, Elder Feng, do not rush. Speak slowly. We have distanced ourselves from the New Era Hotel, and no one is pursuing us. Upon saying this, Jia Qingqing paused momentarily and inquired, Elder Feng, are you referring to Xiao Chen? Surveying their surroundings and realizing they had ventured onto a secluded path, the elder finally relaxed somewhat, though trepidation still lingered. It is a technique of mental mastery. Mental mastery. Jia Qingqing's brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, one of the most fearsome offensive techniques passed down from the Yushao sect. A master of this skill can kill merely with a glance. A glance that kills. Jia Qingqing was astonished. Such an ability was beyond her imagination. After the fall of the Yushao sect, the practice of mental cultivation had vanished from Huaxia, existing only among mysterious organizations in Europe and other regions. It was unexpected to encounter such a formidable practitioner today. Upon hearing this, Jia Qingqing's expression turned serious. Surely, mental attacks must have some limitations, otherwise, wouldn't that render one invincible? Not invincible, certainly. The elder replied. Mental cultivation, like martial arts, is stratified. Even a novice mental practitioner could not contend with an innate master. If Xiao Chen's mental attack affected you, Elder Feng, does that imply his level? Indeed. He is at least equivalent to an innate master. Had I not fled at that moment, he would undoubtedly have killed me. And he would not even need to lay a hand on me, he could shatter my will in silence. How could such a monstrous individual be hidden within learning? Jia Qingqing's expression shifted as she asked, could Xiujie be in danger? All of this is a consequence of Qin Xiujie's own actions. He sought to provoke a figure comparable to an innate master. Who could possibly save him? The elder sighed, saying to Miss, you should warn the Qin family to refrain from acting recklessly due to Qin Xiujie's predicament. Very well, I shall visit the Qin family. Xiao Chen and Xiao Shayun exited the New Era Hotel, opting to walk side by side toward the Xia residence. Xiao Chen, might the Qin family trouble you? Xiao Shayun seemed apprehensive about the unfolding events. The Qin family's influence in Liaoning far surpasses that of the Xia family, and more importantly, their mysterious backing is formidable. The fact that Qin Shoji abandoned his studies to undergo military training indicates that the Qin family possesses at least some military connections. This alone warrants a cautious approach. Do not worry, the Qin family lacks the audacity to pursue me. Xiao Chen spoke with confidence. The power behind Qin Shoji is evidently linked to that elder Feng and the elegant woman. Moments ago, he unleashed a psychological assault, effectively instilling a formidable deterrent within them. As long as they possess a modicum of intelligence, they would refrain from seeking further torment. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's response, Xia Shayun could only nod in agreement. She recognized that Xiao Chen had undergone a complete transformation, becoming self-assured and enigmatic, a stark contrast to his former self. In every endeavor, he appeared to possess unwavering confidence. The previous altercation with Miao Qingfeng was likely a needless endeavor on her part. In truth, Xiao Chen was hardly intimidated by Miao Qingfeng, was he? For reasons unknown. A sense of melancholy enveloped Xia Shayun. Arriving at a crossroads, the Xia and Xiao families stood in opposing directions. And it was at this juncture that the two would part ways. Just as she was about to utter her farewell, Xiao Chen preemptively spoke, "It's quite late. Allow me to escort you home." Ah! Xiao Shayun was taken aback. Xiao Chen wished to accompany her home. Surely, he shouldn't appear so reluctant. Xiao Chen gazed at her and remarked, No, I merely find it surprising." As she spoke, her heart inexplicably quickened, and she dared not meet Xiao Chen's gaze. "Your earlier actions also caught me off guard." "What?" "Nothing, let us be on our way." Xiao Chen replied with a smile. "Oh." Xiao Shayun nodded slightly, her hands nervously intertwining. Thus, they strolled slowly, conversing little, perhaps finding solace in the silence that spoke volumes. After half an hour, they finally reached the Xia residence. "Here we are, I shall take my leave," Xiao Chen declared. "Would you like to come in for a while? My father is home too." Xiao Shayun earnestly wished to prolong Xiao Chen's visit. "No, thank you." Xiao Chen shook his head. "Then please be careful on your way." "Indeed." With that, Xiao Chen turned and walked away. Watching his figure gradually fade into the night, Xia Shayun couldn't help but smile. The night was truly enchanting. In the provincial capital, at the Ho family residence, Ho Qingsong rushed into his father's bedroom upon hearing alarming news. Inside, Hualin lay unconscious, his condition dire, while an elderly physician was feeling his pulse. Nearby stood two men and a woman, all exhibiting signs of anxiety. What has transpired? How could father suddenly faint? Ho Qingsong's emotions spiraled out of control as he erupted in anger. "Qingsong, quiet down, do not disturb Dr. Huang," admonished a man with a square face. He was Huo Yuan, Hualin's eldest son and Ho Qingsong's elder brother. "Indeed, second brother, you have been away for several days." Unaware that father has recently fallen ill with a peculiar ailment, his health deteriorating significantly, remarked another man, donned in a suit and spectacles. He was Huo Wenkai, Hualin's youngest son and Ho Qingsong's younger sibling. Peculiar ailment? Yes, his memory has been severely compromised. He often fails to recognize even me or elder brother. Dr. Huang suggests it resembles senile dementia. Nonsense. Ho Qingsong retorted angrily. Father is not yet 60, how could he have senile dementia? That was merely a comparison. Besides, it is not uncommon for one to develop dementia at 60. Huo Yuan dismissed his brother's concerns. It must be this incompetent physician's fault. Ho Qingsong directed his eye toward the elderly doctor. The physician, feeling slighted, responded with a hint of indignation, "Young Master Huo, or why do you speak so?" "Quite simply. It is your responsibility to care for my father's illness, yet instead of improvement, his condition has worsened. What do you have to say for yourself?" The elderly physician shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "I have encountered Lord Huo's illness only once in my lifetime, perhaps my skills are truly inadequate." "Admit it." Ho Qingsong retorted, "If only the divine physician Lin Xingqiong were here, he would undoubtedly find a solution." Huo Yuandao interjected, "I have connections with the divine physician." But he is currently abroad attending a medical exchange conference and will not return for a month. What shall we do then? Ho Ching-song's anxiety was palpable. At that moment, a woman entered briskly, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in blue. I have invited Master Gu. Ho Ching-song's eyes brightened at the sight. Even if the master lacked medical knowledge, he could at least suppress the affliction with his internal energy. With the absence of the divine physician Lin Xingqiong, Master Ji's arrival was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Excellent, excellent. Xiao Yuan, you have done remarkably well. Master Gu, I implore you to examine my father. There will be generous rewards afterward. The elderly gentleman's expression darkened, and he replied indifferently, all of you, step aside. Upon hearing this, everyone retreated. Even the elderly physician did not dare to remain close. Before a master of innate prowess, none would be so bold. The elderly gentleman approached the bed and pressed his hand repeatedly on the unconscious Huolin, his expression gradually turning to one of confusion. Master Gu, what is the matter? Ho Ching-song inquired cautiously. Did Huolin consume any medication prior to his condition? Indeed, he was gravely ill, and I prescribed medication to nourish his body. The elderly physician replied. However, I was meticulous in my prescriptions, there should be no issues. The elderly gentleman shot him a glance and demanded, where is the prescription? Let me see it. Here. The elderly physician produced the prescription and handed it to the elderly gentleman. He examined it closely, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Seemingly unable to discern any issues. Master Gu, may I have a look? Ho Ching-song asked. The elderly gentleman passed the prescription to Ho Ching-song. As Ho Ching-song scanned the ingredients, pig heart, angelica, 8 treasures, goji berries, his expression suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on the last ingredient. Red Lingshan. Memories surged in his mind. Recalling the warning from a young boy he had encountered in Lone City regarding his father. If anyone offers you medicine containing red Lingshan, you must not consume it. Upon returning to the provincial capital, he had initially kept this warning in mind, but as time passed, he had forgotten it, dismissing it as mere folly. Who would have thought that after all this time, the boy's words would indeed prove prophetic? Dr. Huang, your prescription contains red Lingshan, what is your true intention? Ho Ching-song demanded angrily. Dr. Huang, taken aback, responded, Second Master Huo, red Lingshan is a superior herb for nourishing qi and blood, promoting circulation. It is beneficial to the body and poses no harm. Why are you speaking such nonsense? Indeed, brother, red Lingshan is a precious herb. There should be no issue with it, Ho Wenkai interjected. The elderly gentleman added, the problem does not lie with red Lingshan, you are overthinking it. Ho Yuan scolded. Ching-song, why are you acting irrationally? Do you not believe me? Ho Ching-song retorted, anger flaring within him. Very well, I shall seek out a master. He will surely be able to cure my father's ailment. In the meantime, keep an eye on this quack named Huang, and do not let him escape. With that, Ho Ching-song hurriedly departed. Uncle Huo, Third Master Huo, Master Gu, I am wronged. Dr. Huang was at a loss for words, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Dr. Huang, do not fret. My younger brother's temperament is simply like that, how could he possibly recognize someone of great stature? He must be trying to fool you. As Huo Yuan consoled Dr. Huang, his mind raced, a flicker of obscure intrigue dancing in his eyes. When he had hastily parted ways with Xiao Chen, Ho Ching-song only knew his name, lacking any further information. However, being one of the prominent families in the provincial capital, the Ho family could easily acquire details by accessing the Public Security Bureau. On this day, Xiao Chen had skipped school and was in the midst of slumber when he received a call from Xiao Yufei. Xiao Chen, there is someone named Ho Ching-song looking for you, claiming it's urgent. Unaware of Ho Ching-song's true identity, Xiao Yufei made the call simply because he appeared genuinely anxious. Ho Ching-song. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the purpose of Ho Ching-song's visit. All right, I'll head over immediately, tell him to wait. Upon arriving at the company, Ho Ching-song's face lit up with unbridled joy at the sight of Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, it's such a pleasure to see you. Without further ado, I know why you are here, Xiao Chen interrupted, glancing at Xiao Yufei. I'm off to the provincial capital for a few days. Contact me if anything arises. Why are you going to the provincial capital again? Xiao Yufei expressed her displeasure, having just returned from Guhai City. Xiao Chen pointed at Huo Qingsong. Didn't he tell you? Huo Qingsong quickly interjected, Miss Xiao, my father has fallen gravely ill and only Mr. Xiao can cure him. I implore you to allow him to accompany me. You can heal. Xiao Yufei looked at Xiao Chen with an incredulous expression. I possess many skills, let us go. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively and stepped outside, with Huo Qingsong hastily following. At the Huo residence, Huo Yuan, Huo Wenkai, Dr. Huang, and others awaited anxiously. Master Gu had also chosen to remain at the Huo residence, both to monitor Huo Lin's condition and to satiate his curiosity regarding the esteemed figure Huo Qingsong had mentioned. Just then, Huo Qingsong burst in, exclaiming, he is here. The esteemed one has arrived. Father is saved. The others rushed in, looking around, but only saw a youthful figure trailing behind Huo Qingsong. Second brother. Where is the esteemed one you spoke of? Huo Wenkai could not contain his curiosity. Are you blind? Right here. Huo Qingsong pointed at Xiao Chen. The rest of the group stared in bewilderment, disbelief etched on their faces. Nonsense. Huo Yuan scolded. Father has always held you in high regard. And at such a critical moment, you still choose to jest. Huo Qingsong's wife, Xiao Yuan, chimed in, Qingsong, this is truly inappropriate. How could you joke about your father-in-law's life? I am not jesting, he is truly remarkable. If he cannot cure father, then no one in this world can. Huo Qingsong affirmed with unwavering conviction. Xiao Chen had discerned his father's ailment over a month ago and had advised against taking the medicinal herb red lingshan. Such prowess surely surpassed even the renowned physician Lin Xingcheng. What? He truly is an esteemed one? Xiao Yuan gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief as she turned to Xiao Chen. An esteemed one? A high school student. Dr. Huang, unable to contain himself, scoffed with a derisive smile. Although his medical skills may not match those of the renowned healer Lin Xingcheng, he is nonetheless a figure of considerable repute in the Jiangnan province. The condition of Huo Lin is one he has never encountered in his lifetime, an unprecedented case. If a mere high school student could cure him, would that not be the greatest affront to his expertise? As for the individual surnamed Huang, just because his own medical skills are lackluster does not warrant the assumption that everyone else is equally inept. Once Mr. Xiao successfully treats my father, I will ensure that this matter is settled. Master Huo, I await your response. Dr. Huang, confident in his conscience and backed by Huo Yuan, dismissed any fear of Huo Qingsong. Are you mocking our collective incapacity? Huo Qingsong's expression turned uneasy as the venerable Master Gu, clad in a green robe, arrived. His demeanor indifferent and tinged with disdain. What nonsense are you spouting, O Master Gu? Huo Qingsong felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. While he could disregard others, he understood the necessity of treating a master with utmost respect. Provoking him was not an option. Do you genuinely believe he can cure your father's ailment? Master Gu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen. This time, Huo Qingsong's tone lacked its usual firmness. It was not a matter of disbelief in Xiao Chen, rather, he feared inadvertently provoking Master Ji's ire. At this juncture, Xiao Chen's patience wore thin as he interjected. Are you going to treat the illness or continue this endless chatter? What did you say? Master Ji's brow furrowed at the remark. Are you insinuating that I am rambling? Is it not the case? Xiao Chen replied coolly, you are neither a member of the Huo family nor a physician, your presence here is obstructive and delays the treatment. Outrageous. How dare you? Huo Yuan, Huo Wenkai, Dr. Huang, and others shouted in unison. Huo Qingsong, taken aback by Xiao Chen's audacity, quickly clarified, Mr. Xiao. This is Master Gu, a congenital master. I am aware. Xiao Chen cast him a fleeting glance, responding nonchalantly, is there an issue? Huo Qingsong fell silent. Given that Xiao Chen was a practitioner of internal strength, he ought to understand the might and status of a congenital master. Why, then, was he so slow to react? Enough with the trivialities. I require a straightforward answer. Do you wish to save your father or not? Huo Lin was the first person Xiao Chen encountered upon his arrival. And it was out of courtesy, having even shared a meal with him, that he had come today. His frustration was not directed specifically at Master Gu but rather a culmination of doubts raised by Huo Yuan, Dr. Huang, and the subsequent skepticism from Master Gu. Did they really believe time was free? Yes, of course I want to save him. Mr. Xiao, please bear with me as it concerns my father's life. Ho Qing-song exclaimed. Hold on, such arrogant and disrespectful individuals are not welcome in the Ho family. Huo Yuan positioned himself between Ho Qing-song and Xiao Chen, barring their entry into Huo Lin's bedroom. Huo Yuan, are you truly going to stand by and watch our father lie there helpless? Huo Qing-song retorted, his temper flaring. Though Huo Yuan was his elder brother, he could not yield on this matter. I am only trying to prevent any unforeseen accidents from occurring. Huo Yuan remained obstinate and shouted towards the outside, bring them in. In an instant, a dozen men clad in black surged in, forming a line at the entrance of Huo Lin's bedroom. From this moment on, no one is permitted to enter this place without my explicit consent. Huo Yuan declared with an authoritative tone, his demeanor resolute and unwavering. This sudden turn of events caused the expressions of those present from the Ho family to shift dramatically. Huo Yuan, you have incited the ire of Ho Qing-song. Huo Wenkai, as the third brother, found himself caught in the midst of the quarrel between his two brothers. However, he felt that Huo Yuan was being excessively harsh and suggested, eldest brother, why not allow this lad to give it a try? It should pose no significant issue. No way. I will seek treatment for our father's illness myself. Have you lost your senses, believing in this little brat? Huo Wenkai cast a glance at Xiao Chen and chose not to continue the conversation. It seems my visit here was in vain, Huo Qing-song. I shall return once you have resolved your family disputes. Of course, I may not be available then. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and departed. After leaving the Huo residence, Xiao Chen had no intention of returning home immediately. Having come to the provincial capital, he found it an opportune moment for some exploration. Not long into his stroll, he realized he was being followed discreetly. Xiao Chen recognized that the followers were sent by Huo Qing-song but chose to ignore them, allowing them to trail him. The situation with the Huo family was rather intricate, and it was not merely Huo Lin's peculiar illness at play. He remained in the provincial capital to observe the unfolding circumstances. As Xiao Chen wandered through the bustling streets, he noted the similarities to Lonning City, finding it rather unremarkable. Before long, he arrived at Mingwei Mountain. Amidst the city's cacophony, this particular locale offered a serene landscape, with the air imbued with a hint of ethereal essence. As he ascended, he encountered a natural waterfall cascading majestically from a height of over 10 zhong. A truly magnificent sight. This place was indeed a hidden gem. Although the spiritual essence in the air remained somewhat sparse, it was far superior to that of the city. And the environment was exceedingly pleasant. Hey, country bumpkin, don't go any further. A strikingly beautiful and fashionable young woman appeared before Xiao Chen, her tone laced with warning. Xiao Chen turned to her and inquired, why can't I proceed? Because from today onward, this piece of land atop Mingwei Mountain belongs to me. The girl proclaimed proudly, seemingly eager to flaunt her acquisition. You purchased this land? Xiao Chen asked. Indeed. The villa at the very top was bought for me by my boyfriend. So this entire area is essentially mine and no trespassers are allowed. A villa? Xiao Chen was astonished. He was intrigued to see this villa atop Mingwei Mountain. Thus, rather than retreating, he advanced further up the mountain. Hey! Can you not understand human speech? The girl, now infuriated, chased after him in an attempt to drive him away. However, no matter how fast she ran, she could not catch up with Xiao Chen's leisurely pace. In about 2 minutes, the two reached the summit. Indeed, there stood a villa. Xiao Chen beheld it. This mountaintop not only featured a villa but was also exceedingly lavish, covering over 1,000 square meters. Complete with a swimming pool, parking space, basketball court, and various amenities. Living in such a place would be a true indulgence. Hey! The girl finally caught up, panting and fuming. I told you not to come up here. Why are you so obstinate? Xiao Chen glanced at her and replied coolly. Is it a crime to take a look? It is indeed a crime to warn against my law, warned Xiao Chen. The girl retorted obstinately. Xiao Chen shook his head and remarked. Such barbarity. I wonder what your boyfriend sees in you, be wary of being cast aside. I appreciate your concern, but regrettably, my boyfriend has vowed to marry no one but me for this lifetime. Do you have any idea how much this villa costs? Ruan Xiao Chen. Observing Xiao Chen's shabby attire, coldly retorted, 200 million. Yes, you heard me correctly. I doubt you have ever dreamt of such a sum. Yet my boyfriend purchased it without a moment's hesitation as a gift for me. Just imagine how much he adores me. In truth, her statement bore a hint of disingenuousness. Although Ruan Xiao Chen's boyfriend had indeed acquired the villa, it was not specifically intended as a gift for her, he merely permitted her to reside there. Nevertheless, in the presence of Xiao Chen, such trivial matters could be overlooked. At that moment, a luxurious convertible Bugatti emerged from the villa. And the young man inside waved to Ruan Xiao Chen, exclaiming, Xiao Chen, come here. Brother you. Ruan Xiao Chen instantly transformed, joyfully sprinting towards him, pouting and acting coy. Brother you, have you signed the contract? Yes, it's all signed. From now on, this will be our home, and we can move in at any time. The young man gazed at her with affectionate indulgence, then cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen, inquiring, who is he? Do you know him? Just a country bumpkin. Why would I know him? I happened upon him nearby and told him not to come up, but he insisted, perhaps he is a thief. The young man chuckled in disbelief, don't be foolish, this place has the most secure defense system, with dozens of security personnel on rotation. What thief could possibly steal from here? I simply dislike seeing him loitering in front of our home. Never mind, let us not concern ourselves with others. I'll take you out for a delicious meal. All right. Ruan Xiao Chen shot Xiao Chen a disdainful glance before getting into the car. The Bugatti roared to life and descended the hill. Xiao Chen paid them no mind, remaining rooted in place as he surveyed the villa. Upon returning to the provincial capital, night had already fallen. He checked into a hotel, awaiting the arrival of a certain individual. As anticipated, Huo Qingsong soon knocked on his door, but he was not alone. He was accompanied by his wife, the Petite Yuan. Mr. Xiao, please, I implore you to save my father. Huo Qingsong pleaded, nearly falling to his knees. Xiao Chen replied coolly, have you conferred with your elder brother and third brother? No. They are currently wary of me, not allowing me near my father's room. This thought ignited a flame of indignation within Huo Qingsong. After Xiao Chen left during the day, he had quarreled with Huo Yuan, resulting in everyone but Yuan siding with Huo Yuan. Ultimately, Huo Yuan had dispatched more personnel to guard the area, forbidding even him from approaching. Predictable. Xiao Chen replied with a faint smile. Huo Qingsong paused, questioning, what do you mean by that, Mr. Xiao? Xiao Chen regarded him with a knowing glance, saying, do you truly believe your father suddenly contracted this strange illness? It must have occurred during the days I was away just a few days ago. My father was perfectly fine. Xiao Chen shook his head, no, your father merely awakened something dormant within him due to the consumption of Hongling ginseng. In reality, he has been afflicted by this illness for at least a decade. What? A decade? Huo Qingsong was utterly astonished, and beside him, Xiao Yuan also displayed an expression of disbelief. Mr. Xiao, could you elucidate further? Xiao Chen replied in a calm tone, to be precise. Your father is afflicted not by illness, but by a form of poison known as gu. Gu poison? Huo Qingsong inquired, his brow furrowed. Indeed, gu poison originates from Maojiang, where practitioners manipulate parasitic creatures to invade the human body, thus exerting control over life, death, and even one's will. Who could be so malicious as to ensnare my father? Huo Qingsong exclaimed with righteous indignation. Clearly, it is someone who is closest to your father, someone he trusts implicitly. Someone closest, someone he trusts. Huo Qingsong echoed, grappling with the implications. This gu has been lying dormant within your father for over a decade. Periodically, it requires a special sustenance, otherwise, it would run rampant, leading to your father's demise long ago. During his time in Lon City, Xiao Chen had discerned Huolin's condition but refrained from revealing it directly, understanding that the perpetrator was surely someone within Huolin's inner circle. After all, it was a matter of family, and he preferred to avoid making unfounded assertions. Moreover, at that time, treating Huolin was exceedingly challenging. Gu poison cannot be cured solely through conventional medicine, it necessitates unique methods. Are you suggesting that this individual does not wish to see my father perish? Huo Qingsong queried. Certainly, he employs this method merely to exert control over your father, orchestrating certain schemes. Until his objectives are realized, he would prefer your father remains alive, Xiao Chen stated, pausing before adding. Or perhaps he still harbors some familial affection for your father. Familial affection? Huo Qingsong suddenly grasped something profound and exclaimed, Mr. Xiao, are you implying my elder brother? Despite the discord that had arisen between him and his brother Huo Yuan over the years, Huo Qingsong remained reluctant to believe that his elder brother would conspire against their own father. In truth, it has become quite evident. Your elder brother fears that I might possess a means to resolve your father's goo poison, hence his reluctance to allow me near him. Additionally, I have sensed a peculiar aura surrounding him, one that shares a common origin with the goo poison affecting your father. Now, fortified by his formidable spirit, Xiao Chen had begun to harness his consciousness. Before his perception, any attempts to conceal one's presence on Earth were rendered futile. Recently, during a confrontation in Guhai City, a certain Kong steward, adept at cloaking his aura and movements, proved utterly ineffective against Xiao Chen's consciousness. How can this be? That damned Huo Yuan. Huo Qingsong clenched his fists, veins protruding, consumed by a desire to confront Huo Yuan at the Huo family estate. Yet, he understood that he could not rival Huo Yuan. Venturing to the Huo household would only invite his own demise. If that individual could poison their father, what hope did he have? Initially skeptical of Xiao Chen, Xiao Yuan's doubts began to dissipate as their conversation unfolded. She realized that Xiao Chen was far from ordinary. At the very least, he was not the simplistic high school student he appeared to be. Mr. Xiao, what of the Hongling ginseng? Is it possible that Dr. Huang is also an accomplice of Huo Yuan? She inquired. Not necessarily, Xiao Chen replied. Hongling ginseng poses no harm to the human body. Its sole function is to invigorate the blood. However, the goo insects thrive on the blood within the human body. After your father consumed the Hongling ginseng, the invigorated blood triggered the goo's true nature, leading to chaos, which explains your father's current condition. For a considerable time, Huo Yuan did not wish for Huo Lin's immediate demise. Thus, he had been administering specific substances to keep the parasitic insects in a dormant state, lying in wait within Huo Lin's body. When he was ready to execute his plan, he would cease the medication, causing the insects to awaken gradually due to the lack of sustenance. At that point, with the assistance of the Hongling ginseng, the parasites would unleash their havoc. Naturally, Huo Yuan was backed by a master in the art of insect manipulation, who was the true orchestrator of all this. They did not desire Huo Lin's death, rather, they aimed to control him through the parasites. Is there still hope for my father? Xiao Yuan inquired. What do you think? Xiao Chen replied calmly. If there were no hope, would I accompany your husband on this venture? Huo Qingsong, upon hearing this, immediately expressed his delight, saying, Mr. Xiao, I implore you to accompany us once more to the Huo residence to heal my father. How naive you are, Xiao Chen remarked, perplexed. Do you really believe Huo Yuan would grant you your wish so easily? Sir, I can request Master Ji's assistance, no one in the Huo family can withstand him. Xiao Yuan asserted. Xiao Chen looked at her in surprise and asked, are you quite close with the one son named Gu? Not exactly, we have interacted a few times. Master Gu possesses considerable influence and is quite fond of wealth. As long as there is money involved, he is amenable. I see. Xiao Chen, having little interest in the individual named Gu, contemplated briefly before stating, I can assist you, but I have two conditions. Huo Qingsong hastily responded, please, Mr. Xiao, do not hesitate to speak. I would agree to 10 conditions, if need be. Ha! Do not speak so hastily, the conditions I propose are not easily fulfilled. Xiao Chen replied. First, the operation to save your father will be entirely under my command. You will do as I instruct. Huo Qingsong and Meng Xiaoyuan exchanged glances. They had no objection, yet Master Ji's cooperation would be challenging. A congenital master is inherently proud, and given the previous near conflict between Xiao Chen and him, convincing him to heed Xiao Chen's orders would be no simple feat. You cannot even meet the first condition, yet you boast of 10. Xiao Chen shook his head. Mr. Xiao, I can only promise to persuade Master Gu. I cannot guarantee the outcome, Xiao Yuan said, mastering courage. Please state your second condition. Secondly, I desire the villa atop Mingwei Mountain. The villa atop Mingwei Mountain. Huo Qingsong and Meng Xiaoyuan were taken aback once more. Mr. Xiao, As far as I am aware, the number 1 villa atop Mingyu Mountain has already been sold. I know, Xiao Chen replied, but that is of no concern to me. It is a problem for you to resolve. Huo Qingsong pondered for a moment and said, very well, I shall fulfill this request. Compared to the first condition, this one was considerably more manageable. The villa atop Mingyu Mountain was sold for over 200 million, a staggering sum, yet for the Ho family, one of the 3 great clans, it was not insurmountable. As for the Ouyang family, who purchased the villa, they would likely extend a favor to the Ho family. Within the Ho compound, Huo Yuan was secretly meeting with an individual. This person was diminutive in stature, resembling a gnome. Yet he carried himself with an air of superiority when addressing Huo Yuan, occasionally displaying a bizarre and sinister smile. Huo Yuan, I thought you would prolong this matter. Yet here you are, preparing to take action so soon. Huo Yuan sighed, expressing that this was not his desire. But he feared that prolonged nights could lead to many dreams, potentially shattering years of planning in an instant. A fool's worry. The dwarf, with a hint of disdain, remarked that once his bloodthirsty heart-devouring Gu was perfected, no one in the world could break it. Should he choose, he could effortlessly turn Huo Yuan's father into a puppet, thus controlling the Ho family with ease. He acknowledged the elder's formidable abilities that could transcend the mortal realm. Yet he was acutely aware that his younger brother was meticulous and not one to act impulsively. The young man Huo Qingsong had brought along was exceedingly suspicious. Had Huo Qingsong introduced a physician, or even a congenital master, Huo Yuan would harbor no concerns. He trusted the dwarf's capabilities, however. The arrival of an unremarkable high school student instilled a sense of foreboding within him. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there is often something amiss. Given the gravity of the situation, how could Huo Qingsong possibly jest? Thus, Huo Yuan dared not gamble, fearing that Xiao Chen might indeed possess the ability to dispel the Gu poison, leading to catastrophic consequences. Ultimately, you do not trust me. Where is that young man now? I shall assist you in eliminating him. The dwarf, thoroughly incensed, did not believe a high school student could hold any formidable power. Huo Yuan hesitated, shaking his head. Let it be, as long as he does not start trouble, there is no need to provoke him. Elder, please focus on perfecting the bloodthirsty heart-devouring Gu. Very well. The dwarf responded, producing a Gu-raising jar. Huo Yuan's eyelids twitched, then he inquired with suspicion, what is this? The mother Gu. Mother Gu? Indeed, within your father resides the child Gu, which is controlled by the mother Gu, thereby influencing one's mental faculties. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan's spirits lifted. In that case, the puppet will be completed. It is not that simple. The bloodthirsty heart-devouring Gu has just been refined, and I require some time for it to stabilize. During this period, do not allow anyone to disturb your father, for the bond between mother and child is profound. If he suffers harm, it may rebound upon me. Huo Yuan promptly assured, Elder, rest assured, I have laid a comprehensive net around the Ho family. Even if Meng Xiaoyuan brings in Master Gu, I am not afraid. Oh, you possess such confidence. The dwarf was taken aback. To his knowledge, the Ho family had numerous internal martial artists, yet lacked congenital warriors. With us supporting Mr. Huo, he is naturally confident. As his words fell, 3 figures clad in black emerged. One was congenital, and 2 were half congenital. What a grand display. The dwarf recognized their prowess at a glance, unable to conceal his astonishment. Huo Yuan introduced, the elder, these 3 are blood-ranking experts I have specifically invited. I am honored. The dwarf clasped his fists. It is only natural to assist those who compensate us for our services. The leader among the black-clad figures stated, however, I hope you act swiftly. We have urgent matters in Jiangnan province, and this task is merely a side undertaking. Oh. May I inquire what the matter is? The black-clad man pondered briefly. A steward from our blood ranking has perished in Guhai City, then we have been ordered to investigate discreetly. Above, on the high building, Xiao Chen, Huo Qingsong, and Meng Xiaoyuan stood gazing down. From this vantage point, they had a clear view of the entire Ho family's main courtyard laid bare before them. The defensive system of the Ho family's main courtyard was more robust and intricate than that of the Mingyu Mountain No. 1 villa. In addition to the all-encompassing surveillance, there are numerous adept martial artists covertly observing. Gaining entry into the main estate of the Ho family without detection is a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. After all, the Ho family is one of the 3 prominent clans of Jiangnan province. Mr. Xiao, why have we come to this place? Inquired Ho Qing-song, voicing his confusion. The vicinity surrounding the Ho family estate is a cluster of villas, all part of the Ho family's holdings, including the towering structure they currently occupied. From this vantage point, it is indeed possible to glean some information regarding the Ho estate, yet it appears rather futile. Qing-song, the gentleman has his own intentions. There is no need for you to question further, Meng Xiaoyuan remarked, displaying a more pragmatic outlook than Ho Qing-song. Since they had already pledged to follow Xiao Chen's directives, adhering to the established rules sufficed. If there were any pertinent information to be divulged, she trusted that Xiao Chen would willingly share it. Very well. Master Gu has not arrived, it would be unwise for us to act recklessly. Just as Ho Qing-song was speaking, a voice resonated. I have arrived. As the words fell, a figure appeared. Gu Chuan, clad in a green robe, bore an expression of indifference laced with the pride of a master. Master Gu. Ho Qing-song and Meng Xiaoyuan simultaneously bowed in respect. Xiao Chen, draped in white robes, turned to cast a glance at him and remarked coolly, "You are late." Gu Chuan retorted with a cold smirk, "The fact that I agreed to assist you already shows considerable regard. Do you truly expect me to act according to your whims? Mr. Xiao, Master Gu, I implore you to prioritize the greater good and refrain from internal discord at this critical juncture." Meng Xiaoyuan earnestly beseeched the two. When she had invited Gu Chuan, she had made it clear that this undertaking required adherence to Xiao Chen's leadership, yet Gu Chuan evidently resented this notion. "It is not my intention to incite discord, but rather this young man lacks proper decorum," Gu Chuan retorted coldly. "Why must you submit to this lad? How old is he? I refuse to believe he can cure the ailment that has left even Dr. Huang at a loss." Meng Xiaoyuan responded, "Master Gu, I have faith that Mr. Xiao is indeed capable. He asserts that the affliction afflicting the elder is not a disease but rather the result of poison." "Poison?" Gu Chuan's gaze flickered. "Indeed, Mr. Xiao claims that this poison is beyond the reach of conventional medicine. Not even the renowned physician Lin Xingqiang could remedy it." "Ha! You truly believe such nonsense?" Gu Chuan erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with disdain. "There is no requirement for you to believe." Xiao Chen, growing weary of Gu Chuan's demeanor, replied coldly, "If you are unwilling, you may leave. Your participation is not mandatory." "Humph." Gu Chuan snorted dismissively, "Without me, you would likely struggle to even enter the Ho family gates." Ho Qing-song, in a state of urgency, interjected, "Mr. Xiao, Ho Yuan has certainly prepared extensively. He will not permit our easy entry. Without Master Ji's assistance, we may. One more word, and I suggest you depart." Xiao Chen's tone brooked no argument. He intended to treat Hualin, and the process should not be disrupted. Having Gu Chuan to safeguard him seemed a prudent choice, which is why he had initially refrained from refusal. However, Gu Chuan's attitude had become intolerable, prompting a change of heart. "You arrogant child, you are exceedingly presumptuous." Gu Chuan ceded. "Initially, I took your youth into consideration and, out of respect for my status, chose not to hold you accountable. Yet your repeated provocations compel me to teach you a lesson. A master must not be insulted. Even if the renowned healer Lin Xingqiang were to personally arrive, he would still afford Gu Chuan a modicum of respect, as they were peers. What significance did Xiao Chen hold? Even if he possessed some medical prowess capable of curing Hualin's ailment, he had no right to provoke the ire of a master repeatedly. Watch the fist." Gu Chuan launched a punch toward Xiao Chen. The speed of a master is astonishing. Ho Qing-song and Meng Xiaoyuan wished to intervene, but they were far too late. Helplessly watching as Gu Chuan's fist hurtled toward Xiao Chen's form. Although Gu Chuan bore no intent to kill and merely sought to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, the power behind a master's strike was not something an internal energy practitioner could withstand. Ho Qing-song could already foresee Xiao Chen's grim fate and felt an unsettling dread. What if Xiao Chen, in a fit of anger, refused to treat his father? However, reality proved his concerns to be excessive. At the moment Gu Chuan's fist made contact with Xiao Chen's body, there was no sensation of impact as anticipated. It felt as though his punch had struck mere air, or perhaps his fist had passed through Xiao Chen entirely. An afterimage. After a moment of shock, Gu Chuan turned abruptly. Xiao Chen had somehow appeared behind him, facing away. This silhouette exuded an air of unparalleled arrogance. As if the distance between man and deity was one to be gazed upon, yet never approached. When did this occur? Guchuan could not comprehend it. How could a practitioner of innate mastery fail to discern the movements of a mere youth? Xiao Chen tilted his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance, and indifferently remarked. You couldn't even strike me while standing still, yet you think you can teach me a lesson. Guchuan, incensed by these words, shouted in fury, nonsense. I am an innate master, do you dare to belittle me? Xiao Chen retorted with cold derision, is being innate so impressive? Just recently, I casually dispatched 2 of your kind. Upon hearing this, Guchuan was momentarily taken aback. Huo Qingsong and Meng Xiaoyuan were equally astounded. Xiao Chen had recently slain innate masters. 2 of them, no less. Impossible. Do you think such absurd claims can intimidate me? Guchuan forcibly suppressed the irrational fear rising within him, concentrating his internal energy into a singular point. Since you have spoken such brash words, let us see if you can withstand this strike. An innate master wields internal energy with utmost precision, taking lives from a distance as effortlessly as plucking fruit. The reason he had initially used his fist against Xiao Chen was fear of miscalculating his strength and inadvertently killing him. But in this moment, Guchuan held nothing back. Slash. His internal energy transformed into a blade, cutting through the air. Guchuan was confident this strike could sever steel as if it were bat tofu. How could Xiao Chen's flesh and blood withstand such power? Yet, this confidence did not endure for long. The next scene made him question his very existence. Xiao Chen remained turned away, showing no sign of movement, allowing the energy blade to strike him. Whoosh! A mysterious force enveloped Xiao Chen, accompanied by flickering lightning, appearing both present and elusive. Bang! In a flash of brilliance, the energy blade was unexpectedly repelled, dissipating into nothingness. Xiao Chen emerged unscathed. Innate vigor. Guchuan and Huo Qingsong exclaimed in unison, utterly astonished. Meng Xiaoyuan, appearing somewhat dazed, inquired, Qingsong, what is innate vigor? Huo Qingsong steadied his heart and elucidated, in truth, there exists a distinction between innate martial artists and innate masters, particularly in the 4 realms of innate cultivation. The 4 realms of innate cultivation. Meng Xiaoyuan, whose understanding of martial arts pales in comparison to Huo Qingsong's, was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the majority of individuals perceive innate martial artists to be merely at the first realm of innate cultivation, known as transformation of strength. Huo Qingsong continued with measured tones, the second realm of innate cultivation is known as the realm of Gang Qi. It involves refining innate Gang energy. Impervious to blades and bullets, unscathed by fire and water, capable of traversing wind and waves, far surpassing the transformation of strength. Far surpassing the transformation of strength. Meng Xiaoyuan felt a profound shock within her. Guchuan was merely at the transformation of strength, while Xiao Chen was at the realm of Gang Qi. This implied that Xiao Chen's prowess eclipsed Guchuan's by a considerable margin. His apparent indifference towards Guchuan was not due to sluggishness, but rather that Guchuan, being an innate martial artist, simply did not warrant his attention. A master of Gang Qi, you are indeed a master of Gang Qi. Guchuan's complexion turned ashen as he stared at Xiao Chen in terror, unable to accept this revelation. How could there be another master of Gang Qi in Jiangnan province? Apart from the president of the Star Martial Association, especially one so youthful. Why had he never heard of this before? Was this the end of it? Xiao Chen finally turned around, his expression icy as he regarded Guchuan. Despite the absence of any overt aura, Guchuan felt as though he were engulfed by a tempest, experiencing an indescribable fear. What do you intend? Guchuan, accustomed to pride and arrogance, remained obstinate, still harboring a sliver of hope. After dedicating over 50 years to his cultivation, how could a mere youth of 18 or 19 surpass him? Surely, it was an illusion or mere coincidence. Once more, I shall deliver a strike. With a deep shout, Guchuan clasped his hands together, unleashing a more formidable illusory sword towards Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened, and it appeared as though an invisible force coalesced in the air. Clang! Before the illusory sword could even touch Xiao Chen, it was obliterated into nothingness. Guchuan was struck with astonishment, the last vestige of his hope vanishing. Xiao Chen was indeed a master of Gang Qi, far beyond his ability to contend with. Please spare me, noble sir. I am but a fool who failed to recognize your greatness as a master of Gang Qi. Gu Chuan bowed deeply, trembling. In Jiangnan province, innate martial artists were exceedingly rare. He had always donned a title that commanded respect wherever he went, becoming accustomed to arrogance. Yet, unexpectedly, a master of Gang Qi had emerged today, and he had clashed with him. Truly, this was an inauspicious turn of events. Xiao Chen regarded Gu Chuan coldly. I had no intention of harming you earlier, but why did you unleash a second strike? A minor transgression could be forgiven, provided one's attitude in acknowledging the mistake is sincere. However, Gu Chuan, having failed with one punch and one sword, remained undeterred and attempted a second strike. This had already exceeded the limits of Xiao Chen's tolerance. I pride myself on fairness. You have made 3 attempts, thus I shall now deliver a sword strike upon you. Should you be able to withstand it, I shall not hold it against you. Gu Chuan was taken aback by these words. Though he was confident in his ability to withstand a strike from a master of the essence of Qi without succumbing to death, he anticipated at least sustaining severe injuries. Wait, I am an elder of the Star Martial Association, and our president, like you, is a master of the essence of Qi. Gu Chuan endeavored to articulate all the threats he could muster against Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen paid no heed, interrupting him by raising his hand and delivering a swift strike. The sword seemed to be wielded carelessly, lacking any prior build-up, yet it struck instantaneously. Observing this, Gu Chuan let out a slight sigh of relief. While he could not match a master of the essence of Qi, he believed he could withstand such a casual attack by exerting all his strength. Yet soon, an inexplicable tremor gripped his heart, a surge of terror. No words could escape his lips as he was engulfed by the sudden expansion of the immense sword's might. Boom! Under the colossal pressure, Gu Chuan was reduced to naught but an insect, his flesh, bones, and soul annihilated in a single blow. Simultaneously, a small pavilion behind Gu Chuan crumbled under the weight of the sword's force, leaving only ruins in its wake. Nearby, Huo Qingsong and Meng Xiaoyuan gaped in horror. A congenital master is of such high esteem that the 3 great families regard them as honored guests. Yet now, this renowned congenital master from Jiangnan province, Gu Chuan, had been effortlessly slain by Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, not Master Xiao, this. Huo Qingsong stammered, trembling. Xiao Chen cast a glance at him and spoke coolly. Do you still wish to save your father? Yes, of course. Huo Qingsong replied without a moment's hesitation. Despite the earth-shattering nature of Xiao Chen's actions, which could potentially incite great turmoil, the immediate priority was to rescue his father. Very well, then you shall enter your father's room now. Huh? Alone? Huo Qingsong was momentarily taken aback. Certainly, you alone will suffice. As the words fell, Xiao Chen placed a hand upon Huo Qingsong, channeling internal energy into him. In an instant, Huo Qingsong found himself propelled outward involuntarily. Master Xiao. Meng Xiaoyuan gasped in alarm. Do not panic. Xiao Chen replied calmly. He then waved his hand, conjuring a chair and an ancient guzheng out of thin air. Meng Xiaoyuan's complexion changed again. She had witnessed objects being summoned from afar, but this was utterly astonishing. It was nothing short of divine magic. Moreover, given the circumstances, was he about to play music? Observe in silence and remember not to make a sound. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Chen closed his eyes, employing his divine awareness to scan the surroundings, attuned to all sounds. Simultaneously, he invoked the primordial power of the Emperor's transformation technique for the first time, his hands poised over the strings of the guzheng. The 6 parts of true martial melody. Huo Qingsong, an ordinary person untrained in internal energy, experienced the sensation of flight, the breathtaking thrill. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's control over his strength was impeccable, and he landed safely in the courtyard of the Huo family after descending from the heights. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm blared. Someone had intruded. Report to the master. The Huo family was surrounded by surveillance cameras and alarm systems, and Huo Qingsong was detected the moment he entered the courtyard. Soon, a throng of security personnel converged upon him. Second master. The guards exchanged glances at Huo Qingsong, uncertain of how to proceed. Huo Qingsong was filled with anxiety as he shouted, Are you all plotting a rebellion? Get away from me. Second master. The elder brother has given orders that no one is permitted to enter during this period. The security guards showed no signs of retreat. You scoundrels! I will have you dismissed. Hark, second brother, what a temper you have. Huo Yuan arrived with a group of men in a flurry. This entourage, clad in black and armed with steel blades, bore an ominous silence, exuding an air of menace. Clearly, they were not ordinary security personnel or bodyguards, but rather elite assassins. Huo Yuan, what do you mean by this? Am I not even allowed to see further? Huo Qingsong barked in anger. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan's gaze swept past Huo Qingsong, not spotting anyone else, which stirred a hint of confusion within him. He had prepared meticulously, primarily to guard against any incursions from Xiao Chen and Gu Chuan who might disrupt his plans. However, seeing only Huo Qingsong present left him perplexed. Second brother. Father is in a condition that requires rest and should not be disturbed. You ought to leave. Although Huo Qingsong alone was unlikely to cause much trouble, Huo Yuan was not inclined to allow him entry just to be safe. Naturally, Huo Qingsong was unwilling to leave so easily. Yet he felt powerless against such a large number of adversaries. He had always focused on company matters, managing the economic lifeline of the Huo family. In contrast, Huo Yuan, who appeared to have accomplished little, was secretly amassing power, making it impossible for Huo Qingsong to contend with him. In the midst of this tense standoff, a melody suddenly floated through the air. The music was soothing and enchanting, yet in this moment no one had the leisure to appreciate it. So, you were indeed prepared. Huo Yuan remarked with a cold smirk, his tone dripping with disdain. I am curious, who is the esteemed individual you invited? That they still have the leisure to play the chin? Perhaps to liven the atmosphere. As if in response to Huo Yuan's words, the voice resonated from above, seemingly descending from the heavens. To slay a formidable warrior is worthy of crafting a legend. Yet, to slaughter a swarm of ants merely adds a touch of merriment. As the words fell, the melody shifted abruptly, its tempo transforming into something unpredictable and enigmatic. Realizing the atmosphere had turned perilous, Huo Yuan's expression changed. And he suddenly pointed at Huo Qingsong, shouting, "Seize him." The black-clad men behind him drew their blades in unison and charged toward Huo Qingsong. However, after only a few steps, they froze in place as if entranced, unable to move. Fear flashed across the faces of both Huo Yuan and the black-clad assassins. In that moment, it felt as if their bodies were no longer under their control, with every cell within them pulsating to the rhythm of the chin. As Huo Qingsong stood bewildered, the voice whispered in his ear, "You need not concern yourself with them, proceed directly to your father's room." Huo Qingsong glanced back at the immobilized Huo Yuan and the others, suppressing his astonishment, before turning and hastening towards the interior of the house. Ascending the stairs, he turned left and right, swiftly arriving at Huo Lin's room. Who goes there? 6 internal strength experts stationed there detected the disturbance and rushed over with remarkable speed. Oh. It is the second master. What brings you here at this late hour? The 6 recognized Huo Qingsong, but their demeanor was anything but respectful, or rather, it bore a hint of mocking amusement. Step aside, I must see my father. Huo Qingsong spoke in a low voice. The 6 individuals before him were external masters recruited by the Huo family, and although he had often treated them poorly, they now appeared to be unwaveringly loyal to Huo Yuan. Our second master, the elder, has commanded that you cannot enter here, please stand back. One of them replied. Indeed. If we were to allow you in, it would incur the elder's wrath, and we cannot bear such consequences. Huo Qingsong, upon hearing this, exclaimed in anger, "You ungrateful wretches. How can the second master say such things? Is the elder not a member of the Huo family? Our loyalty to him does not violate our original promise." One of them approached Huo Qingsong with a smirk. "Second master, if you insist on arguing with us, we may be compelled to resort to unfriendly measures. Should you happen to be harmed, we ask for your understanding." Huo Qingsong instinctively took a few steps back. Before these internal strength warriors, he felt as defenseless as an infant. Just then, a sound echoed through the air. A piercing note from a zither resonated, akin to a vengeful spirit demanding a life. Without form, yet devoid of mercy. The 6 internal strength masters simultaneously let out a cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground, spewing blood as if they were about to expel their very organs. Yet, before they could finish, they suddenly fell flat, eerily lifeless. Ho Yuan watched this scene unfold, a flicker of terror igniting within him. Xiao Chen must still be atop that high building, controlling everything with the music of his zither. The haunting melody immobilized bodies. The lethal sound was invisible. What a terrifying skill. However, he understood the urgency of the situation and did not linger, directly breaking into his father's room. Ho Lin lay there as usual, quietly on the bed, his face ashen and motionless. Mr. Xiao, what should I do now? Ho Qingsong attempted to inquire, uncertain if Xiao Chen could hear him. You must press your finger against your father's Bai Hui acupuncture point, came the response in his ear. Bai Hui? Ho Qingsong paused, aware of the acupuncture point's existence but rarely mindful of it. He hesitated, afraid that even the slightest miscalculation could lead to disastrous consequences. At that moment, the zither's melody filled his ears. The soul capture melody. This enchanting piece, woven with mystical sound, ensnared the soul. Before he could react, his consciousness was overtaken by a mysterious force. Bang! Under the influence of the melody, Ho Qingsong slammed his palm against the edge of the bed with tremendous force. To his astonishment, the unconscious Ho Lin began to levitate, swirling in midair. Bai Hui. With a single finger, he pointed, and radiant starlight flickered, channeling energy into the Bai Hui point. Simultaneously, the melody transformed once more, surging like a tumultuous wave. The dormant cells within Ho Lin's body were stimulated, awakening from their slumber. Likewise, the minuscule parasites hidden within him responded to the melody, entering a frenzy. In no time, Ho Lin's skin erupted with rashes and crimson blisters. These parasites could not be expelled by medicinal means, yet Xiao Chen's zither could lure them out, coaxing them to emerge. Elsewhere, in a sealed room, a dwarf sat cross-legged on the bed, a jar of parasites floating before him. Indeed, there is some method to this. He can influence my bloodthirsty heart-devouring parasites with music. The dwarf expressed his admiration. Using melodic therapy to counteract poison, this method was, even to his vast knowledge, unprecedented. However, no matter how transcendent your abilities, in the end, all efforts may come to naught. The heart-binding mother-child goo, as long as the mother goo remains alive, the child goo shall never perish, continuously thriving. The dwarf chuckled coldly. He then summoned malevolent energy with both hands, awakening the mother goo, which emanated an eerie green glow. Just at that moment, a resounding voice echoed, solemn and sacred, reverberating through the heavens. The vast sky above and the boundless earth below, each person harbors their own aspirations, what can one fathom? The fox deity and the mouse saint. Thinly veiled against the wall, who would dare withstand the thunderbolt? A crackle. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning rent the night sky, instantly piercing through the rooftop, striking the goo-rearing vessel before the dwarf. Boom. The vessel shattered in response. How could this be possible? With a gasp, the dwarf was struck by backlash, spewing forth blood and collapsing to the ground. High above, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes, his demeanor relaxed. With the mother goo extinguished, only the final procedure remained. As the words left his lips, his hands moved swiftly, akin to countless phantoms, causing the melody to change once more. The Imperial Heavenly Six Melodies. Within the room, Ho Qingsong, compelled by the music, felt an inexhaustible power surging within him. The Imperial Heavenly Six Melodies. 6 distinct tones, 6 unique techniques, each wielding different forms of power. When fused, they would manifest an endless variety. Previously, Xiao Chen had remarked to Lin Shening that the Shenyang 9 needles were not a particularly sophisticated technique. Not mere boasting. The Imperial Heavenly Six Melodies, in every aspect, far surpassed the Shenyang 9 needles. Ho Qingsong's movements were remarkably swift, conjuring countless hand shadows, frequently directing them at Ho Lin. With the mother goose demise, swarms of small, directionless larvae emerged from Ho Lin's paws, subsequently eradicated by the music, transforming into filth and falling away. Soon, the goo poison within Ho Lin was largely purged. At that moment, the music ceased. Ho Qingsong awakened from his trance. Feeling an overwhelming wave of fatigue, stars dancing before his eyes, he stumbled and fell to the ground. What transpired? Struggling to rise, Ho Qingsong realized that everything that had just occurred was beyond his control, rendering him a mere passive participant. Just then, Ho Lin, whose complexion was gradually regaining its rosy hue, opened his eyes. "Father, you are finally awake?" Huo Qingsong was filled with joy, tears of excitement brimming. "Qingsong." Huolin appeared bewildered, inquiring what happened. "Forget about the eldest brother for now, father, we must leave this place, it is perilous." Huo Qingsong assisted Huolin to his feet. He, too, felt utterly drained, unable to carry Huolin. The two leaned on each other, laboriously making their way to the door. However, Huo Yuan and Huo Wenkai, accompanied by a throng of individuals, obstructed their path. "Father, you are awake?" Huo Wenkai was astonished. "You beasts, what do you intend to do?" Huolin glared at Huo Wenkai and Huo Yuan, his face trembling with anger. "Father, I heard from the eldest brother that the second brother, under the influence of a demon, intends to harm you." Huo Wenkai's tone was somewhat feeble, as he sensed that something was amiss. "Wenkai, who is truly under the influence of others? Is it not evident now?" Huo Qingsong retorted, exasperated. "I had always said that Mr. Xiao could save father, yet you did not believe it, nearly jeopardizing the opportunity for treatment." However, the elder brother exclaimed, "Elder brother, you disregard our father's safety and still trust him." Huo Qingsong retorted furiously, "If he conspired with outsiders to harm our father, would he divulge the truth to you?" Huo Wenkai, taken aback, turned to Huo Yuan, disbelief etched on his face. "Elder brother, is what the second brother said true?" Huo Yuan replied coldly, "Wenkai, your second brother is the true culprit. There exists a type of poison in mahjong that can manipulate a person's mind. Our father is already under its control and has lost his senses. Step aside quickly." "Scoundrel, what are you saying?" Huolin nearly spat blood in rage. "Umph. I am too weary to indulge you in further discourse. Senior Mu, I implore you to reveal yourself." With Huo Yuan's bow, three shadows emerged from the darkness. Unmistakably the masters of the blood list, one innate and two half-innate. The leading innate man sneered, "Huo Yuan, you summoned us to deal with Gu Chuan. Yet he has not arrived. Is our intervention still required?" "Senior Mu, the situation has changed. Although Huo Qingsong stands alone, he has formidable allies in the shadows. His music can control minds." "Ha! Music is but a trivial art. Your minds are ensnared, which merely indicates your lack of finesse and shallow cultivation." The Musanem innate man dismissed disdainfully. After entering the innate realm, he had come to rely solely on his own strength, holding all other paths in contempt. The sorcery of the dwarf was trifling, as was the music from earlier, both unworthy of his regard. At that moment, the music resonated once more, stirring the heart and soul, evoking a fervor within. The true energy surged, scattering the stagnant air, while the essence of Fushi enveloped the heavens. A resounding voice echoed, reverberating with a force that stirred the very elements, causing the scene to erupt with a tempest, as the world dimmed in astonishment. Initially startled, the Musanem man soon broke free from his constraints, bellowing, fooling around with illusions. "If you possess any skill, reveal yourself." "Reveal myself? Are you worthy?" came the scornful retort, followed by a music that shook the heavens and earth. The strings transformed into an ethereal sound, resonating with the essence of the Dao. The cosmos lay within the fingertips, a magnificent surge, known as the Fushi celestial sound. Clang! With a snap of the string, it felt as though the universe had turned upside down, the very fabric of reality trembling, a horrifying vision flashing through everyone's mind. Yet, as the music ceased abruptly, all phenomena came to an end. For a moment, the world fell silent, enveloped in an eerie stillness. The mortal strings, after all, could bear only so much weight. On the high tower, Xiao Chen gazed at the broken string in his hand, letting out a melancholic sigh. "However, to eliminate you is still sufficient." As if to validate Xiao Chen's statement, the next moment, the Musanem man and the two half-innate masters felt their pupils constrict, their bodies seemingly torn apart by an unseen force, to flesh and blood disintegrating. In an instant, their forms vanished entirely. The annihilation of one innate and two half-innate masters left the gathered crowd in utter shock, particularly Huo Yuan, whose heart was now gripped by an inescapable dread. These were the three formidable blood list masters he had summoned at great expense, initially intended to confront Gu Chuan. Yet now, they had perished without even laying eyes on their adversary. The scene was fraught with tension as black-clad assassins and security personnel, paralyzed by fear, discarded their weapons and knelt trembling on the ground. "Spare me," the esteemed head of the family. Huo Yuan lay prostrate, utterly drained of strength and sanity. Years of meticulous scheming had culminated in a swift and devastating defeat. Yet, he understood that it was not a deficiency of his own abilities that led to this downfall, but rather the encounter with an insurmountable adversary. That high school student whom everyone scorned possessed an astonishing prowess. Although he had anticipated the situation and taken precautions, the overwhelming disparity in power was insurmountable. "It's nearly over," Xiao Chen exhaled. This time, he had utilized the primal force of the royal transformation immortal technique through the resonance of the Guqin, a considerable drain on his resources. Such a method would be unnecessary in the future. He vowed never to employ it again. His gaze fell once more upon the Guqin. Though of exceptional quality by earthly standards, it was merely an ordinary instrument, devoid of any spiritual or celestial attributes. Despite his efforts to maintain the strings with true energy while suppressing the formidable power of the Fushi divine resonance, the strings ultimately could not withstand the strain and snapped at the final moment. However, this outcome was entirely expected. Speaking of the Fushi divine resonance, it was not an original creation of his own. In his ascension to the rank of Immortal Emperor and during his voyages through the cosmos, he had traversed various realms, including both lower mortal worlds and exalted celestial domains. On one hand, he honed his heart through mortal experiences, on the other, he encountered many phenomena previously unknown to him, such as the Fushi divine resonance. Although the creator of this technique was inferior in cultivation to him, he could not deny the merit of this transcendent skill. Thus, he employed the royal transformation immortal technique to evolve the Fushi divine resonance, thereby enhancing his understanding of the art of the Guqin. "Mr. Xiao," Meng Xiaoyuan tentatively called out. Xiao Chen replied, "The situation is nearly resolved, and your grandfather's ailment has been cured." "Really?" Though Meng Xiaoyuan observed a crowd below, the distance rendered them indistinct, and she could not discern the details, lacking the extraordinary abilities of Xiao Chen. "Of course, I shall escort you down." With a swift motion, Xiao Chen rose and propelled her forward. In the next moment, Meng Xiaoyuan plummeted from the heights, landing gracefully in the courtyard of the Huo family. Akin to Huo Qingsong earlier, "There seems to be a remnant," he murmured as his figure vanished from sight. The dwarf, having only fainted due to the backlash of his life-bound curse and not struck by lightning, regained consciousness after a brief period. What had transpired? He stifled his injuries, bewilderment flooding his mind. Had that bolt of lightning been mere coincidence or drawn forth by the Guqin's resonance? If the music alone could summon lightning, it would be an unfathomable terror akin to divine sorcery. He could no longer afford to linger, escape was imperative. The dwarf, disregarding Huo Yuan and his plans against the Huo family, prioritized his survival above all else. However, just as he prepared to flee, a flash of white intercepted his path. "Did you truly think you could live so easily?" the figure in white queried. "Who are you, and why do you block my way?" the dwarf exclaimed in astonishment. "And who do you believe I am?" Xiao Chen retorted. The dwarf fixed his gaze upon Xiao Chen, noticing that he remained with his back turned. Suddenly, he unleashed a surge of malevolent energy. "No matter who you are, I shall slay you first," he declared, invoking the sinister technique of the underworld claw. His fingers morphed into claws as the dark energy coalesced, aiming to grasp at Xiao Chen's back. The force of this attack was formidable enough to rival the full strength of a seasoned martial artist. However, as he drew near, the flash of divine light erupted. Bang! A mysterious power enveloped Xiao Chen, repelling the malevolence, and the dwarf was instantly flung away. "It seems your strength is rather ordinary, rendering my efforts futile." Xiao Chen remained unmoved, conjuring a beam of sword light with a mere gesture. The dwarf, in a state of panic, cried out, "Senior, spare my life. I am from the 10,000 Poison sect." Whoosh! The sword light struck, piercing through the dwarf's body before exploding into a violent burst. With the decline of the Jade Xiao sect, even the most insignificant factions dared to rise. Xiao Chen had never heard of the 10,000 Poison sect and deemed it unworthy of concern. Yet, he understood that without the suppression of the Jade Xiao sect, the ancient martial forces of Huoxiao would run rampant, leading to chaos. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the Huo family, Xiao Chen found Huo Lin, Huo Qingsong, and Meng Xiaoyuan already in control of the situation, having bound Huo Yuan. In truth, Huo Yuan was a formidable opponent had he chosen to resist. Huo Qingsong would have been at a disadvantage. However, Huo Yuan had evidently succumbed to despair, showing no intention to fight back. Mr. Xiao, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Huo Lin bowed in gratitude, reflecting on the past. When he journeyed to Lon City to pay homage at the temple, he had met Xiao Chen during a leisurely stroll, mistakenly believing him to be a down-and-out student, and had treated him to a meal. Perhaps it was that simple act of kindness that prompted Xiao Chen to come to his aid today. After all, someone of Xiao Chen's caliber had long since transcended the allure of wealth and power. Xiao Chen waved his hand dismissively. Though your poison has been purged, your body remains frail and requires careful recuperation. While inside, to have salvaged my life is already a stroke of fortune. As for Huo Yuan and the others, this is your private matter. How you choose to handle it is your prerogative. However, do not forget the promise Huo Qingsong made to me. Huo Qingsong promptly assured him. Rest assured, sir, that matter will be handled properly. Xiao Chen nodded and, with a sudden flick of his fingers, sent a wave of energy crashing into Huo Yuan. Huo Yuan screamed in agony, collapsing into unconsciousness. I have rendered his dark powers ineffective to prevent further chaos. You may deal with him at your leisure. With that, Xiao Chen departed from the Huo residence. He had no interest in the forthcoming purges within the family. Yet, a shadow of doubt lingered in his mind. How could the Huo family's strength possibly fall short of the Xia family in ancient City, yet still be counted among the 3 prominent families of Jiangnan province? There must be some hidden intricacies at play. Qingsong, what promise did you make to Mr. Xiao? Huo Lin inquired after Xiao Chen's departure. Huo Qingsong replied candidly, it pertains to the villa atop Mingwei Mountain, which was recently acquired by the Ouyang family. Regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Zhao's demands must be fulfilled. Huo Lin affirmed. Fear not, father, I will ensure that we reach an agreement with them. Huo Lin had unwavering faith in Huo Qingsong's business acumen, otherwise, he would not have entrusted the family enterprise entirely to him. It is solely this decision that has incited the jealousy of Huo Yuan, leading to today's calamity. The matter concerning the villa is trivial, but the issue regarding Master Gu Chuan is of significant gravity. Meng Xiaoyuan suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Huo Qingsong's expression also shifted. Huo Lin inquired, Master Gu Chuan, what has happened to him? He fought with Mr. Xiao and was killed. What? Huo Lin was taken aback. Although Xiao Chen had just dispatched the 3 black-clad individuals summoned by Huo Yuan with his musical prowess, they remained unaware of the strength of those individuals. However, Gu Chuan was an entirely different matter. He was quite prominent in Jiangnan province, frequently attending various events, and the 3 prominent families revered him as an esteemed guest. His title as a congenital master had been corroborated by numerous sources, endowing him with immense influence. The fact that Xiao Chen had slain him could not simply be brushed aside with a few words. In any case, we must strive to keep this news concealed, preventing the Xingwu Association from discovering it, otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Indeed, we have no choice but to proceed in this manner for now. Huo Qingsong sighed. The Xingwu Association is not limited to just Gu Chuan as a congenital elder, they also have their president, who is reputed as the most formidable expert in Jiangnan province. Moreover, he is currently the only non-congenital second-stage master possessing formidable prowess in the province. The Ouyang family holds a status in Jiangnan akin to that of the Xia family in Lonning City. They belong to the realm of affluent families. Having risen rapidly and amassed significant wealth, yet they lack the profound heritage of the long-established families. On that day, Ouyang Hong had just arrived at the office when he received a phone call. Mr. Ouyang, this is Huo Qingsong from the Huo family. I would like to discuss a matter with you. Ruan Xiaoqian had eagerly moved into the villa the previous day. The Ruan family is only considered a lower-middle family in Jiangnan province, and residing in such a prestigious villa had previously been nothing more than a dream for her. Now, that dream had finally materialized. In a few days, I will host a grand banquet here, inviting friends and classmates. Ruan Xiaoqian mused with delight. Ouyang was her senior, and countless girls at school harbored secret affections for him, yet he ultimately chose her. Surely, they would be consumed by jealousy. A smile curved her lips. If not now, when would she flaunt her fortune? Imagining the envious and jealous expressions of her friends and classmates filled her with a sense of indescribable excitement and accomplishment. She picked up her phone to call her boyfriend Ouyang Yu, only to discover that her phone was dead. Never mind. I shall venture out to have some fun on my own. Leaving her phone in her room to charge, Xiao Chen made her way downstairs, eager to explore. The villa was vast, and there were many areas she had yet to visit. Before long, she arrived at the edge of the swimming pool, where she spotted a familiar figure. Is that you? Xiao Chen recognized the youth standing by the poolside. It was the rustic boy she had seen loitering outside the villa 2 days prior. You are indeed a thief, Xiao Chen exclaimed with indignation. How did you get in here? Do you dare to say I want to call the police? Xiao Chen responded calmly, I am not a thief. Xiao Chen scoffed. Are you trying to deceive me? There are security guards here, do you dare to claim that you did not sneak in to steal something? Firstly, I entered openly and without guile. Secondly, I am not here to steal, I merely came to browse. Browse? Do you think this is your local market? Xiao Chen remarked, exasperated. Do you have any idea how much a square meter costs here? I do, I remember you mentioning it last time, which makes me rather envious. Xiao Chen sighed, expressing that living alone in such a spacious abode must grant one great freedom. Xiao Chen retorted, this is not something you can envy. Why do you think I cannot? Have you lost your mind? Is this a place you can afford to reside in? That remains to be seen, I believe this place suits me well. And perhaps I shall live here in the future. At this, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed, if you live here, where will I stay? Xiao Chen cast a glance at her and said, I just happened to glance at the contract your boyfriend signed, it seems your name was not mentioned. And I doubt it will appear on the property deed either. Xiao Chen instinctively replied, Yugu and I have not yet married, and once we do, naturally, my name will be added, so why do you concern yourself with this? However, she quickly sensed something amiss. You've seen the contract. When? Where? Xiao Chen replied. Just now, but that old contract has already been torn up, they should be processing a new one now. What? Xiao Chen was momentarily stunned. Yet, it wasn't long before she dismissed this as nonsense, believing Xiao Chen was lying, and thus her lips curled into a cold smile. Who do you think you are fooling? Contracts don't simply get torn up like that, it's not so simple. Xiao Chen remained silent, for there was no need to respond. At that moment, Huo Qingsong jogged over, presenting a contract document to Xiao Chen with respect, Mr. Xiao. The basic procedures have been completed, I just need your signature on the contract. Xiao Chen accepted the document and swiftly signed it. However, the name inscribed was not Xiao Chen, but Xiao Yufei. Huo Qingsong, observing this, said nothing, as he was aware of the relationship between Xiao Chen and Xiao Yufei. Hey! Who are you? How did you get in here, and what contract are you signing? Xiao Chen finally realized something was amiss and questioned loudly. Mr. Xiao. Who is this young lady? Huo Qingsong inquired of Xiao Chen. He did not recognize Xiao Chen and, fearing any connection between her and Xiao Chen, did not dare to be dismissive. Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, I do not know her, perhaps she snuck in here to steal something. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen stared at Xiao Chen in disbelief, thinking, how much more shameless can you be? Huo Qingsong, enraged, exclaimed, how ridiculous. At such a young age, you choose to misbehave and come here to steal, do you believe I want to have security throw you out? Xiao Chen was seething with anger. She shouted. Who are you two? If you do not identify yourselves, I will call the police. Oh, go ahead and call, we'll be waiting. Huo Qingsong sneered. Are thieves so brazen these days, ready to call the police over a mere disagreement? Xiao Chen, why are you still here? At that moment, 2 men in suits approached, one after the other. Uncle Ouyang. Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise, what are you doing here? Ouyang Hong, with a stern expression, remarked, I still wish to inquire. Did you not inform you that you must vacate immediately? Why should I leave? Brother, you promised I could reside here. Because this villa now belongs to Mr. Xiao. Huo Qingsong replied calmly. Mr. Xiao. Xiao Chen suddenly froze, gazing incredulously at Xiao Chen. Are you referring to him? Huo Qingsong nodded affirmatively. Xiao Chen raised the contract in his hand, saying, I apologize, I originally had no particular interest in this villa, but after hearing your extravagant praises, I couldn't resist purchasing it for an experience. Such words were undeniably infuriating. A villa worth at least 200 million, bought merely for a fleeting experience. Impossible. Xiao Chen found it hard to accept. Previously, she had ridiculed Xiao Chen, claiming he was unsophisticated and a country bumpkin. Yet, here he was, having purchased the villa in the blink of an eye. What was this? Uncle Ouyang, why would you sell the villa? What will brother you and I do? Miss Ruan was perplexed. The Ouyang family had recently acquired the villa, and they were certainly not lacking in funds, why would they abruptly sell it? Ouyang Hong nodded coldly. Did you not inform you that he has already broken up with you? Broken up? This was, without a doubt, a thunderclap for Xiao Chen. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. She frantically rushed upstairs. Her phone had died. But could it be true that Ouyang Yu had indeed called or texted her to end their relationship? Mr. Xiao, I will ensure she departs. Ouyang Hong expressed his apologies to Xiao Chen. In truth, had it merely been Ho Ching Song asking for the villa, he might have declined. The Ouyang family, while perhaps not as powerful as the Ho family, did not need to cater to them. However, upon learning of Xiao Chen's status as an innate master, Ouyang Hong felt compelled to comply. To offend both the Ho family and an innate master would be exceedingly foolish. Moreover, he had always opposed his son's relationship with Xiao Chen and saw this as a perfect opportunity to facilitate their separation. Make it swift. And also withdraw all security personnel and servants. Xiao Chen preferred solitude for his cultivation. Understood. Ouyang Hong acquiesced. Why would an innate master like Xiao Chen require security? I shall take a stroll, I hope by the time I return, all will be in order. With that, Xiao Chen departed the villa. Having resolved matters with the Ho family, he had no intention of returning, as he had a place to stay. Of course, he was not particularly attached to the villa. His motivation for purchasing it was solely due to the superior environment of Mingye Mountain, which offered abundant spiritual energy conducive to cultivation. He called Xiao Yufei, providing a vague excuse that the situation here would take some time to resolve. Although Xiao Yufei was displeased, she had no choice but to acquiesce. After wandering outside for a while, he returned that evening to find the villa utterly deserted, devoid of any presence. While an ordinary person might be frightened in such solitude, Xiao Chen felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. From now on, whether in practice or in concocting spiritual herbs and elixirs, he would find it far more convenient. In recent days, Ho Ching Song has been preoccupied with caring for his father and managing the aftermath of Ho Yuan's affairs. Ho Yuan had secretly nurtured a considerable network of influence, including servants and security personnel. Most of the internal martial artists recruited by the Ho family were his subordinates, all of whom must be dealt with meticulously. As for Ho Yuan himself, they found it hard to punish him directly, so they could only send him to the police station to serve time in prison. On this particular day, Ho Lin's health had shown some improvement, and Ho Ching Song, along with Meng Xiaoyuan, was taking him for a stroll in the courtyard. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the Ho residence, followed by a figure who swiftly bypassed all defenses and landed before the trio. Upon seeing the visitor, Ho Lin's expression changed instantly, and he respectfully bowed, saying greetings, President Fan. Ho Ching Song and Meng Xiaoyuan also recognized the identity of the newcomer, Fan Nanxing, the president of the Star Martial Association and the foremost expert in Jiangnan province. A formidable innate second-stage master. Simultaneously, they realized that Fan Nanxing's purpose for coming was undoubtedly to demand accountability. The truth, after all, cannot be concealed indefinitely. Gu Chuan had been invited to the Ho residence by Meng Xiaoyuan 3 days prior, and many were aware of this development. If Fan Nanxing discovered that something had happened to Gu Chuan, he would undoubtedly turn his inquiries towards the Ho family. There was no way to hide the truth. Indeed, Fan Nanxing's expression was icy as he demanded, There is no need for pleasantries, I ask only one thing, where is Gu Chuan? We are unaware of Master Ji's whereabouts. Ho Ching Song attempted a final protest. Nonsense. Fan Nanxing retorted angrily, emanating an overwhelming aura that caused the air to thicken with tension. The three of them could scarcely bear it, beads of cold sweat forming as fear gripped their hearts, their bodies trembling in response to the terrifying presence of the innate master. President Fan, please cease. My father's health has just begun to recover, he cannot withstand such pressure. Huo Qingsong implored urgently. Unmoved, Fan Nongxing coldly insisted, I demand an answer, is Gu Chuan alive or dead? While Fan Nongxing might not have been fully aware of the events surrounding the Ho family's turmoil, he had certainly caught wind of certain developments in recent days. Coincidentally, Gu Chuan, who had been summoned to assist, had vanished, an occurrence the Ho family had desperately tried to conceal. It was not difficult to surmise that Gu Chuan was likely in grave danger. Master Gu has been killed. Huo Qingsong realized he could no longer hide the truth and confessed candidly. This revelation did not come as a surprise to Fan Nongxing. However, lack of surprise did not equate to lack of anger. Who did this? He inquired coldly. That person has done our whole family a favor. I cannot speak openly about it, Huo Qingsong replied, shaking his head. Do you think that by withholding information, I remain ignorant of everything? Fan Nongxing sneered. Meng Xiaoyuan, aware that Fan Nongxing had already obtained some information about Xiao Chen, quickly interjected, President Fan, indeed, Master Gu was at fault first, prompting Mr. Xiao to retaliate. Huo Qingsong added, indeed, Master Gu initiated the confrontation and was ultimately slain by Mr. Xiao. I believe Gu Chuan deserved his fate, wouldn't you agree? Not at all. Huo Qingsong fell silent, unable to speak further. I am well aware of Gu Chuan's character. Nevertheless, he was a member of the Star Martial Association. And as its president, I must seek justice on his behalf. Huo Qingsong tentatively inquired, does President Fan imply that martial artists possess their own means of resolving grievances? Tomorrow at noon, I shall await him at the Qinshui Pavilion 10 miles away. Should he fail to appear, there shall be no refuge for him in Huaxia. With that, Fan Nongxing leapt into the wind, vanishing like a spectre. Dad, President Fan's intent is to duel with Mr. Xiao, or what should we do? Huo Qingsong was uncertain. While inside, our family is powerless against the Xingwu Association. We must inform Mr. Xiao, he will make his own decision. Indeed, that seems the only course. Regardless of whether Xiao Chen chooses to fight or evade, conveying the message to him swiftly is undoubtedly the right approach. Before the majestic waterfall, Xiao Chen sat in tranquility. Absorbing the vastness akin to the Milky Way cascading from the heavens, his heart exceptionally composed. At this moment, a divine sword floated quietly in his mind. Imbued with an ineffable sacred essence. He was nurturing the sword, a celestial sword, a sword of imperial might. In his previous life, he had unleashed a strike that severed the essence of myriad beings. Though he could not yet reach that level again, he endeavored to recapture that feeling. The spirit nurturing technique had lost its efficacy for him, prompting him to cultivate the sword with his soul. Perhaps it ought to be renamed the soul sword cultivation technique. However, his meditation was short-lived as he soon heard Huo Qingsong's voice from afar. Mr. Xiao, I have finally located you. Huo Qingsong panted as he approached. Having failed to reach Xiao Chen by phone and finding no one at the villa, he had wandered for quite some time before deciding to check by the waterfall. Surprised, Xiao Chen slowly opened his eyes and asked, what brings you here in such haste? President Fan Nongxing of the Xingwu Association seeks you. The Xingwu Association. Xiao Chen momentarily struggled to recall. Huo Qingsong reminded him, Gu Chuan is an elder of the Xingwu Association. Or, he did mention it before his demise. Xiao Chen recollected. Huo Qingsong urged, Mr. Xiao, what should we do now? Is Fan Nongxing very formidable? Indeed, exceptionally so, he is the foremost expert in Zhongnan province. A master of the same caliber as yourself. Why did he not approach me directly but instead sent you to notify me? Huo Qingsong explained. He has summoned you for a duel tomorrow at noon at the Qinshui Pavilion. If you prevail, he will not pursue the matter further. How should I win? Even if he wished to pursue it, what could he do to me? Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly. However, the fact that he did not confront me directly demonstrates that he possesses far greater character than Gu Chuan. Then will Mr. Xiao attend the meeting tomorrow? Xiao Chen shook his head. I have no time to entertain his games. Engaging in a duel with him is less appealing than taking a nap at home. Huo Qingsong pondered, realizing such indifference might seem disrespectful. Xiao Chen then produced a jade pendant, tossing it to Huo Qingsong, saying, deliver this to him tomorrow. Let him shatter it as he wishes. Huo Qingsong examined the exquisitely crafted jade pendant in his hand, 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. He could not grasp Xiao Chen's intent. Yet, out of respect and trust for Xiao Chen, he acquiesced with reverence. In the outskirts of Jiangnan, the shimmering Qingshui River stretched for 10 miles. By the riverbank stood a pavilion, providing shelter from the rain. At noon today, within the pavilion, a solitary figure stood. Clad in a long gown, hands clasped behind his back. Although he exuded no discernible aura, an air of intimidation surrounded him. Chairman Fan Ho Chingsong rushed in, panting heavily. For the past few days, he had been akin to a messenger, exhausting himself with each errand. However, he had no choice. He could not afford to offend either Xiao Chen or Fan Nongxing. Sending someone else to deliver messages seemed disrespectful, provoking potential ire. So he had to undertake the task himself. Fan Nongxing turned around, and upon seeing only Ho Chingsong, his expression darkened. "Where is that young man?" he inquired. "Mr. Xiao said he had no time," Ho Chingsong gasped. "Nonsense." Fan Nongxing erupted with fury. He had initially hoped that if Xiao Chen could attend the meeting, provide an explanation, or engage in a serious contest, the matter could be resolved amicably. Yet, he had never anticipated that Xiao Chen would act so arrogantly, claiming to be too busy. "Chairman Fan, please do not be angry. Mr. Xiao has sent something for you." "What is it?" "This." Ho Chingsong produced a jade pendant and handed it to Fan Nongxing. "A jade pendant?" Fan Nongxing frowned. "Could it be that he intended to bribe me with this?" "Mr. Xiao instructed me to ask you to crush the pendant." Without hesitation, Fan Nongxing applied force with his fingers and suddenly crushed it. With a crack, the pendant disintegrated into a fine powder. However, almost immediately, a brilliant light flashed, and a formidable power emanated. Boom! Ho Chingsong was the first to be thrown back, though fortunately, he was not gravely injured. "Heavens!" Ho Chingsong exclaimed in terror as he turned to flee. Fan Nongxing also took a few steps back, but he would not retreat. Instead, he faced the challenge head-on. "Such a tactic to drive me away? A foolish dream." Anger surged within him. Xiao Chen's actions were a blatant display of contempt. By failing to attend the meeting and concealing a force within the jade pendant, he believed he could intimidate him. What a jest! With a flick of his sleeve, he summoned his inner energy, creating a strong gust of wind that swept toward the radiant light. Boom! The two forces collided, the white light seemingly repelled. Yet it did not dissipate, instead it surged skyward. Suddenly, a glowing sword materialized, floating in the air, emanating a chilling intent to kill. Fan Nongxing furrowed his brow, a look of vigilance dawning upon him. Could it be that this was more than just a mere force? Whoosh! The sword, as if possessing its own consciousness, locked onto Fan Nongxing, descending with formidable momentum. With hands pressed together, Fan Nongxing braced himself for the impact. Boom! The second clash of power shocked Fan Nongxing, and he was involuntarily propelled from the pavilion, plummeting toward the water below. Nevertheless, being a master of the vital energy, he suppressed the tumult within him, landing firmly upon the surface of the river and returning to shore. Conversely, the glowing sword, too, was affected by Fan Nongxing's force, vibrating ominously as if on the verge of shattering. Unexpectedly, this mere illusionary sword possessed such might. "Your ability has surpassed my expectations, yet it is insufficient to vanquish me." Fan Nongxing, who had previously underestimated the situation, now took it seriously. With a grand gesture, he concentrated his true energy within his palm. Southern Xian True Art. Northern Abyss Divine Palm. With a flourish, the formidable master unleashed a powerful strike, crashing down upon the luminous sword with a force that shook the heavens. The piercing sound of a shattered blade echoed as the sword fragmented into countless glimmers, cascading down like stardust upon the earth. Since you are so audacious, do not blame me for seeking retribution personally," Fan Nongxing declared with indignation, preparing to turn away. Yet, as he lifted his foot, an unforeseen event occurred. The starlight beneath him coalesced into a formidable magical array, unleashing an unparalleled sword intent that surged into the skies. In an instant, numerous beams of white light converged, materializing into a multitude of long swords, forming an unparalleled sword formation. The target was once again locked onto Fan Nongxing, and as the swords spiraled down, each exhibiting distinct characteristics. They struck like blades, with a ferocity akin to a knife. They chopped like axes, heavy and unyielding. They thrust like spears, rigid and unbending. They swept like staffs, powerful and commanding. Indeed, the sword transformed into myriad weapons, demonstrating the capabilities of knives, axes, spears, staffs, and more, shifting and changing with remarkable versatility. What? Fan Nanxing's expression turned to one of horror, compelled to retreat repeatedly in fear. Yet the sword formation surged forth relentlessly, pursuing him without relent. Recognizing there was no escape, Fan Nanxing gritted his teeth, grounding himself and channeling his utmost energy. Innate vitality. A radiant shield of light enveloped him, designed to withstand the onslaught of the sword formation. A master of the primal force could conjure innate vitality with mere concentration. However, in this moment, Fan Nanxing was expending every ounce of his strength to wield this technique, fully aware that the sword formation was no ordinary foe. Clang, clang, clang. The myriad swords descended like a torrential rain, slicing, chopping, thrusting, and sweeping, relentlessly battering against Fan Nanxing's innate vitality. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had transpired. How could it be so overwhelmingly powerful? Although Fan Nanxing could withstand the initial barrage, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage, his feet sinking deeper into the earth, bearing immense pressure. This unreserved clash resembled a life-and-death struggle between two elite masters of primal force. Clang, clang, clang. The confrontation raged on, with Fan Nanxing displaying signs of defeat. His innate vitality waned with each passing moment. Finally, with a thunderous crash, his innate vitality was cleaved apart by a single sword strike, sending him hurtling through the air, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet the sword formation showed no mercy, offering no compassion. Whoosh! 3 flying swords surged forth, propelled by a tempestuous force. Fan Nanxing found himself unable to evade or block them, his face betraying despair. My life is forfeit. In that moment of dire peril, a miracle unfolded. The oncoming flying swords, seemingly drained of energy, abruptly halted, transforming into motes of light that dissipated into the ether. Perhaps this time, they had truly vanished for good, as the energy stored within that jade pendant was finite. Yet, there was no doubt Fan Nanxing had suffered a resounding defeat. A complete rout. Huo Qingsong did not witness the aftermath. After being propelled away by the force emanating from the jade pendant, he fled back to Mingwei Mountain in haste. He feared that Fan Nanxing might misconstrue his actions as treachery, and in a fit of rage, retaliate against him, a confrontation from which he would not survive, even with 10 lives. A day later, by the edge of the waterfall, Xiao Chen remained seated, as if he had not moved an inch. Mr. Xiao. Huo Qingsong called weakly. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and inquired with a hint of indifference, did you give the jade pendant to Fan Nanxing? Indeed, I did. And he has shattered it. But why does Mr. Xiao toy with him in such a manner? I fear he will soon come knocking at our door. Not soon. He has already arrived. As the words fell, Fan Nanxing descended gracefully from the wind, landing not far from the two. Although Huo Qingsong had a considerable head start, his speed could not compare to that of Fan Nanxing. Thus, it was only natural for them to arrive almost simultaneously. President Fan. Huo Qingsong's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that Fan Nanxing had indeed come to confront him. However, the unexpected turn of events left Huo Qingsong in utter shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Instead of displaying any signs of accusation, Fan Nanxing knelt on one knee and bowed in trepidation towards Xiao Chen. I, Fan Nanxing, have been arrogant and ignorant, failing to recognize your profound abilities. I have come to seek your forgiveness. Huo Qingsong was bewildered. Fan Nanxing was not here to seek vengeance but rather to atone for his misdeeds. It seemed Fan Nanxing bore the marks of distress, perhaps even injury. What had transpired after his departure? Xiao Chen regarded Fan Nanxing with a calm demeanor and asked, will you not avenge the grievance against Guchuan? Guchuan's offense against you warrants his demise, and it is not your fault, but rather the folly of a petty man. Fan Nanxing was well aware of Guchuan's character and thus harbored no doubts regarding Huo Qingsong or Meng Xiaoyuan's words about Guchuan's initial aggression towards Xiao Chen. Nonetheless, as the president of the Star Martial Association, he found himself in a dilemma. If he allowed Guchuan to be slain without consequence, the reputation of the association would suffer, and his subordinates would undoubtedly express their discontent. Therefore, it was imperative for him to confront Xiao Chen. Little did he know, Xiao Chen was not someone he could contend with. When he invited Xiao Chen to a duel, it was not a matter of Xiao Chen lacking time, rather, He simply deemed it beneath his interest. It was difficult for Fan Nonxing to fathom that someone capable of defeating him with a mere sword intent infused within a jade pendant could possess such unfathomable prowess. Since you have spoken thus, let this matter rest. There is no need for you to seek my forgiveness. Xiao Chen did not perceive any fault in slaying Gu Chuan. Should the Star Martial Association pursue the issue, he would not be intimidated. However, Fan Nonxing displayed a certain astuteness, recognizing when to withdraw. This resolution was indeed the most favorable outcome. Thank you, sir. Fan Nonxing rose, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Huo Qingsong, on the other hand, was filled with excitement. Who was Fan Nonxing? In Jiangnan province, his influence surpassed that of 10 Gu Chuans combined. Yet now, Xiao Chen had killed Gu Chuan. And instead of seeking retribution, Fan Nonxing had knelt before him in repentance. If this were to spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the prominent families. Fan Nonxing. It is said that you are the foremost expert in Jiangnan. Is this true? Xiao Chen suddenly posed the question. Fan Nonxing, sweating profusely, replied, before you, sir. How could I dare to claim such a title? I speak of those besides myself. That may not necessarily hold true. Huo Qingsong, puzzled, interjected, President Fan. Is there another master of the formidable realm in Jiangnan province apart from you? On the surface, there appears to be none, but that does not mean there truly aren't. Fan Nonxing sighed. And who might that be? Xiao Chen expressed keen interest in this inquiry. The Jiangnan military district. Fan Nonxing spoke with gravity, asserting that there were certainly experts above him within. Upon hearing this, Huo Qingsong displayed a look of relief. Indeed, the Jiangnan military region was teeming with hidden talents. And it was no surprise that there were individuals more formidable than Fan Nonxing. After all, it was worth noting that that remarkable figure hailed from the Jiangnan military region. Yet, more often than not, this individual was regarded as a representative of all of Huaxia rather than being confined to Jiangnan province. In his prime, he was a force to be reckoned with, revered by all as a deity. Regrettably, following the disastrous defeat at Seven Kill Island, he fell from grace, unable to recover. And nowadays, he seems to be seldom mentioned. Beyond the Jiangnan military region, perhaps the Wandu sect harbors talents equal to my own. Though I am uncertain due to my lack of familiarity. Fan Nonxing added another location. The Wandu sect. Xiao Chen recalled the dwarf who had assisted Huo Yuan. He seemed to be affiliated with the Wandu sect. I think I understand, Xiao Chen remarked, you two may leave now. If there is nothing further, do not disturb me. Understood. Both Huo Qingsong and Fan Nonxing replied in unison before departing. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, Lucia found herself in a dismal mood. Striding alone in high heels along a nearly deserted road. At 26, she had long reached the age deemed appropriate for marriage. Yet she had been unable to find a suitable partner. It was not due to high standards or lack of beauty, in fact. Lucia was considered a well-known beauty in the provincial capital and was the president of the Xia group, pursued by numerous affluent suitors. However, her focus had always been on her career, leaving little room for romantic entanglements. Yet her family was anxious, with parents and relatives pressuring her every few days and introducing her to various blind dates. Succumbing to the pressure, she chose to date one man among the many suitors, hoping to give it a try. The man, named Wan Fei, was the only son of the chairman of Wan Tian Group, a renowned second-generation rich heir in Jiangnan province. Wan Fei was handsome, articulate, and possessed commendable character. Moreover, he matched Lucia's social standing. Lucia thought to herself that if she had to marry in this lifetime, Wan Fei might be her best option. However, to her dismay, just a few days into their relationship, she uncovered Wan Fei's unsavory nature. On what was supposed to be his birthday, she made a special trip to celebrate with him, only to find him in an embrace with two other young women, engaging in intimate gestures. In that moment, she realized that Wan Fei was no different from other debauched youths. The seemingly perfect FAOD he had presented to her was merely a FAOD. In a fit of anger, she turned on her heel and left. Upon noticing her departure, Wan Fei promptly had her car detained, preventing her from driving home. She attempted to hail a taxi, but the drivers were intimidated and fled. Undeterred, she resolved to walk home alone. She felt despondent towards men and disillusioned with the institution of marriage. Why must women marry? She was self-sufficient and could live a better, happier life on her own. At that moment, a silver Rolls-Royce approached from behind, coming to a halt before Lucia. A handsome man alighted from the vehicle and hastily approached Lucia, attempting to grasp her hand. "Get lost, Wanfei." "I must have been blind," Lucia exclaimed, forcefully shaking off the man's grasp, her eyes blazing with fury. "Sia, allow me to explain. I genuinely love you, I have nothing to do with those two women." Wanfei insisted fervently. Lucia scoffed, "You have nothing to do with them, yet you embrace and cuddle with them. You are well aware that today is my birthday." With so many friends present, everyone was in high spirits, and when they tend to tease. "We were merely playing a game." "Huh? Then you can return to your games," Lucia retorted coldly. "Please, Sia, grant me another chance. I promise to behave and cut ties with those friends, if you will." With an icy demeanor, Lucia turned away, unwilling to converse with Wanfei any further. Wanfei, now somewhat irate, demanded, "What do you want from me? Can you at least provide an explanation?" "My explanation is simple, please do not bother me again. Goodbye," Lucia declared, sidestepping Wanfei and continuing her forward march. "Stop!" Wanfei suddenly shouted, seizing Lucia's arm. "You are not leaving today, you must come back with me," he insisted, pulling her towards the car. "I will not return with you, I want to go home. Help! Someone, please." Unbeknownst to her if it was mere coincidence, a figure appeared on the previously deserted road, a slender, lightly clad youth. He walked past them quietly but instinctively cast a glance their way. "What are you looking at? Get lost." Wanfei, typically arrogant, was especially irate today, and upon noticing the youth's gaze, he barked an insult. "What did you say?" Xiao Chen, who had not initially intended to intervene, halted his steps in response to the remark. "I said to get lost." Wanfei's retort was abruptly cut off by the sharp sound of a crisp slap. In an instant, his body spun through the air, landing forcefully on the roof of a Rolls-Royce after completing 2.5 rotations. Lucia was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her call for help would actually bring someone. However, upon seeing the youth, who appeared to be an ordinary high school student, she doubted his ability to assist and feared it might only worsen his situation. Thus, she refrained from seeking Xiao Chen's aid, recognizing that he had no desire to interfere. Yet, provoked by Wanfei's insult, Xiao Chen halted, prompting Lucia to attempt to dissuade him. While Wanfei dared not confront her, a high school student who crossed paths with Wanfei would certainly face dire consequences. Before she could utter a word, she witnessed an unforgettable scene. Xiao Chen, who had been several steps away, inexplicably appeared before Wanfei, raising his hand to deliver a slap. With a resounding crack, Wanfei, standing at a height of approximately 178 meters, was sent airborne, executing a 900-degree spin before crashing onto the car's roof. Lucia stood in shock, her mouth agape, gazing incredulously at Xiao Chen, the seemingly ordinary high school student. Wanfei must weigh around 140 to 50 pounds. With a mere flick of his hand, he astonishingly sent Wanfei soaring off the ground. Is this truly something a mere mortal can achieve? What an absurdity in the dead of night, Xiao Chen remarked coldly, casting a glance at the astonished Lucia before departing. Regaining her senses, Lucia glanced at Wanfei, who lay moaning against the car, and hurried after Xiao Chen. "Hero. Wait for me. Hero, may I know your name? Please tell me. Thank you for saving me, I would love to treat you to a meal someday. Can I have your contact information? How are you so powerful? With just one slap, you sent him flying. You must have trained in martial arts, right?" Lucia could hardly believe she was employing a tone of coaxing and charm towards a boy. For reasons unknown, she felt an intense curiosity about this mysterious young man who had so unexpectedly come to her aid, and she was eager to get to know him. Yet, he remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, indifferent to her attempts at flattery. This undeniably frustrated her. Could it be that her allure was so lacking? Refusing to accept such a notion, Lucia persistently followed Xiao Chen. However, the title of hero felt somewhat ostentatious, so she opted for a more approachable address. "Classmate. Where are you headed so late at night? Why not take a ride?" To her surprise, Xiao Chen finally cast a glance in her direction. I had no intention of saving you, so spare me the superfluous chatter, and do not obstruct my affairs. Indeed, Xiao Chen had merely been passing by. His intervention was solely due to Wanfei's own recklessness, with no connection to Lucia whatsoever. With a pitiful expression, Lucia pleaded, "Please don't be like that. Our meeting is fate. I sent it wonderful to make a friend." Not at all. Xiao Chen shook his head. Before long, the two arrived at the marketplace. The evening market remained bustling and filled with myriad stalls offering an array of goods, some of which were quite peculiar. After 3 days of cultivation by the waterfall, Xiao Chen had decided to explore, and his encounter with Lucia and Wanfei was purely coincidental. Wow, it's so lively here. I've never really come to a place like this at night. Lucia exclaimed, experiencing the vibrant atmosphere of the late-night market for the first time. She enjoyed shopping, but her excursions were typically confined to large malls and supermarkets. The evening market, one must admit, had its unique charm. "Are you looking to buy something?" she inquired, glancing at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not respond to her question. Instead, he asked, "Why are you still out so late? What do you want to follow me for? Tell me your name and give me your contact information, and I'll leave." Lucia was relentless. Xiao Chen ignored her and continued walking. Soon, his expression shifted as he seemed to discover something of interest. A dan furnace. Xiao Chen approached a stall. The table displayed a collection of exquisite dan furnaces of various sizes. "Young man, are you interested in this?" the stall owner inquired with a smile. "Let me take a look," Xiao Chen replied as he began to sift through the offerings. With his current abilities, he was fully capable of refining elixirs. What he lacked was a suitable dan furnace. However, to his disappointment, the alchemical furnace at the stall was visually appealing yet lacked quality. "Young man, is something the matter?" inquired the stall owner. "The quality is far too poor. It is utterly incapable of refining elixirs. I fear it will break after just a few uses," Xiao Chen replied, shaking his head repeatedly. The stall owner paused momentarily before responding, "Are you joking, young man? These are merely ornamental pieces or props, not intended for actual alchemical use." Ornamental pieces? Indeed, alchemy is a legendary craft. Who possesses such skills nowadays? The stall owner remarked. The alchemical furnaces available on the market are either priceless antiques handed down from ancient times or replicas like mine, crafted for display. Then I shall take my leave. Xiao Chen rose to depart. He sought a genuine alchemical furnace, not these mere decorative items. "Do you require an alchemical furnace?" Lucia gazed at Xiao Chen, her curiosity piqued by his enigmatic nature. "Do you possess the ability to refine elixirs?" Xiao Chen, still disinterested, planned to continue his exploration. "Wait, don't go. I have something," Lucia exclaimed suddenly. Xiao Chen paused, casting a look of evident skepticism her way. "You have an alchemical furnace?" "Yes. Though it does not belong to me, it belongs to a friend who asked me to help find a buyer. As the president of Xia Group, Lucia had extensive connections, knowing many elite figures in the business world, which is why her friend entrusted her with this task." "You're not trying to deceive me, are you?" Xiao Chen was not entirely convinced. "Who would deceive you? I even posted about it on social media. There are photos, if you don't believe me. I can show you." Lucia retrieved her phone and displayed the photos from her social media feed. There were over a dozen images, all taken from various angles of the same alchemical furnace. "It appears to be this one, and its price is exorbitantly high, yet it has remained unsold." Lucia stuck out her tongue, seemingly a bit embarrassed. However, to her surprise, Xiao Chen scrutinized the photos repeatedly, stating earnestly, "It is not about quantity. What matters is the quality." Lucia was slightly taken aback and asked, "Do you want this?" "Indeed," Xiao Chen affirmed. He was genuinely intrigued by the purple alchemical furnace, convinced it was no ordinary item. At the very least, it was certainly not a mere trinket from a street vendor. "All right, I will contact her on your behalf," Lucia exclaimed with delight. Finally, she felt she could establish a connection with Xiao Chen. She believed that although he might initially seem difficult, he would become more amiable with familiarity. As for the furnace's price, it was not a concern even if Xiao Chen could not afford it. She was willing to cover the cost. Given the late hour, it was impossible to arrange a meeting immediately. Xiao Chen provided his contact information to Lucia, and they agreed to meet at a CF the following afternoon. The next day, Lucia unexpectedly called Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, let us change our meeting to tomorrow evening at Flying Fish Bar. Does that work for you? That is fine. Although Xiao Chen was unaware of the reason for the change, it did not affect him. Flying Fish Bar was quite renowned in Jiangnan province, classified as a high-end establishment. So even if he was unfamiliar with the route, he could easily find it by taxi. Another day passed. In the evening, Xiao Chen arrived at the Flying Fish Bar, where Lucia was already waiting for him at the entrance. Beside her stood a fashionable woman with curly hair. Xiao Chen, allow me to introduce you to Minyu, Lucia said, gesturing towards the curly-haired woman. Hon Minyu, the very seller of the purple alchemy furnace. Hello, handsome. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hon Minyu greeted him with a warm and exuberant smile. Did you bring the items? Xiao Chen cut to the chase, wishing to avoid any unnecessary delay. Don't be in such a hurry. A few classmates are here, let us go inside and have some fun together, Lucia replied. Her tone laced with a hint of embarrassment as she noticed his confusion. Xiao Chen, I only learned later that Minyu's uncle is the one selling it. And he hasn't arrived yet, she explained. Hon Minyu added, my uncle said he would be here in no more than half an hour. Can you wait a bit longer? Considering that half an hour was not too long, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. All right then, let us head inside. Hon Minyu exclaimed cheerfully. Her boyfriend, Lu Yong, had come from out of town to see her, and since Lu Yong, Hon Minyu, and Lucia were all university classmates, they decided to invite a couple of old friends nearby for a gathering. This was why Lucia had contacted Xiao Chen to change the meeting location. As the three entered the bar, the table where two men and a woman were playing a game paused, their gazes turning towards Xiao Chen. Minyu, Xia, who is he? One of them inquired. This is Xiao Chen, the friend of Xia's, Hon Minyu replied. Oh, is he your boyfriend? Teased the woman with an oval face, lounging on the sofa. Xiao Jie. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Lucia playfully lunged at her, scratching. While dodging, Wu Jie laughed and said, I meant a male friend. Why are you so nervous? Are you feeling guilty? The two women playfully tussled on the sofa. Lu Yong and another casually dressed man watched with amusement, fully aware that Wu Jie was just joking and thus didn't take it to heart. If their relationships were strained, they certainly wouldn't be gathered together today. As for the notion of Xiao Chen being Lucia's boyfriend, that was utterly implausible. For one, Xiao Chen was several years younger, likely just starting university, while they had all graduated 2 years prior. Moreover, Lucia was currently in a relationship with Wantian Group's Wan Fei. It was inconceivable for her to be with Xiao Chen. Alright, enough of the antics. Xiao Chen is simply here to buy something from my uncle. Xia and I are just intermediaries, Hon Minyu interjected, separating the two girls. Now that is clear, Xiao Chen, please have a seat, Wu Jie said, straightening her disheveled clothing and offering him a smile. If you are interested, you can join us for a game, but if you lose, you'll have to drink. You all enjoy, I'll sit this one out. Although Xiao Chen could drink, he had little interest in the game of rock paper scissors. These five were old classmates, and he felt like an outsider who would not seamlessly fit in. The group resumed their earlier game, engaging in rock paper scissors or rolling dice, with penalties of drinking for those who lost. However, Lucia appeared somewhat distracted. She genuinely wished to converse more with Xiao Chen but was apprehensive about upsetting her old friends. After several rounds, the game began to lose its charm, and Lu Yang took the lead in steering the conversation towards casual banter. Xia, how are you and Master Wan progressing? What stage have you reached? Hon Minyu and Wu Jie looked at Lucia with curious expressions. Lucia's demeanor stiffened as she replied, there has been no advancement with Wan Fei, and there will not be any in the future. Xia, have you broken up with Wan Fei? Hon Minyu exclaimed in surprise. Why? Wu Jie inquired. There is no reason. A breakup is a breakup, Lucia stated, refusing to speak ill of Wan Fei as she had no desire to mention him at all. Lu Yang interjected, Xia, I believe you should reconsider. You are so beautiful, and your family background is remarkable. There are not many men who are worthy of you. Indeed. Han Minwei agreed. Wanfei is handsome, caring towards you, and you both are a match in social standing. You are a perfect couple. The young man in the casual shirt seemed to perceive the essence of the matter and asked Xia, is it true that Wanfei is involved with other women? Lucia did not respond, nor did she deny it. Well, one cannot entirely blame him. After all, Wanfei belongs to the upper echelons of society. And it is quite normal for women to show affection towards him. Sometimes, he is simply playing along with his friends' jokes, having no choice. Lucia rolled her eyes. What a grandiloquent excuse. Shouldn't those in high society maintain a higher standard of conduct? This time, Wujie stood by Lucia's side, retorting, exactly. Are we not also part of the upper class? That is not what I meant. The young man protested, raising his hands in denial. Then what do you mean? Wujie, angered, exclaimed, Ro, I see, Xiao Shuai, you must be just like Wanfei, entangled with many women outside, right? Not at all. How can I be compared to Wanfei? He is the sole heir of the Wantian group, while I am just a small office worker. Xiao Shuai seemed somewhat intimidated by Wujie, unable to meet her gaze, instead glancing elsewhere. An unintentional gesture caused him to pause slightly. It's Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao? Which Yu Xiao? Wujie asked, following Xiao Shuai's line of sight. Ouyang Yu, the scion of the Ouyang family. The Haiyu group where I currently work belongs to the Ouyang family. I have even dined with Yu Xiao. Xiao Shuai's tone was tinged with a sense of pride. As if dining with such a person was a significant honor. Lucia, Han Minwei, and Lu Yang turned their gazes toward that direction as well. Xiao Chen, let me explain. Ouyang Yu stepped forward, grasping Yuan Xiao Chen's hand in an attempt to reconcile. However, Yuan Xiao Chen was not receptive at all. She forcefully shook off Ouyang Yu's hand and retorted angrily, Ouyang Yu, you have already discarded me, what is there to explain? Ouyang Yu replied. The last incident was not my choice, my father compelled me. Afterward, I reconsidered and realized that you are the one most suited for me. Let us reunite? Hearing this, Yuan Xiao Chen scoffed, Ouyang Yu, do you think I am someone who can be easily swayed? You can discard me at will and then decide to reconcile whenever you please. Well said, Xiao Chen. What use is a man whose stance is so unsteady? A young man, rebellious and around 18 or 19, emerged from the private room, accompanied by another pair of young men and women. The young man was tall and aloof, a playful smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, as if he were awaiting an entertaining spectacle. As for the young woman, clad in white garments, she appeared exceedingly charming, wielding a long sword and closely trailing the young man. Jia Tianza, is that you? Ouyang Yu recognized the rebellious youth, a fleeting shadow passing over his handsome visage. Indeed. It is I. Jia Tianza replied, pulling Yuan Xiao Chen into his embrace, casting a challenging glance at Ouyang Yu. Xiao Chen is now with me. If you know what is good for you, keep your distance. A fire of rage ignited within Ouyang Yu's heart. However, instead of engaging in a dispute with Jia Tianza, he turned his gaze towards Yuan Xiao Chen. Though held by Jia Tianza, her demeanor was noticeably uneasy. Yet she did not resist. She addressed Ouyang Yu, saying, you should leave, I do not wish to see you again. Do not, Xiao Chen. He surely does not love you sincerely, I hope you do not act impulsively and regret it for a lifetime, Ouyang Yu implored desperately. Yet, upon hearing these words, Jia Tianza's fury erupted. What did you say, Ouyang Yu? Though younger than Ouyang Yu by several years, he exuded a domineering presence. Stepping forward to seize Ouyang Yu by the collar. Am I inferior to you? You, who cannot even control your own thoughts, have no right to compete with me. Release me. Ouyang Yu forcefully pushed Jia Tianza away, coldly retorting, Jia Tianza, you know what kind of person you are, can you truly treat Xiao Chen with sincerity? At least I am better than you, a worthless fool. I do not wish to converse further. Xiao Chen, come with me. Ouyang Yu reached out once more to grasp Yuan Xiao Chen's hand, this time with a firm insistence, nearly dragging her away. Wait a moment, my friend. At that moment, the stern young man stepped forward to obstruct Ouyang Yu. Is this truly appropriate? They are a couple, willingly entwined, why must you intrude? Such actions are unbecoming of a gentleman. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen struggled fiercely, exclaiming, Ouyang Yu, let me go, or I shall not let this rest. Ouyang Yu turned to see a flicker of fear in her expression, which perplexed him as he glanced towards the stunned young man. Is it you? The young man replied nonchalantly, what of it? Ouyang Yu coldly challenged, Xiao Chen would never favor Jia Tianza, it must be that you conspired to coerce her, is it not? Ha! The stunned young man emitted a dismissive chuckle, seemingly unimpressed. In that instant, the woman in white swiftly unsheathed her sword. With a clang and a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, grazed Ouyang Yu's cheek. A crimson line appeared, oozing blood. By the time Ouyang Yu comprehended the situation, he was already drenched in a cold sweat, touching the wound on his face in shock as he staggered back 2 steps. Should you dare to disrespect the young master again, the next time, I shall sever your throat. The woman's voice was icy, and the sword had returned to its sheath before he could even register it. This scene undoubtedly silenced the raucous bar instantly. Some patrons fled in panic, while others, drawn by the spectacle, crowded in the corners to observe. Xiao Chen and his companions at the table were equally taken aback. That woman draws her sword with such swiftness. I barely caught a glimpse. Had she aimed to kill Ouyang Yu, the slight deviation would have sufficed. Ziwēi, do not be foolish. Jia Tianza and that man and woman are not to be trifled with. Ziwēi let out a bitter laugh, saying, I am not foolish enough to seek my own demise. The adversary did not even regard Ouyang Yu, and as an individual with no background, he could very well be struck down without a second thought. Who are these people, and what emboldens them to act so recklessly? Jia Tianza, a member of the new generation of Jiangnan's elite, is quite the hotshot, and it is rumored that the Jia family possesses the potential to rival the 3 prominent families. The man and woman accompanying him are unfamiliar, seemingly not locals, leaving their origins a mystery. Yet, they appear to be even more formidable than Jia Tianza. In any case, it does not concern us, we shall remain as mere spectators. Minue is correct. Similar discussions echoed in every corner. Ouyang Yu and Jia Tianza hail from illustrious families, and when they clash, no one dares to intervene. Yin, it seems your swordsmanship has improved once again, remarked a young man with a light laugh. The woman in white replied, it is all thanks to the master's excellent guidance. Xiao Chen saw Ouyang Yu's cheek cut and a flicker of compassion crossed her eyes. Yet she resolutely stated, Ouyang Yu, just leave. I no longer have feelings for you. I don't believe it. Ouyang Yu seemed to lose his reason, provoked by Xiao Chen's words, and advanced once more. Truly obstinate. The young man suddenly flicked his hand, swift as a shadow. Bang! No one witnessed where Ouyang Yu was struck, they only saw him being sent flying, crashing into several tables in succession. Jia Tianza immediately shouted, Manager, remove this trash. Don't let him spoil our mood. Yes, young Master Zhe. The manager of the Flying Fish Bar, who had been observing nearby, dared not intervene until now. He then called upon several security guards to carry Ouyang Yu away. Master, let us not concern ourselves with him, let us return and continue our revelry. Jia Tianza said, wrapping an arm around Xiao Chen. Indeed. The 4 turned to head back to their private room. However, at that moment, a group of individuals surged into the Flying Fish Bar, imposing in their arrival. Upon a glance, there were 6 in total, 2 young men and 4 youths. The leading young man was none other than Wanfei. Wanfei briefly surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on Lucia's table, and he stormed over, visibly enraged. Wanfei. Lucia sprang to her feet, a hint of panic in her eyes. What are you doing here? Today is not the day for you to step aside. Wanfei showed no regard for Lucia's authority. Luyong, Hon Minue, Wujie, and Ziwēi sensed that something was amiss and stood to inquire. Young Master Wan, why are you so furious? That is a question for him. Wanfei pointed a finger at the silent Xiao Chen on the sofa. The 4 exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Could it be that Xiao Chen had offended Wanfei? This situation was becoming dire. The young man accompanying Wanfei, along with the 4 youths, approached. Wanfei, is this the fellow who struck you? The young man inquired, casting a glance at Xiao Chen. Indeed, it is him. I implore Brother Guo to take my side. Wanfei pleaded. At that moment, some bystanders whispered, pointing at the young man. I sent you that Guofeng from the Star Martial Association. It does seem to be him. The other 4 are also students of the association. Who is Guofeng? Alas. Guofeng, are you truly unfamiliar with him? He is the foremost talent among the disciples of the Xingwu Association. And it is rumored that President Fan intends to take him as his apprentice. Did not President Fan previously declare he would not accept any apprentices? Yet, who could resist the extraordinary talent of Guofeng? It is said he stands just a step away from becoming an innate master. Is it possible? An innate master in his 20s? A prodigy, indeed, he is undoubtedly the unrivaled champion of the younger generation. The 4 individuals originally poised to enter the private room halted their steps upon the arrival of Wanfei and Guofeng. At first, Xiao Chen paid little heed. But when her gaze fell upon Xiao Chen, her expression shifted abruptly. That is the person who has taken over my villa. Oh. Jia Tianza displayed a look of surprise, his attention fixating on Xiao Chen. He had promised Xiao Chen to visit the Mingye Mountain Villa in a couple of days to discern the identity of such an audacious individual. To his astonishment, he encountered him here at the bar. He appears quite ordinary, lacking any notable attributes. Jia Tianza remarked in confusion. Xiao Chen cautioned that I initially underestimated him as well. But who could have anticipated his immense capabilities to the extent that he could influence the Ho family to mediate with the Ouyang family? The Ho family? Ha! Jia Tianza responded with a trace of derision. The Ho family of 2 decades past would have instilled fear in my Jia family. However, everyone is well aware of the current state of the Ho family. Xiao Chen inquired with uncertainty, isn't the Ho family one of the 3 prominent clans? Jia Tianza shook his head, stating, this involves a hidden tale. I can only say that presently in Jiangnan province, there are at least 5 or 6 families more formidable than the Ho family. Including your Jia family. Of course. Jia Tianza declared with pride. Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Although she held a more favorable view of Ouyang Yu than Jia Tianza, the latter's family background was significantly more impressive. Perhaps this choice was indeed the right one. Is he truly Guofeng? The stern youth beside them exhibited a far greater interest in Guofeng than in Xiao Chen. I have heard he is the foremost genius of the younger generation in Jiangnan province. Jia Tianza affirmed, indeed, he could very well be the successor of the Xingwu Association. Though I have had limited interactions with him. The sword-wielding maiden in white scoffed, what is Guofeng in comparison to the young master? The youth replied with a gentle smile, thinking, they do not underestimate him, or a person of such caliber to be recognized by Fan Nonxing may indeed possess remarkable abilities. Why not allow me to test his strength? Zhao Yingying eagerly suggested, let us observe a splendid spectacle first. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen had struck Wanfei, Luyang, Hon Mingyue, and others were already quite alarmed. This Xiao Chen, though young, exhibited remarkable audacity by daring to confront Wanfei. As the crowd recognized Guofeng's identity, their expressions turned to one of fright, instinctively distancing themselves from Xiao Chen, fearful of provoking Wanfei's ire. After all, he was the top genius of Jiangnan province. And with Wanfei seeking his assistance, Xiao Chen's fate seemed sealed. At that moment, a diminutive middle-aged man, clutching a parcel, stealthily approached Hon Mingyue, whispering, Yea. What is amiss? I have brought the items, where is the buyer? Hush. Hon Mingyue quickly gestured for silence, replying softly, Uncle, we are no longer selling this item. Why not? There is no reason. Oh, very well. The man sensed that something was amiss and contemplated whether he should make an early exit. Wait. Xiao Chen finally spoke, halting the man in his tracks. Despite the presence of some troublesome individuals, it did not impede our transaction. For Xiao Chen, the most crucial matter today was the alchemical furnace, everything else was mere trifles. The man hesitated upon hearing this, casting a glance at Hon Mingyue. She vigorously shook her head, making subtle gestures as if to imply, young man, do you still have the leisure to purchase from others while we are here? Wanfei smiled, his anger transforming into a mocking grin. Xiao Chen looked up at Wanfei and calmly remarked, Are you still dissatisfied with the beating you received the other day? For reasons unknown, when he lifted his gaze, Wanfei felt an indescribable sense of trepidation. The fear of having been stunned by Xiao Chen's slap resurfaced in his heart. He opened his mouth, intending to utter some harsh words as a facade, but ultimately retreated. He could not face Xiao Chen. Brother Guo. Wanfei could only seek assistance from Guofeng. Guofeng stepped forward, glaring at Xiao Chen with discernible anger. Friend, it seems you do not regard Guo in high esteem. He had come alongside Wanfei today, naturally intending to stand up for him, without the need to resort to physical confrontation, at the very least. He expected Xiao Chen to provide an explanation and offer an apology. However, he did not anticipate that Xiao Chen would dare to threaten Wanfei. Was he completely disregarding his presence? And who might you be? Xiao Chen inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Guofeng. Hey, are you deaf or blind? A youth from the Star Martial Association could no longer hold back and stepped forward to reprimand. Our senior brother, have you not seen him? Or have you not heard of him? Heard of him? Xiao Chen shook his head. The youth was incensed, nearly bursting with the urge to strike Xiao Chen. Just then, a hearty laugh rang out. Who would have thought that the number one genius of the provincial city, Guofeng, would also experience a day of being overlooked? The crowd parted as a young man approached with laughter. Zhao Yingning closely followed, and Jiao Tianza and Ruan Xiaoqian were naturally by his side. And you are? Guofeng scrutinized the stern young man, his brows knitting together. For reasons unknown, his intuition signaled that this young man was not to be trifled with. If someone else were to inquire, I would scoff at the question. However, I shall make an exception and tell you, I am Deng Yuanwu. Deng Yuanwu? Upon hearing this, Guofeng's expression shifted to one of contemplation. The name rang a bell. Suddenly, his demeanor changed, and he exclaimed in astonishment. You are the young master of the 10,000 Poison sect. While many had not heard of Deng Yuanwu, the title of young master of the 10,000 Poison sect sent a shiver through the crowd. The 10,000 Poison sect was a martial sect that had only recently come to prominence, but that did not mean it had only existed for a few years. In fact, numerous whispers suggested that the 10,000 Poison sect had been around for a century, hidden away in the mountains and rarely engaging with the secular world. Moreover, it was said that the sect possessed masters on par with the formidable Feng Nongxing, boasting an astounding heritage. If Deng Yuanwu was indeed the young master of the 10,000 Poison sect, then the woman in white must surely be one of its disciples. No wonder they regarded Ouyang Yu with such disdain. After all, Ouyang Yu was a scion of the Ouyang family. While Jiao Tianza dared to ridicule and insult him, he would never dream of inflicting harm. However, the members of the 10,000 Poison sect showed no such reservations and acted with ruthless intent. Unbeknownst to me, Brother Deng is also present here, and I am most humbled. Guofeng clasped his fists in greeting to Deng Yuanwu. Such courtesy from Guofeng made Deng Yuanwu regard him with favor, and he smiled, saying, Brother Guo, you are too kind. Wanfei, harboring a sense of trepidation towards Deng Yuanwu, pointed at Xiao Chen and inquired cautiously, Young Master Deng, are you acquainted with this lad? Deng Yuanwu shook his head, replying, I have not seen him before, but it appears that young Master Zai's little girlfriend is familiar with him. Wanfei's gaze shifted to Jiao Tianza and Ruan Xiaoqian, mulling over the implications. The slap Xiao Chen had delivered to him 2 days prior had nearly severed his neck. Fortunately, a martial artist from his family had intervened to realign his bones and administered some medicinal bomb, leading to a slight recovery. Thus, to let Xiao Chen go was a notion he truly abhorred. However, should Jiao Tianza wish to protect Xiao Chen, he would need to weigh his options carefully. As Deng Yuanwu clearly shared a favorable relationship with Jiao Tianza, Jiao Tianza seemed to discern Wanfei's thoughts and chuckled, Brother Wan, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not here to assist him. On the contrary, Xiao Chen has some grievances to settle with him as well. Oh. Wanfei's heart leaped with joy as he queried. Did this scoundrel offend you too? It is all that good-for-nothing Ouyang Yu's fault, unable to handle such trivial matters, allowing Xiao Chen to be bullied. Jiao Tianza scoffed, casting a glance at Xiao Chen. This is dire. Lucia felt a surge of anxiety. If it were merely Wanfei, there might still be room for negotiation. However, with the addition of Jiao Tianza, the young master of the One Poison sect, the situation was spiraling out of control. Xia, you are not well acquainted with him. Do not meddle. Hon Minwei and Wu Jie quickly pulled Lucia aside, fearing she might act rashly. The Lu family could at most be compared to the Wan family. But they were in no position to contend with the Jia family, the Xingwu Association, or the One Poison sect. "What are you doing?" Lucia exclaimed anxiously. "Xia, we are looking out for your best interests. With Xiao Chen in such deep trouble, he is bound to meet his doom, there is no way to avert it. So why risk your own safety?" Fortunately, they had not conversed with him too extensively. Lu Yang and Xiao Shuai felt a wave of relief. Thank goodness Xiao Chen was not in their circle, fortunate that they hadn't engaged in too much dialogue with him. He is a harbinger of misfortune. The young master of the One Poison sect, Guofeng, Jia Tianza, and Wan Fei, any one of them could start a tempest in Jiangnan province. Particularly, the young master of the One Poison sect and Guofeng could be deemed the apex of power. With Xiao Chen embroiled in their affairs, he was destined for ruin today. Ruan Xiaoqian, witnessing the inevitability of the situation, could not help but smirk with amusement. She gazed at Xiao Chen and declared, "Did you ever imagine? The tides of fortune have turned, and today you find yourself ensnared in my grasp once more." Xiao Chen, equally fixated on Ruan Xiaoqian, appeared to lament why must a young lady exhibit such disregard for herself. Ruan Xiaoqian was momentarily taken aback, then retorted with a mocking smile, "Are you afraid?" Xiao Chen fell silent, offering no reply. Nevertheless, Ruan Xiaoqian felt an exhilarating sense of triumph, believing Xiao Chen was filled with regret and fear. Indeed, confronted with such a predicament alone, he must be utterly despondent. Or who instructed you to be so arrogant from the outset? Relying on the whole family. Seizing my villa, was that truly something to boast about? Jia Tianza stepped forward at this moment and provocatively smiled at Xiao Chen, saying, "Young man, are you not on good terms with the whole family? Why not take this opportunity to call them and see if they dare to send someone to rescue you?" The crowd understood his intent. It was clear that Xiao Chen had connections with one of the three prominent families, the Ho family. However, the Ho family was only slightly stronger than the One family and certainly inferior to the Jia family, with no comparison to the One Poison sect and the Star Martial Association. "Are you finished?" Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen remained calm, casting a cold glance at Jia Tianza, laced with a hint of mockery. Jia Tianza frowned, irritated by Xiao Chen's demeanor. He had anticipated a display of desperation and pleas for mercy, and not this frigid indifference. "Umph. It seems I need to show you what fear truly is," he thought. Suddenly, Xiao Chen rose to his feet. Wan Fei sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Young Master Zai, be careful." But it was too late. Xiao Chen effortlessly lifted Jia Tianza and hurled him towards the glass coffee table before him. Crash! The tempered glass shattered instantly, shards scattering across the floor. Jia Tianza lay sprawled at Xiao Chen's feet, his body pierced with glass fragments, blood pouring from his wounds in a gruesome sight. The scene fell silent in an instant. No one had anticipated that the once arrogant Jia Tianza would so quickly be reduced to such a state. They were even more shocked by Xiao Chen's decisiveness. He acted without hesitation and with little intent. Had he truly lost all restraint? This young man had gone mad. After all, he had just assaulted the son of the Jia family, who was dearly favored by the family patriarch. This would surely not end well for him. Truly, the audacity of youth, showing no regard for the consequences. "Azé!" Ruan Xiaoqian gasped in shock. Xiao Chen was bolder than she had imagined. In front of so many people, he refused to yield and took the initiative to strike. "I told you, he is not an ordinary person," Wan Fei thought, casting a fearful glance at Xiao Chen and instinctively stepping back. There was indeed something remarkable about him. Guofeng pondered silently, wondering when such a youthful genius had emerged in Jiangnan province without his knowledge. How dare you act so brazenly in my presence?" Deng Yuanwu was undoubtedly the most enraged. After all, Jia Tianza was his companion. Xiao Chen's assault on Jia Tianza was a direct affront to him, diminishing his own standing. "Young master, allow me to handle this trivial matter," Zhao Yingning volunteered, brandishing her sword and glaring coldly at Xiao Chen. The onlookers realized that Xiao Chen was about to face dire consequences. They had witnessed her speed when she had drawn her sword against Ouyang Yu. A normal person would have been unable to react, showcasing her immense strength. "I will give you one chance, kneel and apologize." Zhao Yingning's demeanor was as frigid as her tone, as if she were addressing an insignificant insect. However, in the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the air as her face was struck. Instantly, the crowd was left in a state of shock. What just happened? Xiao Yinyin was momentarily taken aback, the icy demeanor on her face dissipating, replaced by disbelief and shock. She raised her gaze to the indifferent youth standing before her, his hand still poised in the air. Undoubtedly, it was he who had delivered that slap. Only he could reach her from such a distance. But why? Why did she not react at all? When did he strike? Yinyin, eliminate him. Deng Yuanwu suddenly commanded. Xiao Yinyin immediately snapped back to reality. Even without his urging, she had intended to do just that. Damn it, perish. In an instant, her long sword was unsheathed with remarkable speed, slicing toward Xiao Chen. However, to her astonishment, Xiao Chen reached out with bare hands to grasp the blade, twisting it gently. With a clang, the sword shattered, and he held the broken hilt in his grasp. What? Xiao Yinyin gasped in horror, an unprecedented fear surging within her. You take great pleasure in humiliating others, do you not? Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Yinyin with a look of disgust. He then drew the sharp fragment of the sword across the air. With a hiss, 2 splashes of blood erupted, leaving 2 ghastly gashes on Xiao Yinyin's cheeks, each measuring an astonishing 7 or 8 centimeters. Oh, my face, my face. She covered her face with her hands, screaming and weeping like a mad woman. Previously, she had marred Ouyang Yu's visit with a single strike. Now, she found herself scarred on both cheeks by Xiao Chen's hand. One could hardly deny the swiftness of karma. Yet, a woman's beauty is far more precious than that of a man. Moreover, the wounds on Ouyang Yu were but superficial, while her own were truly horrific. Young master, my face is ruined. What should I do? Please save me. Xiao Yinyin collapsed to the ground, clutching Deng Yuanwu's pant leg and pleading desperately. She did not desire to be disfigured. Deng Yuanwu's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. His decision to keep Xiao Yinyin close indicated her significance to him. However, he soon grew irritated by her frantic cries and kicked her away. Since your face is ruined, you are of no further use. Depart. Deng Yuanwu. You, Xiao Yinyin's heart sank at his words, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, fainting on the spot. Deng Yuanwu did not spare her a glance. His focus entirely on Xiao Chen. Although he had previously looked down upon Xiao Chen, he now wore a grave expression. While Xiao Yinyin was undoubtedly weaker than him, she was still an elite disciple meticulously selected from the Wandu sect. Had Xiao Chen engaged her in a protracted battle, it might have been a different story. Yet, Xiao Chen had not employed any techniques throughout. With a mere slap and a hand that shattered her sword, he had incapacitated Xiao Yinyin. Such prowess instilled a sense of pressure even within him. Of course, he remained confident in his ability to defeat Xiao Chen, albeit at some cost. He was unwilling to sustain injuries. With this thought in mind, he turned his gaze toward Guofeng. Brother Guo, how about we join forces to deal with this insolent fool? The moment Deng Yuanwu's words left his lips, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The young master of the Wandu sect and Jiangnan province's most talented individual would unite against Xiao Chen. Even if Xiao Chen were to fall today, his name would surely echo far and wide. Was he truly that formidable? Wu Jie and Hon Minwei gazed in disbelief, utterly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. What difference did it make, no matter how formidable one appeared? Could they rival Deng Yuanwu or Guofeng? Moreover, Deng Yuanwu was set to join forces with Guofeng against him. Lu Yang and Xiao Shuehai shook their heads repeatedly. The situation had escalated beyond repair. With Xiao Chen having injured Jiao Tianzi and disfigured Xiao Yinyin, Xiao Chen and Lucia clasped their hands together, internally praying. Xiao Chen had come to the Flying Fish Bar because of her. If anything were to befall him, she would never find peace. Guofeng did not respond directly to Deng Yuanwu but instead fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, remarking, "My friend, your actions seem excessively ruthless, do they not?" Unaware of Xiao Yinyin's prior attack on Ouyang Yu, Guofeng held no ill will towards her. In his eyes, Xiao Yinyin was merely an ordinary woman with a modicum of martial skills. Thus, he deemed Xiao Chen's response to be entirely out of proportion, far too cruel. Was it not more agonizing to disfigure a woman than to kill her? Xiao Chen glanced at Guofeng, his tone measured as he replied. Are you attempting to admonish me? I have no acquaintance with her, and her affairs do not concern me. However, since Wan Xiong is not a martial artist and you have harmed him, I must seek an explanation on his behalf. Guofeng spoke candidly. His presence today was solely to stand up for Wan Fei. Ha! Even if your president were here, he would not dare demand an explanation from me. Who do you think you are? Xiao Chen's cold words reverberated like thunder, causing the crowd to blanch. Arrogant. This was the only verdict the onlookers could bestow upon Xiao Chen. The president of the Xingwu Association was the foremost expert in Jiangnan province. Yet Xiao Chen dared to utter the words "dare not." Preposterous. How dare you insult the president? Guofeng's expression darkened for the first time, his tone icy. And a fierce glint flickered in his eyes. The president was the one person he revered and admired above all, and he would not tolerate any affront to him. Xiao Chen's statement had crossed a line. The other 4 youths from the Xingwu Association clenched their fists in fury. How despicable to insult their president. Senior brother. We must teach him a lesson. Maim him and sew his mouth shut. Humph. Since you are so devoid of reason and so insufferably arrogant, I shall not hold back. Guofeng's formidable aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, enveloping the surroundings in a searing heat that caused the air to shimmer. The crowd felt the weight of his presence and instinctively recoiled. What a terrifying force. This was the might of the number 1 genius, far superior to Zhao Yinyi. Indeed, I estimate he is a mere step away from becoming a congenital grandmaster. A congenital grandmaster in his 20s, what an extraordinary prodigy. Xiao Chen should not have insulted President Fan. For Guofeng's temperament would not easily allow for such provocation without response. In the eyes of the people, Guofeng was hailed as a paragon of excellence. Known for his amiable nature, which endeared him to many. His true fury was a rare sight. At that moment, Deng Yuanwu, observing the unfolding drama, chose to withdraw and watch quietly. Since Guofeng had no intention of allying with him, it might be prudent to allow Guofeng to act first, thereby gauging Xiao Chen's true strength. Xiao Chen, be cautious. Lucia knew she could offer no assistance and could only provide a word of warning from the sidelines. No amount of caution will suffice, I shall ensure he pays the price for his words and actions. Guofeng exclaimed coldly, charging towards Xiao Chen with the force of a tempest. However, as he drew near, the resounding slap echoed through the air, disorienting him and leaving him standing there like a statue. The bar fell into a profound silence, where the rhythmic beating of hearts could be distinctly heard. Previously, when Xiao Chen had struck Zhao Yinyi, many believed it to be mere chance or a result of her negligence. Yet now, witnessing Xiao Chen deliver another blow to the imposing Guofeng, the crowd was left in disbelief. Could it be that the most talented individual in Jiangnan could not evade a single slap? This slap is a reprisal on behalf of your esteemed president. With that, Xiao Chen raised his hand once more, delivering yet another slap. You fancy yourself capable. Slap. Another strike followed. Do you enjoy meddling in affairs? Slap. The first genius. Slap. Do you take pleasure in standing up for others? The onlookers were utterly transfixed, gazing in astonishment at the bizarre scene unfolding before them. Guofeng, the foremost prodigy of Jiangnan, on the verge of entering the innate realm, was being relentlessly slapped by Xiao Chen, resembling an infant devoid of any means of resistance. With each strike, Guofeng merely took a step back, exhibiting no other reaction, as if he were utterly powerless. Finally, with a significant exertion of force, Xiao Chen delivered one last slap, sending Guofeng flying. 4 young men instinctively attempted to catch him, but they failed, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Returning to the initial inquiry, Xiao Chen cast a glance at the trembling Wan Fei, who was visibly stricken with fear and regret. Did you not receive enough punishment the day before yesterday, that you would bring others to seek vengeance upon me? Wan Fei was already engulfed in terror. Regretting his previous decisions, he had never anticipated that Xiao Chen was a formidable being, one who could effortlessly subdue Guofeng, while he, himself, contemplated retaliation. Brother, I was mistaken, please spare me. Wan Fei fell to his knees. Remain kneeling, and then deliver 1,000 slaps to yourself. 1,000? Wan Fei's face contorted in dismay. What? Is that beyond your capabilities? I can do it, I can. Gritting his teeth, Wan Fei raised his hand and commenced the self-inflicted slaps. Slap. 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 1,000 slaps was undoubtedly a monumental task, not something that could be accomplished in a short span. Xiao Chen turned away, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed upon the motionless one Xiao Chen. She had been thoroughly intimidated by Xiao Chen's presence, and now, with his eyes upon her, her fear intensified. Her sentiments mirrored those of Wan Fei. Why had she allowed herself to act rashly and provoke Xiao Chen? It is your turn now. What were your words before? Xiao Chen advanced step by step towards Wan Xiao Chen. As he approached, her resolve crumbled further, and in terror, she attempted to retreat. Yet, cornered against the wall, she found herself with nowhere to escape. Suddenly, her eyes rolled back, then she fainted from fright, collapsing onto the ground. Xiao Chen halted, furrowing his brow. This woman possesses alarmingly poor psychological resilience, yet she had the audacity to be so arrogant. Thus, only you remain. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Chen looked towards Deng Yuanwu. What do you intend to do? Deng Yuanwu had completely lost the demeanor befitting the young master of the 10,000 poison sect, resembling a startled bird filled with immense fear. Xiao Chen was exceedingly enigmatic, utterly incomprehensible to him. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such an opponent. While he held a certain arrogance in believing he could surpass Guofeng, he knew it was impossible to render Guofeng utterly defenseless as Xiao Chen had done. In stark contrast to Deng Yuanwu's anxiety, Xiao Chen appeared remarkably composed, a hint of sarcastic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. It was truly unfortunate to encounter the detritus of the 10,000 poison sect wherever he went. Upon hearing this, Deng Yuanwu's anger flared. Are you calling me garbage? Isn't it true? I am the young master of the 10,000 poison sect. I acknowledge that, but it does not contradict the fact that you are indeed garbage. The young master of the 10,000 poison sect is simply trash. Deng Yuanwu was so enraged he nearly spat blood. He had encountered insults before, but never had he faced such a humiliating affront. Those around them began to sympathize with both Deng Yuanwu and the 10,000 poison sect. If the young master of the 10,000 poison sect was garbage, then what did that make the others? Alright, they concede you are quite arrogant. But insulting our sect is tantamount to courting death. Just you wait. With that, Deng Yuanwu attempted to leave. Did I permit you to depart? As the words fell, Xiao Chen's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Before Deng Yuanwu could react, he found himself forcefully pinned to the ground. Boom. The marble floor caved in, creating a deep crater, with terrifying cracks sprawling several meters around. Hiss. The spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. What kind of terrifying strength was required for such an act? Deng Yuanwu, possessing formidable inner strength rivaling Guofeng's, found himself utterly unable to withstand the force of that blow. Trapped beneath the weight, he coughed up blood incessantly. His ribs shattered, his complexion pale with sheer terror. I am the young master of the 10,000 poison sect. Aside from boasting about your identity, do you have anything else to say? With a slight pressure from Xiao Chen's foot, Deng Yuanwu struggled against choking on his own blood, each cough producing nothing but crimson. Spare me. Deng Yuanwu finally relinquished his haughty pride. Never before had he imagined he would find himself in a position begging for mercy. Inside the flying fish bar, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Every gaze was fixed upon the calm and collected youth at the center, filled with awe and trepidation. Previously, Wan Fei, Guofeng, Jia Tianza, Zhao Yingying, and Deng Yuanwu had all conspired against him, with everyone anticipating a dismal outcome for him. Yet, in a fleeting moment, the tides had turned, leaving all astounded. Jia Tianza lay on the ground, pierced by shards of glass. Guofeng appeared dazed, seemingly still in shock. Zhao Yingying had been disfigured and had fainted. Wan Fei remained on his knees, repeatedly slapping his own face, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his words becoming increasingly slurred. As for Deng Yuanwu, the young master of the 10,000 poison sect, he was crushed beneath Xiao Chen's foot, desperately pleading for mercy. Only Xiao Chen remained unfazed throughout, as if he had exerted minimal effort. What did you say? He inquired, looking down upon Deng Yuanwu. You wish for me to spare you? I am the young master of the 10,000 poison sect. If you kill me, the sect will not let you go. What difference does it make? Xiao Chen spoke calmly. Did you not claim that upon returning to the one poison sect, you would seek retribution against me? If I release you, the members of the One Poison sect will pursue me. Should I let you go or not? Deng Yuanwu felt a little intent wash over him. His pupils constricting as he hastily replied, as long as you spare me, we can consider today's events forgotten. Perhaps I do not believe you. Xiao Chen retorted. I swear to the heavens. Deng Yuanwu pleaded, but Xiao Chen remained unconvinced. Deng Yuanwu was momentarily stunned. Was this not utterly unreasonable? Those around them were equally astonished. Did Xiao Chen truly intend to kill Deng Yuanwu? After all, he was the heir of the One Poison sect if he was slain. The sect would not simply let it go. You insolent brat, release my young master. At that moment, a formidable aura surged into the bar, causing the crowd to part in fear. An elderly man clad in grey approached with heavy steps, each footfall seemingly shaking the very foundation of the establishment. This presence was unmistakable. It was the innate master of the One Poison sect. This was dire. Could Xiao Chen withstand an innate master? It seemed impossible. At barely 20 years of age, he had already reached his limits against the likes of Guofeng and Deng Yuanwu. Indeed, the innate masters existed on a level far beyond that of internal energy practitioners. Though Guofeng was but a step away from the innate realm, he appeared feeble in comparison, barely able to withstand a single blow. The crowd anticipated the situation had reached its conclusion, only to find yet another innate master intervening, causing them to sweat nervously for Xiao Chen's fate. Deng Yuanwu, momentarily dazed, suddenly grasped Xiao Chen's right foot with both hands and shouted to the grey-clad elder, please strike him down without mercy. Take his life. The grey-clad elder reacted swiftly and not disappointing Deng Yuanwu, unleashing a little strike. A powerful palm thrust towards Xiao Chen. This unexpected turn of events caused faces to pale. To them, Xiao Chen was already struggling against the innate master, and now Deng Yuanwu had ensnared him further. Was Xiao Chen truly facing his demise? Another worthless fool. Everyone was astonished as Xiao Chen stood resolute, raising his hand once more. This gesture, could it be? They all believed Xiao Chen had lost his mind. Zhao Yingning was stunned by a slap. Guofeng was likewise taken aback. Yet now, he faced an innate master. Was Xiao Chen really going to slap? It was as if nothing had changed from the previous two encounters. A resounding slap landed on the bewildered face of the grey-clad elder. All the arrogance and innate pressure seemed to ebb away like the tide, vanishing without a trace. What remained was sheer confusion. How could this be? Deng Yuanwu, clinging desperately to Xiao Chen's right foot, felt as though the heavens were playing a cruel joke on him. Was this man truly human? Now, do you still wish to tell me to spare you? Xiao Chen inquired, looking down at Deng Yuanwu. No. You cannot kill me. The One Poison sect is filled with experts. Deng Yuanwu gasped in terror, struggling violently. Experts are responsible for producing a waste like you. Xiao Chen scoffed, flicking his fingers to unleash a blade of energy. Swish. The blade pierced through Deng Yuanwu's forehead, ending his life in an instant. The heir of the One Poison sect was dead. You killed the young master. The elderly man in grey stood before Xiao Chen, his face etched with terror. Stunned by a single slap, he helplessly watched as Xiao Chen took the life of Deng Yuanwu, unable to intervene. Turning his gaze back, Xiao Chen spoke indifferently. You need not worry about facing punishment upon your return, for you shall meet your demise here as well. Having initiated the act of murder, how could he possibly relent? The elderly man's pupils constricted. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: the escape. Despite his advanced age, Xiao Chen's capabilities were undeniably formidable, even as an innate expert. He was no match for him. With this realization, he wasted no time and turned to flee. Witnessing this, the onlookers could not help but scoff. This elderly man, a bona fide innate master, had been rendered dazed by Xiao Chen's strike. To stand by as the young master was slain and then attempt to flee without a fight was indeed a disgrace. Yet, was it his cowardice or Xiao Chen's overwhelming strength at play? Xiao Chen remained still, seemingly disinterested in pursuing or intercepting the elderly man, allowing him to flee unimpeded. However, just as he reached the door, he collided with someone. Fan Nonxing. President Fan. The arrival of President Fan ignited a wave of excitement. The president of the Star Martial Association, the foremost expert of Jiangnan, a master of innate strength. If Xiao Chen disregarded innate experts, the only one in Jiangnan capable of subduing him was undoubtedly Fan Nongxing. Are you a member of the Wandu sect? Fan Nongxing inquired, narrowing his brow at the elderly man. Indeed, I am an elder of the Wandu sect, the elderly man replied, no longer contemplating escape. With a hint of respect, he continued, I have heard of President Fan's righteousness. A thief has slain our young master, I implore you to seek justice. The Wandu sect had frequently traversed the secular world in recent years, often acting in an eccentric and arrogant manner. However, their formidable strength instilled fear, compelling various families to maintain cordial relations with them. Even the Star Martial Association adopted a friendly stance towards the Wandu sect, refraining from provoking them lightly. Simultaneously, 4 youths from the Star Martial Association supported Guofeng as they approached President Fan. President, you must avenge our senior brother. It was that brat who left him in this state. Fan Nongxing's gaze fell upon Guofeng, with a flicker of concealed anger crossing his features. The crowd, observing this, felt a chill of apprehension. It was rumored that Fan Nongxing intended to take Guofeng as his disciple, signifying his high regard for him. Xiao Chen's humiliation of Guofeng was tantamount to slapping Fan Nongxing's face. How could he remain unperturbed? Was another fierce battle about to erupt? In the face of a master of innate power, and no matter how extraordinary Xiao Chen was, he should surely meet his end right. Yet, just as doubt permeated the crowd, they heard Xiao Chen coldly command Fan Nongxing to kill him. This tone was akin to an order. The onlookers were astounded, thinking Xiao Chen too presumptuous. How dare he command Fan Nongxing? Who did he think he was? However, to everyone else's disbelief, Fan Nongxing hesitated only briefly before raising his hand. With a single palm strike, he launched an attack against the unsuspecting elderly man. Fan Nongxing's prowess far surpasses that of the grey-clad elder in a direct confrontation. The elder would be unable to withstand even 3 of his strikes. Now, it could almost be deemed a sneak attack. Crack. Caught completely off guard, the elder suffers a fatal blow to the head and dies on the spot. This unforeseen event sends the entire venue into disarray. Fan Nongxing has actually slain an elder of the 10,000 Poison sect. Could it be that the Star Martial Association is preparing for war with them? Simultaneously, there are whispers of doubt regarding the relationship between Fan Nongxing and Xiao Chen. Initially, Fan Nongxing clearly had no intention of killing the elder until Xiao Chen spoke, prompting him to take action. President. An ominous premonition suddenly arose within Guofeng. You have disappointed me gravely. Fan Nongxing cast a disdainful glance at Guofeng, sighed, and swiftly approached Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, I apologize for the trouble caused. I am truly sorry. This scene undoubtedly captivated all eyes and shook the hearts of everyone present. The foremost expert, Fan Nongxing, was addressing a mere youth as Mr. and adopting an apologetic demeanor. Cecilia, who on earth is he? Hon Minwei, Wu Jie. Lu Yong and Xiao Shuehai felt their hearts racing, filled with regret. To command the respect of Fan Nongxing, one's status must be incomparable to that of Guofeng or Deng Yuanwu, let alone